Chapter-1-80 3665. The huge space of silver gray is full of metallic texture. In the center of the space, a white sphere is suspended there, emitting a soft white light. Luhan appeared out of nowhere, and was caught off guard. He slammed onto the icy ground, and fell into a mess. After a while, he got up and looked at the surrounding environment. I'm not dead. Luhan's attention immediately turned back to himself, raised his hands to look, and muttered incredulously. The clothes he was wearing at this time were very tattered, and the black suit that fit well had turned into rags, not only torn, but also burnt. Just a moment ago, Luhan, a world-renowned game player, was participating in the World Game Exchange Summit. In view of Luhan's outstanding contribution to the game industry, the organizer took out the newly developed, holographic game system Game Cabin, and invited Luhan to the public. Enter the Game Cabin to experience. Luhan only remembered that after the lid of the game cabin was closed, his eyes were completely dark, followed by pain all over his body. It was the feeling of being electrocuted. Luhan knew at the time that there was a malfunction in the game cabin, and then he was in the explosion. Lost consciousness. The game cabin leaked and exploded. Where is this place? Hello, anyone? Luhan shouted, but got no response. Luhan couldn't help but wonder, this is the place where people come after they die. Luhan was not sure, because no living person knew whether a person would appear in another place after death. Congratulations, number 3665 subversive. A deep voice suddenly appeared, echoing in the space. Who's talking? Luhan turned around suddenly, raised his head, and looked around. He didn't see anything, except for the glowing white ball in the middle. Etc. Glowing white ball. Is it you? Is it you making a sound? Luhan asked, looking at the glowing white ball. It's me, the low voice responded. You can call me a subversive messenger. Luhan was stunned again. He didn't expect to get a response. More importantly, how could the scene here feel familiar? Is this the main god space? Luhan asked uncertainly. As a young man in the new century, Luhan has read many infinite stream novels. The main god space in it is very similar to the feeling here. Similar. The subversive messenger is concise. Then am I already dead? Luhan asked again. Well, you're already dead, but, the subversive messenger continued, as long as you complete the subversive task, you can be resurrected and return to the real world. I hope you can work hard. And number 3665 subversive. 3665. What do you mean? There have been 3664 disruptors before. So many, what about them? Because they have not completed the subversive mission, they have all died. The subversive space rules. This space can only accommodate one selected subversive at most. Only after the subversive dies completely, can a new subversive be called. Therefore, subversive number 3665, you are the 3665th subversive to enter this space, and the only subversive that currently exists. Quote. I'm still really is this lucky. Luhan didn't know whether to cry or laugh. When he read the novel, his blood was full of passion. When it really falls on me, it feels completely different. The first 3664 selected people all died in the mission, with a 100% mortality rate. Although I don't know what the mission is, it's worth it without thinking about it. It must be super pervert difficulty. Luhan was still a little excited, because the protagonist of the Infinite Stream novel had grown into an existence close to a god. Ordinary people can only make fun of this, but now the opportunity is in front of Luhan. Which world will I go to? Is it the movie world? Luhan asked the question using the worldview of Infinite Streaming novel. Based on the two-dimensional world created by humans, systematically recreate it and add unique rules and restrictions. The subversive messenger said. Luhan nodded knowingly. The time is up, you should go. The subversive messenger said again, and the glowing white ball suddenly cracked, forming a dark door. It was dark inside, and nothing could be seen. Hey, wait, I still have a problem. Luhan shouted hurriedly. He was walking forward uncontrollably, getting closer and closer to the black door. Tell me, why did you choose me? Also, what is the world to enter? You'll know right away. Luhan heard the subversion messenger's response, and then fell into endless darkness and lost consciousness. The wooden house room is not too big or small, and there are not many decorations. There is only a single wooden floor, 2 chairs, and a wooden frame with a water basin on the wall at the door. On the wooden slump in the corner, the 12 or 13-year-old boy was lying on his back. There was only one window in the room. At this time, a lot of heads were squeezed on it from the outside. The boys and girls looked into the room one by one. Won't he really die? How can you be a ninja when you're so fragile? No wonder you haven't graduated from ninja school at the age of 12. Deserving a beating. Humph. Over the top guy. Don't say it, he's pretty pitiful too. The guards are here, let's go. The noisy sound came from outside the window, and the people crowded by the window dispersed in a hurry. The wood collapsed, the big boy suddenly took a breath, made a hurried sound, opened his eyes all at once, and then seemed to have difficulty breathing, gasping for breath. Damn it, it hurts. Luhan felt as if his whole body was slashed by a knife. The pain was everywhere. He rolled over and sat up from the wooden slump, biting Kiba and leaning against the wall. His forehead was dripping with cold sweat. Luhan took a look at the environment of the room. The pure wooden structure had a very primitive feeling. He couldn't see for a while what kind of world this was because there were no obvious features. How did you do it? Is it dead? Suddenly there were some voices outside the door, including a cold woman's voice and a sincere response. The footsteps approached the door, someone came, and Luhan turned to look. The door opened, and the first door was a woman of about 20 years old, with blonde hair, extremely beautiful, and 2 men, about her age, with white hair, tall and strong, followed her in the door. Looks handsome, the other has long black hair, eyes as cold as a poisonous snake, cold temperament, and scary white skin. Luhan was stunned. He knew these 3 people, and they were all popular characters in a comic, and even those who had never read the comic would know their names, because above the heads of these 3 people were all looming words. Pretty blonde woman, Tsunade. Tall white-haired youth, Jiraiya. Haired youth, Orochimaru. The world of Hokage ninjas. Luhan immediately understood, muttering, and frowning subconsciously, the world of Hokage Luhan can accept, but why are there looming words floating above their heads? This feeling, how is it so like an NPC character in the game? Chapter 2 Threat. Along with Tsunade, Jiraiya, and Orochimaru, there were 6 or 7 people who came in. The leader was a middle-aged man with short hair, and the top of his head was displayed as Konoha Guard Squad Leader, Uchiha Gumu. The others were crowded at the back door. A member of the Konoha Guard, both with the Uchiha surname. Seeing Luhan leaning on the wooden slump, Uchiha Gumu looked surprised, as if he had seen something extremely abnormal. Don't move. Seeing Luhan's situation, Tsunade hurriedly called out, and appeared beside Mutu in a flash, and began to check Luhan's injury. Luhan blinked at Tsunade. Tsunade's skin was very delicate, her eyes were large, and her body had a special fragrance that was refreshing. It was so real, even the looming text on her head was really strange. Is it a gamified Hokage world? Is she real or virtual? Luhan thought to himself. Ding! Subversive 3665 is in a state of residual blood, please treat it in time. Suddenly, a cold voice that could not tell whether it was a man or a woman sounded in Luhan's mind. At the same time, an interface floated in front of Luhan, still translucent and looming, similar to the character status interface of an online game, but there were not many entries. Name, Luhan, number 3665. HP value, 1/100th. Stamina, chapter 10/100ths. Spirit, 22/100ths. Mental strength, 17. Status, remnant blood is weak. What kind of voice? Luhan had already experienced a lot of unbelievable things before. At this time, Luhan asked calmly in his heart, "You are?" "Hello, the subversive assistant elf is very happy to serve you." The icy voice sounded again, "You can call me, Elf." Elf. That, Luhan wanted to ask something, but there were so many questions, he didn't know where to start, and after a while he said, "What does 1/100th HP mean?" "Yes. Am I only 1% blood left?" "It's not," the elf said, "this is a conversion value. As a subversive, your body is different from that of ordinary humans. Even if you lose all blood, you will only lose 70% of the blood value at most. Value is understood to be your health, 100/100ths is the highest, 1/100th is the lowest, and at 0/100ths you will die." Quote. Why does it look like a game? You can understand that. So is this the real world? Based on the two-dimensional world, Hokage Ninja, adding gamification program settings, subversives themselves must follow the game rules and restrictions, and except for subversives, other things in this world are real, so this is the real world. Quote. Tell me about it. Luhan didn't understand. For example, the subversive can see anyone's name, and there is a floating display above the opponent's head, but in fact, this is the basic ability of the subversive. The rules of the game give the subversive a pair of eyes that can see the opponent's name. There is no text on the top of the head itself. Quote. For example, if a subversive kills a hostile ninja, he may drop a ninjutsu scroll, but in fact, the opponent will not actually drop a ninjutsu scroll. The reason why the ninjutsu scroll appears is given by the rules of the game. Subversives, the ninjas of this world killing each other, this will not happen. Quote. It is also worth noting that if the subversive is associated with the opponent, there will be situations that follow the rules of the game. For example, the subversive obtains the critical strike ability. If this ability is successfully launched to attack the enemy will suffer multiple damages from the subversive attack. Or, the subversive gets the resurrection potion, and he can also resurrect the life form of this world. When Tsunade was examining Luhan's injury, Luhan was always dumbfounded, as if he was stupid. This provided Tsunade's convenience, and Tsunade's inspection was not affected in any way. What a tenacious vitality, Tsunade exclaimed in shock after examining Luhan. Her delicate voice was particularly pleasant. She looked at Luhan in disbelief, as if she was looking at some kind of monster. What's wrong? Jiraiya came up and asked, holding her chin in one hand, her expression somewhat cynical. At least 50% of blood was lost, 12 fractures all over the body, extensive burns, internal bleeding, spleen rupture, heart damage. Tsunade stared at Jiraiya with wide eyes, then turned to Luhan and exclaimed, with this kind of injury, he shouldn't be alive. Unbelievable vitality. Jiraiya was very surprised. She raised her hand and shook it in front of Luhan's eyes. Seeing that Luhan didn't respond, she couldn't help but say, but it seems to be stupid. You stand back, Tsunade said quickly, raising his hand to hand seal. Ninja, Yin Scar Healing. Tsunade's hands lit up with two blobs of blue light, which directly penetrated Luhan's chest, abdomen, etc. Luhan suddenly felt that his internal organs were wrapped in a warm, sore and painful feeling. Luhan knew, Tsunade is healing his own internal injuries. Watching Tsunade heal Luhan's wounds, Jiraiya retreated to the door and tilted her head to look at Konoha Guard Captain Uchiha Gumu. What about the Uchiha Fugaku people? Jiraiya asked. The Patriarch wants to see him, so he will go back first. Uchiha Gumu said respectfully. Go back. Almost killed someone, then went back. Jiraiya said sarcastically. Master Jiraiya. Uchiha Go raised his head, neither humble nor arrogant. Our Patriarch, Master Uchiha Yokoyama, is the chief captain of the Konoha police force. He has the right to handle this matter, and I think this may be a misunderstanding. Jiraiya grinned and stopped talking. Shelter. Let Lao Su try his son's sins. The Uchiha tribe is really shameless. Tsunade gave Luhan a comprehensive treatment and used as many as 11 kinds of medical ninjutsu. She shouldn't have done this. She just came back from a mission and happened to hear about it because it involves the young people of the Uchiha clan. Patriarch, she just came to take a look. After treating Luhan, the three of Tsunade left together, with 2 members of the Konoha guards in hand at the door, and the others left as well. Luhan didn't speak. He was communicating with the elves and asked a lot of things. Dusk. The afterglow of the setting sun poured into the room through the window, a hazy color. Luhan was lying on the cold wooden slump, wrapped in bandages. His head was dizzy, but he couldn't sleep because his body was still in pain. Squeak tilde. The door suddenly opened. Uchiha Gumu entered the door and walked to the edge of the wooden cave, put down the tray containing the porridge and pickles, and said indifferently, "Eat something before you die. Don't die, it will be a drag on my young master." Luhan opened his eyes slowly, tilted his head slightly to look at Uchiha Gumu. His eyes were cold. Uchiha Gomu is different from others, because other people's names are displayed in orange. Uchiha Gomu's name color is Yuhi color. Fresh as blood Yuhi. Colors represent different attitudes towards Luhan. Orange represents neutrality, and Yuhi represents hostility. The elves also made a very interesting metaphor, that is, orange characters can be regarded as NPCs, and Yuhi names can be regarded as wild monsters and can be killed. Little devil, I warn you. Uchiha Gumu squatted down again, pointed at Luhan's nose, lowered his voice and said viciously, "Our young master is not something you can provoke. Beating you is to look down on you. This time you are not dead, come down the next time is not certain. So you better be honest. Don't go out and talk nonsense. And stay away from Miss Makoto. Don't have another next time, or no one can save you." Humph. Do yourself a favor. Uchiha Gumu stood up after a threat, and swaggered away. 3rd chapter Newcomer Spree. Luhan watched Uchiha Gumu leave, frowned slightly, and then closed his eyes again. According to the logic of infinite flow, entering a world will inevitably lead to trouble, so Luhan can understand his current situation, but there is a very critical problem that has not been solved, that is, Luhan has no idea what happened before. He doesn't even know what year Konoha is now, or what his identity is. Moreover, Luhan asked the elves, and the elves said they had no comment. Night, come. Luhan didn't eat, lay on the wooden floor and closed his eyes, and gradually fell asleep. Midnight. When the time passed to the first moment of the new day, Luhan's head seemed to be hit hard. Along with the dizziness, countless memories flowed into Luhan's consciousness. Those were the memories of Luhan's body at this time. His name is Han, he has no surname, only a one-character name, Han. Han was born in the 18th year of Konoha, and lived in a small village called Little Leaf Village, in the Country of Fire, which is a day's journey away from Konoha, a long way. People with the same status as Han, that is, orphans, there are many in Konoha village. Basically, they were brought to Konoha village by passing Konoha ninjas because of an accident in the place they were in when they were young. The same is true of Han's experience. When Xiaoyi village was in Konoha for 21 years, he was attacked by Missing Nin, the Land of Wind. The whole village was killed and injured. Han was a survivor and was rescued by a ninja named Konoha. To Konoha. After that, Han has been living in Konoha, under the care of Koji, Konoha's guardian, who, according to Kono himself, was once an orphan. At the age of 25 years of Konoha, Koji died in the Land of Rain while performing his mission. That year, Han was 7 years old and had already entered the ninja school for 2 years. Considering that Han was already quite young and had the ability to live on his own, Konoha did not arrange a guardian for Han. This year, Konoha is 30 years old and Han is 12 years old. His ninja talent is very poor. He has studied in ninja school for 7 years. He is still the tail end of the class. He has no hope of graduating. Therefore, he is often bullied in the class. Yu Ding's bastards would bully Han for fun. Other ordinary students have a good relationship with Han, but very few people stand out for Han when Han is bullied. Because Han has no support and poor talent, he can only be the lowest level person in Konoha village in the future. No one will offend those young masters and young ladies who can be called powerful for Han. Most of them seem to have a good relationship with Han. He just kept the bottom line of his kindness and didn't take Han as the target of bullying. Silent night, dim moonlight. Lu Han, who was on the wooden collapse, slowly opened his eyes. His eyes flickered and he whispered, "Makoto, lovely girl." Uchiha Makoto, born in the Uchiha tribe, is 10 years old this year, a very kind little girl. Han was beaten because he was too close to Makoto. The one who beat Han was the young patriarch of the Uchiha clan, Uchiha Fugaku, who was already 15 years old. To be honest, Uchiha Fugaku who was already Chunin. It's a shame to talk about beatings, but Uchiha Fugaku is used to being domineering and doesn't care about those things at all. Ding! Subversive 3665 still has a newcomer gift package that I haven't received. Do you want to receive it? The elf's voice sounded. Lu Han was stunned for a moment, and immediately said to himself, "Get it." Ding! The collection is complete. Lu Han was stunned for a second, saying that he was finished, but he didn't get anything. The gift bag, where is it? In the space backpack. Space backpack. Lu Han muttered. A space suddenly appeared in front of him, and a bag with a bow was floating in the space. Lu Han, who knows Infinite Stream and is a professional player, stretched out his hand and took out the gift bag from the space without any obstacles. He sat up from the wooden slump, opened the gift bag, and saw 4 things. Yuhi-colored bottle. Blue bottle. Brown scroll. Golden scroll. This is a blood bottle and a blue bottle. There is such a thing. Those 2 bottles are too familiar. In the game, one is for blood, and the other is for mana. Subversive 3665. Now use a small blood bottle, which can restore 100% of the injury, and the small blue bottle is used to replenish chakra, and it is not necessary to use it now. Elf said. What are those 2 scrolls? Brown scrolls, any B-rank ninjutsu. Golden scrolls, any kind of Kekkei Genkei. Open and use, and get them randomly. Kekkei Genkei. Lu Han blinked twice, immediately picked up the golden scroll, and slowly opened it. The next day, early in the morning, Lu Han left the cabin where he was temporarily resettled, walked through a small forest, turned around, and returned to his home. His home was also a log cabin. The location was very remote in Konoha village. Trees. As soon as he entered the door of his house, Lu Han was stunned. Lu Han's house is very dilapidated and small, with few decorations. In the house at this time, a little girl with a face of Nea is sitting on an outdated chair, with Yuhi's eyes around her eyes, as if she had just cried. The little girl is very beautiful, and the dress on her body is colorful and looks very expensive. Compared with the dilapidated interior of the house, it looks out of place. Makoto, Lu Han called out. Uchiha Makoto, who was wiping away tears, raised his head suddenly, looked at Lu Han in surprise, and cried out, "Brother Han woo woo they all say you are dead. Don't tell me where you are, woo woo it's all my fault . Just 2 steps into Lu Han's door, Makoto cried and threw himself into Lu Han's arms. It's okay, I'm not dead, they're scaring you. Lu Han patted Makoto on the back. It was the first time he saw Makoto, but Lu Han felt familiar. Makoto, 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 are you here? Suddenly there was an angry cry from outside. How many times have I told you, that guy is dead? What are you doing here again? I warn you, don't interact with this kind of waste, and you will come out. Makoto panicked because the voice outside was Uchiha Fugaku. Quick, hide. Makoto hurriedly pushed Lu Han into the room, his voice trembling nervously. Escape from the rear window. Chapter 4 Duel. Seeing Uchiha Makoto's nervous and pitiful appearance, Lu Han felt a sense of irritability and annoyance. In vain. How much evil did Uchiha Fugaku do? In the original work, Uchiha Makoto will become Uchiha Fugaku's wife in the future. Judging from the current situation, she will marry in the future. To Uchiha Fugaku, not willingly. It's okay, he doesn't dare to do anything to me. Luhan pushed Makoto's hand away and strode out. Don't! Makoto panicked and ran after him. Makoto, you come out, I know you are here, someone saw you coming this way, don't hide from me. Uchiha Fugaku is tall, dressed in a capable ninja suit, with a half-length hair tied at the back of his head. He looks handsome. At the age of 15, he looks quite manly, but his eyes are somber and watery. His eyes, as well as the twisted brows, completely destroyed the handsomeness on his face, making him look extraordinarily vicious. Passing through the woods, getting closer and closer to Han's wooden house, Uchiha Fugaku shouted, his eyes were a little bit yuhi. Makoto is his clan sister, the one he chose, and no one is allowed to interfere. He taught Han a lesson yesterday. He thought that Makoto would see the real face of the trash, but he didn't expect that Makoto didn't get lost and returned, hateful. Makoto, you can't keep avoiding me. Uchiha Fugaku yelled again, approaching the hut, that guy is dead. You. Uchiha Fugaku's voice stopped abruptly. Luhan Shishirin walked out of the wooden house. Although he was still wearing no bandages, he didn't have time to change his blood clothes, but he looked good. With narrow eyes, he stared coldly at Uchiha Fugaku with a confused expression. Uchiha Fugaku was a little surprised. He knew that Han was not dead and was rescued by Tsunade-sama, but he couldn't walk so easily, right? That kind of injury, even if it has been treated, should still lie down for 10 days and a half. Good boy, you are so lucky. Uchiha Fugaku glanced at Luhan up and down, and grinned grimly. Master Tsunade's strength is really amazing, how did you save this waste of you? What a waste. Luhan didn't speak, he was observing Uchiha Fugaku. On the top of Fugaku's head is written, Uchiha Clan Young Patriarch, Level 20 White Silver Boss, Uchiha Fugaku, those characters with Yuhi are like bleeding. Makoto rushed out of the wooden house, saw Uchiha Fugaku at a glance, flinched again, hid at the door, stuck half of his head out, wanted to look out, but didn't dare. Makoto, come here, stay away from that trash. Fugaku noticed Makoto and hurriedly beckoned. Makoto shrank back into the room, Yuhi's eyes circled. Come here for me, Uchiha Fugaku glared, his voice stern. Makoto immediately started crying, sobbing, and walked out of the wooden house, walking towards Uchiha Fugaku. When he passed by Luhan, Luhan grabbed her wrist. Uchiha Fugaku looked extremely shocked and looked at Luhan in disbelief. When did he have the guts? You kid looking for death. Uchiha Fugaku yelled angrily. Before stepping forward, he rushed out like a tiger and a leopard, and his fist went straight to Luhan's cheek. Don't! Makoto screamed. A dodging body stood in front of Luhan, his eyes were tightly closed, and his arms were spread out. Uchiha Fugaku hurriedly stopped, withdrew his fist, and Yuhi's already angry face turned purple. Fugaku. Luhan put one hand on Uchiha Makoto's shoulder, slowly pushed Uchiha Makoto away, took a step forward to face Uchiha Fugaku, looked directly into Uchiha Fugaku's eyes, and said in a low voice, Duel, open duel. The time will be 1 month later. Do you dare? Do I dare? Uchiha Fugaku pointed at his nose, unable to believe his ears. Did this guy get beaten up? Uchiha Fugaku smiled, a vicious gleam in his eyes. He is the young patriarch of the Uchiha clan, but it is undeniable that if he kills people in Konoha village, even if it is not a capital crime, there will be a severe punishment, but if he kills people in a duel, it is another matter. Ninja duels are brutal, with a high casualty rate. And killing people in a duel will not be punished. After all, a duel is agreed upon by both parties. If you agree to a duel, you must be prepared. Originally, Uchiha Fugaku still had concerns. Yesterday, he almost beat Han to death, and the matter was very turbulent. If he were to attack Han again today, it would not be easy for the Uchiha tribe to protect him. Uchiha Fugaku did not expect that this guy would give himself the opportunity to kill him blatantly. Ha, ha ha, good. Uchiha Fugaku laughed, looking at Luhan, as if watching a dying reptile. Duel. I agree to a duel. A month later. I will. My hand. Kill. Die. You. Yeah. Luhan responded with a nasal sound, then raised his hand and touched Makoto's head, who was still crying. Uchiha Fugaku's eyelids twitched. According to his previous style, he must have done something to Luhan, but now he held back. Duel. 1 month later. Kill him in public. Uchiha Fugaku didn't realize that he had fallen into Luhan's trap, and Luhan had a month to breathe. No matter what he did this month, Uchiha Fugaku would not trouble him again. A whirlwind swirled around Uchiha Fugaku, and a middle-aged figure appeared out of nowhere, a ninja of the Konoha Guard. Master Fugaku. The middle-aged ninja greeted, and he leaned into Uchiha Fugaku's ear and whispered. Uchiha Fugaku's face changed, his pupils contracted violently, and he was a little scared. After the middle-aged ninja finished speaking, he respectfully stepped aside. Uchiha Fugaku looked at Luhan, squinted his eyes and said, Lord Hokage has already asked me about yesterday's matter. Now you go to see Lord Hokage with me. Uchiha Fugaku suddenly stepped forward, approached Luhan, lowered his voice and said coldly, remember. What happened yesterday was an accident. If you dare to talk nonsense in front of Lord Hokage, I guarantee you will not see the sun tomorrow. Quote. Luhan said nothing and looked at Uchiha Fugaku indifferently. Accident. Surprise your uncle. Chapter 5. It is not a person to have a vengeance without retribution, seeking collection. In the spacious lobby of the wooden building, a long wooden tower is placed on the innermost side, and a middle-aged man wearing a hat with a fire character pattern sits cross-legged on the wooden tower, holding a teacup in his hand, sipping tea silently. The first moment Luhan entered the lobby, his eyes fell on this person, the third generation of Hokage, Sarutobi Hiruzen. Sarutobi Hiruzen's name is orange, indicating that his attitude towards Luhan is neutral. Sarutobi Hiruzen in the lobby. There are 3 other people, middle-aged men in their late 40s, with the words, Uchiha Patriarch, Uchiha Henshin, on the top of their heads. The other 2 Luhan have seen both, Konoha Guard Squad leader Uchiha Gumu, and Tsunade. Tsunade stood sideways before the long tree collapsed, while Uchiha Yokoyama and Uchiha Goki kneeled respectfully on the futon. Lord Hokage. Lord Hokage. Luhan and Uchiha Fugaku came to the wooden collapse and said respectfully. Sarutobi Hiruzen put down the teacup, glanced at Luhan, frowned slightly, then looked at Tsunade again and asked with his eyes. But Tsunade told him that there was a child named Han in the village who was almost beaten to death by Uchiha Fugaku yesterday. But now Luhan looks like his face is moist, his breath is even, and his whole body exudes healthy vitality. If it weren't for the bloody clothes on his body, he really couldn't see that he had been beaten. Tsunade was also very puzzled. He immediately walked up to Luhan, grabbed Luhan's wrist and inquired, his face suddenly turned shocked. No injuries. Couldn't detect any injuries. Tsunade could not help looking at Luhan a few more times, then returned to Sarutobi Hiruzen, leaned in and whispered, Teacher, this little guy's injuries have healed. I told you yesterday that he has incredible vitality, that kind of the injuries are not dead, it seems that there is something more magical about him. Quote. Yeah, Sarutobi Hiruzen responded with a nasal voice and looked up at Uchiha Yokoyama. Sir Hokage, this is definitely a misunderstanding. Uchiha Yokoyama said first, Fugaku is definitely not the kind of child who will casually hurt people's lives. Yokoyama, what number of guard captains are you? Sarutobi Hiruzen said slowly. 3rd term. Uchiha Yokoyama lowered his head. You know our laws, don't you? Sarutobi Hiruzen said again. Uchiha Yokoyama's face changed slightly. He lowered his head and bit Kiba and said, Clear. Yeah. Sarutobi Hiruzen looked at Uchiha Fugaku again, and Uchiha Fugaku quickly lowered his head with frightened eyes. I ask you, what happened yesterday? Go back to Lord Hokage. It's just some small conflicts. I did do it, but I also wanted to teach him a lesson. I didn't want to kill him. Uchiha Fugaku said quickly, thinking of the words for a long time. Your name is Han. Sarutobi Hiruzen looked at Lu Han. Yes, Lu Han replied. What happened yesterday? He's going to kill me. Lu Han raised his head and said, he threatened to kill me more than once. When the incident happened yesterday, many students from the ninja school were present and they could testify, and he just threatened me if I said honestly, I'm dead. You spit out blood. Uchiha Fugaku jumped up and shouted excitedly to Lu Han. Lord Hokage, what I said is true. Lu Han didn't look at Fugaku, and kept looking at Sarutobi Hiruzen. On the other side, Uchiha Yokoyama, whose face changed greatly, pulled a Uchiha Fugaku and asked Fugaku to sit down again. He looked at Lu Han again. When Lu Han first entered the door, Uchiha Yokoyama's name was still orange, but at this time, it quickly changed to Yuhi color. Obviously, he didn't take Lu Han seriously before, he was just a poor guy who was taught by his son. But now, it can be regarded as a grudge against Lu Han. I see, I will check what you said. Sarutobi Hiruzen nodded to Lu Han. Go first, I will handle this matter. Yes, Lord Hokage. Lu Han got up and strode out. Leaving the wooden building, Lu Han glanced back and sneered at the corner of his mouth. Uchiha Fugaku's threat, in his opinion, is quite naive, and it is not a person to take revenge. Although I don't know what kind of punishment Uchiha Fugaku will receive, it is conceivable that Sarutobi Hiruzen will not easily bypass the Uchiha clan. Lu Han, who has read the original book, knows that the Uchiha clan has always been guarded by the Hokage of all dynasties, and the third-generation Hokage has even allowed Uchiha genocide plan. It is now 30 years of Konoha, and the Uchiha tribe is very powerful in Konoha, but it has been shielded from the core of power. For Sarutobi Hiruzen, it was an opportunity to crush Uchiha. Lu Han returned home, took a shower, put on clean clothes, went out again, and walked to the ninja school. On the forest path, Lu Han communicated with the elves while walking. How can I grow so fast? Perform a mission, or kill an enemy character, and kill a target of the same level for the first time, and the reward is rich. What level of strength is the 20 white silver boss? Excellent presence in Chunin. Do I only know their information through the text displayed above their heads? Yes. This way, Lu Han was a little disappointed because there was too little information. For example, Lu Han couldn't see the strength of Sarutobi Hiruzen, and even Tsunade couldn't see it. If you look at this world as a game, this is not up to the standard. Ninja School. Lu Han didn't go to the class, but went directly to the Academic Affairs office, where he handled the withdrawal. Since it was during class time, Lu Han didn't meet his classmates, so he left the ninja school directly, walked through the busy downtown area, and came to a building with 3 words floating on it, Mission Hall. The mission hall was almost crowded, with hundreds of people checking and handing over missions. 2 years later, it will be the 32nd year of Konoha. The Second Ninja War is about to break out. Now there are no major wars, but small wars continue. People are dying every day at the border, so the village of Konoha will issue a large number of tasks every day to spy on intelligence. Mainly delivering messages, and there are also very advanced assassination missions. When Lu Han came to the mission hall, he naturally wanted to do a mission. He was a subversive, and he could not take the usual path when he grew up. Chapter 6 Wild Monsters Are Coming, Please Collect. 10 minutes after Lu Han entered the mission hall, he came out touching his nose in a burst of laughter. Idiot, you haven't graduated yet, go to school. Lu Han was far away, and he could vaguely hear the mocking voice of a nasty guy at the entrance of the mission hall. That guy used to be Lu Han's classmate, and he had endured graduating from school, now genin. Lu Han did not receive any tasks in the task hall. Because he's not even a genin. There is no teacher to lead, cannot go out to perform any tasks. Killing chickens, looking for missing dogs, sending letters in the village, there are no such tasks, the woolen task hall. Lu Han smiled wryly, he was indeed wrong, thinking about the world with the thinking of playing games, if it is really a game, in the beginning, there will definitely be some time wasting but not any difficult tasks to do. But there is no real game here, just some game elements. A lively street with people coming and going, this is the busiest street in Konoha. In Luhan's eyes, everyone has a name above their heads. Some shops also have text suspended above them, such as, weapon shop, clothing shop, ninja tool shop, ramen restaurant, etc. Looking around, there was an orange patch. Konoha had a large population and was very large. Most people didn't know Luhan, so they were naturally neutral NPCs. Luhan was walking on the street, looking left and right. This familiar and unfamiliar feeling made him feel strange. Elf, how is my ninja talent? Luhan asked inwardly. Excellent, Elf said. If I practice alone, learn all the basic ninjutsu, and then practice some C-level ninjutsu, how long will it take? How long will it take to pass the Genin exam? I can't answer it, it depends on how hard you work, but it is not recommended that Disruptors 3665 grow by this method. Well, I understand, I'm a subversive, I can take shortcuts. Luhan nodded. The burst of aroma tempted Luhan to stop, and when he turned around, he saw that it was a shop with 3 words floating above it, ramen restaurant. Luhan was a little hungry. He rubbed his stomach, and felt his pocket. He still had some money. He was an orphan. He used to study at the ninja school. Entering the ramen restaurant, Luhan ordered a large bowl of ramen and found a seat in the corner to sit down. The ramen restaurant is open plan. There is only one lobby, 5 or 6 tables, and there are more than a dozen guests, mostly in 2s and 3s. Luhan is the only one who comes alone. Soon, the ramen is on the table. Luhan eats noodles while observing. To these guests in the noodle shop. There are old and young, and in terms of clothing, they are all rich, and Luhan may be the poorest. Ninja World has been peaceful for more than 10 years, and the villagers of Konoha village have also recuperated for more than 10 years. Although the war is approaching, it has not really started. From the scene in this noodle shop, you can feel that the atmosphere in Konoha village is very relaxed. The people live and work in peace. I'm really transparent, no one here knows me. Luhan bit the ramen and muttered, suddenly. His pupils contracted violently, and he slowly put down his chopsticks. Another guest came in. This is a thin young man with a long knife on his back and a hat on his head. His face in his 20s is looming in the shadow of the hat. He sat down near the gate, called the guy to order a bowl of vegetarian ramen, and then poured himself a cup of tea and drank tea quietly. No matter in terms of dress or behavior, this person is not eye-catching. But Luhan was staring at him, because the top of this young man's head was Yuhi-colored, bloody Yuhi. A Megakure Scout, level 20 bronze boss, Thistle Mist. A Megakure village in the land of rain who entered Konoha village to spy on information, and his strength is definitely stronger than the average Chunin. Luhan wanted to report the letter, or shout it directly, to let everyone know that this person was a spy. Combining Han's memories, Luhan felt a sense of belonging to Konoha village, so even without those Yuhi-colored fonts, Luhan would still be open to others. The ninjas of Ninja Village are hostile. But he held back. Because this guy is an opportunity for Luhan. Konoha Hidden Village, but that's the case, it's so easy to get in, the people here are not prepared at all. Jiwoo sat at the table at the door, full of relaxation and contempt for Konoha. Soon, his desk is on the table. While eating noodles, he observed the people passing by on the street outside the door. Luhan has also turned his attention to the ramen. He only used his peripheral vision to pay attention to the Megakure Scout named Thistle Mist. This guy is obviously professionally trained. His gaze towards the street seems casual, but in fact just gathering information. Through the regularity of people on the streets, we can judge the level of alertness of the residents of Konoha to the danger, and the level of the patrol of the Konoha security force in the village of Konoha. Can I kill him? Luhan suddenly asked in his heart. Can't answer, Elf said. What's the reward for killing him? First kill a level 20 bronze boss, 100% will get a drop reward, the reward item is unknown. Will he be my first shortcut to growing up? Can't answer. Luhan didn't get the answer he wanted from the elf. After he finished the ramen, he took out the money and put it on the table, but instead of getting up immediately, he picked up the teapot and poured himself a cup of tea. After about 5 minutes, Jiwoo finished the ramen and quickly drank a cup of tea, then dropped the money and got up and walked out. Luhan also got up immediately and walked out. After leaving the noodle shop, Luhan followed Jiwoo all the way. The lush groves are far away from the busy city. It is very remote and no one can be seen. Luhan stopped and narrowed his eyes slightly. He followed him here for more than 10 minutes, but he lost his way and could no longer see Jiwoo's figure. Come on, come and kill me, Luhan muttered in his heart. Call. A figure suddenly appeared behind Luhan, and the icy blade ripped through the air, instantly piercing Luhan's body. With a poochie, the tip of the blade came out from Luhan's heart, with a touch of fresh yuhi. Little devil, you followed me all the way, how did you find me? Jiwoo's mournful voice sounded in Luhan's ear, with a playful smile. Your tracking skills are really poor, how can Konoha, you're such a rubbish ninja? I said that I was deliberately found and followed by you, do you believe it? Luhan said without turning his head, and at the same time glanced at his own health value. The vital heart was fatally attacked, and Luhan only lost 9% of his health. Blood volume, 91% left. Chapter 7 First Kill Level 20 Bronze Boss. Ha, was it discovered by me on purpose? Jiwoo smiled, do you want me to take the initiative to expose myself? Then what? Catch me or kill me. Tisk tisk, unfortunately you have no chance. Tick, tick. The tip of the knife was dripping blood, and the icy blade was still stuck in Luhan's heart, which was a fatal injury. Pain. It was a severe pain that caused Luhan's body to twitch unnaturally, and his temples were already dripping with sweat. Rest in peace, Jiwoo said again in Luhan's ear. With a sudden return, the long knife was pulled out of Luhan's body, and then it was placed on Luhan's neck. Flower. Humph. Jiwoo snorted coldly, fell Luhan to the ground, took out a handkerchief and wiped the blood off the long knife, looked up and looked around. He was already planning to leave Konoha village. After all, a person died. Konoha will investigate. Although it is impossible to find him directly, it is safe to leave first. One last glance at Luhan, who was lying motionless on the ground. Jiwoo put away his long knife and left quickly. Luhan suddenly turned over and sat up. One hand seemed to stick into the crack of the void, and when he took it out, there was already a bottle with a blue yi body in his hand. Luhan quickly opened the bottle and drank the yi body in one gulp. In an instant, the surging chakra almost burst Luhan. These chakras cannot last too long, and if they are not used as soon as possible, they will be wasted. Bastard! The surging chakra seemed to give Luhan infinite power. Luhan bit Kiba and ran wildly, like a cheetah rushing towards food, turned into a glimpse, and approached Jiwoo in a straight line. There was a terrifying wound on his neck, and the blood from his heart was all over his body, looking terrifying. What? Jiwoo noticed the strangeness behind him, and when he looked back, he was shocked and widened his eyes in disbelief. The distance between the two quickly shortened. Jiwoo jumped back and pulled out the long knife again, and his face was ruthless. Although he didn't know why this kid was not dead, it didn't matter, just kill him again. Come on, kid. Jiwoo looked at Luhan as he was getting closer and closer, and couldn't help but tick the corner of Tien's mouth. Luhan's eyes were fixed on Jiwoo. In fact, he also mastered AB level ninjutsu, but he knew that his technique was too slow, so he didn't plan to use ninjutsu to kill the guy in front of him. He jumped directly at Jiwoo. Poochie. The icy blade pierced Luhan again, but Luhan jumped directly into Jiwoo's arms, hugged him tightly with both arms, and fell to the ground. Jiwoo swears that he has never seen such a lunatic. There are no weapons in hand, and the movement skills are very poor, but they are not afraid of death. Go away. Jiwoo tried to push Luhan away. Rest in peace, Luhan said in Jiwoo's ear. Poochie. Poochie, 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 Kai, 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 Kai. Luhan turned into a hedgehog in an instant. His elbows, palms, shoulder bones, spine, ribs all over his body, up and down, white bone spurs were pierced at the same time. 8 bone spurs pierced the jiwu in Luhan's arms at that moment. Keke Genkai Shikatsumyaku, dead bone pulse. The dance of golden amber. Yuyu Gululu, Jiwu's eyes widened and he wanted to say something, but he couldn't say anything. The blood in his eyes quickly became fresh, and blood gushed from his nose and mouth. He felt the death of his life. After a few breaths passed, his breathing stopped and his eyes darkened. Bang bang. When Luhan saw the fireworks, they burst out from his arms. Venus was shining all over the sky, and the beautiful music was needed to set off the atmosphere. More than a dozen items erupted from Jiwu's corpse, scattered all over the place, all of them golden light. All visions, only Luhan can see. Ding! Congratulations to Subversive 3665 for killing the first level 20 bronze boss. The elf's voice sounded in Luhan's ears. Luhan let go of Jiwu's body, stood up staggeringly, and touched his throat subconsciously. He could clearly feel the wound, but the bleeding had stopped. At this time, his blood volume was still saved by 66%. According to the elf, if the blood volume is lower than 10%, it will enter a dangerous state and cannot automatically return blood. If the blood volume is higher than 10%, but less than 30%, the blood recovery speed will be halved, and if the blood volume is higher than 30%, it will have a normal blood recovery speed. So Luhan doesn't need any treatment, he won't die, it only takes a certain amount of time for his injury to fully recover. Luhan looked to the ground. Thistle Mist dropped a total of 13 items, each with a name text suspended on it. There are 5 basic ninjutsu techniques, including ninjutsu, clone jutsu, ninjutsu, substitute, ninjutsu, transformation technique, ninjutsu, breakaway, and ninjutsu. Kaden Fire Style Phoenix Sage Fire Technique, Kaden Fire Style Dragon Flame Jutsu, Kaden Fire Style Flame Bullet, 3C Level Kaden Fire Style Ninjutsu. Teishu, Gangquan First Stage, Teishu, Strange Power, 2 types of Teishu. 1 small blood bottle and 1 small blue bottle. A golden ingot. 13 items, this drop rate is obviously beyond the norm. Luhan glanced at it and didn't think much about it. What the hell is the first stage of Gangquan? Now that he is not studying, he waved his hand and dropped all the dropped items. All are included in the space backpack. It is not advisable to stay here for a long time. Luhan picked up the body and ran to the nearest small lake. 10 minutes after Luhan left, 2 Konoha guard ninjas passed by and found a lot of blood on the ground and some traces of fighting. They followed the blood and searched all the way to a small lake, where the blood was broken. Luhan threw the body in the center of the lake, swam to the other side, and after landing, he went straight back to his home. His home is very remote, and there are no people around, which is convenient for him. Otherwise, if he wants to let others see what he looks like now, he will inevitably be questioned. After closing the door, Luhan took out all the dropped items. Elf, these scrolls. Open it directly, and the subversive will have the capabilities above. Understood. Luhan opened all the scrolls one by one. 5 basic ninjutsu, 3C level Kaden Fire Style, 2 taijutsu, all master. Just punching a first stage, what do you mean? It's equivalent to having the skills of Teishu Genin. Teishu is only an auxiliary, in order to make the subversive more flexible in the fighter. Good. Luhan picked up 2 more small bottles, looked at them, and threw them back into the space backpack. He finally picked up the ingot. Really ingots, golden, the size of a baby's fist. What is ingot? Luhan asked. The sense of sight of this third-rate web game really made him unable to complain. Chapter 8 RMB Player. Yuanbao is a kind of exchange certificate. Subversives can return to the subversive space every 7 days and use ingots to exchange items with the messengers. Elf said, there is no limit to the exchange of ingots, and they can only be obtained by killing enemy characters. Quote. Third-rate web game. Luhan couldn't help but complain. I killed a level 20 bronze boss, and it was the first kill, so I got an ingot. What can I exchange for an ingot? Any kind of B-level ninjutsu, some secret techniques, potions, and ninja tools. Remind Subversive 3665 that 10 ingots can be exchanged for A-level ninjutsu. Good stuff. Luhan's eyes became extremely bright. The ingot is worthy of its name. It seems that the most valuable thing he got by killing the spies from a Megakure village this time is this ingot. Luhan put away the ingot and opened his attribute interface again. Blood volume has recovered to 80%. Luhan touched his neck and heart. The surface wounds have healed, but it still feels a little tingling. At the same time, Luhan also found a problem, that is, there is an additional ability entry in the attribute interface. After the ability entry, all the abilities of Luhan's current master are listed. This is not the key is that there are levels. Grade C Kaden, Fire Style, Phoenix Sage Fire Technique LV1. Taiju Magical Force LV1. Grade means. Can be upgraded. This doesn't seem to make much sense, right? The power of ninjutsu can be improved by itself. The strongest characters in this world can only perform LV6 ninjutsu, and your upper limit is LV9. Luhan was stunned for a moment, and his heart naturally became excited. He immediately suppressed this excitement and hurriedly asked, it means that the same kind of ninjutsu, I can exert more power, right? Yes, beyond anyone, as long as you raise your ninjutsu to the appropriate level. How to upgrade? 2 methods. The first one, practice. You need to practice hard, and the level will naturally increase. What about the second? Reuse of the same scroll. For example, if you want to increase the level of Fengxianwo, if you use a Fengxianwo scroll again, the level will be upgraded to LV2, and then USE LV3. If you use the same kind of ninjutsu scroll, you use 9, it will reach the full level and the power will be maximized. Quote. What needs to be reminded of the subversive is that when you already have a ninjutsu, the scroll explosion rate of this ninjutsu will be reduced. The higher the ninjutsu level, the lower the corresponding scroll explosion rate. What about the exchange? Can be redeemed repeatedly. Okay. Luhan suddenly clenched his fists. He liked this feeling. It was completely a sense of sight for RMB players. Although ingots are not easy to obtain, no matter what, Luhan's growth rate is far more than the so-called genius in this world. At this time, Luhan already had the strength of Genin, maybe even Chunin. In Konoha, it is easy to become a Genin. Even if you don't go to a ninja school, you can go to a specialized agency to be graded. To become a Chunin is very troublesome and requires a relatively complicated exam. Previously, Luhan had planned to take the grade test and become a Genin before he could take up the task, but now he suddenly gave up this idea. Because he found that he did not need to take the task for the time being. He took the task in order to have the opportunity to kill, that is, to level up by killing monsters. He has now found a way to level up by killing monsters without taking quests, and that is to find other foreign ninja spies in Konoha village. The turmoil has begun, and the time for the outbreak of the Second Ninja World War is getting closer and closer. The foreign ninjas who entered Konoha village to inquire about news are not 1 or 2. It is difficult for others to discover their identities. Luhan can do it. Just do it. Luhan didn't leave the house until noon. The injury has fully recovered. He changed into clean clothes and put on a bamboo hat. This time, when he went out, he brought weapons on his body, all left by Han's late adoptive father Koji, a long sword, a dozen kunai, shuriken, and a few smoke bombs. On the high-rise building in the central and southern part of Konoha village, Luhan stood against the wind, with the hat on his head very low. He glanced at the pedestrians on the streets in all directions. He had to say that there were many spies. In just a few minutes, Luhan saw 3 Yuhi as a famous spy, but only one is displayed as a boss, which is a level 10 gold boss, the absolute elite in Genin. Level 10 gold boss, How about the drop reward? Lu Han squinted slightly, thinking to himself. Hands colliding continuously and changing his gestures, Lu Han completed the hand seal and disappeared into the tall building. Lu Han decided to start with the level 10 gold boss. He didn't intend to ask for any information, because such a low-level ninja came to Konoha to seek information, not a conspiracy. At the same time, in the central and western part of Konoha village, the forest road leading to the Uchiha settlement. Uchiha Yokoyama walked in front, his face gloomy as if he was about to drip blood, and his whole body exuded a frightening aura. Beside Uchiha Yokoyama, Uchiha Fugaku walked dejectedly, his fists clenched, and sometimes he bit Kiba and gnashed his teeth, not knowing what he was thinking. The two have just returned from Sarutobi Hiruzen. Uchiha Fugaku's intention to kill Han was confirmed. Although Uchiha Yokoyama repeatedly pleaded with Sarutobi Hiruzen and agreed to hand over part of the rights of the Konoha Guard Force, Sarutobi Hiruzen still gave Uchiha Fugaku a severe punishment. "Father, I'm going to kill that guy," Uchiha Fugaku said suddenly, almost biting Kiba's voice. "Shut up," Uchiha Yokoyama snapped, staring at his son. "Father," Uchiha Fugaku lowered his head. "Call." A whirlwind suddenly rolled around Uchiha Henshin, and a figure appeared, kneeling on one knee and respectfully saying, "Patriarch, you are looking for me." It was Uchiha Gumu, Uchiha Henshin's hardcore confidant. "That brat called Han." Uchiha Yokoyama glanced at him and said, "I will give you a month, and after a month, I hope he disappears completely. No matter what method you use, remember one thing, do it cleanly, preferably it was an accident, and I don't want it to have anything to do with us Uchiha." "Yes." Uchiha Gumu respectfully accepted the order, and then disappeared in front of Uchiha Yokoyama. Chapter 9 Hone. To the southeast outside the village of Konoha, there is a lush forest. Peach Ditch flew through the grass, looking to both sides from time to time, vigilantly paying attention to the surrounding environment. As a scout ninja of the Land of Water, although Daodiki is only a 20-year-old genin, he is the spy who has obtained the most information in the Land of Water in recent years. In order to become a good spy, you do not depend on your strength, but on the penultimate ability to disguise, judge the situation, and never let up. This is the 30th time he has infiltrated the hidden village of Konoha to spy on information, and he is already familiar with it. Wow wow wow. Daodiki moved forward quickly, sometimes jumping up from the grass to the tall tree branch, sometimes hiding in the canopy, observing the surrounding situation. He has been very cautious, this is the reason why he can live until now. Soon, he rushed out of the forest, stepped on the water through a small river, and drilled into the forest again. After more than 10 seconds, Lu Han appeared on the tree by the river bank, looked at the moving Yuhi-colored font, and frowned. This guy named Teodiki is the level 10 gold boss that Lu Han discovered. Lu Han thought he would kill this guy somewhere in Konoha village. Unexpectedly, after Lu Han started tracking Teodiki, Teodiki seemed to have already, after completing this quest, leave the village of Konoha directly. Lu Han has never found a suitable opportunity to launch. Time flies. After nearly an hour of fast movement, Peach Ditch came to a valley 10 kilometers southeast of Konoha village, and he finally stopped. This place is far away from Konoha village, and it can only be regarded as the territory of the country of fire. Here, even if there are ninjas from other countries passing by, Konoha ninjas will not easily find trouble when they see it. Safe. Peach Ditch found a stone and sat down, took out the scroll from his arms and looked at it. Lu Han appeared on a tree in the distance, looking at Daodiki. What does this guy seem to be waiting for? Lu Han thought uncertainly. Judging from the time, he had no reason to rest now in the afternoon. Never mind, kill him quickly and go back to the village soon. Lu Han made up his mind and disappeared into the tree. Daodiki was looking at the scroll, and suddenly seemed to notice something, and jumped out as soon as he turned around. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. The 3 kunai flew from Teodiki's previous position in a flash, and with 3 bangs, they were pinned to the tree side by side. Teodiki narrowly escaped kunai's attack, rolled over to the ground, already had a long knife in his hand, and looked up in the direction where kunai shot. On the edge of the grass is a 12 or 13-year-old boy with clear eyes and beautiful eyes. He is armed, dressed in a simple robe, and has no ninja forehead protection. This guy is very alert. Luhan narrowed his eyes slightly. It's dangerous. Daodiki was sweating coldly on his back. Both sides looked at each other vigilantly. Luhan knew that Teodiki was by no means an ordinary genin, while Teodiki was shocked by Luhan Kuu's rate of fire. My friend, is there any misunderstanding? We don't know each other. Daodiki finally spoke, as if he didn't understand why he was attacked. There's no misunderstanding. Luhan looked at Teodiki, without a knife, holding a kunai in his hand. I have followed you all the way from Konoha village, are you waiting for someone? Exposed. Daodiki immediately understood, and his color suddenly changed, and when he flicked his hand, he was throwing 6 or 7 kuu to Luhan, and he shot very simply. Luhan jumped to avoid. Daodiki had already rushed up and slashed at Luhan's shoulders with a fierce momentum. Luhan held kuu in his backhand and connected Daodiki's 2 knives. When the third knife collided with kuu, Luhan pushed his arm. As soon as it was delivered, Julie moved forward and knocked Daodiki out with a knife. What a powerful force! Daodiki was extremely shocked. His face changed, and he mocked. It's just that the skills are too clumsy. Luhan took the initiative to rush towards Daodiki, and the two sides fought again. As a genin's Teodiki, he doesn't master too much ninjutsu, so he has always attacked Luhan with a knife, and Luhan is very happy to have a cold weapon contest with this guy. In fact, Luhan only needs to sell a flaw to Teodiki. You can trade a less serious injury for the chance to kill Daodiki, but Luhan didn't do that. He doesn't want to rely on the particularity of his body to win. He has just acquired some abilities through the scroll, and is happy to use this guy in front of him to hone his fighting skills. The breeze was blowing, the green leaves rustled, and the battle between the knife and kunai continued. Teodiki was more frightened, because he noticed that the fighting skills of the kid in front of him were improving rapidly. When they first started fighting, Luhan only showed his brute force advantage, and it didn't take long for Luhan's combat skills are no worse than Teodiki. This is because Luhan has adapted to the ability the scroll gave him. It's almost there, you can die. Luhan repelled Daodiki again and said indifferently. Kai. Luhan threw kuu with all his might. This was a lightning-fast attack. Little devil, you can't kill me. Daodiki shouted angrily, and the whole person was illusory for a while, and in an instant, he moved a distance of 2 meters to the side. This is a high-speed movement type of telekinesis. Every time you cast it, you need to consume a lot of chakra. Daodiki completed the move, but after looking at it, Luhan had already disappeared in front of his eyes. Where's the person? Daodiki's heart beat faster. He turned around suddenly, turned around again. He stared at the surroundings, looking for Luhan's trace. Cadent fire style, Phoenix Sage fire technique. The indifferent voice came from above. Teodiki raised his head quickly, and there were several small fireballs in front of him. Teodiki dodged and twisted and jumped. Luhan stood on the tree and stared at Daodiki, and started ninjutsu again. Cadent fire style, Dragon Flame Jutsu. The hot flames attacked Teodiki in a straight line. Teodiki had just avoided the attack of a few fireballs. Dragon Flame Jutsu hit, and the whole person was blasted out. Golden fireworks soared into the sky. Teodiki fell heavily to the ground, and dozens of items exploded from his body, scattered on the ground. Ding! Congratulations to Subversive 3665 for the first kill of a level 10 gold boss. Am I already able to kill genin easily? Luhan thought to himself as he walked over to Daodiki's corpse. Chapter 10 Kill Streak. Luhan felt how terrifying the speed of his growth. Although he has only mastered 3 C-level ninjutsu, the skills of Gangquan and the bonus of strange power have given him an extraordinary fighting ability. After all, C-level ninjutsu is not something that genin can easily master. Ordinary students from Konoha village who have just graduated from the ninja school are simply impossible to master C-level ninjutsu. Daodiki is definitely the top existence in Genin, but Lu Han cannot lose to him in the duel of cold weapons, and he can easily kill him with ninjutsu. This has shown that at this time Lu Han has no dependence. Special body and Kekkei Genkei, the ability to challenge Chunin. It took Lu Han only one day to walk the road of ordinary Genin for several years. Renminbi players are really good. Lu Han pouted and sighed. Peach Ditch drops a total of 11 items. Sweden, Water Style, Water Body Art. Sweden, Water Style, Kurigakur Art, 2C rank ninjutsu scrolls. Small Yuhi bottles and 2 small blue bottles. 2 ingots. A good rear blade, a good scout kunai, 2 weapons, a long sword, and a kunai. Golden potion. 2 scrolls. Lu Han opened the study directly, and the scrolls disappeared. 4 bottles of medicine are collected. The ingots are collected. The 2 weapons were put away and returned to study. Golden elixir. Lu Han took it in his hand and looked at it. Only the words, golden elixir, were displayed on it, without any other words. Golden potion. Only gold bosses can drop it. The drop probability is 100%. The elf didn't wait for Lu Han to ask, and opened the Shikai release. The effect of the potion, within 24 hours after use, has 10 times the growth rate. It's 10 times the experience potion. That's understandable. Third-rate web game. Lu Han happily put away the golden potion. Although he was very happy, he couldn't help but complain. Teodichi was dead, lying on his back on the ground, his mindless eyes looking up at the sky, his abdomen was completely scorched. Lu Han squatted down again on Daodiki's body and groped for a while. This guy still has some money, more than 100 taels. Before throwing Jiwoo into the lake, Lu Han also searched his body, but he got 22. After the money was collected, Lu Han picked up the scroll that Daodiki had seen before. This is an intelligence scroll, which records the discoveries of Teodiki in the past few days. Today's record is, it is rumored that Uchiha Fugaku, the chief of the Uchiha clan, intends to murder a civilian boy named Han. Today's rumor is that the 3 generations of Hokage summoned Uchiha Fugaku. And his father, Uchiha Yokoyama, speculated that Hokage would use this to rectify the Uchiha tribe, and the rift within Konoha's hidden village widened. Great! Lu Han couldn't help but exclaimed when he saw this information. Expected of the Golden Boss, what happened in the morning, he sorted out this level of information based on rumors alone. What is even more incredible is that his speculation is likely to be correct. If you let him know that I'm Han, I don't know what to think. Meanwhile, a kilometer to the north. 2 figures were running wildly in the forest, one behind the other. The one in front was about 30 years old, with a full beard and a turban on his head. The one in the back looked less than 20 years old, tall and thin. Wearing a hat. We came out late, hurry up. Hope Sama won't be to blame. The 2 whispered, and the speed was a little faster. 1 kilometer was not a long distance for them, and the designated location was already in sight. There's smoke. The bearded man suddenly raised his hand and pointed. Something happened, the young man exclaimed. In the valley where the battle had just happened, some traces of the battle had not yet been erased. On a blue stone, a dark object was smoking blue smoke. At that time, there was a charred corpse. The bearded man and the young man jumped out of the grass and stopped moving forward, their faces changed. They didn't know who the body belonged to, but they could be sure what just happened here. Kurigakur Spy, Level 10 Taihei Heavy. Kurigakur Scout, Level 10 Table Wood Cliff Mountain. In Lu Han's eyes, the names of these 2 people were all fresh yuhi. Since they did not use ninjutsu to hide their traces, Lu Han could already see 2 lines of yuhi approaching when they were far away. Could that be Master Chi? The young Biaomuyashan looked at the bearded man with a look of horror. No, no, bearded Taihajong shook his head firmly and said solemnly, Master Chi is the best scout, even some chunin have to be trained by him. Even a strong enemy has a way to retreat. This corpse he should have been killed by Lord Qi. It is no longer safe here. Lord Qi should be the first. Kai. Before Taihajong could finish speaking, a harsh sound of breaking through the air suddenly sounded, a sharp sound that almost pierced the eardrum. Taihajong just opened his mouth wide. Bang bang. Kobo pierced Biaomu Yushan's head, and blood spurted out Taihajong's face. Taihajong wanted to shout and remind something, but it was too late. The sneak attack came too fast. Who? Taihajong asked in shock, jumping up suddenly. The harsh sound of breaking the air sounded behind Taihajong again. Taihajong turned around quickly. Two kunai staggered out. The icy blade hit the intersecting kunai, and the terrifying power was directly transmitted to Taihajong. The Taihajong in the jump was like a cannonball. It instantly bombarded the ground at a faster speed, forcibly smashed a big pit on the ground, and there was a sound of bone cracking on the body, and blood spurted from the mouth. The ground was smoky. Lu Han stood on the tree branch with a long knife, and looked at Taihajong, whose eyes were as big as bull's eyes, indifferently. Taihajong had been seriously injured, and he didn't know how many bones were broken. Call. Lu Han jumped down from the tree and stabbed Taihajong with a backhand, directly piercing Taihajong's heart. Taihajong hummed and died instantly. Kill two more. Two wild monsters. Strange power. It's obviously easier to kill ordinary genin with taijutsu, but it's a waste to use ninjutsu. I don't know how much Tsunade's magic power has reached. Lu Han thought, leaned over and began to collect trophies. 2 genin spies from Kurigakure village, not bosses, only revealed 3 items in total, namely a small yuhi bottle, a small blue bottle, and a crude kunai. After collecting all the spoils, setting fire to burn the body, Lu Han set off on his way back to Konoha village. Regarding Uchiha Fugaku, Sarutobi Hiruzen should have already punished him. Lu Han had to go back and find out what the punishment was. If the punishment was very serious, Lu Han should be ready to deal with the revenge of the Uchiha tribe. Chapter 11 Eat Well. A day later, rumors about Uchiha Fugaku being severely punished by Lord Hokage spread in Konoha Hidden Village. Originally, Uchiha Fugaku beat Han. For Konoha residents, it was just a conversation after dinner, and people who didn't know Han would not know. To find out who Han actually is. But it's different now. The name Han, this person, has aroused the interest of many people. Han dared to disregard the face of the Uchiha clan, and risk the complete anger of the Uchiha clan, saying that Uchiha Fugaku wanted to kill him, and I have to say, his courage is commendable. Therefore, many people mourned for Han. The way of the Uchiha people has not changed for decades, and there are even bets in private that Han will disappear or die, accidentally. Because the punishment for Uchiha Fugaku was so severe, almost no one thought Han would live forever. This noon, ramen restaurant. Lu Han sat in the corner and ate ramen. He already knew about Hokage's punishment for Uchiha Fugaku. He heard that the Uchiha tribe even handed over some of the rights of the Konoha guards to Hokage, but the punishment for Uchiha Fugaku was still heavy for the Uchiha tribe. Hard to accept. Punishment 1. Uchiha Fugaku is not allowed to leave the hidden village of Konoha for 3 years, and is not allowed to perform any tasks for 3 years, and is not allowed to participate in any ninja gathering activities. Punishment 2. Deprivation of Uchiha Fugaku's inheritance rights to the chief commander of the Konoha police force. 2 punishments, the former is nothing, mainly the latter, which may even lead to civil unrest in the Uchiha tribe. Historically, the chief captain of the Konoha police force is all held by the Uchiha clan chief, and from the perspective of the Konoha village, Hokage has no right to interfere with who is the Uchiha clan chief, but Hokage has the right to decide who is the Konoha police force. Commander-in-chief, he can even decommission the Konoha police force. Depriving Uchiha Fugaku of the succession to the chief of the police force leads to the question, should he become the chief of the Uchiha clan? Uchiha tribe in the future, but cannot serve as the chief commander of the Konoha police force, and other Uchiha tribesmen serve as the chief commander, this will divide the power within the Uchiha tribe and cause rifts within the Uchiha tribe. If Uchiha Fugaku does not become the head of the Uchiha clan in the future, there will be no problem. The Uchiha clan is monolithic, but can Uchiha Yokoyama be reconciled? Is he willing to hand over the rights of the patriarch to others instead of his only son? From another angle, according to custom, the chief commander of the Konoha police force must be the Uchiha patriarch. Sarutobi Hiruzen's punishment for Uchiha Fugaku is equivalent to depriving Uchiha Fugaku of the right to inherit the patriarch. Luhan didn't expect that Sarutobi Hiruzen would be so decisive. The Second Ninja War was about to start, and he wasn't afraid of the Uchiha tribe's rebellion. Look, it's him. Is he cold? Well, he's finished. The Uchiha will never let him go. It's a pity to be young. Luhan was eating ramen and vaguely heard some discussions. He didn't look up. He didn't know how much he had heard such discussions since the morning. A man in his 20s wearing a ninja suit with a headband and forehead came to Luhan's table with a plate, put the plate on Luhan's table, and then sat on the chair opposite Luhan. On the plate is a whole roasted chicken, fat and oily, full of aroma. Huh. Luhan looked up at the man opposite, and immediately frowned. Mr. Kuda. Orange name. Ninja school teacher, Kuda. This is Han's ninja teacher at the ninja school. He has been teaching Han for 7 years, and he has always looked down on Luhan. When Luhan talks to him, he doesn't care about him. Today's Kuda is completely different from before, looking at Luhan no longer with contempt. Han, although your talent is very poor, you are a good boy. Kuda looked sentimental, reached out and squeezed Luhan's shoulder, as if to encourage Luhan. Actually, I have an opinion on you, but I have some contradictions with Koji, so I don't like you very much, but I have absolutely no malice towards you. What do you mean? Luhan didn't understand. Kuda was too abnormal today. It's for you. Kuda pushed the plate of roast chicken to Luhan. Let's have a good meal, you may not have a chance in the future. After that, he patted Luhan on the shoulder and got up to face outside the noodle restaurant. Go. Have a good meal. Luhan blinked blankly, watching Kuda go out, and suddenly understood. Fuck. Have a good meal. Have a good meal. What's the meaning? Day. Am I bound to die? Luhan understood. Kuda thought he was going to die soon, so have a good meal. If you have a good meal, you can eat it. If you don't eat it, you won't eat it for nothing. Luhan murmured, tore off a chicken leg with all his strength, and ate it. In the afternoon, the wooden house. Luhan meditated on the stone in front of his house and felt the flow of chakra in his body. This is a kind of practice, and it is very beneficial for chakra control. On a small road not far away, 2 people came. The 2 looked exactly the same. They looked 16 or 17 years old. The one who walked a little forward had a bit of domineering on his eyebrows. Although he was young, he was very majestic. The latter one looks much more restrained. Luhan felt it and opened his eyes to look. All are orange names. The one in front is called Hyugahiyashi, and the one in the back is called Hyugahazashi. Luhan had read the original book and knew who they were. They were now the head of the main clan and the head of the branch of the Hyuga family. They were a pair of brothers. The 2 brothers stopped. Hyuga Hiyashi said softly, "Are you Han?" "Yes." Luhan said simply, "I know you guys, no need to introduce yourself, tell me, what's the matter?" "You're going to die, you know." Hyuga Hiyashi said. "I don't think so." Luhan shook his head, helplessly, as if everyone thought they were going to die. "I admire your courage," Hyuga Hiyashi said again. "So, we can protect you. You can temporarily move to the gathering place of our Hyuga family to live. The arrogant Uchiha family dare not make trouble in our Hyuga family." "Going to your place?" Luhan looked at Hyuga Hiyashi in surprise, and then smiled. "Thank you in advance, but I don't need it." Hyuga Hiyashi was silent for a while, frowned slightly and looked at Luhan, then extended his hand to Luhan, shaking hands. Luhan hesitated, reached out and shook Hyuga Hiyashi, and asked, "What do you mean? I hope you have one more friend before you die." Fuck. Chapter 12. Take a shower without closing the window. Konoha Hidden Village, the top of a tower in the north third block of the downtown area. The breeze was blowing, and the dark green gown swayed in the wind. Tsunade Haim with picturesque eyebrows stood on the stone sculpture on the edge of the tower, looking into the distance with his arms crossed, frowning slightly, as if he was worried. Whoosh! Two whirlwinds suddenly rolled up on the side, and brothers Hyuga and Hyuga Hazashi appeared out of nowhere and greeted Tsunade with fists. "Tsunade-sama," Hyuga said. "How's it going?" Tsunade looked at Hyuga and asked, "When did he move in?" "He didn't agree." Hyuga shook his head. "What? Didn't agree?" Tsunade looked surprised, her eyes widened. "Yes." Hyuga was also somewhat incomprehensible, and his brows were deeply wrinkled. "I have shown enough goodwill to him and promised to protect his safety, but he doesn't seem to care." Tsunade blinked in confusion, paused for a long time, and then sighed. "I know, thank you for your troubles, let's go." "Yes." Hyuga responded, and the two brothers' hand-seal left at the same time. Tsunade held his chest in one hand and his delicate chin in the other, showing a thoughtful look, and soon his face became irritable. In fact, it wasn't that the Hyuga family wanted to save Luhan, but Tsunade. In the hidden village of Konoha, the third-generation Hokage Sarutobi Hiruzen has the supreme authority, and under him, there are different forces in Konoha. Almost every tribe can be regarded as a force. The arrogant Uchiha clan has always been strong, with many masters in the clan, and they have always rebelled, belonging to a force that no one dares to provoke. In terms of clan power, the only one who can challenge the Uchiha clan is the ancient and famous Hyuga clan, which has been passed down for thousands of years. With the decline of the Senju clan, the Hyuga clan has always regarded itself as the strongest clan. The relationship between the Uchiha family and the Hyuga family has never been very harmonious. The Hyuga family also has a very strong side. The Uchiha family, who are responsible for police duties in Konoha village, have never been able to use this right to punish the wrong children of the Hyuga family. Hyuga children make mistakes, either the clan punished them, or the third-generation Hokage personally intervened. The Uchiha clan was in charge of the Konoha police affairs, but they could not take care of the Hyuga family. That's why Tsunade found Hyuga's house. Tsunade just didn't want the innocent, Han, to disappear or die inexplicably, because it was she who reported the matter to Sarutobi Hiruzen in detail, which led to the current situation, bringing an almost irreversible death crisis to Han. Sarutobi Hiruzen wanted to take this opportunity to punish and weaken the Uchiha clan. He considered the overall situation and didn't care about the life and death of an ordinary boy, but Tsunade couldn't care less. "I don't know what's wrong," Tsunade muttered. Suddenly resentment arose in his heart. This evening, in the cold wooden house. Call. Luhan, covered in blood, appeared out of thin air and walked quickly to the small bathroom beside him. In one day today, in addition to practicing chakra, Han also killed 5 spies. All of them were level 10 bosses, 3 of them were bronze, 1 white-silver, and 1 gold. The level 10 white-silver boss was in the forest outside Konoha village. Solved, the others are in Konoha village. The main harvest is 2 ingots, a golden potion, a fine scout shuriken, a number of small yuhi bottles and small blue bottles, AC level futon wind style ninjutsu scroll, and AC level sweeten water style ninjutsu scroll 1. There are also some completely useless things, a dozen crude weapons and equipment. Among the dropped items, the inferior weapons were of the same quality as the ordinary weapons sold by the weapon shop and ninja shop. The items with very low value that Luhan got were thrown directly into the space backpack. As for the sophisticated weapons, the quality is very good. Luhan only has 2 weapons now, the excellent scout blade and the excellent scout kunai. In today's battle, Luhan didn't use ninjutsu very much, he just relied on these 2 excellent weapons. It is easier to kill the enemy. Luhan was already a little dissatisfied. Today's result. This is the result of Luhan's special search for the boss to start. He saw no less than 20 Yuhi scouts a day today. All of them are level 10, that is, Genin. Apparently, Chunin spies are extremely rare, and if Jonin spies are there it's impossible to say for sure. Because the daily task of spying on intelligence must be done by low-level ninjas. If it was Jonin, he would never do such a task to come to Konoha village unless something special happened in Konoha village. Outside the cold wooden house, Tsunade appeared out of thin air. Silently, she walked to the door, just raised her hand to knock on the door, but stopped, as if she heard something, and looked at the window not far away. The sound is a little weird. Tsunade frowned and walked over slowly. Take a bath, the skin is good, take a bath, the skin is good. Tsunade walked to the window, his eyes suddenly widened, then he raised his hand to cover his eyes and turned away. Tsunade almost wanted to vomit blood, his cheeks were a little yuhi, this little devil, he didn't close the window in the shower. Luhan was sitting in the tub, humming a song while taking a bath, and suddenly he felt something, turned his head to look at the window. There was nothing outside the window. Luhan couldn't help rubbing his nose. In fact, he was always worried that someone would show up at the window and see him taking a bath, but he couldn't open the window. The bloody clothes soaked in the water basin was too bloody. After taking a shower, Luhan changed into rough clothes and went out without any weapons on him. A tree not far away, Tsunade was standing on it, but there was no breath. If you didn't look in that direction, you wouldn't be able to notice Tsunade's existence. In fact, Tsunade just wanted to leave, and she was a little resentful. She didn't want to be upset about this kind of thing, but she couldn't bear such a young life to die, so she stopped outside and thought. Seeing Luhan go out, Tsunade was about to show up, but he saw Luhan hand seal at the door, and he finished the hand seal almost instantly and disappeared in place. Huh, Tsunade was stunned for a moment. Luhan is a peerless waste. Tsunade knows it. He has been unable to graduate from ninja school for many years, and performing basic ninjutsu is not only slow, but also sometimes ineffective. Tsunade has investigated Luhan before, and he is very clear about this. But Luhan's performance just now did not match the rumors. Able to complete the hand seal in an instant and leave with the instant body technique is something that many chunin can't do. Among the basic ninjutsu, the basic instant body technique is the most difficult ninjutsu. Using sheer, graduating from school is almost a breeze. There's something wrong with this kid. Look where he goes, Tsunade muttered as the hand seal disappeared into the tree. Chapter 13 The Discovery of Tsunade. In the southwest of Konoha village, not far from Luhan's residence, is a small lake. The lake is surrounded by trees that are more than 10 meters high. There are dense grasses and vines climbing between the trees. It's a relatively secluded place, and the overall environment has a claustrophobic feel. Dusk is about to pass and the sky is getting darker. Luhan appeared by the lake out of thin air, looked up at the sky, sat down with his legs crossed, and began to close his eyes and meditate. On a high tree nearby, Tsunade appeared silently, frowning at Luhan, his eyes flickered, and he did not show up. Luhan's behavior is undoubtedly abnormal. What are you doing here? If it's a practice, why come here? This is not a good place to practice. It will be night soon, and it will be very cold here and there will be many mosquitoes. Time flies. Luhan meditated for a long time. When he opened his eyes again, the sky was completely dark, and a bright moon hung in the distant sky, illuminating the environment by the lake eerily. Luhan stood up and walked onto the lake. The water on the lake is rippling, and the ripples are subtle. Luhan stepped on it, and only brought more subtle ripples. He walked very steadily, and the chakra poured into his feet and generated the force of repulsion. This required a few subtle investigations. Control, in order to walk smoothly on the water. Tsunade hid in secret and observed Luhan. His expression became subtle. Luhan once showed that he was not a waste. Luhan slowly exhaled, squatted slightly in the center of the lake, and then quickly raised his right arm, a long knife emitting a cold light appeared in his hand. Tsunade looked surprised, her eyes widened a lot, because with her eyesight, she didn't even see that Lu Han took out the knife from there. Lu Han moved. He stepped on the water surface, dashed forward rapidly, then turned around and slashed horizontally, flipped to dodge, and then swept across the water surface horizontally, spiraling out the knife. His movements are extremely fast, showing pure cold weapon combat skills. Sudden. One more figure on the water. Another Lu Han. As soon as this Lu Han appeared, the knife-wielding Lu Han rushed forward, slashed horizontally, directly cutting off the opponent's head, and the Lu Han who appeared later burst into a cloud of water, and a large amount of water splashed around. Water body art. When the first water body was broken by Lu Han himself, 3 seconds later, another water body appeared not far away, and the real Lu Han approached again and smashed it with one knife. After another 3 seconds, another water body appeared again. Lu Han approached again, breaking his own water body. Tsunade, who was hiding in the tree, couldn't help but open her mouth wide. She watched it for a while before she noticed that Lu Han had done a one-handed hand seal, which shocked her. For any ninjutsu, it is extremely difficult to have a one-handed hand seal. Even some recognized geniuses can perform a certain kind of art with one-handed hand seal. Although the water body technique is only AC level Suiten, water style ninjutsu, if you want to learn it, ordinary genin can't do it, you have to be chunin, and if you want a one-handed hand seal, even jonin, not that kind, the genius of ultimate can't do it either. Lu Han did it, and he did it at the same time as he used the body surgery knife technique. Naturally, Tsunade couldn't have known that Master Lu Han's water separation technique was done through a ninjutsu scroll. What he needed to improve was the speed of the technique, and it was not difficult to master with one-handed hand seal. He's practicing, cultivating his Suiten, water style, ability, physical swordsmanship, and control over chakra. Tsunade muttered to herself. She could see what Lu Han was doing. Relatively speaking, the consumption of chakra is very small, but it requires a water environment to perform, and the water body is only 1/10 of the strength of the body, so it cannot be used for fighting, and the biggest role is to confuse enemy. However, even so, Lu Han couldn't do this kind of practice for too long. Soon, when Lu Han broke his water body again, he stopped, sat cross-legged on the lake, and put the knife on his lap. Tsunade's face has become cloudy. She feels that she has discovered some great secret. This little devil, what is it trying to hide? Why does he hide his strength? Tsunade didn't have a thorough understanding of Lu Han, but just judging from Lu Han's performance just now, he was at least an excellent chunin. 2 days ago, he was almost beaten to death by Uchiha Fugaku. Why didn't he fight back? Tsunade suddenly sounded the terrifying vitality of Lu Han. In fact, this is why Tsunade paid more attention to Lu Han. As a medical ninja, Tsunade is always interested in this aspect. This kid, he is an orphan. He was brought back to the village when he was very young. He entered the ninja school at the age of 5 and never left the village. He couldn't be a spy, but why is he? Tsunade couldn't figure it out, and risked being killed without revealing his strength. At night, he secretly came to practice in an unmanned place. Obviously, the master has strong physical skills and can even perform ninjutsu with one-handed hand seal, but he is recognized as a super waste by the outside world. People are curious, and Tsunade has it. She's never been so interested in a person. Lu Han sat cross-legged on the lake for a long time, holding a knife in one hand, propped up on the lake in the other, and stood upside down. Using only one hand to suspend oneself on the lake is obviously more difficult than 2 feet. 2 feet become one hand, and the area of the hand is smaller. The palm needs to send out a stronger repulsion. Tsunade watched closely. Lu Han's palm suddenly shuddered, his whole body bounced a little, then his hand tightened, and he stretched out a finger, touching the water surface with one finger, and Lu Han stood still on the lake. Tsunade's pupils contracted violently. Thrilling chakra control. Splash. It seemed that it was difficult to hold on. the water surface suddenly broke, and Luhan fell into the lake water. He looked a little embarrassed when he entered the water. Tsunade was startled, then almost laughed. Wow tilde wow tilde wow tilde. The water splashed, and Luhan emerged from the lake again, stepping up step by step, as if there were steps in the water. He walked up slowly, looking very difficult. Tsunade looked at it, his eyes first stared, then puzzled, and then revealed an unbelievable look. The aura on Luhan's body became very unique, which showed that chakra was operating in a special way in his body. He walked to the water, holding two huge stone locks with a diameter of more than half a meter in his hands. Taiju Magical Power. Chapter 14 Pack. You go on pretending to me. No one knows better than Tsunade what taijutsu and strange power are, because she is the only master of taijutsu and strange power in Konoha village, so she can see that Luhan is not as simple as being strong. Luhan stood on the water holding two large stone locks. The chakra repulsion still exuded under his feet, and his body was full of strange power. Take into account both aspects. Although this was easy for Tsunade to do, what happened to Luhan made Tsunade feel incredible. Super Chakra Control. One-handed hand seal. Taiju Magical Power. Such a person has been unknown for many years. Being laughed at. Be beaten. It is a recognized waste material. Tsunade suddenly felt that the world was a little crazy. Luhan began to run on the lake, sometimes jumping, sometimes somersaulting, always holding two large stone locks in his hands, and sometimes he made mistakes, and was thrown into the water by the stone locks after somersaults, but he would walk up again or jump out. Continue this exercise. Regarding the practice of strange power and chakra control, Luhan practiced for half an hour, and then meditated on the lake. When the chakra recovered almost, he started the practice of slashing the water, then the handstand, and then the stone lock. This is a circular practice. From the beginning of the night until midnight, Luhan has been doing this kind of cultivation. When the time passed midnight, he ended his cultivation and hand seal left in an instant. From start to finish, Tsunade saw it all. She didn't make a sound and didn't let Luhan find herself. In fact, she could show up to question Luhan, but she didn't. She wanted to find more things about Luhan, but Luhan didn't show much. But Tsunade also found out. She could see the main points of Luhan's practice, whether it was meditating, slashing, standing on the lake, or moving with a stone lock. The most critical practice lies in the control of chakra. As long as those practices are repeated, chakra's control will become stronger and stronger. A new day. When the sky was bright for a long time, Luhan woke up on time from the wooden collapse at home. Every time, Luhan would have a wonderful feeling. This world, to Luhan, was like a virtual game that was close to reality. It is taken out for the spirit of professional players, so it is always full of motivation. People like to dominate the game, mostly because of the unsatisfactory reality. Luhan now has the opportunity to truly reign as king and he naturally cherishes it very much. Dong dong tilde tilde. There was a sudden knock on the door. Luhan frowned slightly, turned over and sat up, put on his clothes and opened the door. When he opened the door, there was someone Luhan didn't expect. Uchiha Makoto. Since the last time he saw Uchiha Makoto, Luhan thought that he might not see Makoto again for a long time. Because of the relationship of the Uchiha clan, Luhan knew that the Uchiha clan would definitely restrict Makoto and prevent her from meeting him. Unexpectedly, the little girl came again in a few days. What's wrong with Makoto? His face is so bad. Luhan asked with a smile. Makoto looked nervous and looked around again, as if he was afraid of being seen here. Brother Han, there is some money here, although it's not a lot, but I only have so much. Makoto shoved a small burden into Luhan's hands, and then turned Yuhi's eyes. Brother Han, go away. Leave Konoha village, it's better to leave the land of fire, the farther you go, the better. Why? Luhan was stunned and touched the small bag. Why did you let me go? I heard. Makoto seemed to be in a hurry, looked back quickly, and said eagerly, we clan, I'm sorry Brother Han, I heard them say they want to deal with you, you go. Come in, come, Lu Han's eyes flickered, trying to pull Makoto into the room. Makoto pushed Lu Han away, took 2 steps back, and shouted excitedly, come on. Brother Han, I will miss you, hurry up, don't ask. Go. Makoto cried, took a few steps back, covered his mouth and ran away, not even listening to Lu Han's call to her. Lu Han stood at the door in a daze, watching the direction Makoto ran away, feeling very happy. Makoto is a good girl, very innocent, very kind. The only sad thing is that she was born in the Uchiha clan. She is always incompatible with the style of the Uchiha clan. Fortunately, she was not born in the time of war. It is difficult for a person to be too kind survive in times of war. After closing the door, Lu Han walked under the table and opened the small bag. There is a lot of money in it. Makoto is not low in the Uchiha clan, just not as good as Uchiha Fugaku. In addition to money, there are some more valuable but flashy things, such as jewelry, and delicate small daggers. Silly girl, am I sure to die? Lu Han closed the burden. He had already considered finding an opportunity to return it to Makoto. Putting away the baggage, Lu Han washed again and was preparing to make breakfast for himself. The knock on the door rang again. Who is it? Lu Han walked to the door, opened the door and looked out, stunned for a moment, then pretended to be respectful and said, Master Tsunade. Is Tsunade? You're in good spirits. Tsunade glanced at Lu Han, walked straight into the house, looked left and right, and sat down at the table. I haven't thanked Mr. Tsunade yet. Thank you Mr. Tsunade for saving his life. Lu Han said. Yeah, Tsunade snorted and pointed to the chair opposite again. Sit down, I have something to ask you. Lu Han sat opposite Tsunade and observed Tsunade's expression, not knowing why Tsunade came to see such a small person as himself. Why don't you go to the Hyuga clan? Tsunade asked directly. Lu Han looked surprised. How did Tsunade know about this? Without thinking about it, he said, I don't want to cause them any trouble. Do you know that you will die? The Uchiha clan will not let you go. Tsunade's face sank, and he had to say that people are good looking, and they are beautiful when they are angry. Well, I believe the village will protect me. Besides, it's not a big deal for someone like me to die if I die. Lu Han pretended to laugh at himself, and kept paying attention to Tsunade's expression. Pretend, then you pretend to me. Tsunade thought to himself, glanced at Lu Han with contempt, and paused before saying, Where did you go last night? Chapter 15 Tsunade smells so good. Last night, Lu Han frowned slightly and said confusedly, Master Tsunade came to see me last night. Yes, Tsunade nodded. That's really unfortunate. I went out last night and walked around the village casually. Lu Han said without Yuhi's heartbeat, Master Tsunade has something to do with me. Tsunade narrowed her eyes slightly when she saw Lu Han. She had expected Lu Han to confess to herself, but it seemed that Lu Han still planned to hide herself. Liar, why don't you tell me the truth? What are you afraid of? Tsunade asked with a half-smile. What is Master Tsunade talking about? Lu Han looked like I didn't understand what you were talking about. Little devil. Tsunade suddenly stretched out his hand and grabbed Lu Han's collar, pulled hard in his direction, and asked with a gloomy face, I stared at you all night yesterday, I know exactly what you did, and I want to deny it. That, Lu Han was a little surprised and speechless. Unexpectedly, it was discovered, and it was discovered in only 3 days. Careless. In fact, Lu Han didn't deliberately want to hide anything, he just felt that his current strength was too poor, and if he was called a waste, everyone would despise him, even the Uchiha family, so that he could calmly deal with the coming danger. Lord Tsunade, I think this may be a misunderstanding. Lu Han said slowly. He deliberately said slowly, but he was actually thinking about how to deceive Tsunade. Speak. Tsunade let go of Lu Han's collar, folded his arms around his chest, and squinted at Lu Han. Lord Tsunade, what did you see? Lu Han asked carefully. I saw everything. Specific. Boom. Tsunade patted the table, his beautiful eyes glared at Lu Han, and he said, little flick. Do you think I'm lying to you? Do you want me to take you to the lake and demonstrate what you did yesterday? Don't be so fierce, I don't mean that, don't get angry, Master Tsunade, anger is not good for your skin. Lu Han laughed. Tsunade is a good guy, so Lu Han is not afraid of Tsunade. Don't be sloppy, be honest. Tsunade subconsciously touched his face while he was honest. Explain what? Why do you hide your strength? It's a long story, let me explain in detail, cough, cough. Lu Han cleared his throat, picked up the kettle, poured himself a glass of water, and took a slow sip. Tsunade is a little itchy with Kiba, why is this kid so annoying? Naturally, Lu Han didn't mean to be angry with Tsunade, he just wanted enough time to make up the story. Actually, I'm really a waste. Lu Han said. Tsunade stared. I'm telling the truth. At least 3 days ago, I was still a waste. Lu Han spread his hands. Tsunade's face changed slightly, and he said thoughtfully, continue. On that day, I almost died. It was Lord Tsunade who saved me. After that, I felt that I was different. Lu Han began to tell the story. Whenever I close my eyes, I can always hear a voice. Tell me to become stronger. I told him, I can't, but he said, I can, and then I noticed the difference in me. I ran faster, jumped higher, and had more strength. Before ninjutsu, which is difficult to learn, when I try again, it is easy to master actually. I am very scared, I don't know what's wrong with me, I even worry if I am being controlled by something evil. Make it up. Go ahead and make it up. Tsunade said coldly, clearly not believing Lu Han's words. What is Lu Han's strength? Tsunade already knows a little bit about it. She can be sure that no one can increase his strength from nothing to that level in just 3 days. There are so many monstrous geniuses through the ages, none of them have that kind of talent. What I said is true, I just suddenly understood, suddenly became stronger, and suddenly became stronger, I don't know why. Lu Han defended. Then why are you sweetened, water style? Tsunade asked rhetorically. Lu Han suddenly shut up, as if he couldn't speak. HMPH. Tsunade snorted coldly, I'm not honest until now, to be honest. Okay, I'll tell the truth. Lu Han raised his hand in a gesture of surrender, hesitantly, took another sip of water, as if he wanted to say something but didn't dare to say it, before saying, I think I might be someone personal reincarnation. Click. Tsunade pressed the kettle with one hand, biting Kiba a little bit. She already had the urge to throw the kettle on Lu Han's face. Look, you don't believe it. Lu Han had such an expression as expected. I tell you, you don't believe it. If I tell others, will others believe it? Judging from your reaction, if you don't believe it, they don't either. Believe me, that's why I hide my strength. Because I can't explain it, and no one will believe it, they will suspect me. I am an orphan, I was born outside. No one likes me here, they think I'm trash, I'm an alien, I'm suddenly different, they will suspect me, suspect that I have a plot, and even suspect that I am a spy and a traitor. Lord Tsunade, do you know how disturbed I am? Do you know how painful I am? What can I do? Lu Hanyu, the more excited he said, the more he tried to squeeze out 2 tears. Tsunade seemed to be touched, and looked at Lu Han with a complicated look. No one believes me. Lu Han shook his head, his face ashen. Yuhi lowered his head with rims under his eyes. Quietly, Tsunade stood up, walked around the table and stood beside Lu Han. Looked up, Tsunade reached out and took Lu Han, who was sitting on the chair, in his arms. Tsunade seemed a little sad, patted Lu Han's back lightly, and said in a low voice, I believe in you, I believe in you. Fuck. Windfall. Lu Han admired himself. Movie king. In the past life, I really went the wrong way, playing wool games and acting in movies. Oscar is at your fingertips. Sister Tsunade. Thank you. Lu Han hugged Tsunade, waist with his backhand and buried his head under Tsunade's chest. He very slippery changed the adult's title to sister. Tsunade would definitely not care about this at this time. I'm going out for a mission today, and it will take a few days to come back. Go to Hyuga's house, it's safer there, and the storm will pass eventually. Tsunade said softly. Luhan didn't say anything and leaned against Tsunade quietly. He has only one feeling now. Tsunade smells so good. Chapter 16 Revenge of the Uchiha Clan. Tsunade gently pushed Luhan away again, lowered his head and said seriously, remember, protect yourself. Sister Tsunade, don't worry, I'll be fine. Luhan pretended to smile reluctantly, which made people feel distressed, but please don't tell me about me, Sister Tsunade, at least temporarily, if I having something of strength exposed, there could be greater danger. Quote. I understand, don't worry, I won't hurt you. Tsunade nodded. Instructing Luhan a few more words, Tsunade said goodbye. She really had a mission. She had to go to fight with Jiraiya and Orochimaru first. Luhan sent Tsunade to the door and closed the door until Tsunade was far away. He suddenly turned around and clenched his fists, showing a victory jewelry. The strongest escape technique is mouth escape, and it's true. Luhan was a little complacent. In fact, Luhan understood that if it was a different person, it would definitely not have this effect, but Tsunade was different. She was a warm-hearted and kind woman on the outside, and a woman was always emotional and easily touched. In the woods. Tsunade walked unhurriedly, with a preoccupied appearance, always thinking back to the scenes he just saw in his mind. That child is so pitiful. By the way, he doesn't have any money. Tsunade suddenly thought of a question, stopped abruptly, thought about it, and then hand seal disappeared in place. In Luhan's wooden house. Tsunade appeared by the wooden table out of thin air, turned his head to look, but saw no figure of Luhan, but Tsunade vaguely heard a voice coming from the direction of the kitchen. Tsunade took out his purse and walked towards the kitchen. Approaching the kitchen, Tsunade gradually heard the sound of the kitchen, and his face became a little weird. Take mine and send it back, eat mine and spit it out, la la la. Cutting vegetables in front of me, that look, that expression, that tone of voice, how could there be any trace of sadness, and the whole person couldn't be happy? Tsunade quietly appeared at the back door, looked at Luhan for a while, and silently put the purse he took out and put it back into his arms. Fraud. Liar kid. Tsunade felt like he was being fooled, and his eyes twitched in anger. Come back and take care of you. Tsunade bit Kiba, considering that the mission was about to begin and there was no more time to interrogate Luhan. She could only retreat first. She came and went, and Luhan was not there from the beginning to the end. Discover. The strength gap is too great, and Luhan doesn't have ears behind his head. If he knew he was exposed by humming, he would definitely break the damn habit. Before lunch, Tsunade, Orochimaru, and Jiraiya left Konoha fully armed. As Konoha's top Jonin, they will go on the most difficult and dangerous mission and will not return in a short time. Luhan only started today's action after confirming that Tsunade had really left. He has already taken precautions against Tsunade, and if he is followed again and exposes his killing of the enemy spy's ninja, it will be troublesome again. This afternoon, Luhan killed a total of 3 level 10 bosses, 2 bronze and 1 white silver. The harvest was very small, and he didn't even get a single ingot. The only thing that was gratifying was the explosion rate of the small Yuhi bottle, and the small blue bottle has remained the same. However, the elf said that with the continuous improvement of Luhan's strength, the effect of the small Yuhi bottle and the small blue bottle will be relatively weakened. Time flies. 2 days later, it was already the 6th day that Luhan came to this world. In another day, he would have the opportunity to return to the subversive space and use ingots to exchange. Luhan has been working hard for ingots, and 10 ingots can be exchanged for A-level tolerance. Technique, and Luhan now has 9. Sultry noon. Luhan was sitting at the window of the noodle shop eating ramen, sometimes looking outside. He hoped to see Yuhi's name, preferably level 20, Yuhi's hostile character at level 10. Even the golden boss, the most outstanding genin, Luhan can also be easily killed, because there are too many kills at level 10, and Luhan is getting stronger and stronger. It is difficult to get better rewards for killing them. This morning, Luhan found at least 9 level 10 Yuhi names, but Luhan didn't kill them. He wasted his time and followed them to kill them quietly. It's better to use this time for cultivation. Dude, let's have another beef ramen, and increase the amount of meat. Luhan felt that he was not full, the bowl was almost finished, and he waved to the buddy again. The guy responded and went straight to the back kitchen to spread the word. Recently, I have become rich, and every time I kill someone, I can turn over some. Luhan spends a lot of money. In the past, he used to increase the amount of beef ramen, but Han was reluctant to eat it. A large portion of beef is more expensive than ramen. Oh, what a pity. Yes, good boy. In the past, he was frugal, and he was reluctant to eat or wear. It doesn't matter now. It is estimated that he also knows his own situation, eats and drinks, and waits to die. There was a deliberately low voice of discussion from another table not far away, but it was actually very low, but Luhan still heard it, and couldn't help flipping through Byakugan. The ramen with extra beef came to the table soon. Luhan's food intake has increased greatly recently, and he started to gobble it again, with a look of no worries at all. Several people at other tables who knew Luhan looked at it and sighed and shook his head. At this time, 3 more people entered the door. All of them are adult strong men, wearing ordinary commoner clothes and hats. The 3 of them seemed to be all the way, but they sat in different positions separately, and greeted the guys to order food one after another. Luhan habitually raised his head and glanced, and his eyes suddenly became condensed. 3 Yuhi names. Konoha Guard, Level 20 Bronze Boss, Uchiha Guy. Konoha Guard, Level 20 Bronze Boss, Uchiha Dolphin. Konoha Guard, Level 20 White Silver Boss, Uchiha Calling League. As the revenge of the Uchiha clan finally here, Luhan thought to himself, naturally lowered his head and continued to eat noodles. He was almost certain. These 3 people are here for themselves. It is easy to deduce that, first of all, 3 elite chunins appeared in the noodle shop at the same time. They were clearly from the same clan, and they deliberately sat apart. Second, not all Uchiha people were hostile to Luhan. These 3 Yuhi names appeared at the same time. Here, it is very likely that the task for Luhan has been received. 3 chunins, one is in charge of surveillance, one is in charge of guarding, and the other is in charge of killing. If I am really a helpless person, I am afraid that I will be killed and no one will know. Luhan thought to himself. Soon after, Luhan finished eating the noodles, put the money on the table, got up and walked out. At the first moment when Luhan went out, Uchiha Guy got up, put down the money, and walked out. Chapter 17 Ghost Beheading for Flowers. Luhan was not surprised that only one person came out with him. If the 3 of them moved together, it would be too dazzling. In fact, as long as one person followed Luhan, the others would be able to find him. Luhan still doesn't know how the 3 Uchiha guys want to deal with him. It may be killed by sneak attack in a place where no one is present, or it may be taken away with a sack first, or it may be framed by poison or the like. Luhan wasn't bothered by this, he didn't need to guess, because he wanted to create a chance for these guys to kill him directly. Leaving the noodle shop, Luhan walked out of the village on foot, walking along the crowded streets. Outside the village of Konoha, Luhan walked through the open space at the entrance of the village and came to the edge of the forest. He suddenly ran up and rushed into the forest. He used the speed of an ordinary person, not too slow, but not too fast. A few chunins were more than enough to follow him. Luhan ran for half an hour in one breath, and pretended to be tired and out of breath. When he came to a small river, he stopped and sat on the stone to rest. Uchiha Guy has been following Luhan closely. His tracking ability is very strong and he maintains a proper distance from Luhan. After Luhan stopped by the river, he also stopped at the top of a large tree dozens of meters high in the north. He looked at Lu Han, who was resting in the distance. In less than a minute, two figures jumped over and stood beside Uchiha Gai. Really, Uchiha Dolphin, and Uchiha Humong. The three people, Uchiha Gai and Uchiha Dolphin, were both young, probably in their early 20s, while Uchiha Humong was 40 years old. The three people were mainly Uchiha Humong, who was the commander of the operation. Lord Humong, God is really helping us. We just received an order from Lord Gumu. This kid ran out of the village alone. It seems that not only we want him to die, but even God wants to let him die. He's dead. Uchiha laughed, looking extremely relaxed. This task was too easy for the three of them. Don't be careless. Uchiha Humong's face was expressionless, and his eyes under the hat looked particularly bright. It's very abnormal for him to run out like this. Let's see what he's going to do first. Master Humong, are you too cautious? Do we need to think so much about this kind of kid? Uchiha Gai squinted at Humong. It's always right to be careful. Humong seemed very stable. Even if his subordinates were a little disrespectful, he didn't show any strange expressions. Then take a look, Uchiha said again. Maybe someone is secretly protecting him. I heard that Tsunade-sama seems to be very interested in him, and even visited him. Riverside. Lu Han rested for a while, pounding his legs and twisting his neck. He seemed very tired and sat on the stone without moving. Uchiha Humong watched from afar, never noticed any problems, and finally said, "Go." After killing him, the body will be burned, and the three of us will return to the village separately. Yes. Gai and the dolphin responded at the same time. The three of them jumped out at the same time, turned into a glimpse, and quickly approached the river. Lu Han immediately felt it. In fact, the three of them still didn't take Lu Han seriously, and didn't hide their breath. Lu Han suddenly stood up, moved his hands and feet, rolled up his trouser legs, and waded into the river. Uchiha Humong immediately raised his hand to signal to stop. The three stopped on three trees not far from each other, all squatting and hiding behind the leaves. Lu Han walked to the middle of the river, rolled up his left and right sleeves, and put his hands into the water. He seemed to be catching fish. Humong understood, looked left and right, raised his hand to signal to continue approaching. The three jumped into the grass and quickly approached the river in a sneaking attitude. Lu Han seemed to have caught something, but he couldn't catch it. Suddenly, he dived into the water and lost his figure on the river. The three of Humong carried the long knives and rushed to the river at the same time. They stepped on the water and ran to the center of the river. Their expressions all changed, because Lu Han seemed to disappeared. Cannot see. The water in the river was very light, and although the bubbles were surging, Lu Han could not be seen. Where did it go? Uchiha Gai asked in confusion. Call. Water mist suddenly appeared on the river, from thin to thick. It seemed to be in the blink of an eye. Saninians on the river looked at each other. The water mist came very fast, and they didn't have time to think too much. In just a few breaths, the water mist was thick enough to ultimate, and it was covered in white mist, at least within a radius of 10 meters, and the water mist was still there. Rapid expansion. Sweden, water style Kurigakur art. There is an ambush. Humong understood, his pupils contracted violently, and he let out a shrill scream. At almost the same moment, the three Uchiha ninjas jumped in different directions, and they had to get out of the thick fog as soon as possible. Kai. The harsh sound of breaking the air tore a trace in the thick fog, hitting Uchiha Gai directly. Uchiha Gai's reaction is not unpleasant. He listened to the sound to identify the position, forcibly twisted his waist and escaped the attack of kunai, and at the same time, a figure appeared on the opposite side of him. Although it was covered by thick fog, the distance very close, Uchiha Gai judged who it was by the vague figure. It's cold. With a knife in hand, he quickly approached Uchiha Gai. Uchiha Gai was extremely shocked. It was difficult for him to associate the ninjutsu that created the thick fog with the cold, but he was not ambiguous in his hand, turning from retreat to advance, and slashed forward swiftly and furiously with the knife in his hand. Kai. Lu Han, who was rushing towards him, couldn't stop the knife at all, and was directly chopped into two ends, bursting into countless drops of water. Uchihagai's face suddenly turned pale, and all the hairs on his body exploded, because what he killed just now was water separation. Ghost of Luhan was already standing behind Uchiha Gai. Almost immediately after Uchiha Gai slashed the water, he pulled out a knife. The sharp and sophisticated weapon slid across Uchiha Gai's neck in an instant, and a huge head shot up into the sky. Uchiha Humong rushed out of the thick fog, jumped on the river bank, turned around with a knife and was on guard. The fog dissipated quickly. Uchiha Humong saw the Uchiha dolphin fleeing to the opposite bank. The faces of the two who were almost attacked were pale, and when they noticed the truth of the situation on the river, their complexions changed from pale to pale. River was clear, and gradually blood-stained Yuhi, and Uchiha Gai's headless corpse rose and fell with the waves. Nobody. There is nothing else on the river, it is empty. Uchiha Gai is like being beheaded by a ghost. The creepy and terrifying atmosphere suddenly enveloped Uchiha Humong and Uchiha Dolphin. Chapter 18 Luhan vs. Uchiha Humong. The bloody odor spreads with the wind, harassing people's nasal passages. The fireball-like sun hangs in the sky, emitting a heat that makes people sweat. However, the two people on the riverbank feel cold all over. Uchiha Humong's breathing became more and more rapid. He slowly turned his head. The three-tomo Sharingan in his eyes stared at the river surface. He wanted to find something, but found nothing. Don't hide your head and show your tail, come out. Uchiha Dolphin screamed sharply. Boom. The surface of the river suddenly burst into water, and a figure jumped out, turned over in the air, and fell back to the water smoothly. Cold. His body was still dripping with water. His half-length hair stuck to his face. His eyes narrowed slightly, and he held the long knife tightly in his hand. It's you. It's impossible. Uchiha Humong and Uchiha Dolphin exclaimed in succession. Han stood sideways, his eyes moved from side to side, looked at the two of them one after another, but did not speak. Kill him, Uchiha ordered. The two people on the river bank moved at the same time and rushed to the river surface. Because Han was closer to the Uchiha Dolphin first came to Han's side and slashed at Han's neck with one knife. This knife was fierce and tore in the air. A sharp sound came out. Be careful, Uchiha Humong suddenly exclaimed, and suddenly stopped moving forward. Kai. Puchi. Two different voices appeared. Uchiha's knife slashed into Han's body, and at the same time, another knife also cut off the dolphin's head. Uchiha's dolphin had no idea what was going on, and had already lost consciousness, immediately died. Only Uchiha Humong could see clearly. He saw that at the moment Uchiha Dolphin rushed in front of Han, behind the dolphin, another cold came out of the water. Uchiha Dolphin's attention was all in front. Even if consciously aware of something behind, it was too late to react. Crash! The coldness of the middle knife turned into water, flowing into the river. Who killed the Uchiha Dolphin? Shook off the blood on the knife, looked at the terrified Uchiha Dolphin, and said with cold eyes, 3 Chunin, the Uchiha people really look up to me. So I had to use some deceptive means. I'm sorry to scare you. Luhan's apology is frightening. Because he has already killed 2 people. 2 excellent Chunin. Uchiha Humong's eyes were like bull's eyes. He had never felt this way before. When the recognized waste material became a killing machine, the huge gap was unacceptable. 1-on-1, it's fair. Luhan pouted at Uchiha Humong and grinned, let's duel. Luhan killed the 2 of them by fraudulent means in order to have a 1-on-1 battle with Uchiha Humong. If facing 3 people directly, Luhan is not sure whether he can win the victory smoothly. After all, the strength of ninjas has been multiplied with cooperation, and he may have to pay some blood. What Luhan was even more worried about was that they would run away. If it is head-to-head, when Luhan kills the first person, the other 2 may run away, and when Luhan kills 2 people, the third person will run away. This is what upsets Luhan the most. If someone escapes back, his strength will be exposed. Then the next assassin of the Uchiha clan must be Jonin. So in order to avoid such a bad situation, Luhan made the most correct choice. There were already 2 headless corpses on the water, and the blood had completely dyed the river water Yuhi. Luhan glanced at him and was a little disappointed. The 2 level 20 bronze bosses dropped something smaller than half of the river surface. These things only Luhan can do. See, there are ingots, sea-level ninjutsu scrolls, and sophisticated weapons, but there is no Kekkei Genkei scroll that Luhan wants most. According to the elves, it should not be difficult to drop the same Kekkei Genkei scroll for the first time. Luhan killed 2 excellent Uchiha Chunin, and without this scroll, Luhan can only pin his hopes on Uchiha Humong. Who the hell are you? Uchiha Humong stared at Luhan for a while, and finally spoke. Han, you don't know me anymore. You know what I mean, that's not what I'm asking. Why are you hiding your strength? Is this important? In the next time, either you die or I die, don't waste your words. The Uchiha clan won't let you go. Uchiha Humong gave Luhan one last look, turned around suddenly, and ran away quickly. Luhan's expression changed, and he chased after him. Luhan has the urge to curse. Fuck, this guy doesn't play cards according to the routine. After chasing and escaping, the 2 set off into the depths of the forest. The speed of the 2 was equal, so it was difficult for Luhan to be thrown off, but it was also difficult to catch up. In the vast forest, 2 figures moved quickly. Sudden. Whoosh whoosh whoosh. Uchiha Humong suddenly turned around and threw a kunai to attack Luhan. Luhan, who had been on high alert, suddenly stopped moving forward. Just before he was about to be shot by kunai, hand seal disappeared in place. Luhan appeared on the book not far from the side of Uchiha Humong, and his hand was a kunai. Luhan Kuwu's speed is even faster. There is always a sharp sound of breaking the air, and Humong has a lot of experience in combat, so it is naturally impossible to die in this kind of attack, and he dodged with a dodge. He finally stopped running away and watched Luhan vigilantly. Luhan suddenly understood. Uchiha Humong didn't plan to escape at all, he just wanted to leave the river, because Luhan used more than one sweetened water-style ninjutsu, and sweetened water-style ninjutsu mostly relies on water in order to limit Luhan's sweetened water-style ninjutsu to the environment. Guide me from the water environment, you are really experienced in combat. Luhan said sarcastically. Shameless brat, today is your day of death. Uchiha Humong's mouth curled into a vague arc, backhanded the knife, and quickly hand seal, completed the hand seal in one breath. Kaden, fire style, great fireball jutsu. A scorching fireball blew out of Humong's mouth, rapidly expanding and getting bigger, hitting Luhan. Luhan quickly jumped to avoid dodging, and when the person was still in the air, he raised his hand with a kunai. Uchiha Humong jumped continuously, and several kunai flew by his side, and he kept getting closer to Luhan during the jump. Did you know, there is a spell that I haven't had the chance to use, because the opponent is too weak, but it seems to be possible today. Luhan and Uchiha both passed by. Dry tongue. Humong didn't seem to be in the mood to talk nonsense. Throwing out a few kunai again, Humong turned over and stepped on the tree trunk, his knees suddenly forced, and he shot at Luhan, and at the same time completed the hand seal on his hand. Kaden, fire style, Phoenix Sage fire technique. Hand seal in the explosion. Kaden, fire style, dragon fire bullet. Class B ninjutsu, Uchiha Humong paled in shock. Chapter 19 Kekkei Genkei Sharingan. What are the consequences of C-level Kaden, fire style, ninjutsu for B-level Kaden, fire style? Although the distinction between levels is not about power, but about the difficulty of training. B-level ninjutsu is one level higher in training difficulty than C-level ninjutsu, but this is enough to show that B-level ninjutsu is stronger than C-level, except for some there are special exceptions. Generally speaking, the higher the difficulty of practice, the greater the power. If the practice is difficult, but the power is small, this kind of ninjutsu has long been eliminated in the long history of history, and there will be no inheritance at all. Phoenix Sage Fire Technique vs Fire Dragon Fire Bullet. Almost in an instant, the surging flames spewed out of Lu Han's mouth devoured the fireballs one by one, and the terrifying power burst out completely. The gap in the space was completely filled with flames, and some trees were destroyed. In just one breath, a dozen meters in front of Lu Han was already a sea of fire. No, Uchiha shouted desperately from the flames. He obviously couldn't believe that this 12-year-old boy, who was recognized as a waste, could actually use B-rank ninjutsu. It is also the high-level Kaiden, fire style, ninjutsu that Mr. Hokage 3 is best at. Fire Dragon Fire Bomb. This is a ninjutsu that is difficult for Chunin to practice, and the ninjas who can master this Kaiden, fire style, are basically Jonin. Lu Han felt that the chakra in his body was instantly empty. It was the first time he used the Fire Dragon Flame Bullet. He just kept practicing the hand seal when he practiced before. The power of the Fire Dragon Flame Bullet also shocked him. Finally, Lu Han finished the operation just before the chakra was exhausted. Without the supply of chakra, the flame of ninjutsu quickly extinguished, but some trees in front were lit, so it still seemed to be full of fire. Ding! Congrats to Subversive 3665 for his first kill of a level 20 white silver boss. The sound of the successful completion of the first kill sounded in Lu Han's ears. On the ground where the grass has turned to ashes in front, Uchiha Humong's body still maintains a standing posture, but he has become a thin and charred corpse. The surface of the body is carbonized, and the dead can no longer die. Of Uchiha Humong, there was golden light all over the ground, all of which were dropped, maybe 20 pieces. Chakra saw that Lu Han, who did not have much physical fitness, walked over unhurriedly, his eyes swept away, his eyes were suddenly fixed, his face was full of ecstasy, and on the ground on the right, the golden scroll lay quietly. There, a line of words suspended above, Kekkei Genkei Sharingan. Sharingan, ha 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 ha. Lu Han picked up the Kekkei Genkei scroll, opened it directly, and the scroll disappeared. Lu Han suddenly felt a tingling sensation in his eyes. He couldn't help blinking. Soon, that feeling disappeared. Lu Han felt the whole the world has changed in his eyes. More clear, there is a sense of clarity when myopic eyes suddenly put on glasses. Lu Han took out the knife and took a picture of it. The surface of the knife was bright enough to be used as a mirror. Lu Han saw that his pupils had turned yuhi-colored, with Tomo beside him. Now perhaps only ecstasy can describe Lu Han's mood. Now he has two Kekkei Genkei, Sharingan and Shikatsumyaku, Dead Bone Pulse. There are also B-level Kaiden, fire style, ninjutsu fire dragon bullets, Shikatsumyaku, Dead Bone Pulse, and Fire Dragon Fire Bullets are obtained from the rookie gift package. These three abilities, plus taijutsu and strange power, Lu Han feels he may already have the strength to fight Jonin, but he is not sure. Uchiha Humong drops a lot of things, because it is the first to kill the 20-level white silver boss, so the rewards are generous. Lu Han didn't look at it much. First, he put it all into the space backpack, then completely smashed the body of Uchiha Humong and burned it. He used the sweetened water style to put out the fire in the forest, and then ran away at random. Although the battle was far from Konoha village, the smoke from the fire just now was likely to be detected by the Konoha scouts. Back to the river, the bodies of Uchiha Gai and Uchiha dolphins have been washed away by the river water, but the things they dropped are still floating on the river, and the power of water cannot act on the fallen objects. Lu Han put away all the rewards and took a detour. Lu Han and Uchiha Humong. Just 10 minutes after Lu Han left, several Konoha ninjas appeared. Looking at the scene, the three ninjas looked surprised. At dusk, Lu Han carried a branch and swaggered into Konoha village. Were more than a dozen fish hanging on the branches, and they looked fresh. Because Lu Han was seen when he left Konoha village, he had to walk back in the normal way. He seemed to continue to disguise and buy more time for himself. Forest path in Konoha village. Getting closer and closer to home, Lu Han suddenly saw two figures hidden in the canopy of a tree not far away. The branches and leaves were dense. In fact, it was difficult for people to see their figures, but Lu Han noticed at a glance to them, because their name is Yuhi color. Two big Yuhi names grow on the tree, and it's hard not to see them. Lu Han pretended to look at it casually, then withdrew his gaze and continued to move forward with a normal face. Uchiha ninjas on the tree changed and changed. They glanced at each other and saw the confusion in the other's eyes. When Lu Han walked away, their hand seal disappeared at the same time. At night, the gathering place of the Uchiha people is a quaint house. Patriarch Uchiha Go knelt outside the door on one knee. Come in. Uchiha Yokoyama's voice came from the door. Patriarch Uchiha Gumu hurriedly entered the door. His face was very bad, and he said in a low voice, "That kid named Han came back at dusk, and it looks like he went outside to catch fish in the river." "What do you mean?" Uchiha Yokoyama frowned. "Today I sent 3 ninjas to deal with this kid." Uchiha Gumu looked at Hengxin carefully, a little afraid to say, the 3 of them should have left the village with Han, but they didn't come back. Didn't come back? Uchiha Yokoyama gave a majestic stare. Yes, the 3 Chunin. Humong led the team. Uchiha Gumu lowered his head lower. To deal with this kind of kid, you actually sent 3 Chunin. My subordinates are also trying to make sure nothing goes wrong, but it seems that something has happened. Uchiha Yokoyama's face became cloudy and uncertain, and it took a while before he spoke. What clues? In the afternoon, an external patrolling scout reported that there were traces of battle outside the village 12 miles to the southeast. Judging from the traces, someone performed B-level Kaiden, fire-style ninjutsu there. Uchiha Gumu said quickly, "My subordinate presumably, Jonin is protecting the cold." Quote. Chapter 20 Special Drop. Is Jonin protecting him? Uchiha Yokoyama's face sank. What do you mean by that? What your subordinates mean is that Humong and the others may already be dead. Uchiha Gumu knelt on the ground. My subordinates should be damned, causing this loss is their fault. Are you sure they are dead? Uchiha Yokoyama's face became extremely ugly. I'm not sure yet, but there are 9 out of 10. Gomyu was a little frightened, but he continued to bite the bullet. According to various traces and clues, it is speculated that Humong, Guy, and Dolphin should have encountered an ambush in the forest. Although they haven't found their bodies yet, they didn't return on time, they didn't leave signs or clues, and they didn't leave any information at the contact point, so I'm afraid, but please rest assured, the subordinates have a new plan, guarantee foolproof. Quote. You want to shoot yourself? Uchiha Yokoyama narrowed his eyes slightly. No, the patriarch listens to me. Gomyu lowered his voice even lower. Chilled wooden house. The doors and windows were closed, and Lu Han sat cross-legged on the long log, with an oil lamp lit on the table beside him. In front of Lu Han, there are more than 30 dropped items, including scrolls, weapons, potions, and ingots. Lu Han is admiring his trophies. Among these trophies, except for the Kekkei Genkei scroll that Lu Han has already used, the last thing you want is another scroll dropped by Uchiha Humong. Kaiden Fire Style, the art of the Great Fire Dragon. This is Class B ninjutsu. It is a high-level high-power Kaiden Fire Style ninjutsu that is by no means smaller than the Fire Dragon Fire Bullet. Uchiha didn't have a Master B-level ninjutsu, but he dropped a B-level ninjutsu scroll. The setting is like this. Just like when Lu Han killed a level 20 bronze boss for the first time, Jiwoo didn't have Master Kaiden Fire Style ninjutsu, and even he didn't know Kaiden Fire Style at all, because he came from a Megakure village, but dropped 3 Kaiden Fire Style ninjutsu scrolls. And Humong is good at Kaiden Fire Style, but not Master B-level ninjutsu, but dropped a B-level ninjutsu scroll. This is a special drop, and this speciality comes from the first kill. This is only the case with the first kill, which will drop ninjutsu with no master, or even ninjutsu that does not have that kind of attribute. In today's battle, Lu Han obtained a total of 33 items. Small Yuhi bottle times 6, small blue bottle times 5, core weapons and equipment times 8, fine kuna times 2, a fine shuriken, and a fine longsword. These add up to 23. Except the potion is very useful to Lu Han, the others are better than nothing. Grade C Ninjutsu Scrolls. Kaden Fire Style Great Fireball Jutsu. Kaden Fire Style Flame Bullet. Kaden Fire Style Dragon Flame Jutsu. Kaden Fire Style Phoenix Sage Fire Technique ×2. Grade B Ninjutsu Scroll. Kaden Fire Style Dragon's Art of Howling Fire. 3 ingots. 1 Kekkei Genkei Scroll. After all the equipment and potions were put away and the scrolls were all learned, Luhan not only mastered the Uchiha clan's signature ninjutsu Great Fireball Jutsu, but also upgraded the Fireball and Dragon Flame Jutsu to LV2, and the Phoenix Sage Fire Technique to LV3. Of course, the most important thing is the technique of the Arrogant Fire Dragon. After packing everything up, Lu Hanyu started to think. He was thinking about how to go in the future. If you kill spies, there are too few Chunin, there is no need to kill genin, and Luhan feels that he is growing too fast, which is a good thing, but the chakra is a bit underwhelming. Elf, how can I have more chakra? I'm not talking about the small blue bottle, I'm talking about a permanent increase. Luhan asked in his heart. First of all, please pay attention to Subversive 3665. If you want to permanently improve chakra, it is not to practice chakra. Chakra is transformed from the combination of physical energy and spiritual energy, and it can also be understood as the combination of physical energy and spiritual power. I know, and then what? The number of cells in the human body is almost the same, there are as many as tens of trillions. The spiritual power will absorb the body energy from each cell and convert it into chakra. The stronger the spiritual power, the more chakra will be converted. Ordinary genin can convert 1 unit of chakra from a cell, and jonin can convert 10 units, or even tens of units of chakra. Quote. So if you want to have more chakra, you need stronger mental power. There is a drop item called Spiritual Potion. Generally, if you kill a level 30 enemy character, you will have a chance to drop it. In the subversive space, 10 ingots can be exchanged for a psychic potion. Of course, you can also directly cultivate spiritual power. Level 30 is it Jonin? Yes. Am I going to win now? Can't answer. When I didn't ask. Luhan touched his nose. Growing up too fast really put a lot of pressure on him, because everyone else only acquired ninjutsu through training again and again. To hone mental strength, Luhan obtained it directly through the scroll, without the process of hone mental strength. Although he is also practicing hard, he has only been in this world for 6 days. In 6 days, no matter how hard he works, his spiritual strength will not improve too much. Spiritual medicine. I have 12 ingots now, I can enter the subversive space tomorrow. 10 ingots can be exchanged for a ninjutsu, and also can be exchanged for spiritual medicine. Not enough, really not enough. The next afternoon, in the dense forest at the back of the village of Konoha. Who are you? The middle-aged man who was pierced by a long knife in his heart trembled and said, his eyes were bloody. He was vomiting blood, and he looked extremely excited. The scout will die in the hands of this little devil in front of him. Luhan wore a bamboo hat on his head and held the handle of the knife in his hand. When he twisted it hard, the blade suddenly made a circle in the middle-aged man's heart. The middle-aged man shook violently, his eyes froze, and he died. With a wave of his hand, Luhan put away all the fallen objects and set fire to the corpse to ashes. This is the second spy he killed today. Both are level 20 bronze bosses. During this period, he has seen no less than 20 genins. Spies, but none were killed. Chilled wooden house. Tsunade, who was dressed in a ninja costume, folded his arms and walked around the house, muttering dissatisfiedly, where has this kid gone? It's dishonest all day long. Tsunade just came back from the mission and came to see Luhan was dead, but there was no one in the house. Call. A whirlwind suddenly engulfed the house, and Luhan, who was carrying a knife and blood on his clothes, appeared out of thin air, and was suddenly stunned. Tsunade was also stunned. Eyes wide open. No one could speak for a while. Chapter 21 Fraud. Asshole. Why are you here? What have you been doing? Luhan and Tsunade spoke almost at the same time, Both of them had the intention to strike first, but obviously, in terms of identity, Luhan was at an absolute disadvantage. Tsunade's expression became thoughtful, and then he was half smiling. Stepping lightly, Tsunade held his delicate chin in one hand, and walked around Luhan in circles, watching Luhan up and down for a while, as if he was admiring something strange. Luhan looked a little hairy, and looked down at himself again. There were a lot of blood stains on his clothes. Just after killing people, the blood hadn't dried up yet. Little liar, tell me honestly. Tsunade turned around and sat on the chair, looking at Luhan with interest. I think this may be a misunderstanding, Luhan said dully. Edit, you continue to make it up. If it wasn't for knowing Luhan, Tsunade would have done it long ago, and now she just wants to ask what happened. I'll give you a chance to tell the story. You better pray that you can convince me, otherwise I'll arrest you. Cough, I promise that what I'm going to say next is true. If I tell a lie, the sky will be struck by thunder. Luhan swore and sat across from Tsunade. That's right, someone was going to kill me just now, because I found out his identity. A whole new story. Luhan described himself as a brave and resourceful young man. At noon this day, the witty Han was eating noodles at a noodle restaurant, and suddenly noticed a strange figure who was not a resident of Konoha, and looked strangely. After that, the witty Han followed this weird guy. Based on all possible clues, Han suspected that this guy was a foreign scout, but unfortunately, before Han could report, he was discovered by the weird guy. The two fought hard in the woods, and finally Han won. That's it, Luhan said and looked at Tsunade with a pure face. Fortunately, that's just a genin, not my opponent. Otherwise, you may never see each other again. Where's the corpse? Tsunade looked cold and didn't seem to believe Luhan's words. Destroy the corpse and destroy the traces. Han was helpless again. I can't possibly report it to anyone, then my matter will be exposed, and I can't explain it at all. Take me to the battle site. Tsunade stood up straight. In the woods. Tsunade and Luhan appeared one after another out of thin air. Tsunade's sense of smell was very keen. As a medical ninja, she smelled a faint smell of blood and some anxiety at the first moment of appearance. There, Luhan pointed to the front. I burned the body. Recently I practiced Kaden, fire style. The ground has been cleaned, but there are still some traces. Tsunade nodded and circled back and forth around here. She did see some battle traces, but because Luhan dealt with the traces, Tsunade could no longer infer anything from these traces, and could only confirm that a battle had indeed occurred. Little liar, what you just said is true. Tsunade appeared in front of Luhan like a ghost, very close. Sister Tsunade is so pretty. Don't glib and answer my questions. Deceive people and kill the whole family. Luhan, who has no family, said indifferently. Tsunade stared at Luhan's eyes, and gave up after a while. Although her sixth sense told her that this kid was unreliable, she couldn't see the problem. Has anything happened recently? Tsunade asked again. It always felt like someone was following me. Well, then what? No more. Okay, I see. Tsunade separated from Luhan in the woods, and now she felt that it was necessary to report Han's situation to the third-generation Hokage. Just when Luhan returned home, Tsunade also came to a simple and grand mansion. Sarutobi Hiruzen, who was in his prime, sat cross-legged on the futon under the tree. In front of him, a Scarface ninja was reporting something. Tsunade appeared out of thin air, and the Scarface ninja paused. Seeing that it was Tsunade, he go on. Originally, we didn't pay much attention to this matter. It was speculated that there were traces of private fights between ninjas in the village, but judging from the situation of the past 2 days, I am afraid it is not so simple. Scarface Ninja continued, according to statistics, in the past 5 or 6 days, a total of no less than 50 suspicious fighting marks have been found in the village, 20 of which have been identified, which can be determined to be conflicts or discussions among the villagers, and 30 other traces, like it appeared out of thin air. The victim could not be found, the traces have been professionally handled, and it is impossible to speculate on the situation of the battle. Because Scarface was reporting to Sarutobi Hiruzen, Tsunade was standing by and listening, but when he listened, he felt something was wrong. Is there any blood? Are there any mysterious deaths or disappearances in the village? Tsunade asked suddenly. Scarface glanced at Tsunade, and said respectfully, "Go back to Lord Tsunade, I can confirm that there is blood, but I can only smell the blood, but I can't see the blood. No one in the village has mysteriously disappeared or died recently." Yeah, Tsunade nodded, and the figure of a certain kid naturally flashed in his mind. Fraud. Asshole. Tsunade is almost certain that this matter must have something to do with Luhan. After Scarface finished reporting, he disappeared in front of Sarutobi Hiruzen. A troubled time. Sarutobi Hiruzen sighed worriedly, then looked at Tsunade again. Is the mission going well? It's going well, it's just. What? Orochimaru kills innocent people again. Well, I see, I'll admonish him. Sarutobi Hiruzen said this every time, but in fact he acquiesced to Orochimaru's behavior. After all, it was a special period. If you look ahead and look back, you may fail the mission. Tsunade is too kind, and Orochimaru's ruthlessness compliments Tsunade. Tsunade also understood the teacher's thoughts. Full of powerlessness, he hesitated for a while, but still didn't say anything about Luhan. Because of new doubts. Chilled wooden house. Take a bath, the skin is good, take a bath, the skin is good. Luhan was happily taking a bath in the tub, when suddenly he felt a dark shadow in front of him. The fragrance was blowing, and Han felt his neck was strangled. Little devil, I'll give you one last chance. Tsunade said, watching Luhan bite Kiba and gnashing his teeth. Chapter 22 Bet with Tsunade. Luhan was forced. What the hell? Is it so sudden? Didn't you see people taking a shower? Tsunade frowned at Luhan, his expression as if he was going to swallow Luhan alive. Luhan opened his mouth. It was difficult to speak. He had to point to his neck and motion Tsunade to take his hand away. I warn you, if you dare to lie to me again, you will die. Tsunade said viciously, slowly taking his hand away. Cough. Luhan rubbed his neck and looked at Tsunade with a look of hesitating to speak. Come on, how many things are you hiding from me? Tsunade sounded like a resentful little daughter-in-law. That just talk about it here. It's not very convenient. Luhan gestured to Tsunade with a look of embarrassment. Tsunade followed Luhan's gaze for a moment, and immediately averted his eyes as if he had seen something dazzling. Luhan, who was soaked in the tub, spread out his hands and said, let's go out first. Little devil, give you 3 minutes, hurry up and get out of here. Tsunade threatened again fiercely, and then got up and walked out. Luhan looked back, and when Tsunade walked to the door, Yuhi's ears were pierced. Well, the outward calm is just an illusion. Where is the problem? Luhan was puzzled, jumped out of the tub, and thought while putting on his clothes. In the room, Tsunade sat at the table, poured himself a glass of water, and drank silently. The Yuhi color on his face faded after a while. In other words, the age of 12 is not too young. If in the Sengoku period, there were many people who got married at the age of 13 or 14, it was really not young. Bastard kid, Tsunade muttered as he bit Kiba's teeth. Sister Tsunade, what's the matter? You scared me. Luhan walked into the room neatly dressed, looking puzzled. He really didn't know what Tsunade wanted to know. How many people have you killed recently? Tsunade squinted at Luhan with a gloomy face. What do you mean? Luhan sat across from Tsunade, looking like he didn't understand. Clap clap. Half a glass of water was splashed on Luhan's face. Luhan closed his eyes subconsciously and raised his hand to wipe his face. Bang! Tsunade slammed the water glass on the table. His face turned Yuhi angry. Bastard. Be honest. How many people have you killed recently? Don't lie to me again. Anbu's ninjas are already investigating this matter, and the last few days at least 30 suspicious battle traces have been found in Tianqian. The victim cannot be verified. Do you still want to deny it? Ah, Luhan opened his mouth and was speechless. Sure enough, I still underestimate the ability of the Konoha ninja. Luhan also thought that his actions in the village would be exposed one day, but he didn't expect it to be so soon. Sister Tsunade. Don't call me sister. Okay, Master Tsunade. Luhan calmed down, turned his thoughts, looked at Tsunade and said, actually, this matter is quite bizarre. I'm afraid I say you don't believe it. Speak. I know all the residents of Konoha. You fart. Girls don't swear. Look, you really don't believe it. Don't talk nonsense, answer my question. Did you do it? As I said, I know all the inhabitants of Konoha, so I can tell who is the inhabitant of Konoha and who is the outsider, and with a little more analysis, I can know who is the outsider, so I did it, yes. Luhan showed a miserable look again. You really don't believe me, I know that, so I won't say it. Tsunade sneered at Luhan. She was now in a state where she didn't believe what Luhan said. Luhan picked up the kettle and poured water for himself. He said what he had to say. It was up to Tsunade to believe it or not. Do you know how many people there are in Konoha? Tsunade asked Luhan angrily. Maybe tens of thousands of people. Luhan wasn't sure. Since the last ninja war, Konoha has been recuperating for more than 10 years. Including the elderly, the weak, women and children, and non-ninjas, the total population of Konoha village has reached nearly 40,000, of which the proportion of working ninjas is as high as 32%. Among the ninjas, a certain proportion of ninjas are sent out as scouts to spy on the intelligence of various countries, and even adopt the method of disguising their deaths to hide their identities, and never show their faces in the village. Tsunade stared at Luhan's eyes. You dare to say, you know everyone in Konoha? There are 40,000 people. Luhan muttered. He recalled the original book. He remembered that during the Fourth Ninja World War, 80,000 ninjas fought against 100,000 white Zetsu. The upper limit of the number of ninjas in the world can be said that there are only 80,000 to 90,000 ninjas in the entire ninja world. According to the number of ninjas at that time, Konoha has more than 10,000 ninjas, which is reasonable. But now, 30 years after Konoha, there are so many ninjas. By the way, there are also World War II and World War III. It's my brain that's funny. Luhan suddenly figured out that before the Fourth World War, there were 2 ninja world wars. Another batch will grow, another batch will die in the war, and another batch will grow, so the number of ninjas fluctuates, not more and more. Luhan was in a trance, looking like he was wandering outside. Tsunade was furious and scolded, "Little brat. Answer my question. What's the problem?" "Oh yes, I know everyone in Konoha," Luhan said, returning to his senses. "Damn duck. Looks like I need to take you to the interrogation department." "Hello, am I telling the truth? You don't believe me. Even Lord Hokage can't say that he can remember everyone in Konoha village. Why do you? Then let's make a bet." "Bet or not, let's bet. I can prove it to you." Luhan looked at Tsunade with strange eyes, and the word, bet, was particularly hard. Betting is very interesting. Betting, betting, betting. Tsunade successfully put on the suit, with a dead expression on Luhan's face. "Little devil, if you can't prove it, I will definitely send you to the interrogation department. You won't even think about it for the rest of your life." "Then what if I win?" Luhan raised his eyebrows. "If you win, I promise not to come to you again." Tsunade stared. "No, not good." Luhan shook his finger. "Isn't Mr. Tsunade trying to protect me? You can't leave me. My condition is..." Chapter 23 Tsunade's shock. After listening to Luhan's conditions, Tsunade thought it was unbelievable at first, because it was like a child playing, and then she reacted, looking at Luhan a few times, and sneered, "Little devil, you hold a grudge. It's a pity that I can't beat you, otherwise I'll do it directly." Luhan said with an expression you said. "Humph." Tsunade stood up with a bad expression on his face, and shook his head at Luhan. "Go. I'd like to see how you prove it." Don't deny the account if you lose. Luhan got up with a smile. The troubled area of Konoha village is full of high-rise buildings and hustle and bustle, making it extremely lively. Third-generation Hokage Sarutobi is a very capable person. Whether it is his achievements in ninja or managing the village, he has performed extremely well. Whenever outsiders come to the downtown area of Konoha village, they will be amazed by Sarutobi Hiruzen's achievements. On the eaves of a tower, Tsunade and Luhan stood side by side, looking at the pedestrians on the street below. You know all the people below. Tsunade squinted at Luhan and teased. Of course it's impossible to know them all, because some are foreign businessmen and some ordinary people passing by. Luhan said. Then how do you prove it? By chance. Tsunade was a little exasperated. You can refer to anyone and ask me, anyone is fine. Luhan glanced at Tsunade and said. Tsunade looked unhappy, then looked down again, before pointing to the bottom for a while and said, the man in the shinobi at the door of the ninja shop. Konoha Ministry of Education, maybe a teacher. The one pushing the trolley with the sack on it. Foreign merchants. Woman on the street buying candy. The administration department, my own people. Just came out of the restaurant with an iron rod in hand. The one in the village doesn't seem to be a ninja, maybe it's a hunter in the village. There. Yes. Tsunade asked more than a dozen people in a row, and Luhan answered them one by one. Some of them had accurate information in their names, and Luhan answered them in detail. If there was no accurate information, they said they were from Konoha. Some Konoha residents only show their names, while outsiders will definitely show their affiliations, such as merchants from the land of Vortex, residents of Xiaohu village, etc. What? Do you admit defeat? Luhan asked with a smile. Tsunade was silent for a while, then raised his finger again and said, the man who almost fell on the street just now is the one with a hat. Luhan looked at it and said after a moment of silence, the outsider is a ninja. It was a scout ninja from Iwagakure village, a level 10 white silver boss, but Luhan didn't say it, and he didn't care much about such a small role. Tsunade's expression is a little anxious. As a ninja who has been trained for more than 10 years, she has been born and died many times, and she also has some ways to distinguish the identity of the other party, so the people she refers to are all people who she can identify themselves, while Luhan alright. Tsunade stubbornly thought that Luhan was lying to him, but it turned out that it wasn't. Wait for me. Tsunade dropped the words and disappeared beside Luhan. Humph. Luhan hummed and smiled, who had the winning ticket in his hands. He was not afraid of Tsunade's tricks. Few minutes later, Tsunade appeared next to Luhan again. What? Luhan glanced at Tsunade. Look there. Tsunade pointed below, the door of the weapon shop. Those four, tell me, who are my own? Who are the outsiders? Tsunade specially arranged for 4 people to appear on the street. When Luhan looked at it, his face changed slightly, and then he said slowly, the first one from the left, Anbu Ninja, the second one, the Interrogation Department Ninja, the third one, a prisoner, an alien ninja, the fourth one, Anbu Ninja. Tsunade suddenly turned to look at Luhan, her eyes were already glowing, she was shocked. She just went to the prison, and she specially transferred a healthy prisoner out, and also found 2 Anbu ninjas who didn't show up often. Luhan knew that they were residents of Konoha, but he even knew what they were doing. Luhan not only knew everyone in Konoha, it was a hell of a time. How did you do that? Tsunade asked, his voice hoarse. Luhan showed a mysterious smile, raised his finger to his head, and paused before saying, I have lived in Konoha for so many years. I have walked every inch of Konoha, and my memory is very good, and secondly and there are some analytical things in it, and 1 or 2 sentences cannot explain it clearly. You asked me how many people I killed recently. Many, dozens, some in the village, some outside the village. Luhan began to tell the story again. Before I killed them, I followed them first, because I know they are not residents of Konoha, and they are suspicious, so I followed them first, deliberately revealing my own tracks, if the other party was a spy, I would definitely be alert, and then either flee outside the village, or lead me to a place where no one was there to kill. That's how. Why didn't you report it? How do I explain it? Luhan looked at Tsunade and said angrily, you don't believe me time and time again. If you change someone else, you might just lock me up. Tsunade blinked, still very suspicious. Indeed, there are too many things about Luhan that are difficult to explain, but then again, it is true that this guy has been dishonest. Huh, Luhan suddenly made a surprised voice. Tsunade frowned, looked down with Luhan's eyes, and asked, what's wrong? On the street, people come and go. There was a middle-aged man with a short stature and a stout stature. He was wearing a coarse cloth and was wrapped in hemp rope. He carried a pole on his shoulders. There were 2 baskets at both ends of the pole. The man appeared to be a passing peddler, probably from a small village nearby. But in Luhan's eyes, he has nothing to do with small traders. He is a ninja with a big Yuhi name. Yuhi's dazzling kind. Sunagakur Scout 30 Bronze Boss, Kinki. Jonin Scouts from the Land of Winds. This is the first time that Luhan has seen Jonin spies in the village. Chapter 24 Luhan Sherlock Holmes. What's wrong? Tsunade asked suspiciously, looking at Luhan and then down again. What are you looking at? The guy with the pole. Luhan finally said after pondering, did you see it? Well, what's wrong? Tsunade frowned in response. First of all, he is not a resident of Konoha, and secondly, he is a ninja. From my point of view, his left hand is delicate, but his fist face is flat. This is a symbol of training, indicating that he is good at taijutsu, good at gangquan, and pay attention to maintenance, which shows that his status is not low, and he is definitely not an ordinary ninja. Quote. He walks with a pole, the pole is bent, and there are heavy objects inside, but his shoulders are not crooked, indicating that his body is very stable, and his pace, the distance of each step is the same, and the toes fall first. This is only trained ninjas have the pace. Look, he passed a person, and the 2 turn sideways at the same time to make his pace distance remain the same. This also shows that he is in a state of alert. Once an accident occurs, he has a solid footing and can react at any time. Quote. Looking at his trousers, they look old, but they don't have any frayed cuffs, and they're very bulky, but they don't have the necessary old creases, which means they're deliberately worn. And the most important point, he has murderous aura, very, very strong murderous aura. You may not feel it, but I can, so. He's a spy, Tsunade answered hurriedly. He's a Jonin spy, Luhan emphasized, glancing at Tsunade. You can try him first, or maybe my analysis is wrong. Of course, it's more likely to be right. Tsunade looked at Luhan with a look of distrust of Luhan's reasoning, but he was also a little moved. If it is really a Jonin spy, maybe it will do some harm to Konoha. Call. Tsunade's hand seal disappeared beside Luhan. Luhan smiled and looked down, but he was deeply relieved. Just now, those were all forcibly made up by him. Those are indeed suspicious points. Through those doubts, it can be judged that the other party is a spy. At least they can be suspected, but they must be say that the other party is Jonin. Pure nonsense. Luhan himself does not have any inference ability, but he can first determine the identity of the other party and make a reverse inference. Knowing that the other party is a Jonin spy, any abnormal details are no longer an illusion. It doesn't seem to be in the downtown area, and I don't know where it will go. The figure carrying the pole quickly disappeared from Luhan's sight. Luhan thought about it, and the hand seal disappeared. Had to go home first. Since he had told Tsunade about it, Luhan would definitely have no chance of intervening, and he had no plans to fight with Jonin yet. Luhan returned home. He closed the window first. Before he entered the door, he saw 2 Uchiha Yuhi names watching him. Uchiha clan, it's really endless. Luhan stood in front of the mirror, blinking in a murmur. His pair of black pupils quickly changed to Yuhi. A single tomo appeared, and the world became clear in Luhan's eyes again. Luhan showed a thoughtful look. Having Sharingan is a good thing, but the fact that he owns Sharingan will be known to the outside world one day, which will definitely lead to trouble, and even Luhan may be considered a Uchiha clan. Because Luhan is an orphan and both his parents died since he was a child, no one knows who his parents are. If you force a guess that one of his parents is a missing nin of the Uchiha clan, it may make sense. Betrayed the Uchiha clan, tired of it after completing the mission and killing, he lived in seclusion in a small mountain village, married an ordinary person, and gave birth to Luhan. Genie, if I use another Sharingan Kekkei Genkei scroll, can it be upgraded to double Tomo? Yes, but the probability of dropping the scrolls of Sharingan Kekkei Genkei for the second time is very low, and subversives can also be improved through training. Boom tilde tilde. There was a sudden roar, and the ground shook. Huh, Luhan turned his head suddenly, dodged to the window, opened the window and looked out. In the distance, the fire is soaring, and the smoke is billowing. They already done it. In that case Tsunade will think I'm a peerless genius. Luhan smiled, he really wanted to know Tsunade's expression now. Although Tsunade is a medical ninja, his fighting ability is not weak at all, and this is in the Konoha village. Tsunade can call a large number of ninjas, Anbu, guards, nearby Konoha ninjas with a single signal, so Tsunade's safety does not need to be worried, but a moment of silence for Jonin in the Land of Winds. Luhan thought that Tsunade would come to him after the battle, but he didn't. Dusk. Luhan's house is full of aroma, and several plates of delicious dishes have been placed on the table. Luhan is still busy in the kitchen. He is in a good mood today, so he cooks more, and he does not plan to sleep. He will return at midnight. Disruptor space. When Luhan came out of the kitchen with rice again, Tsunade was already sitting at the table, coming quietly. Don't knock on the door. Luhan was stunned for a while, and put the rice bowl on the table. Tsunade looked at Luhan as if he was looking at an alien. He looked up and down, seeing Luhanji's hair, and then he said, "Can I finish it all by myself? Knowing you'll be here at night, I deliberately did more." Luhan borrowed the donkey way and smiled. "You can count this." Tsunade's face changed slightly. Luhan gave her too much incredible. "Let's eat first, chat while eating, I'll go get the dishes." Luhan smiled and walked towards the kitchen. When Luhan returned to the table, there was an extra burden on the table. "What?" Luhan asked. "Intelligence bounty," Tsunade said sullenly, as if he didn't want to give Luhan's appearance. "You provided the intelligence of Jonin spies, you deserve it." Bounty. Luhan opened the bag, his eyes lit up, a lot of money. A flash of lightning flashed across Luhan's mind. He thought about what he could do. Things you can do even as a non-ninja. Tsunade stood up and picked up the bowls and chopsticks to serve. "Wait a minute," Luhan suddenly shouted. "Don't let me eat." Tsunade looked up at Luhan. She was indeed hungry. "No." Luhan restrained his smile and said solemnly, "Master Tsunade, if I remember correctly, you seem to have lost the bet to me, can I now?" Chapter 25. Tsunade got wet. As Luhan spoke, he smiled, a smile that meant a winner. Tsunade's face changed, he lowered his voice immediately, and said fiercely to Luhan, "Little devil, are you so impatient? Isn't it time to eat now? You want to default?" Luhan asked back, giving Tsunade a contemptuous look. "I don't have it, I won't default on my debt." Tsunade suddenly got a little excited and stood up looking very angry. "Okay, come on." After saying that, Tsunade picked up the kettle and poured a glass of water and handed it to Luhan. "No need for this, wait for me." Luhan didn't answer, got up and quickly walked towards the kitchen. Not long after, Luhan came out of the kitchen with a bucket. The bucket was about the size of a waist, half a meter high, and filled with clean water. "Hey, kid, did you use a bucket? I only splashed you with half a glass of water at the time," Tsunade exclaimed anxiously. "Does it have anything to do with that?" Luhan walked over to Tsunade with a bucket of water, and said with a smile, "We agreed. If I win, I'll splash you with water, but I didn't say how much." Tsunade's pretty face was bitter. He didn't know if he was angry, or if he really had no reason to speak. He could only stare at Luhan. Come on. Luhan smiled again. Wow. Bucket was lifted high by Luhan, and a bucket full of water was poured on top of Tsunade's head and washed down. Tsunade's clothes were instantly soaked, and his whole body became a chicken. PFF'd. Tsunade wiped her face. As the #1 woman in Hokage, she naturally expressed her grievances to Luhan without any pretentiousness. She just gave Luhan another look in dissatisfaction, punished herself with a bowl of rice, and sat down to start eating. Liang Qing, Luhan said, put down the bucket, and went back to his seat to sit down. Tsunade was still dripping water, a lot of hair stuck to his face, and his clothes became wrinkled. Originally Tsunade was wearing looser clothes and didn't show off his figure. At this time, his clothes were all close to the on-the-body. Luhan didn't dare to look at it, and got angry when he saw it. Luhan ate and didn't speak, but raised his head from time to time and glanced at Tsunade. Why is Tsunade's heart so big? Don't know how to change clothes before eating. Can you still have a good meal? The meal was very dull. In fact, Luhan kept peeking at Tsunade, but Tsunade didn't seem to notice it. Of course, it was possible that she noticed Luhan's gaze, but Luhan was young and she didn't think much about it. Meal, Tsunade left directly. She originally wanted to have a good talk with Luhan, but she was out of breath today, so she stopped talking. In the middle of the night, Luhan Ping lay on the wooden collapse and waited. Moment of midnight, Luhan's whole body became illusory, as if translucent, and then he returned to his physical form. Luhan's soul emerged three-dimensionally, and after a few breaths of darkness, his consciousness returned again. The subversive space is still the same, empty and cold, only the light ball in the center of the space emits light. Suddenly, the ball of light cracked, and a black passage appeared. Luhan walked out and slowly opened his eyes. You're back. The subversion messenger's voice sounded in Luhan's ears. Yeah. Luhan looked back at the light ball that had returned to its original state. Without gossip, he said directly, I have 12 ingots now, what can I exchange? Call. The ball of light suddenly burst into a white light, and the white light took shape in front of Luhan, like a huge screen with grids on top, and each grid displayed a pattern and the number of ingots needed. 12 ingots, there are too many things that can be exchanged. There are more than 100 items that can be exchanged for 1 ingot alone. There are also items worth 2 ingots, 5 ingots, and 10 ingots. Luhan will see from the following that 1 ingot can be exchanged for ninjutsu package, such as a few basic ninjutsu plus AC level ninjutsu can be exchanged for only 1 ingot. AB level ninjutsu, only 1 ingot. A penultimate level weapon costs only 1 ingot. Luhan's best weapon at the moment is only the elite level, and above the elite level is the penultimate level, which can be regarded as a weapon of magic. Above the penultimate level are the rare level weapons, and the rare level weapons are not only magic weapons, but also with special effects, such as poisoning, blood-sucking, absorbing chakra, etc. A rare weapon is usually worth dozens of ingots, all of which are told by the elves to Luhan. Penultimate assassination knife. Luhan took a fancy to a jet black knife that was 70 centimeters long. Although he was very excited, Luhan didn't buy it right away, but continued to look at it. He only had 12 ingots, and the use of each ingot must be carefully considered. Drops are picked up automatically. The price is 1 ingot. Luhan saw another interesting thing, not a ninja-related ability but an item, but an ability that only Luhan, who is a subversive, can use. Look up again. Some penultimate weapons are priced at 2 ingots. Luhan also saw that the entry into the 8 inner gates requires 5 ingots to exchange. The 8 inner gates is very powerful, no doubt about it, but if it is just an entry, 5 ingots are reasonable. But Luhan didn't want to develop in the field of physical art, it was too boring. The penultimate is the most expensive penultimate weapon. The technique of shadow clone, priced at 5 ingots, is the most expensive B-level ninjutsu. For the pricing of ninjutsu scrolls, basic ninjutsu and C-level ninjutsu are worthless. The price of B-level ninjutsu is between 1 ingot and 5 ingots. Luhan already has Master S Fierce Dragon Flame Jutsu for 2 ingots, while Fire Dragon Flame requires 2 ingots. Play, as long as 1 ingot. Fierce Dragon Flame Jutsu, why is it more expensive than Fire Dragon Flame Jutsu? Luhan asked. Shadow Clone is expensive. It is understandable that this technique is very special, so why is Dragon Flame more expensive? The power is not necessarily stronger than the Fire Dragon Flame bullet. Fierce Dragon Flame Jutsu is a B-level ninjutsu developed by Uchiha Sasuke's improvement of Dragon Flame Jutsu. The time you entered is 30 years of Konoha. At this time, the Konoha Uchiha clan has not mastered this technique. You cannot pass the formal. The way to practice this technique can only be obtained through drops in exchange, and the exchange price for any technique that will appear in later generations will be more expensive. The subversive messenger explained. Understood. Luhan nodded and continued to look up. Futon, wind style, crushing. Doden, earth style, swamp of the underworld. Suiton, water style, great waterfall technique. Kaden, fire style, dragon flame release song jutsu. These 4 A-level ninjutsu are priced at 10 ingots. Chapter 26 LV9 Ultimate Kaden, fire style. In addition to A-level ninjutsu, there are also the spiritual medicine, that the elves have said, some secret arts, demonic illusion, and golden medicine, and some abilities that can only be used by subversives. Danger alert. When a hostile character appears within 100 meters of subversive, an alert will be issued. Critical hit damage. When using offensive ninjutsu, there is a small chance of a critical hit. Upgradable. Deprivation technique. After the subversive kills the enemy character, he can use this technique on the corpse of the enemy mission, with a small probability of obtaining the ability possessed by the enemy character. Upgradable. Corpse destruction. Destroy the corpse completely, leaving no trace. 4 special abilities were all priced at 10 ingots. Luhan was very moved when he saw them, and every one of them made his heart move. However, still the problem, he only had 12 ingots, and it was impossible to waste 10 of them on these abilities. We can only wait until there are more ingots in the future. Luhan roughly looked through all the things that could be exchanged, pinched his chin and started to think. Remind Subversive 3665 that you can only stay in the subversive space for a maximum of 30 minutes. The voice of the subversive messenger suddenly sounded. If you exceed 30 minutes, you will be forcibly teleported back to the world of Hokage. Ask a question. How much is Kaden, Fire Style, Majestic Destroyer Flame, Great Fire Annihilation worth? Luhan asked. He didn't see the exchange item for Majestic Destroyer Flame, Great Fire Annihilation. The subversive ingot is insufficient and cannot be viewed. The subversive messenger said. Okay then. Luhan paused again before saying. I will exchange 2 Phoenix Sage Fire Technique packages first. One package is 3 Function Fire Ninjutsu Scrolls. Each package is 1 yuan. I spend a total of 2 ingots. Get 6 Function Fire Scrolls, right? Yes. Then, I will exchange for 8 Fire Dragon Bullets and 8 ingots. Good. There are still 2 ingots left, one for the Assassination Short Blade of Penultimate, and one for the dropped items to be picked up automatically, that's all. After the exchange is completed, the subversive can stay in this space for 17 minutes. All 12 ingots were spent, the ingots disappeared directly into Luhan's space backpack, and the exchangeable items appeared directly in Luhan's space backpack. Luhan immediately sat down cross-legged and took out all the exchangeable items. Penultimate Assassination Short Blade, 70 centimeters long, black as ink, extremely thin blade, long handle, can hold the knife with both hands. Luhan took a look and put away the Assassination Short Blade. This knife will be his main battle weapon for a long time in the future. Dropped items are automatically picked up. It is a scroll. It is used when opened, and there is nothing to study. The rest are all ninjutsu scrolls. 6C Ranked Kaden, Fire Style, Ninjutsu. reels of Phoenix Sage Fire technique, all used up. Before Lu Han's Phoenix Sage Fire technique was LV3. After using those scrolls, the level reached LV9, which is the highest level. Next, the 8 Fire Dragon Fire Bullet Ninjutsu scrolls, all used. Kaden Fire Style Fire Dragon Fire Bullet also reached LV9, the highest level. AC Ranked Kaden Fire Style Attacking Ninjutsu, and AB Ranking Kaden Fire Style Attacking Ninjutsu, all of which have reached the highest level. According to the elves, people in the Hokage world can only cultivate ninjutsu to level 6 at the highest level. Even Uchiha Madara, who was unparalleled in Kaden Fire Style Ninjutsu back then, displayed the magic of wind, fairy fire, and the strongest. Only LV6 level. All know, the C-level Kaden Fire Style displayed by Uchiha Madara is comparable in power to the B-level or even A-level ninjutsu displayed by others. If it wasn't for Senju Hashirama Master's bug-like Mokuden wood style ability, he would have been beaten to death by Madara. At this time, Lu Han's Phoenix Sage Fire technique has reached the LV9 level. He can no longer speculate on the power of his Phoenix Sage Fire technique, but there is no doubt that it is far stronger than ordinary B-level ninjutsu. B-level ninjutsu Fire Dragon Flame Bullet that reaches the LV9 level should have the power of A-level ninjutsu. Reason why Lu Han did not directly choose A-level ninjutsu scrolls, but instead upgraded 2 C-level B-level ninjutsus that had already been masters, mainly considered the problem of chakra consumption. If he learned A-level Kaden Fire Style Dragon Flame Release Song Jutsu, with his current amount of chakra, is probably not enough to use it once. As for B-level ninjutsu, Lu Han felt that he could let it go. From this point of view, Lu Han seems to have found a way to save chakra and release the powerful ninjutsu. It seems to be taking advantage of it, but in fact it is not, because if he chooses A-level ninjutsu, it is possible to continuously improve the power, but the upper limit has not yet been reached. And now that he has upgraded the Fire Dragon Flame Bomb to the full level, there is no room for growth. There are pros and cons, but Lu Han feels that he has made the most correct choice now. Didn't choose A-level ninjutsu, and he didn't exchange spiritual potions, but he made his own strength reach a new height. He has only become a subversive for 7 days, and the road is still long. The power of the 2 full-level ninjutsu has increased by at least 1 level. C-level is used as B-level, and B-level is used as A-level. Will this scare people to death? Lu Han suddenly thought of a very interesting thing. Fire Dragon the Fire Bullet is the Kaden Fire Style ninjutsu that Sarutobi Hiruzen is good at, but I don't know how much power LV6 and LV9 have checked. The moonlight was dim, casting a dim yellow through the window. Lu Han's body, who was lying flat on the wooden collapse, was illusory again, and then turned into a real entity. Lu Han opened his eyes, turned over and sat up. Today is destined to be a sleepless night for him. Practice. Practice. The only shortcoming of Lu Han now is that the amount of chakra is too small. Although he can replenish it with a small blue bottle at any time, it is not a long-term solution. A new day. Lu Han, who had not slept all night, was still in high spirits. The first time he went out, he noticed that there were still people from the Uchiha tribe watching. 2 big Yuhi names were hidden in the tree. Go. Mission Hall, just beside the downtown area. Because it was still early, there were not many people in the mission hall, and there were 20 or 30 ninjas handing over missions. This time, Lu Han came to the mission hall to inquire about the reward for providing spies intelligence. Yo, look at who this is. The injury will heal so quickly. It's a pity that he wasn't killed. Lu Han was walking towards the mission hall, and a strange girl's voice suddenly came from not far away. Lu Han stopped and turned to look. The girl, who was about 12 or 13 years old, although she was young, was already slim, with a very cute baby face, but the look in Lu Han's eyes was very, very unpleasant. Chapter 27 Neuropathy Hyuga Logan. The girl is not just one person, she has 3 teenage ninjas beside her, a total of 4 people, all with obvious characteristics, Byakugan. That's right, including this girl, they're all ninjas from the Hyuga clan. Luhan knew her, and through Han's memory, Luhan was deeply impressed by her. Hyuga Luo Ning. I still remember that it was 5 years ago, when Luhan was 7 years old and Hyuga Luo Ning was 8 years old. At that time, Luhan was already a well-known trash, and Hyuga Luo Ning was a genius girl of the Hyuga family, a princess of the stars and the moon, and even Uchiha Fugaku, who was still the king of the ninja school, did not dare to provoke her. Girls always get more sympathy, and the Hyuga family is not easy to mess with. At that time, suddenly one day, Hyuga Luo Ning confessed to Han. That's right, it's such a bloody plot. At the age of 7, Luhan was very good looking and very delicate. With long hair, he could even dress up as a girl. This is also the reason why Han was often beaten, and he was more like a girl. However, Hyuga Luo Ning confessed to Han, and there are hidden feelings in it. That is, Hyuga Luo Ning made a bet with someone, lost the bet, and was forced to confess to Han, and then something even more bloody happened. Han rejected Hyuga Luo Ning. 2 idiots. Luhan can only comment on Hyuga Luo Ning and Luhan at that time. Hyuga Luo Ning regarded himself as too high. He really thought he was a princess, and he could make people bow down casually, but Han was just a lump of elm, and was very inferior. Hyuga Luo Ning's confession even made him panic. That's how the two were enmity. Hyuga Luo Ning was rejected in public, and her face was thrown on the moon. Since then, until she graduated from the ninja school at the age of 10, Han was beaten dozens of times by her for 2 whole years. When Hyuga Luo Ning was in school, she was not only the princess, but also the eldest sister among the students, who could fight against the Uchiha Fugaku chamber. In Konoha village, Uchiha and Hyuga have a tense relationship, and each has a vassal clan, and in school, the same is true. Hyuga Luo Ning is cute, but is a complete violent maniac. From the age of 7 to the age of 9, Han's life is black, and Hyuga Luo Ning really holds a grudge. Now Hyuga Luo Ning is 13 years old, and it has been 3 years since she graduated from the ninja school. She didn't expect that she still remembers what happened back then. Why don't you talk? While Luhan was recalling Han's memories, Hyuga Luo Ning walked up to Luhan. The two were about the same height, so they could look at each other, but their aura was too different. Hyuga Luo Ning was arrogant and Luhan was too ordinary. Long time no see, Luhan said. He didn't care about what happened back then, and it wasn't him who suffered. Hyuga Luo Ning was stunned for a moment, but he didn't expect that the first sentence Luhan said was this, completely ignoring his previous provocation. Stop pretending. Hyuga Luo Ning hugged her shoulders, her face a little unnatural. She glanced at Luhan a few times up and down, and said with a teasing smile, I'll look at you more, look at you less, maybe one day. It's okay, I'm leaving. Luhan motioned for himself to go inside. Don't be too arrogant, kid. Our lady is talking to you. The 2 young Hyuga ninjas next to him scolded, and they seemed to be less happy with Luhan's attitude than Hyuga Luo Ning. Hyuga Luo Ning raised her hand and signaled, telling the people around her to shut up, then took 2 steps forward, very close to Luhan. Her face-to-face was very oppressive, and said in a low voice, I heard that our young patriarch to find you. Yes, Luhan said calmly. You refused, didn't you? You really haven't changed at all, and you're carrying everything. Hyuga Luo Ning's eyes seemed to see flowers on Luhan's face. It has nothing to do with you. Luhan said again. So, it's not a pity for a person like you to die. I don't know what's the matter. Hyuga Luo Ning shook her head with a smile, mocking her face. Are you finished? Luhan didn't have the slightest anger. He didn't lose his temper, but have you ever seen someone who was angry with an NPC in a game? Don't make a fuss if you can. Oh yes, let me tell you something. Hyuga Luo Ning showed a bright smile again. I will take the Chunin exam soon. I will become a Chunin, and I will become a Jonin in the future. I will live a long, long time. I will be the glory of the Hyuga family, the glory of Konoha. And you are going to die. The Uchiha clan will not let you go, because you broke the rules of the game, and no one can save you. Since you refused the invitation of our young patriarch at that moment, your fate is already doomed. But don't worry. Hyuga Luo-ning raised her hand and pulled Lu Han's collar, tidying up, with a decent feeling of wanting Lu Han to die. After you die, people will forget you, but I will remember you, and you should feel lucky. Let's go. Let's go. Hyuga Luo-ning finally gave Lu Han another smile, waved his hand, and walked out with several other ninjas. Lu Han looked back at the group of Hyuga Luo-ning who went out and frowned. What does she mean? It felt like I met Lu Han to make fun of him, and I felt like I wanted to provoke Lu Han to ask Hyuga's house for help. Or both. Nervous disease. Lu Han muttered, leaving the matter behind and walking towards the innermost part of the mission hall. In the innermost part of the mission hall are some separate rooms. Because providing information is a special mission, ordinary people can also participate, but ordinary people may suffer retaliation, so the handover and inquiry of such missions are all carried out in separate rooms. At the same time, outside the cold wooden house, on a tree with dense branches and leaves, Uchiha Gumu hides in it, with his hands behind his back, as if waiting for something. Not long after, Lu Han's house suddenly opened, and two Uchiha ninjas sneaked out, looked left and right, and carefully closed the door of Lu Han's house. The two hand seals disappeared at the door, and reappeared on the tree where Uchiha Gomu was. It's all arranged, Uchiha Gomu said expressionlessly. Yes, my lord, the two ninjas said in unison. Okay, Uchiha Gomu even said, send my order, the third squad of the guards will arrest Han, and act immediately. Chapter 28 Catch Cold. In a separate room in the deepest part of the mission hall. The room is not large, about 4 meters long and wide. There are 2 bulletin boards hanging on the walls on the left and right sides. The details of the rewards for providing various information are written on them, not only about enemy spies, but also enemy dynamic information, whereabouts intelligence, and missing persons search intelligence. Not all information can be rewarded, such as enemy dynamic information. If someone finds a hostile ninja army passing by somewhere outside the village, report the incident here, and the mission hall will immediately send ninjas to verify. If it cannot be confirmed, then there is no reward. Lu Han entered the door and walked to the left wall first, looking at the contents of the bulletin board above. Provide hostile genin spies intelligence. The reward is between 500 taels and 2,000 taels. Provide hostile Chunin spies intelligence. The reward is between 2,000 taels and 10,000 taels. Provide information on hostile Jonin spies, and the reward is between 10,000 taels and 100,000 taels. The more detailed the information, the higher the reward, and the repeated information cannot be rewarded. The so-called repeated information is, for example, someone found a Jonin spy, and at the same time, there are already Konoha ninjas tracking this Jonin spy, then in this case, there is no reward for submitting information to the mission hall. Simply put, in order to obtain intelligence rewards in the mission hall, the whistleblower must be the first to discover the intelligence. At present, the currency calculation method of Konoha is divided into 2 types, yuan and liang. 1 liang is equivalent to 10 yuan, and at this time, the price of Konoha, a bowl of cheap ramen, sells for 5 yuan. Although Konoha is extremely wealthy, an ordinary resident of Konoha, the monthly income will not exceed 100 taels. For businessmen, ordinary stores can have 200 or even 300 taels of income per month. I didn't expect such a thing as providing information to be so profitable. Lu Han watched with enthusiasm. Just report a genin spy, and the income is equivalent to a few months of ordinary people's income. In fact, from another angle, this is reasonable. For example, in the world before Lu Han, what was the reward for discovering foreign spies? And many wanted orders for escaped prisoners will indicate how much money is provided for clues, and it is normal for tens of thousands to hundreds of thousands. Money is a good thing. Although there is very little description of money in the original work, it is hardly mentioned, but there is no doubt that it is extremely useful to see as the currency of the Hokage world. Having money may not necessarily dominate the Hokage world, but it can definitely become a human being. In the Hokage world, the most lucrative profession is naturally ninja. Generally, the C-level and D-level tasks that genin can perform have a minimum reward of 5,000 taels, while the A-level and S-level tasks that only jonin can perform have a minimum income of 150,000 taels, and the high is more than 1 million taels. Money can make ghosts run the mill, and ninjas work for money. It is rumored that there is a black market in all countries in the ninja world, where, as long as there is enough money, you can buy anyone's life, and you can buy anything you want. Luhan wanted to take a look and wait until he had enough money. Maybe you can buy ninja gear with special effects, or pay to learn the forbidden technique. Having said that, in comparison, being a ninja makes money quickly. The lowest reward for the lowest level tasks is 5,000 taels, and Luhan needs to provide information on at least one Chunin spy before he can get 5,000 taels. Moreover, the business of reporting spies is not a long-term solution, and there are not so many spies for Luhan to report. However, Luhan thought clearly, this business is temporary, and the efficiency of making money is far higher than that of ninjas doing tasks. Ninjas usually perform tasks in groups of 3, and each task may be completed in 1 day, or 10 days, or even it took a few months to complete, plus the loss of weapons in the battle, detonating charms, smoke bombs, and equipment damage. After completing the mission, part of the mission bounty village has to be divided. Ninjas make more money and spend more quickly. Luhan can make money faster than any ninja in the short term. Because he can report one spy every day, or 10. Tens of. Depends on how much he can find, and it's not dangerous. Oh, no, Luhan suddenly remembered something. Provide jonin spy information. The minimum reward is 10,000 taels, and yesterday Tsunade only gave Luhan 2,000 taels. Isn't she hacking my money? Luhan blinked and thought, is Tsunade this kind of person? There is a long counter at the far back of the room. Behind the counter stands a man wearing a cloak and a mask. This is Anbu Ninja. The direct supervisor is the third generation of Hokage Sarutobi Hiruzen, and the mask on the face is their symbol. After Luhan entered the door, he glanced at Luhan and said nothing. People come here every day to inquire about the reward for reporting, and he is used to it. After completing the query, Luhan left the mission hall. Busy city, bustling streets, crowded. Luhan rubbed his stomach, looked around and walked forward. He was very hungry without breakfast. He has been eating more and more recently, and his food has become better and better. Every time he eats, he will spend a few taels, which is dozens of yuan. This is something that Han could not imagine before, because Han's monthly relief fund is only 50 taels. Call, 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 call. Sudden. There was a whirlwind around Luhan, and one by one, fully armed ninjas appeared one after another in the posture of hand seal, uniformly dressed, Konoha guards. 5 Uchiha ninjas, 5 great Yuhi names. Commotion in the street, and the surrounding pedestrians scattered all of a sudden, forming a big circle, pointing at the 5 members of the Konoha guard team and Luhan. What's the situation? I don't know. Luhan looked left and right, frowned slightly and said, what do you mean? You Uchiha clan can't stand it anymore. Are you planning to kill me in front of everyone here? We suspect that you colluded with spies, killed Konoha residents, and stole money. Please come with us to assist in the investigation. The Uchiha ninja who appeared in front of Luhan said indifferently. The vast quiet room, Tsunade crossed his knees on the futon, closing his eyes and meditating. Wow! The door was suddenly pushed open, and a ninja knelt outside the door, lowered his head and said quickly, report Tsunade, Sama. The Konoha guards just arrested Han. What? Tsunade opened his eyes suddenly. Chapter 29 Cold as a Spy. Luhan was caught, and in full view, by members of the Konoha guard force. Almost everyone in the Konoha village knew that Han would be retaliated by the Uchiha clan, but no one ever thought that the Uchiha clan would rely on the rights of the Konoha police force to directly arrest Han in the downtown street. Revenge. No matter how arrogant the Uchihas are, they don't dare to kill Han like this. What they are most afraid of is to be truthful. If they do, the high-level Konoha may take this to attack the Uchihas, so even if they retaliate, they will not possibly blatant. Things get interesting. What is the Uchiha trying to do? Questions hovering over everyone's heads. In fact, Han was not caught away, but was invited by the Konoha guards to leave. They were on business. They did not dare to do anything to Luhan on the street, and Luhan cooperated with their work very well. The news is going crazy. Many people feel that today's incident is likely to cause the top officials of Konoha to break with the Uchiha clan and make their confrontation public. After Tsunade got the news, he immediately went to the police department. The Konoha Police Department is a 5-story single-family wooden building in a remote location surrounded by woods. When Tsunade appeared outside the police department, there were already a lot of people gathered at the door of the police department, all of whom came to watch the fun. The Uchiha people have the right to drive them away and forbid onlookers, but they did not do so. Instead, they opened the door of the wooden building so that people outside could see what was inside. The Hyuga clan, the Aburame clan, the Kurama clan, the Shimura clan. In addition to ordinary people, Tsunade also saw many ninjas, some standing on trees not far away, some standing on stones, talking in low voices. Han is a small person. It's not Han that attracts attention, but what is the Uchiha going to do? If you can't come up with a proper reason for openly arresting Han, Hokage-sama will definitely blame him. Tsunade walked into the police department, saw Han at a glance, and couldn't help but breathe a sigh of relief. Uchiha didn't do anything wrong. In the lobby of the police department, Luhan sat on a separate chair with his arms folded over his chest, looking indifferent. Opposite is a low table. Behind the low table, Uchiha Gumu sat on the stool with a golden knife and looked at Luhan with cold eyes. There are also a dozen or so guard ninjas in the lobby, standing around. This is already a public interrogation. The door is open, and there are people outside. Tell me the truth. Tell me, when was the last time you sent information to the outside world? Uchiha Gumu's voice was stern, and when Tsunade entered the door, he glanced at him and looked away. I don't understand what you're talking about, Luhan said lightly. How dare you make excuses? Uchiha Gomu slammed the table and stood up. We now suspect that you sold information from the village in exchange for money, killed guard ninjas, and stole personal property. If you confess, you can be punished lightly, otherwise it will be counted. If you are punished for both crimes, you will definitely be put to death. Why don't you say it? Where's the evidence? Luhan asked back. He knew that the Uchiha tribe was going to attack him. The assassination failed last time, but he didn't expect it to be like this time. Tsunade stood on the inside of the door, saying nothing, just listening quietly. She also wanted to know what the Uchiha clan did. You want evidence, right? Uchiha Gumu smiled, picked up a scroll and opened it and said, Listen, 5 days ago, you left the village in the morning and returned at noon, and the purpose of leaving the village was unknown. At dusk that day, Konoha, a forest patrolling ninja outside the village, was ambushed, killing 1 and injuring 2. Quote. 4 days ago, suspicious fighting marks were found in the woods on the north side of Sanhei Street in the southeastern part of the village. According to our investigation, someone saw you appearing there an hour before the suspicious fighting marks were discovered. 2 mornings ago, you were standing on a high-rise building in the downtown area, watching passers-by, and were seen by my guard ninja. You stayed there for nearly an hour, and your behavior was suspicious. Yesterday, you were seen talking to a foreign businessman in a ramen restaurant, and then the foreign businessman left in a hurry. Uchiha Gumu said one by one. Tsunade at the door had a strange expression on her face. She knew about Luhan, so she understood that the investigation results of the Konoha guards either found clues that Luhan killed the foreign spies, or it was a misunderstanding. For example, when a patrolling ninja was ambushed, this kind of thing is a coincidence. Even if Luhan is really a spy, would he provide this kind of information to the outside world? Worthless information. The route of patrolling outside the Konoha ninja village is not a secret, it is just a normal patrol. Are you finished? When Uchiha Gumu put down the scroll, Luhan smiled. Which one of your words can be used as evidence? Can't I go out to the village to pick mushrooms? Can't catch fish? Can't stand upstairs and watch the scenery? Can't you run around the village? These, at first glance, really can't be used as evidence. Uchiha Gumu's mouth curled into a vague smile, but we have also investigated matters that are of critical importance. All ears. Luhan changed his position on the chair and raised Erlang's legs. In the past few days, you have spent a lot of money. Do you have that much money? Where did the money come from? Uchiha Gumu asked a key point, which is indeed a question. He does seem to have suddenly become rich. I met him at the noodle shop, and he ate a lot of beef. Could it be? The chatter outside the door seems to have begun to suspect Han. First of all, let's analyze it logically. Luhan's expression remained unchanged, looking at Uchiha Gumu. If I am really a spy, I get paid for selling intelligence, I will spend the money immediately. Have you ever seen a spy who was exposed because of spending too much money? A real spy wouldn't make such a low-level mistake. Then answer me, where did the money come from? Answer my question. Uchiha Gumu's face stern. Tsunade's face changed slightly. She knew where Luhan's money came from, and the murder was found from the body, but would Luhan say it? She knew Luhan's worries. If she didn't say it, how could she explain it? Chapter 30. Life is like a play, it all depends on acting. The discussion outside the door was already developing in a direction that was not good for Luhan. You must know that once Luhan lost his sympathy and was suspected of being a spy by the public, it would be too easy for the Konoha guards to kill Luhan. The easiest way is to lock up Luhan, kill him at night, and then create the illusion that Luhan was killed by the guard ninja when he tried to escape from prison. If you really want to get to that point, even if some people are well aware of the fact that Uchiha killed Han, they can't blame Han. On the bright side, I saved it. I started to live on relief money when I was 7 years old. After so many years, I saved a lot. Is there a problem? Luhan's eyes brightened a lot, and he naturally couldn't be stumped by this kind of problem. Boom. Full of nonsense. Uchiha Gomu patted the table again. Since you are so frugal, why haven't you been frugal lately? Because you are going to kill me. Luhan entered the actor mode, stood up suddenly, and said excitedly, everyone said I was going to die. Everyone said that I would be revenged by your Uchiha clan. I keep the money. What are you doing? I can't take it with me even if I die. If I don't spend it, can I still be robbed by you? Didn't you find out? I dropped out of the ninja school. I spent a lot of money, and I became different. It all happened after you were almost beaten to death by your young patriarch. Luhan shouted hysterically, you Uchiha clan. He has always pursued the principle of domineering. Never admit mistakes. Never reflect on himself. How many people dare to be angry and dare not speak? You are asking me now why I spend money. Luhan paused, took a deep breath, slowly returned to the chair, and became calm again, as if disheartened. I just want to eat a few more meals. Life is like a play, it all depends on acting. Luhan didn't cry. In fact, he really wanted to squeeze out the tears, but his skills were not enough, the drama was endless, and he still needed to learn. Shit Uchiha. The kid is still driven mad. So that's how it is. Poor. I started to doubt him just now. I'm really ashamed. The Uchiha will be punished sooner or later. The discussion outside the door completely changed direction. People began to sympathize with Han, and even cursed the Uchiha clan in a low voice, and looked at Uchiha Gumu with completely different eyes. Some powerful ninjas even made no secret of their contempt and ridicule. Such a poor baby. Only Tsunade felt something was wrong, and her mind became extremely weird, because she knew that Luhan was lying. Luhan was not afraid at all, and the money was not saved. Little liar, as expected of a little liar, such a camouflage ability, vivid performance is he lying to me all the time. Tsunade was a little suspicious of Luhan. Originally, many things happened to Luhan that she did not understand. At this moment, Luhan turned into a fog again. Uchiha Gumu behind the table has changed greatly, the script is not written like this. According to his plan, Luhan was already the object of suspicion by everyone at this time, but the result was just the opposite. He succeeded in arousing people's anger against the Uchiha tribe. The public anger is terrible. For the first time, Uchiha Gumu discovered that this little devil is so difficult to deal with. I'll go first if it's nothing. Luhan saw that Gomyu didn't speak, and then spoke again. I haven't had breakfast yet, so killing people is no more than a nod to the head. Even if you Uchiha people hate me again, you must let me eat first. Huh. Play off. Uchiha Gumu is powerless. An angry look appeared on his face, but he was speechless. Report. A whirlwind suddenly engulfed the house, and a guard ninja appeared out of thin air and knelt down on one knee. Speak, Uchiha Gumu said hurriedly, with a sigh of relief, coming in time. Just now we searched the suspect Han's house and found something in it. Kneeling ninja continued, please go check it out. Oh, Uchiha Gumu pretended to be surprised, blinked and looked at Luhan again, showing a winning smile. Little devil, it looks like you've been ignorant. I thought it would be easy to leave things at home. Nobody knows. Luhan's heart moved slightly, and he suddenly understood that those things were just foreshadowing and were not important at all. Now is the time when the Uchiha clan struck with a thunderbolt. I just don't know what they put in the house. Please, I hope you can have a reasonable explanation. Uchiha Gumu waved his hand, and several guard ninjas approached Luhan. A group of people left the police department in a mighty manner and walked towards Luhan's house. More than a dozen guard ninjas wrapped Luhan in the middle. Uchiha Gumu walked beside Luhan, and the onlookers who didn't know the truth followed around. Some ninjas were too lazy to walk and jumped up and down the trees to follow the team. Little devil, I said, you are dead. Uchiha Gumu's inaudible voice suddenly sounded in Luhan's ear. Luhan turned his head and glanced at Uchiha Gumu, then turned his head back indifferently. This Jonin of the Uchiha family, I don't know when there is a chance to kill him. Chilled wooden house. Most of the people stayed outside the door. The guards and Luhan entered the door. Tsunade also stood at the door. She didn't speak from the beginning to the end. Until now, no one knows that Tsunade has a complicated relationship with Luhan. Under the wooden collapse, that box. A guard ninja, half prone, pointed to the wooden collapse. Let's see. Uchiha Gomyu walked over and stretched out his hand. With a sudden lift, he collapsed the wood against the wall, exposing the box and some sundries below. The sundries were a few pairs of worn-out shoes, fallen the gray sheathed weapons and some hemp ropes are all common things. Only the box looks unusual and has an excellent texture. Although it is not big, it looks very solid, and there is no ash, indicating that it is often used. It was a storage box distributed to ninjas in the village in the early years, and the lid was automatically locked. What's in the box? Uchiha Go asked, pointing at the box. Luhan's expression was weird. It was really a low-level method, but he had to admit that usually this kind of low-level frame-up method can always achieve results, which is also the kind of frame-up method that has always been used by wicked people from ancient times to the present. Reason. Don't tell me that box is not yours. Uchiha Gumu sneered. The box belongs to me. Luhan said, this is a relic left by my adoptive father, however, and his name is under the box. So, Luhan looked at Gomyu and asked, why do you take it? My adoptive father's relics to question me. Are you afraid? Gomyu raised his eyebrows. If you have a clear conscience, why don't you open the box? The key is with you, right? Our Uchiha people are responsible for the Konoha police affairs, and now we suspect that you are a spy, the right to let you open the box. That's right. Luhan was very calm, cocked the corner of his mouth, and walked towards the box. In fact, he also wanted to know what the Uchiha tribe put into it. Chapter 31 looks like I lost something. Luhan walked to the box and squatted down. He touched the keyhole with his fingers. Undoubtedly, the lock was opened by the Uchiha tribe, and the lock-picking technique was very clever, so no trace was left. Putting one hand into the pocket, Luhan took it out. It seemed that he wanted to take something from the pocket. In fact, Luhan put his hand into the space backpack. Because there were too many things in the space backpack, he found the key. Kind of hard. Luhan put almost everything he could use in his space backpack, so he never worried that someone would rummage through his house and find something that was not good for him. Just as Luhan took out the key, the door became silent, and a large group of people gathered there, watching eagerly. They also wanted to know what was in the box. If there was something in the box that was not good for Luhan, then Luhan would definitely be thrown into prison. Although many people suspected that it was the Uchiha clan's frame, there had to be evidence. The key to the box was on Luhan. From a normal point of view, only Luhan can store items in that box. This is unsolvable. You said that the Uchiha tribe framed Luhan, and opened the lock and put something inside. What about the evidence? This is not a conspiracy of the Uchiha clan, but a conspiracy, the purpose of which is to put Luhan in prison. Once they lock up Luhan, they can talk about how Luhan died. Call. A whirlwind suddenly rolled up at the door, a tall and strong figure appeared out of thin air, and a hearty voice without any scruples also sounded. It's so lively. So many people. Jiraiya-sama. Jiraiya-sama. Many people greeted Jiraiya respectfully, who had just arrived. Jiraiya always looked cynical, with a lazy smile on her face, looked into the room, and he tilted his head to Tsunade beside him and asked, "What's the situation?" Tsunade glanced at Jiraiya and said softly, "Look, you'll understand right away." "You seem worried." Jiraiya sensed Tsunade's emotions. "Shut up." Tsunade gave Jiraiya a blank look. In the room, Luhan, who was squatting in front of the box, finally took out the key. He inserted the key into the keyhole, but stopped again. Holding the box in his hand, he turned and moved, facing Uchiha Gumu. The box was already facing away from it because of the movement. Gomu, the keyhole is on Luhan. This seemingly unintentional move was Luhan's means to ensure his own safety. "If there's nothing in the box that proves I'm a spy, what do you say?" Luhan raised his head and asked. "If not," Uchiha Gumu smiled. It was impossible, he had no fear. "If not, your suspicion will be cleared, and we will naturally not seek you again. The price of your mistakes is too low, right?" Luhan raised his brows. "Inexplicably arrested me, interrogated me, and finally couldn't prove my guilt, so forget it." "Then what do you think?" Gomu smiled playfully. He felt that Luhan was stalling for time and struggling to the death. "Losing money, mental damage." Luhan said seriously, "My body and mind have been devastated because of your actions, you must compensate me." "How much?" Gomu looked at Luhan with interest. "Not much, 10,000 taels." Luhan said. The lion opened his mouth, and many people outside the door were stunned. "Okay." Uchiha Gumu didn't care, raised his finger and said, "If there is nothing in the box that can prove that you are a spy, I will give you 10,000 taels. Everyone present can testify. Now, open it for me, I see how you die." Click. Luhan twisted the key, raised his hand again, and slammed open the lid of the box. Then he put his other hand into the box, as if to take something. Because the box faced Luhan and turned his back to other people, Luhan opened the box, and others couldn't see what was in the box, and their sight was blocked by the upright box cover. "Are you willing to admit it now?" Uchiha Gumu said with a smile, looking forward to the change in Luhan's expression. "I seem to have lost something." Luhan was taken aback and turned the box around 180 degrees, so that the box faced everyone in the room. Uchiha Gumu's smile suddenly solidified, his pupils contracted violently, and a buzzing sound in his mind revealed an unbelievable look. Empty. The box is empty. Nothing at all. It's impossible. It's impossible. A roaring scream resounded in Uchiha Agumu's mind. It was he who commissioned the two of them to put things into the box. He waited outside the whole process, and then ordered Han to be arrested. In other words, Han didn't have time to go home, find the problem with the box, and then take the contents away. And Han's house has always been monitored by Uchiha ninjas, and the whole plan Uchiha Agumi has done without leaking, but the box is empty. It's just empty. Strange, there should be some kunai and shuriken left by my adoptive father, why are they missing? Han looked very puzzled, stood up slowly, looked at Uchiha Agumi, his eyes flashed with strange colors, and said, I lost something, do you guys the Konoha guards care about this? Uchiha Agumi took 2 steps forward, squatted down and reached out and touched the box quickly, making sure that what he saw was not a hallucination. He even picked up the box and looked at the bottom of the box, where Koji's name was written on the bottom. He was a little out of his mind. Han's eyes flashed with coldness, do you want to hurt me? In fact, there was something in the box before Han opened it, and it was almost full, but Han put his hand into the box the first time he opened it. This seemingly no problem. In fact Han at that moment, Han put everything in the box into the space backpack, so the box was empty. Nothing at all. Interesting. There was a noise outside the door. Uchiha Agumi stood up suddenly, gave Han one last look with a livid face, waved his hand, turned around and walked out. 10,000 taels. Han called out. I'll have someone deliver it. Uchiha Agumi led the person out without turning his head, and his voice even trembled. Shocked, angry, crazy to tear Han apart. No. Uchiha Agumi can't care about that now, he just wants to know. Where did those things go? There are many things in the box, and there is one special thing in it, he must get it back. Chapter 32 Distressed Tsunade. The news of Han's arrest spread quickly, and many believed it was a deliberate revenge by the Uchiha tribe. When Han got rid of the suspicion of being a spy, the Uchiha people lost 10,000 taels of rice for stealing chickens without losing money, and it was widely known in a very short period of time. There was no way, everything was carried out in front of everyone's eyes. Some ninjas who had a deep understanding of Uchiha's style firmly believed that it was the Uchiha who wanted to frame Han, but they didn't know what went wrong, resulting in the failure of the frame. Is someone helping Han? There are not a few ninjas who hold this kind of thinking. In their eyes, Han is still the waste, but he is more and more courageous, and he dares to ask the Uchiha for money. Some people started to mourn for Han again, because Han has completely offended the Uchiha people to death, making the Uchiha people lose face in front of everyone. The Uchiha tribe has become the laughingstock of Konoha village. The morning in Konoha village was spent in a hustle and bustle. After Uchiha Goki left with the guard ninja, the onlookers, gathered outside the house quickly dispersed. Tsunade and Jiraiya whispered something, and they all left together. Quiet again. Han stood at the door and watched people leave, before returning to the house and closing the door after a while. After the house was turned over, Han tidied it up and put down the wooden slumps that had been lifted. Immediately he wanted to take out all the things he just got from the box, but there were a lot of things, not just money, but after thinking about it, Han decided not to watch it for now. Because Tsunade can come over anytime. Han was powerless to complain about this. Tsunade appeared directly in the room every time, completely defenseless. As Han expected, only half an hour later, Tsunade really appeared directly in the room through ninjutsu. Han, who was lying on his back in a daze, sat up all of a sudden. Didn't go to dinner. Tsunade looked at Han with a half-smiling smile. Han's acting skills really opened her eyes and left a deep impression on her. It's not waiting for you to come, I know you're coming. Han looked like a god, but he was joking. Master Tsunade, I want to ask you a question. I have a question too. Tsunade narrowed his eyes slightly. You speak first. Han made a gesture of invitation. How did you do it? Tsunade took 2 steps forward, grabbed Luhan's collar very gently, pulled it hard, leaned in and said, "Little devil, you'd better stop lying to me. Tell me, what are you doing? Did it?" "What?" Luhan pretended to be stupid. "Just now, Uchiha must have put something in that box." Tsunade asked slowly, his fresh breath sprayed on Luhan's face. "So, how did you do it? Make those things disappear suddenly?" "It was stolen. The weapons my adoptive father left behind are all lost," Luhan said. "I don't believe it." "Okay, you don't have to believe it, so now I ask Mr. Tsunade to use his imagination. You tell me, is there any way to make the things in the box disappear?" Luhan asked back. This, Tsunade was at a loss for words, which was a difficult question to answer. "Master Tsunade, can you let me go first? My collar is wrinkled," Luhan said again. "HMPH. Tsunade snorted softly and slowly let go, still looking thoughtful. She was really suspicious of Luhan, but she couldn't find the specific direction of her suspicion of Luhan. It was like she suspected that Luhan was a spy. You can first make assumptions about how Luhan collected information and how to transmit information. At least there must be assumptions. Confirm again. At this time, Tsunade couldn't establish a hypothesis on Luhan, and it was impossible for her to change the contents of the box. Although there are high-level space ninjutsu that can do this, there are too few masters of this kind of ninjutsu, and there are fewer people who can perform this kind of jutsu without hand seal. Tsunade would not believe that Luhan has this ability. "Lord Tsunade doesn't seem to trust me," Luhan asked with a smile. Tsunade squinted at Luhan thoughtfully, and admitted generously, but he didn't trust him. "Actually, some things are very complicated to explain," Luhan continued. "This is also the reason why I dare not let people know that I am a ninja. However, I can easily prove one thing, and let Master Tsunade disarm me." Quote. "What?" Tsunade frowned slightly. "I will prove my loyalty to Konoha with my actions." Luhan smiled slightly. Tsunade crossed his arms and looked straight at Luhan, as if he wanted to see something on Luhan's face. "Let's move on to the next topic." Luhan raised his hand and gestured. "Now, can I ask questions?" "Ask," Tsunade said. "I checked this morning and found out that if you provide a Jonin intelligence clue, the minimum reward is 10,000 taels." Luhan asked with a strange smile, "Master Tsunade, can you tell me why you only gave me 2,000 taels?" This is. Tsunade was a little panicked and embarrassed. "Master Tsunade won't be greedy for my money, right?" Luhan said in an incredible tone. "No," Tsunade insisted, but looked guilty. "Then why is there less money?" Luhan asked again. Well, actually, Tsunade has never been so embarrassed. In fact, in her opinion, Luhan is just a child. Although he has to spend money, it is not necessary to give him too much money. Good thing, she didn't feel any guilt at the time. She never expected that Luhan would actually go to inquire. It was really embarrassing to be asked by Luhan in person. "Master Tsunade, I'm so disappointed in you." Luhan looked at Tsunade with sad eyes and shook his head. "No, listen to my explanation. Actually, it was an accident." Tsunade hurried. "What accident?" "It's just. Tell me." "I lost my bet." Tsunade didn't dare to look at Luhan. Her face was Yuhi. She really wanted to escape from this room immediately, but her legs were a little stiff. Luhan looked at Tsunade speechlessly. Worthy of being the legendary super big white sheep, Luhan can now imagine the scene where Tsunade went straight to the casino after getting the money. Tsunade, who is sure to lose every bet, is as deadly as the legend. No one is perfect. Tsunade is excellent in all aspects, but there is one shortcoming: good bet. The atmosphere in the room was weird. For the first time, Tsunade was in a weak position in front of Luhan. "Call." Tsunade's suddenly hand seal disappeared into the room, faceless. She wanted to be quiet. "HMPH, I caught the little tail," Luhan muttered with a smile. The money wasn't a problem for him. The main thing was that he found a way to restrain Tsunade. After Tsunade left, Luhan determined that Tsunade would not come to him again for a short time. waved his hand, and threw a bunch of things on the table. What the Uchiha tribe put into the box, Luhan began to check the harvest. Chapter 33 Mystery Token. The first is money, more than 8,000 taels, which is a huge sum of money. It seems that the Uchiha family intends to rely on this money as one of the evidences that Luhan sold intelligence in exchange for compensation. It is impossible to save so much money. 2 pieces of gold utensils, lamps made of gold, and a gold lock, which were supposed to frame Luhan for stealing. Then there are some empty scrolls and 2 scrolls with code texts, which framed Luhan to transmit information to the outside world. A ninja suit, a uniquely shaped knife, an unpatterned mask, a dozen detonation charms, a black cloak, several medicine bottles, blood-stained boots, and a detailed map of Konoha village. There are many things, some of which cannot be used as evidence alone, but if they appear together, they are likely to become a chain of evidence. Luhan rummaged through and looked at each item. All the useless items were thrown back into the space backpack, and the money was put away. Soon, there was one thing left on the table. A black token. The front is a ninja character, and the back is the embossed pattern of the forest. What is this? Luhan frowned slightly, picked up the token, and looked over and over. I can't tell what it is. Judging from the style, it should be some kind of evidence, and it must have some use. Since it is to frame Luhan, it must increase Luhan's suspicion, but Luhan cannot analyze it because of this. The role of the token. Is there an identification? The elf's voice suddenly recalled in Luhan's mind. Appraisal. Luhan was stunned. I still have this ability. The appraisal ability is an automatic activation skill. The condition for activation is that the subversive has enough chakra. At present, the subversive 3665 already has enough chakra, and the appraisal ability is automatically activated. Do you want to authenticate? The elf explained. This way identification. Luhan said. 80% of Luhan's total chakra was consumed in an instant. Because of this, Luhan's face turned pale. Text also appeared on the token, Ninja World Black Market Trading Order. It's a black market transaction order. Is it used to enter the black market? Luhan was a little disappointed, and thought it was something amazing. What Luhan didn't know was that the black market transaction order was not only a certificate for trading in the black market, but also the only way to find the location of the black market. The location of the black market was different every time, and it might not even be on land. The opening position of the black market can only be found by relying on the clues provided on the black market trading order. This is a ninja tool. Every time the black market opens, the black market trading order will also change. This thing is precious. There are not many black market trading orders in the entire ninja world. Although some strong people who can be in the ninja world can find the location of the black market without relying on black market trading orders, they are very few after all, and doing so is very time-consuming. Only those who have a black market trading order can quickly find the location of the black market every time the black market opens. Black market trading orders are anonymous, and every year in the ninja world, many ninjas are killed or injured because of the competition for black market trading orders. The reason why Uchiha Gumu put the black market transaction order into the box is to create an illusion that Luhan's identity is unusual, so as to confirm his identity as a spy. At that time, Uchiha Gumu will naturally have a way to get the token back. Unexpectedly, it was lost. Uchiha Gumu is having a headache now. If he can't find it, he doesn't know how the patriarch will punish him. Luhan looked at the token again and found it boring, and threw the token back into the space backpack. He really had plans to go to the black market, but not now, so this token is temporarily unavailable. In the afternoon, Luhan, dressed in a bamboo hat, appeared in the tea house in the north block of Konoha. He was sitting by the window, looking out the window, holding a small book in his hand. Whenever he saw the famous Genin Yuhi spy, Luhan would be there. Recorded in this book, and wrote some analysis. At dusk, Luhan appeared in the hut in the mission hall. Here, Lu Han handed 7 or 8 folded sheets of paper to the Anbu ninja at the counter. The masked Anbu ninja took over the pages and looked up immediately. He looked at Lu Han with strange eyes. It was not the first time he was on duty, but it was the first time he encountered someone who could provide so much money at one time. Intelligence. It's getting dark, you have to act quickly, Lu Han said softly. Lu Han handed the information to the Anbu ninja who was in charge of reception, and got the receipt. The receipt was used to exchange for reward money. When Anbu ninja confirmed that the information was valid, Lu Han could exchange the receipt for money. While Lu Han was reporting his business, day after day, the discussion in Konoha village about him and the Uchiha tribe did not go silent, but intensified. The most frequently mentioned is when the Uchiha clan will act next time. No one believes that the Uchiha clan will just let it go. Han has no power, and Uchiha has no reason to spare him. However, on the 4th day after Lu Han was arrested, the voice of discussion suddenly changed. A startling news spreads in the village of Konoha. This afternoon, Lu Han was summoned by the 3rd generation of Hokage, Sarutobi Hiruzen. In the quaint room, Sarutobi Hiruzen sat cross-legged on a long log, looking calmly ahead. Lu Han was sitting opposite Sarutobi Hiruzen. He didn't seem nervous. In fact, Lu Han was very vigilant. He didn't know why Sarutobi Hiruzen was looking for him, nor what he would do, so he had to guard against it. Tsunade has already told me about you. Sarutobi Hiruzen spoke slowly. Lu Han listened without saying a word. There are still a few days. You are doing very well, you are very talented. Sarutobi Hiruzen's voice is inaudible. You grew up in Konoha. Konoha gave you food and clothing. You can have today, you must know how to be grateful. Quote. Lu Han really wanted to curl the corners of his mouth, but he just thought about it. Perhaps, you have the potential to become an ace scout. Sarutobi Hiruzen paused and asked formally. I want you to join Anbu, do you agree? I would like to do my part for Konoha's safety. Lu Han said. Okay. Sarutobi Hiruzen nodded. You will join Anbu, but not now, you need some special training before then. Someone will come to you, go ahead. Shortly after Lu Han and Sarutobi Hiruzen finished this conversation, a piece of explosive news spread quickly in Konoha village. Tsunade will accept Han as a direct disciple. Chapter 34 Dark Shadow. For 4 days, Konoha has been calm on the surface, but dark tides are surging in the dark. The fact that Lu Han provided a lot of information to the village in a very short period of time also caused a shock in the entire Anbu. The 3rd generation Hokage Sarutobi Hiruzen asked many times, and he also learned from Tsunade that Lu Han has special skills in identifying people. Lu Han threw out his vote. Many things are difficult for him to explain or even confess, so Lu Han made preparations. If the top officials of Konoha don't trust him, he will immediately defect from Konoha and go to the Land of Rain to find Conan and others. Fortunately, after that conversation, Sarutobi Hiruzen chose to temporarily trust Lu Han. Reason why it was said to be temporary trust was because Lu Han felt that Sarutobi Hiruzen had asked Tsunade to accept him as a disciple and wanted to monitor him. And then he'd be placed in Anbu, still. Anbu is one of the ace forces of Konoha, whose full name is Konoha Assassination Tactical Special Forces. Let Lu Han enter Anbu. Sarutobi Hiruzen naturally hopes that Lu Han can use it for himself. Of course, if Lu Han shows signs of rebellion, Anbu can also deal with Lu Han more directly. At dusk, in the vast courtyard, there is a grove on the right, a 2-story low-rise building on the left, and a 3-story main building in the north. This is Tsunade's home. In the main lobby. Tsunade-sensei, can you be a little more shameless? Lu Han turned Byakugan towards Tsunade. Today, Lu Han has been apprenticed to Tsunade, and his title has changed from an adult to a teacher. Just now, Tsunade made a very shameless request to Lu Han, asking for the apprenticeship ceremony. If you don't give it, Tsunade was also cheeky, but Yuhi was not at all embarrassed. Well, the money I owe you before, forget it, write it off, okay. Waiting here. Luhan knew that Tsunade would never repay the money. Can I say no? Luhan said helplessly. Stingy, you've made a few 100,000 taels these days. You're richer than me. Is that a little bit worse? Tsunade stretched out his jade finger and pressed Luhan's forehead, puffed up, as if it was as if Luhan had done something wrong. In 4 days, Luhan provided a total of 73 pieces of information on foreign spies to the mission hall. Each piece of information was extremely detailed, and they were all suspicious points that Luhan obtained through counter-reasoning. Capture mission, kill 50 genins and capture 18 genins alive. That's right, it's all genin. The reason why genin was able to escape Anbu's pursuit was because there was a time lag in Luhan's transmission of information. The information he collected at 1 p.m. was sent to the mission hall at dusk. It took a few hours. When Anbu's operation started, the information was recorded by Luhan. The genin spies have probably left Konoha. The intelligence provided by Luhan was all genin, so he wouldn't give Chunin's information to the mission hall. He still wanted to kill him. However, there are fewer and fewer Chunin spies. Luhan killed a lot before. In the past 4 days, he only killed 7 Chunin spies in total, and only got 2 ingots. Encountered level 20 gold boss, so there is no first kill. Tsunade is right, Luhan has indeed earned hundreds of thousands of taels in the past few days, providing genin information. The bounty is between 500 and 2,000, and Luhan has received 2,000 taels for every valid piece of information. Okay, it's too late today, you go back first. Tsunade felt a little amused when he saw Luhan's depressed expression, and said, come to see me tomorrow morning. I still have a question. Luhan said. Say. What did you say to Lord Hokage? Luhan lowered his voice. Why do I feel that Lord Hokage seems to distrust me? Did I do something wrong? Luhan said Tsunade's words. Little liar, as long as you listen to me in the future, Lord Hokage will naturally trust you. Tsunade smiled. Also, you can only officially register as a genin after practicing with me for a month. I know that you have the strength of a genin now. But more than 10 days ago, you were still a waste, and now suddenly becoming a genin will cause doubts. After my training, it will be different, understand? Understood. Luhan said obediently, a smile flashing in his eyes. Genin. Luhan felt that he at least had the strength of a special jonin. You can even fight a real jonin if you refill your chakra with a small basket bottle. In just 10 days, Luhan's growth rate was too frightening. Because Tsunade never saw Luhan kill with his own eyes, Luhan only admitted that he killed genin, and Tsunade also thinks that Luhan now has the power of genin. This has to be done slowly. Luhan must shape himself into an awakened genius and expose his strength in stages. As long as Tsunade can accept Luhan's growth rate, she knows Luhan's doubts and will cover Luhan. Luhan will naturally have a way to make everyone accept his own growth rate. In less than 2 years, the Second Ninja World War will break out completely. The ninja world will enter a period of total war, and many people will die. Luhan doesn't want to be cannon fodder. Be strong. Become stronger. Han became a direct disciple of Tsunade and officially joined the direct line of Sarutobi Hiruzen. As a result, the focus of discussion in the Konoha village was completely shifted. Before, they were discussing when the Uchiha tribe would make a move, but now they are discussing whether the Uchiha tribe dare to make a move. If the Uchiha clan dared to kill Tsunade's direct disciples, Sarutobi Hiruzen's violent reaction would surely be triggered. It has not been a day or two between the high-level Konoha and the Uchiha tribe. Han suddenly became the key. He may be the starting point for the Uchiha tribe to become docile, or it may be the fuse for the Uchiha tribe to break with the Konoha. In the gloomy grotto, torches were hung on the surrounding walls, and the light jumped and flickered. In front of the ancient stone statue, the black-robed figure was as silent as a sculpture, as if he was concentrating on something, without making a sound, even making people feel his breathing. Call. The whirlwind rolled up, and a figure with a mask on his face and a cloak appeared out of thin air. He knelt down on one knee and made a tone-shifting voice. "Sir, you are looking for me. Look for an opportunity to kill Han and put the blame on the Uchiha clan." Hypao said hoarsely. Chapter 35 Sarutobi Hiruzen wants to kill me. A month later, Tsunade ended his early teaching to Luhan, and went out with Jiraiya and Orochimaru to perform the mission again. Luhan also officially became a genin on the same day, and took the ninja forehead of Konoha village. The fact that Luhan became a genin naturally caused a sensation among some people in Konoha village. Mainly Luhan's former classmates. They were very angry. How could such a waste Han become a genin? In fact, they are envious, jealous, and hateful. They don't think that Luhan's becoming a genin depends on his own efforts. That's all thanks to Tsunade-sama. Tsunade is a direct disciple of 3 generations of Hokage, a genius ninja who became famous as a teenager, the most talented medical ninja since the establishment of Konoha, and an existence that ordinary people can only look up to. In her hands, even a dog, she can be a genin. While that's not the case, many people think so. Luhan can become a genin only because his teacher is Tsunade. At dusk, the sun sets in the west, and the sky is full of yuhi. In the downtown area, the second floor of the noodle restaurant is by the window. Luhan was eating ramen again. There was a lot of noise in the noodle restaurant, and many people were talking about him. What a lucky guy to be appreciated by Tsunade-sama, it's really a step to the sky. Yeah, to say that this little devil is also pitiful, an orphan, whose adoptive father died early, lived alone for so many years, and caused such a big trouble some time ago. It's been a month, and the Uchiha clan hasn't made any noise. It's probably cowardly, huh? There were several ninjas sitting around the table in the right corner, and they were talking in a low voice. When Luhan heard them talking about him, he couldn't help but look up. One of the ninjas at the table also noticed Luhan's gaze. He smiled kindly at Luhan. "It's good to have a backer." Luhan muttered. He knew that many ninjas were kind to him, not because they sympathized with him, but because he was a disciple of Tsunade. What shit, humph. What if you're a genin? Not a coward. More than a coward, it's so shameless. A discordant voice suddenly appeared and came from another direction. Luhan knew that they were talking about him, but he didn't look up. He had heard these words a lot recently and was too lazy to pay attention to them. "Coward, what are you eating?" A crisp voice suddenly sounded from the side. Huh. Luhan raised his head, but it was Hyuga Luoning standing pretty at the table, looking like he was here to eat. Luhan glanced at Hyuga Luoning and then lowered his head to eat. He didn't bother to pay attention to this guy. "Hey, those guys scold you, aren't you angry?" Hyuga Luoning sat down opposite Luhan naturally and asked with her chin in one hand. "I don't quarrel with NPCs, so don't quarrel if you can," Luhan said. "What is NPC?" Hyuga Luoning asked. She naturally didn't understand what NPC meant. "I'm eating, don't worry about it, okay?" Luhan raised his head and tilted his head towards Hyuga Luoning with an expression of pleading. "Yo, are you very temperamental?" Hyuga Luoning laughed, and began to mock Luhan ruthlessly. "You are so temperamental, why don't you dare to duel with Uchiha Fugaku? I heard that you brought it up in the first place, why did you do it again? Are you too timid to fight?" That's right, the reason why Luhan was ridiculed as a coward is because he refused to duel with Uchiha Fugaku. The second day after Luhan came to this world, in order to delay the time, he challenged Uchiha Fugaku, but just 10 days ago, when the appointed time came, the Uchiha tribe sent someone to look for Luhan, but Luhan directly refused. So the story spread. In fact, most people did not ridicule Luhan for this. At that time, Luhan was not even a ninja. Uchiha Fugaku was Chunin. The two were dueling. Uchiha Fugaku was bullying, shameless. But there are still people who always bring this up to ridicule Luhan, such as some ninjas from the Uchiha faction, and Hyuga Luoning, who is unhappy with Luhan. He's too weak, it's boring to fight. Lu Han said lightly. Blow, shameless. Hyuga Luo Ning looked at Lu Han contemptuously. You are a coward, don't deny it. Lu Han stopped talking and ate the noodles. Hyuga Luo Ning, who was ignored, was very annoyed, her small fist clenched tightly, staring at Lu Han. Lu Han was so calm, completely treating Hyuga Luo Ning as heir. In the end, Hyuga Luo Ning snorted coldly, got up and walked out, looking angry. Why didn't anyone take a chain to tie her up? What should I do if I bite someone? Lu Han muttered, then raised his head and waved to the man, another big portion of beef. When Lu Han walked into the noodle shop, it was already dark. Lu Han walked through the hustle and bustle of the street, away from the lights of the busy city, and soon entered a forest path leading to his home. The moon had come out, and the woods were dark. I'll take the task tomorrow, go out and experience it once, that's all. Lu Han was walking, and suddenly clapped his hands. He thought about it all the way and made a decision. The past month, the number of foreign spies in Konoha village has become less and less, and they have almost disappeared recently. It is all thanks to Lu Han. He reported the Genin spies and killed the Chunin spies himself, which made him a lot of money, but also let him he has no opponent. Lu Han was accumulating ingots and never returned to the subversive space, and this month, he only saved 6 ingots in total, and the 2 he got 4 days before his apprenticeship was only 8 in total. Because there is no first kill, the ingot explosion rate is particularly low. So Lu Han decided to go out. Outside of Konoha, there are a lot of wild monsters in the vast world. My current chakra volume is twice that of a month ago. There is still a gap compared to Jonin. I still need to work hard. This is my biggest problem. I don't know how effective the psychoactive medicine is. Lu Han walked away while thinking. Sudden. Lu Han saw that there was a line of Yuhi-colored characters on the tree in front of him. Because it was dark night, and the trees were blocking the leaves, Lu Han couldn't see people, only the Yuhi characters that must be displayed in Lu Han's eyes. Lu Han was taken aback for a moment, his face remained calm. The reason why he was stunned was because the big Yuhi name was not a foreign ninja, nor a Uchiha ninja, but a Konoha ninja that Lu Han had never communicated with. Anbu Special Mobile Unit, Level 30 Bronze Boss, Asada Kua. Yuhi name Jonin. Sarutobi Hiruzen is going to kill me. Lu Han thought subconsciously. A ninja whose name should be Orange has become Yuhi, and is squatting on the only way for Lu Han to go home. Lu Han knew that he was here to kill him. Chapter 36 Moon Valley. Lu Han walked forward with the same expression on his face, getting closer and closer to Tien Chao Tien Juhei. When Lu Han found him, he was only 50 meters away. With Lu Han's walking speed, he could not think for more than 20 seconds. Anbu Special Mobile Unit. Lu Han always felt that the name seemed familiar. It seemed to have appeared in the original book, but he couldn't remember it for a while. Asa Tien Juhei squatted on the tree, wearing a black cloak and a mask on his face, still like a sculpture, only his eyes were slowly turning, and his eyes kept chasing Lu Han. Cold and lifeless, he was there, but he didn't seem to be there. I have to admit that if Lu Han didn't have a pair of eyes that could see a character's name, he wouldn't have been able to spot this guy. Anbuanbujanan Killer. As Lu Han walked, his thoughts turned sharply, he had to come up with the best solution. Snapped. Lu Han suddenly stopped. He was still 10 meters away from the big tree where Chaoshinju and the hiding place were hidden. This was a distance from which he could launch an attack, but for Lu Han, it was also a safe distance, because he knew, when the ninjas trained by Anbu perform assassination missions, they usually pursue one-hit kills, and they regard one-hit kills as glory. A distance of 10 meters is still too far. The night was thick, dark clouds covered the moon, and the woods suddenly became dark again. Only Lu Han's eyes were bright. The sculptural Asa Tien Juhei still didn't change. It was abnormal for Lu Han to stop, but he didn't think that Lu Han had discovered him. It was impossible, so Lu Han must have stopped for other reasons, such as thinking about things in a trance. He stopped subconsciously. I saw you. Lu Han said suddenly. Lu Han's voice, who had not yet reached the stage of voice change, was filled with a hint of childishness. It was this voice that made Chao Shenju and all the hairs on his body explode, and his pupils contracted violently. Did he see me? Call. Chao Shenjuhe is like the legendary ghost of the night, fast like the wind. A glimpse of a shadow jumps out of the tree and goes straight to Lu Han. Knife light flashes. Lu Han quickly hand seal. Wow la la ka tilde tilde tilde. Asada Juhei's knife swiped heavily on the ground, making a harsh sound. The blade's edge rubbed against the sand and gravel on the ground, causing a stream of sparks. The position he hit was where Lu Han had just stood. The moment before he rushed towards him like a ghost, Lu Han, who had completed the hand seal, disappeared in place. Nearly 100 meters to the south, there are chakra fluctuations. The basic teleportation distance of the teleportation technique is not far, and the chakra fluctuation is exactly what happened when Lu Han appeared. Chao Tianjuhe completed the positioning in an instant, sprinted like a cannonball, and went straight to an altitude of more than 10 meters. He looked at the direction of Lu Handen's escape, completed the hand seal in the air, and appeared in the vicinity of Lu Han the next moment. Chase. Mission must be done. Otherwise, he is the one who will die. It stands to reason that in the face of Anbu Janan's pursuit, the most important thing Lu Han should do at this time is to go to the downtown area, where the lights are bright, people are coming and going, it is not long before night, and the troubled area is when it is lively. When you get there, you can naturally escape the danger. But Lu Han didn't do it, he was moving out of Konoha village. Fortunately, all of Master Lu Han's ninjutsu are obtained through scrolls, which guarantees Lu Han's hand seal speed. The basic Shunshu hand seal, Lu Han does not need a second, although he uses Shunshu continuously. Chakra consumption was huge, but it was enough for Lu Han to leave Konoha before being caught up. Sandame. Is it him? Is it his order? Uchiha's hand couldn't have reached Anbu, they couldn't have mobilized Anbu's ninjas to kill me. Janan, I can finally fight Janan. Lu Han seemed to have entered a unique state. He was fleeing frantically, and at the same time, his mind was very clear. Some thoughts flashed through his mind quickly. Finally, after completing the flashback again, Lu Han appeared directly in the forest south of Konoha village. Lu Han didn't stop, and continued to use the instant body technique. He wants to stay away from Konoha village. But it's not running away, he just wants to find a place where no one is disturbed, and fight with Janan at full power. Lu Han also really wanted to know how far his current strength has reached. Asa Tianjuhe has been following Lu Han closely. With Lu Han's strength, it is impossible to get rid of him. According to the previous information of Asa Tianju and the Master, Lu Han should be just a genin with outstanding strength. At this time, he already understood that the information was wrong. Lu Han is by no means a genin, at least a chunin. But it doesn't matter. He just wanted to kill Lu Han. In the vast forest, to ordinary people, it is almost pitch black. Two figures chase and flee, and the surrounding trees are getting taller and denser. Damn it. Sure enough, chakra is not enough, it can't compare with this kind of Janan. Lu Han's chakra was already insufficient, and he quickly took out a small blue bottle to drink it while holding the seal with one hand. I remember the first time Lu Han used the small blue bottle, Chakrado almost burst his body. But this time, only 50% of Lu Han's chakra is replenished. This is because Lu Han's strength has increased, the total amount of chakra has increased, and the amount of chakra that can be replenished by the small blue bottle is constant. In the south-central part of the Land of Fire, a valley surrounded by a moon, Kiba-shaped low mountain. This is a famous place for viewing the scenery in the country of fire. It is called the Moon-shaped Valley. There are small lakes, forests, and some strange rocks in the valley. Every July, when the flowers bloom here, there will always be people coming. This play. Call. Lu Han suddenly appeared on the lake surface in the moon-shaped valley, and the next moment, the lake's surface quickly gathered thick fog. Asada Ju and the ghosts generally appeared by the lake, made a judgment immediately, jumped up and quickly hand seal. Sweden, water style, breakthrough. Asada Juhei's voice was cold and not human. Boom tilde 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 tilde. Asada Juhei spit out a large amount of water, hitting the dense fog on the lake surface. The fog is composed of small water droplets. To break the fog, you only need to fill the gaps between the water droplets with more water. Kua Asada's attack worked. The mist on the lake rapidly diminished, like a melted marshmallow. Kai, 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 Kai. The 5 kunai suddenly shot out of the thick fog that had not disappeared, and the speed was outrageous. Chapter 37 Luhan vs Asada Juhei. Clang, 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 clang. Asada Juhei is holding a knife and slashing kunai hard. His knife is extremely fast, and every knife is extremely precise, but he underestimated the power of kunai's shooting. Take 5 steps back. Kaden, fire style, dragon flame jutsu. Luhan, who turned into a shadow, sprang out of the thick fog, spewing a line of fire from his mouth. Asada Juhei, who took 5 steps back in a row, jumped up in an instant, throwing a kunai in his hand back. Luhan turned around in the air, dodging the kunai attack in a thrilling manner, and threw a kunai with his backhand again. This blow still didn't work. Chaoshan Juhei cut it directly again, but this gave Luhan a chance to breathe, and Luhan landed on the lake smoothly. Asada Juhei was shocked in his heart. In just a short fight, Luhan's strength has completely broken all previous judgments of Asada Ju and all the previous judgments. Whether it is the timing of the attack when launching the first counterattack, or the ability to respond to the air, it is like a long battle of ninjas. Asada Juhei originally thought it was a very boring task, but he didn't expect it to be so interesting. Who asked you to kill me? Lu Leng stared at the masked Asada Juhei. Chaoshan Juhei didn't speak. His body was illusory for a moment, and the next moment he appeared in front of Luhan. His speed was as fast as thunder, and the blade slashed furiously. Luhan returned the knife to greet him, and the 2 knives were intertwined like 2 lightning bolts in the night. The 2 started a cold weapon showdown between you and me. Knife technique. For ninjas, only in the Genin and Chunin period, swordsmanship is extremely important, and for those who have reached the strength of Jonin, ninjutsu is king. Therefore, except for some tribes with swordsmanship heritage, the ninjas of other tribes, Jonin's swordsmanship skills are not necessarily stronger than Chunin. Even some ninjas gave up using knives after becoming Jonin, and only relying on ninjutsu is no worse than Jonin who can use knives. Jonin is Jonin after all, though. They have stronger fighting consciousness, richer experience, and more vigorous chakra. Valley, lake, 2 people. Life and death duel. Luhan had never been under such pressure, because he felt that the person standing opposite him was not a human, but a cold killing machine. With Luhan's strange power in his hands, the power of each knife was enough to break stone and break gold. Asada Juhei has never fallen behind. Luhan's chakra consumption is even greater, because the use of strange power also requires chakra. This guy chased me all the way, performed ninjutsu again, and fought with me for so long without showing the slightest tiredness. How many chakras does he have? I can't go on like this. I can't beat him with a knife. Boom. Luhan seemed to have made a mistake. Chaoshan Juhei cut Luhan's body, and then white smoke rose. The cut Luhan turned into a stone, and the real Luhan appeared under a tree not far away. Kaden, fire style, great fireball jutsu. The scorching fireball with a diameter of 2 meters blasted towards Tien Juhei like a cannonball. Sweden, water style, water formation wall. Asada Juhei spit out a large amount of water, and the water formed a solid barrier around Asada Juhei, completely resisting the attack of the grand fireball. The Great Fireball Jutsu is the signature ninjutsu of the Uchiha clan, and Luhan actually used it as Asada Juhei and doesn't care. He doesn't want to know why. The original intention remains unchanged. Kill Luhan. Asada Juhei quickly hand-sealed in the water formation wall, disappeared instantly, appeared behind Luhan, and stabbed Luhan directly in the back of his heart. Kai. Stabbed. But it's not the real Luhan, just an ordinary clone. This clone Jonan can easily see the flaws. This is because the rhythm of this battle is too fast. There was a collision of ninjutsu before, and the night was covered, and it was a fluke. To Asada Kua. Die. Luhan jumped down from the tree and stabbed the top of Chaoshin Juhei's head. Asada Juhei directly leaned back and slashed backhand. Poochie, poochie. Two blood flowers splattered almost at the same time, clang clang clang. It was another 3 knife collisions. Luhan stepped on the tree trunk with one foot, turned over and quickly moved away from Chaoshin Juhei, pulling a distance of more than 10 meters before landing. Chaoshin Juhei didn't immediately chase after Luhan, but looked down at his shoulder, the slap-long wound, the flesh and blood, still bleeding. Luhan also squinted at his left arm, a blood hole. In the confrontation just now, the two were injured almost at the same time, and they didn't seem to take advantage of it. In fact, Chaoshin Juhei had a chance to dodge Luhan's knife just now, but he didn't. He wanted to exchange his injury for his life. Kill Luhan at the cost of his own injury. But it didn't work. He was injured, but he only stabbed Luhan. Can you say something? Isn't it boring to fight like this? Luhan looked at Chaoshin Juhei again. In fact, he really wanted to analyze something from Chaoshin Juhei's few words, but Chaoshin Juhei never said anything. Talk. You are very strong. Chaoshin Juhei's eyes were dark and his voice was extremely cold. Perhaps because of the injury, his mood changed before he spoke. Each other. Luhan raised his eyebrows and moved his injured arm at the same time. In fact, it doesn't matter to him to be injured. His physique is special, so this kind of injury really doesn't matter. It's just that Luhan doesn't like to rely on the particularity of his body to win the battle. That would make him slack, always relying on his particularity to trade his serious injury for the chance to kill the opponent. In this way, you won't get the training you deserve, and it's a waste of talent and life. The special body is the guarantee that Luhan is difficult to be killed in battle, but it is not the key to victory. Luhan prefers to kill every enemy with domineering attacks, superb skills, and deceptive tactics full of wisdom. The two stared at each other for a long time. Asada Juhei was trying to stop the bleeding, and Luhan was waiting for the wound to heal. Your last words. Asada Kua finally spoke again. Arrogant. Luhan grinned. The two of them received their knives at the same time and quickly hand seal. Who is faster than whom? Doden, Earth Style, Rock Cage Sand Cover. Kaden, Fire Style, Phoenix Sage Fire Technique. Earthquake. One after another rock walls burst out from the ground, quickly surrounding Luhan, at the same time. Luhan spit out the C-rank ninjutsu Function Fire of LV9 Ultimate Power. Chapter 38 Terrible Power and Terrible Will. B-Level Ninjutsu, Doden, Earth Style, Rock Cage Sand Cover. This is a very aggressive Doden, Earth Style, ninjutsu. The ninjutsu release process is divided into 2 stages. In the first stage, a circle of rock walls will rise from the ground, forming a circle to trap the enemy in the middle. In the stage, within the circular rock wall, quicksand surging upwards from the ground engulfs the target enemy, using the gravity of a large amount of sand to directly crush the target to death. This move is very cruel and difficult to avoid. The disadvantage is that it can only attack a few enemies at a time, and it cannot form a large-scale effective attack. Die. Asatien Juhei murmured subconsciously. He wanted to kill Luhan too much, and this was the strongest Doden, Earth Style, ninjutsu he mastered, and he couldn't remember the first time he used it. One trick to kill the enemy. Few people can avoid this move, because the towering and erected rock walls are abnormally strong, blocking the enemy's escape route, and if they jump up and flee, it is not necessarily faster than the surging quicksand. Call. A fire broke out in the circular rock wall, and Asatien Juhei looked indifferently. It was impossible for the Phoenix Sage Fire Technique to break the rock wall, and just a moment later, Asatien Juhei's eyes stared violently, his expression horrified. LV9 Ultimate Kaden, Fire Style, Phoenix Sage Fire Technique. A terrifying power erupted. The oval-shaped fireballs the size of a grinding disc were continuously shot out. The first fireball cracked the rock wall, and the second one directly bombarded the rock wall and collapsed, and flames surged out of the circular sky. Luhan was as swift as a cheetah. Just before being engulfed by the surging quicksand, Luhan sprang out of the circular rock wall, spewing fireballs from his mouth. He is like a flame war god reborn in the Jedi, exuding a frightening aura. Fireballs bombarded the ground continuously, blasting the ground one after another with a diameter of nearly 3 meters. Chaoshan Juhei with a terrified look retreated, jumping and dodging in succession. It could even be said that he fled in a panic. He was the one who completed the hand seal first. He thought he had the first opportunity to kill Luhan directly, but he was wrong. Luhan broke his B-level ninjutsu and rushed out to launch continuous attacks on him. Is this his mother Feng Shanwo? Asada's perception of Kaden, fire style, ninjutsu has completely collapsed. But he didn't care so much, and changed his position as quickly as possible. Luhan's Phoenix Sage fire technique, the power of each fireball should exceed the general grand fireball, and it is faster. More. It seems to be endless. Asada Juhei is already crazy. Avatars. Instant. Move at high speed. Instant jump. Dodge dodge. Finally, he found the opportunity to perform ninjutsu. A moment of respite. Doden, earth style, earth flow wall. A thick and sturdy rock earth wall sprang up in front of Kuka Asada in an instant. Immediately afterwards, 3 consecutive fireballs bombarded it, and the earth flow wall was directly smashed by the bombardment. Asada Juhei, who was hiding behind, was engulfed by the broken rock and flames that erupted, as if he had been hit by a train. Flew out. The figure of the black cloak crossed an arc in the air, slammed heavily on the ground dozens of meters away, and rolled 5 or 6 meters before it stopped completely. The flame burns directly to death. The last 2 fireballs landed, and the Phoenix Sage fire technique was released. A total of 21 oval fireballs the size of a grinding disc attacked. Incredible, terrifying power. The land on this side of the lake shore seems to have been turned over as a whole, becoming uneven and anxious. Luhan landed on the site where the earth flow wall was destroyed, panting violently. He was wrong. Before, he thought that Phoenix Sage fire technique was AC level ninjutsu, and even if it reached LV9, it would not consume too much chakra, but now he already knows that this is wrong, and the consumption of LV9 Phoenix fire chakra consumes the amount is 3 times that of the LV1 Fengxian fire. Still, it's a good deal. If you perform B-level 55-1 ninjutsu with the same power as LV9 Fengxianwo, the consumption of chakra is at least 6 or 7 times that of LV1 Fengxianwo. Triple the difference. 6 or 7 times the difference. In this comparison, it still saves chakra a lot. With the same power, Luhan can at least save more than half of the chakra. It's not dead yet. Lu Hanyao looked at Chaoshan Juhei lying on the ground. Sharingan appeared and disappeared in his eyes. He saw Chaoshan Juhei was still breathing, struggling to get up. No, it's impossible. It must be another technique. Not Feng Shanwo. Am I going to die here today? At the hands of this kid. Is this my destiny? Asatian Juhei was lying on the ground, looking extremely miserable. His clothes were tattered, and the broken rock and soil that had just splashed out was like a sharp knife, tearing all his clothes, armor and cloak. There was blood all over his body, his chest was suffocated, and he didn't know how many ribs were broken. He kept vomiting blood from his mouth, and his body trembled. Luhan walked to Chaoshan Juhei with his knife in hand, and asked indifferently, "Tell me, who is going to kill me?" Asada Juhei looked up at the starry sky. His eyes seemed to be gazing at a certain star, next to the lake, the sound of water waves bursting. For a long time, Chaoshan Juhei's mouth moved slightly, as if he wanted to say something, but he couldn't say it. He was going to die. Luhan could feel that Chaoshan Juhei's breath had disappeared, and he was likely to die in the next second. Expire. Tell me. Luhan immediately crouched down and asked eagerly, "Who wants me to die? Who is it?" Acetien Juhei opened his mouth and made a voice that Lu Han couldn't hear at all. Lu Han frowned and turned his ears to listen. At this time, a sense of crisis instantly enveloped Lu Han, and Chaoshan Juhei didn't know where the strength came from, so he raised his hand and hit Lu Han. Puchi. The sharp kuwu pierced Lu Han's abdomen. Chaoshan Juhei maintained the posture of holding the kuwu thorn Lu Han, and his eyes lost all vigor at that moment. Lu Han felt the pain. In fact, he should have been able to dodge the blow, but he didn't. Because he was shocked. What kind of firm will and what kind of terrifying belief made Chaoshan Juhei want to kill Lu Han until his death? The golden light is shining. Venus all over the sky. With the death of Acetien Juhei, a vision that only happened in the first kill appeared. Dozens of items spewed out of Asada Juhei like Izumi, and scattered all over the place. Lu Han also heard the elf's reminder in his ears. Sound. Ding. Congratulations to Subversive 3665 for the first kill of a level 30 bronze boss. Chapter 39 Rich Harvest. Lu Han stood up slowly, pulled out the kuwu stuck in his abdomen and threw it on the ground. He looked at Chaoshan Juhei's body and thought for a long time. First killed the level 30 bronze boss, because Lu Han has the ability to automatically pick up, so Lu Han does not need to pick up those rewards one by one. Those dropped items will be automatically drilled into Lu Han's body as a streamer after 3 seconds. The body actually entered the space backpack. Lu Han squatted down again. The mask on Chaoshan Juhei's face was partially broken, but it still covered most of his face. Lu Han took off the mask. A young guy. Looking at his face, he was in his early 20s. It's really hard to imagine what he has gone through to become so cold and become a killing machine, even without his own independent personality, and will not give up killing the target until death. Anbu Special Mobile Force, is it the 3rd generation? Is it someone he sent? Lu Han walked to the lake and sat down with his legs crossed, facing the sparkling water, facing the full moon in the sky, and fell into thinking. This is what he has to think about. If the mastermind behind the scenes is the 3rd generation Hokage Sarutobi Hiruzen, then Lu Han will not be able to return to Konoha village. He has not yet had the strength to compete with Sarutobi Hiruzen, and he understands that Sarutobi Hiruzen did this kind of thing with his permission. But the question is it him? If the mastermind behind the scenes is not Sarutobi Hiruzen, Lu Han will naturally return to Konoha. He has just established his personal connections in Konoha, and it is impossible to give up because of some danger. Valley, lake, under the full moon. One person, one corpse, one scorched. The silent Lu Han seems to be integrated into this world. He is thinking about the future road. Let's see what I got first. Lu Han couldn't figure out what to do. With a wave of his hand, more than 40 items were placed in front of him. He was the first to kill a level 30 bronze boss, and he got an unprecedented reward. 44 dropped items in total. Kuna X6, Fine Shuriken times 5, Fine Long Sword times 2, Small Yuhi Bottle times 5, Large Yuhi Bottle times 5, Medium Yuhi Bottle times 1, Big Blue Bottle times 1. These add up to a total of 25. Lu Han got the Big Yuhi Bottle and the Big Blue Bottle for the first time. He took a look and put them away first. C-Class Ninjutsu, Cadent Fire Style Great Fireball Jutsu, Cadent Fire Style Dragon Flame Jutsu, Cadent Fire Style Fire Bullet, Sweetened Water Style Water Double Jutsu, Sweetened Water Style Water Body Technique, Sweetened Water Style Wild Water Wave Technique, Sweetened Water Style Water Prison Technique, Doden Earth Style Soil Dummy Technique, Doden Earth Style Earth Wall. There are 9 types of C-rank ninjutsu. Class B ninjutsu, Doden Earth Style Gaelong Sand Cover, Sweetened Water Style Water Formation Wall. There are 2 types of B-rank ninjutsu. Physical Art and Magical Power. Secret Art of Shadow Flash. A psychoactive drug. 5 ingots. Killing a level 30 bronze boss is undoubtedly extremely rich. Although he did not get the A-level ninjutsu scrolls that may be dropped, Lu Han also obtained 2 B-level ninjutsu scrolls, including nearly killing Luhan. The rock cage sand cover is a ninjutsu not mentioned in the original work. There was a plot in the original work, saying that Hitaki Kakashi used Sharingan to copy thousands of ninjutsu, and the techniques mentioned in the original work together, there are not thousands of them. This has been explained. Not mentioned does not mean that there is no. Luhan was very impressed with sand covered by rock cage. If it weren't for the great power of his Phoenix Sage fire technique and his continuous and rapid attacks, he would probably not be able to rush out and be swallowed by a huge amount of quicksand and crushed to death. Shadow Flash. Luhan suddenly frowned, but he picked up the scroll of the secret technique first. This was the first time he had obtained the scroll of the secret technique. After thinking about it, Luhan directly used the scroll. Acquire the secret art, Shadow Flash. Luhan quickly hand seal. This seal is very complicated. Luhan changed more than 30 gestures to complete the hand seal. When he completed the hand seal, nothing happened, but Luhan consumed a lot of chakra. He also felt something strange on his body. He immediately rolled up his sleeves and looked at his left forearm. There was a ripple on it. Traces, black, like twisted lightning. Ninjutsu mark. Luhan seemed to understand something, and mobilized chakra to trigger the mark. Call. Luhan disappeared in place, from the shore of the lake to the body of Chaoshin Juhei in an instant. At a distance of more than 10 meters, Luhan flashed past, as fast as lightning. It was this. Luhan suddenly remembered that when he was fighting with Asati and Juhei, Asati and Juhei once rushed in front of him in an instant, incredibly fast. He should have used this technique. The reason why Asata Juhei was able to directly activate this secret technique shows that he already had a ninjutsu mark on his body before. This is a relatively complicated technique. It belongs to a kind of shunshishu. It is more advanced than the basic shunshishu. The chakra required to form a ninjutsu mark is 12 times that of the basic shunshishu. Chakra consumption is huge. But I have to admit that this technique is very practical. It can be prepared in advance to avoid assassination, or to assassinate the enemy. Why does it mean Hiraishin? It's not Hiraishin as a space-type instant ninjutsu, this is a speed type, and the ninjutsu mark hits him, it must be inferior to Hiraishin. Luhan thought again. Walk back to the lake. As for Hiraishin, Luhan naturally wants to get it very much. This is the signature ninjutsu of the second generation Hokage Senju Tobirama, which he also created. I don't know how to get this kind of ninjutsu. If it is directly exchanged from the subversive space, the ingots required are estimated to be terrifyingly high. Luhan sat down by the lake, opened the scrolls one by one and used them all. 9C level, 2B level, physical magic power, all of them, and 5 ingots, which Luhan threw into the space backpack. Only one thing left. Psychotherapy. The potion worth 10 ingots was Luhan's biggest reward for killing a level 30 bronze boss this time. I don't know how much spiritual strength can be improved. The stronger the spiritual strength, the more chakra can be extracted from the body. Luhan thought, opened the bottle and drank it in one gulp. A feeling of eating mints. Luhan felt a coolness in his entire head. When the feeling passed, Luhan noticed that his thinking seemed to be faster. He immediately performed a chakra refinement and made a judgment. Chapter 40. Is he the mastermind behind the scenes? Add more. Doubled the total amount of chakra. Luhan was overjoyed. The spirit potion was really powerful. Because Luhan has been practicing for a period of time, the total amount of chakra is different from the original one. He was able to increase the total amount of chakra several times in just 1 month because of his chakra a month ago. The total carat is too small. Unlike now, his total chakra is at least enough to compare with excellent chunin, and even special jonin. In this case, if you want to double the total amount of chakra, it may take several months if you rely solely on practice. Therefore, this bottle of spiritual potion has saved Luhan several months of penance. With a few more bottles, my total chakra should be comparable to that of Asati and Juhei. Thinking of this, Luhan felt the pressure again. There is still a gap. Not to mention anything else, Luhan used 3 small blue bottles along the way from the village. Before the battle officially started, Luhan used it again in the thick fog, and then he fought with Asati and Juhei in a life and death battle. Asada Juhei has never supplemented chakra, and in the battle of life and death, he used B-level ninjutsu many times, and he did not show exhaustion until he died. Luhan speculated that Chaoshin Juhei's total amount of chakra was at least 5 to 6 times his own. Late at night, Luhan walked to Chaoshin Juhei again and looked at the still young face. Asada Juhei is undoubtedly an excellent Jonin. Although he does not have the strength of an elite Jonin, he is not comparable to an ordinary Jonin who has just been promoted from Chunin to Jonin. Luhan fought with him and gained a lot. Luhan realized that the speed of his hand seal was not fast enough, he was almost trapped by the circular rock wall, and he was negligent, giving Chaoshin Juhei a chance to strike before he died. And if Asati and Juhei underestimated the power of Luhan's ninjutsu, the outcome of the two would be hard to say. "You are the first Jonin I killed, I will remember you." Luhan's words were very human, but then, he squatted down and rummaged through Chaoshin Juhei inhumanly. "The goose has plucked its hair. No money. Kunai is a lot. Huh, what is this?" Luhan turned over to a bag that seemed to be made of some kind of animal skin. It had a wide and long flap, similar to a fanny pack, and was tied to Asada Juhei's back waist. The bag was strong and did not receive any frontal impact. Not damaged, just a little charred on the outside. "Take this with you," Luhan muttered, untied the bag, wound Chan Rao's rope on it, and opened the bag. There are a few things in there. The half-broken blade has a special print on the blade. A piece of fabric the size of a palm with a white and white pattern of Yuhi printed on it. A glass bottle containing a Yuhi-colored Yi body. Luhan first picked up the cloth with a special pattern. The pattern on it looked familiar, like a fan. It's an incomplete fan sign, because the fabric is incomplete and looks like it's ripped from some piece of clothing with a fan pattern on it. Uchiha clan emblem. Luhan frowned and blinked thoughtfully. "What's in the bottle?" Luhan opened the bottle again, and immediately closed it again. He already knew what it was, blood. The moment he opened it, he smelled blood. "Look at that truncating blade. The steel used is special, and the printing on it is very unique. It looks like a part of a certain clan's standard weapon." The reason for this speculation is that ordinary weapons have bright blades without printing, only some tribes or forces. "We'll make this weapon with a special print. Cloth, Uchiha. If the print on this half of the blade is the same as the print on the standard weapons used by the Uchiha, then this bottle of blood may also come from the Uchiha. He's from Anbu, and certainly not under the control of the Uchiha clan, but he came to kill me today, and he didn't even bring any money with him, but brought these things, then. If I died he would." Luhan thought, his eyes suddenly brightened, he stood up abruptly and said, "He is going to frame the Uchiha clan. It is pointed out that the Uchiha clan killed me, these things are the evidence that he wants to stay at the battle scene." Luhan seemed to have caught a clue, and the question he had been thinking about suddenly seemed to have an eyebrow. "Sandemu wants to kill me to frame the Uchiha clan." No. It is said in the original book that this is the time when the Uchiha clan is most powerful in Konoha, and the war is about to break out. Although Sandemu Hokage is very wary of the Uchiha clan, but it is impossible to choose this time to break with the Uchiha clan. He is a person who has a great view of the overall situation, and it is impossible to take the initiative to trouble the Uchiha clan now. Yes. It's him. Luhan suddenly thought of someone. A very important character in the original Hokage, a Konoha anti-hero. This person has an incomparable loyalty to Konoha, but greedy for power, bent on becoming Hokage. It's him. In the original book, he single-handedly planned to destroy the Uchiha clan. It's him. Has the greatest wariness of the Uchiha clan. No one wanted to get rid of the Uchiha more than he did. It's him. The second person in Konoha village is currently serving as the Hokage assistant. Danzo. Anbu Special Mobile Force. I am really a pig brain. ANBU is divided into two parts. One part is the Assassination Tactical Special Force, and the other part is ANBU's underground organization, the ANBU Training Department. The official name is the ANBU Special Mobile Force. There is also a symbol, the name of sex, roots. Luhan knows that the root is not under the control of Hokage nor ANBU, so the members of the root only obey one person, that is Danzo. Asada Juhei, cold as a machine, emotionless, with an inhuman will. That's exactly what the root member is about. If you analyze it in this direction, all the mysteries will be solved. Danzo is the messenger behind the scenes, murdering and blaming the Uchiha tribe. This makes the Hokage lineage and the Uchiha clan have a greater conflict, and may even lead to a break between Uchiha and Konoha. He sent someone to kill Luhan, not because he had grudges against Luhan, but the real target was the Uchiha clan. Danzo, I haven't seen you yet, bastard. Luhan muttered, turned abruptly, and looked in the direction of Konoha village. Chapter 41 She is coming. Luhan felt that Danzo was the mastermind behind the scenes, and there was no evidence, but Luhan believed that 99% of the time, because he knew the content of the original book, knew Danzo, and knew what he could do. Sarutobi Hiruzen's suspicion can be completely ruled out. It is obviously impossible for him to frame the Uchiha clan at this time. From another perspective, if he really wants to kill the Uchiha clan, he will never frame them in this way, but directly let them do it and wipe out the Uchiha clan with thunder. The Uchiha clan is only a few hundred people, and it is one of the largest clans in Konoha village, but compared to the total number of ninjas in Konoha, which exceeds 10,000, the Uchiha clan is a minority. In the valley under the moonlit night, the fire was surging. Luhan burned Chaoshin Juhei's body to ashes. Luhan used the sweetened water style again to wash the traces around. The battle traces in the moon-shaped valley must not be completely erased. Luhan was incapable of it. Restore the moon valley to its previous appearance. But he is not afraid that someone will find the traces of the battle here. What he wants to cover up is the traces that Asada Juhei has appeared here. The moon valley is a long way from Konoha. There is a battle here, and who can be sure that it is the ninja from the village of Konoha fighting here? No one can prove it. It may be that the two enemies met Yuhi's slaughter, it may be that a passing ninja encountered an ambush, or that missing nin from a certain ninja village practiced ninjutsu here. Luhan didn't want Danzo to guess that he was capable of killing Jonin. Midnight, Luhan secretly returned to Konoha village. Instead of going home, he went directly to Tsunade's house. Tsunade was on a mission. Luhan and Tsunade had been practicing for a month before, and they were familiar with Tsunade's home, and even stayed for a few days. Knowing the way, Luhan went directly to Tsunade's room and found some scrolls in the cabinet. These scrolls are old and record not ninjutsu, some are maps, some are biographical stories, and there are legends about thousands of years ago. Luhan rummaged, and quickly found the scroll he wanted. Konoha Chronicles. In the 30 years since Konoha was established, too many things have happened. Among them, there are not a few important ones that even affect the historical process. The Konoha Chronicles that can be bought on the market are all abbreviated editions. Any secrets will be recorded. Tsunade's Konoha Chronicle is more detailed. Although it is impossible to write some secrets in it, it is enough for Luhan to find the information he wants. In the 17th year of Konoha, with the consent of the third-generation Hokage Sarutobi Hiruzen, Danzo established the ANBU underground organization, Konoha's special mobile force, in the name of establishing the ANBU training department, known as Root, in history. Seeing the information he was looking for, Luhan quickly rolled up the scroll and stuffed it back into the cabinet. It's him, Danzo. On a new day, Luhan got up early, took out new clothes from his space backpack and put on them, left Tsunade's house, and swaggered towards the downtown area. He wanted to let Danzo know that he was still alive, and he didn't know how he would react. As soon as Tsunade left Konoha, he dared to send someone to assassinate Tsunade's only disciple. People with such courage are rare. What Lu Han didn't know is that Danzo didn't know that Chao Shinjuhei had assassinated Lu Han yesterday. Danzo's order was given a month ago. He gave Acetian Juhei enough time to plan. Acetian Juhei will not report to Danzo before the assassination, because many times, the plan can't keep up with the rapid changes, and it can't be here. The best opportunity to assassinate, but instead of doing it, go back to report first, it is very likely to miss the best opportunity. Danzo after completing the task. Therefore, Danzo will not be shocked and confused because Lu Han is still alive. Only react to it when the day comes when Danzo finds out that Asada Kua is missing. Noodle House. Still in the same place, Lu Han sat by the window, ordered a huge amount of beef noodles, and ate while watching the scenery. Although the spies from outside Konoha village have almost disappeared, Lu Han is still used to looking outside from time to time. It was still early in the morning, and there were not many people on the street, but when Lu Han was halfway through eating, the street was full of people coming and going, very lively. Lu Han suddenly noticed something strange on the street outside. In the eyes of ordinary people, the outside is normal, but in Lu Han's eyes, he saw that there were suddenly more advanced ninjas on the street, some pretending to be shopping on the side of the road, some talking to people, and some just entered a store. Arranged in secret. As if something was going to happen. What happened? Lu Han muttered, biting ramen and looking outside without blinking. He had a rare chance to watch the fun. Lu Han was disappointed, and there was nothing exciting to watch. But, someone came. At the intersection of the street, the little girl wearing a simple skirt looked at the bustling Konoha downtown with novel eyes, looking left and right, walking forward, and kept looking around, as if she could not see enough. A sense of sight of a country girl entering the city. This girl also attracted some attention, not only because of her cute looks, like a porcelain doll, but also because of her special hair color, Yuhi color. This is a rare hair color. Around the girl, there were also two plainly dressed men walking along the street with the girl. They looked like the girl's family elders, but they were actually Konoha Jonin in disguise. Here she is. Lu Han, who had just taken a sip of water, stopped and looked out the window with a little concentration. It looked like a young girl who was only 5 or 6 years old, with a few big characters written on the top of her head that were very eye-catching in Lu Han's eyes, Uzumaki Kushina. Uzumaki Kushina is here. She was born in Konoha for 24 years. This year, Konoha is 30 years old. She is 6 years old. It seems that she has just come to Konoha. So, Lu Han made an inference. The original Kyubi, Nine-Tails, Manjinchuriki, column force Uzumaki Mito will die. As the wife of the first Hokage, Uzumaki Mito is probably in his 70s or 80s this year. He lives in seclusion somewhere in Konoha village, and must be guarded by a group of senior ninjas all day long. Lu Han knows that he may not have the chance to see Uzumaki Mito, or even few people in Konoha village probably know that Uzumaki Mito is still alive. Namikaze Minato is also 6 years old this year. Lu Han couldn't help but sounded the future 4th generation Hokage again, but now he is still a little boy. Looking out again, I saw Uzumaki Kushina stopped in front of a booth, as if to buy something. Chapter 42 Eternal Genin might die. Lu Han couldn't help thinking. She comes, Uzumaki Mito is about to die. This is by no means a trivial matter. Judging from the original Hokage book, Uzumaki Mito must have died before the Second Ninja World War, and her death was also one of the fuses of the Second Ninja World War. She died. In the short term, no one in the Konoha village can have control and use the power of Kyubi, Nine-Tails, which is equivalent to a significant weakening of Konoha's power. It was because of the death of Uzumaki Mito that Konoha's power was weakened and he lost his leadership position, which led to the full outbreak of the war between ninja villages of various countries. History is always strikingly similar. The outbreak of the First Ninja War was also due to Konoha's loss of leadership. Senju Hashirama, the feared god of ninja, died a few years after the decisive battle with Uchiha Madara. His younger brother Senju Tobarama succeeded as the second-generation Hokage. The first ninja war broke out at that time. It's getting more and more chaotic. When the spies from other countries confirm that Uzumaki Mido has passed away, the war should really break out. Luhan watched Uzumaki Kushina disappear into the street, and then looked back. After eating the noodles quickly, Luhan paid the money and left the noodle restaurant immediately, walking towards the mission hall. Today, Luhan is going to accept the first official ninja mission in his life in the mission hall. For the first time out on a mission, Luhan was still looking forward to it. Wild monsters, everywhere outside, and I don't know how many I can encounter. Mission hall. There are not many ninjas handing over tasks in the task hall at this time, but due to the increasing number of conflicts on the border in recent years, it is a special period, and all task counters in the task hall are open. Luhan casually came to a counter. On the counter stood an elderly ninja wearing a forehead guard, probably 60 years old, with a scar on his neck. Generally speaking, the ninjas who release ordinary tasks in the task hall are all disabled or elderly ninjas. They are no longer suitable for going out to perform tasks due to physical reasons, but they have rich ninja experience. In fact, ninjas can choose to retire. Many ninjas who live to their 60s and 70s will choose to retire. There are also some who refuse to accept their old age and will go to some non-dangerous positions to play their residual heat. This is the case with the elderly ninja who received Luhan, named Dahi Zhengnian. Genin. Da Geninian asked Luhan a lot, with a kind smile on his face. Ninja number 5999, my name is Han. Luhan also smiled at the kind old man, it's Genin. Konoha now has more than 10,000 ninjas, and Luhan's ninja number is 5999. This is because not all ninjas are officially registered, and most of Konoha's active ninjas do not have a number. This is a problem left over from history. Generally, ninjas with numbers are from ninja schools. However, many ninjas in Konoha did not learn and grow in ninja schools. Some were because of their tribe, and some were specially trained by Konoha. Anbu ninja, they have entered Anbu since childhood. They are just ordinary residents of Konoha on the bright side, and they are the Anbu ninja who wear masks in secret, so there is no number. Judging from the original work, Konoha was established for 60 years. After the Naruto generation, the number was only ranked 12,000. Could it be that Konoha has only produced 12,000 ninjas in 60 years? This is impossible. If there were 12,000 ninjas in Konoha's 60-year history, how many would there be active ninjas in Konoha's 60-year history? 1 or 2,000, 2 or 3,000. After all, many people have died in the past 60 years, and the Ninja World War has experienced 3 times. If that was the case, the Ninja Coalition during the Fourth Ninja World War could not have had 80,000 people. Only D-level or C-level tasks can be accepted. Dahi Genganian looked at Luhan and handed over a notebook. The first few pages are the most recent D-level and C-level tasks. Luhan took the book and immediately opened it to read. The bounty for ninja missions is extremely high. Many missions are difficult for ordinary people, but extremely easy for ninjas. Luhan looked at them one by one, very seriously. D-level tasks: finding pets, cleaning up trash, long-distance mail delivery, etc. C-level tasks: escorting people, sending confidential documents, capturing wild animals, regional investigation in the Land of Fire, escorting supplies, etc. Whether it is a D-level or C-level task, it is actually quite boring, but it is not something ordinary people can do, such as finding pets. Ordinary people can only rely on luck to find them. It is difficult to find, but if you change to ninjas, you can use the ability of trace analysis to find. And to clean up the garbage, it is usually the place where the garbage is piled up. Luhan just glanced at it a little. D-level tasks are nothing to see, and C-level tasks are worth doing. In fact, Luhan just wanted an excuse to leave the village, otherwise he would go out inexplicably and disappeared for a few days. Even for more than 10 days, many people will be suspicious, and maybe the Uchiha people will make a fuss about it. Why don't you let me take the mission? Why? You're just a genin. Still want to take on a B-level mission. Don't be fooling around here. Although I am a genin, I am capable of doing B-level tasks. If you make trouble again, I'll ask the guards to take you away. An intense noise suddenly sounded. It sounded like a farce. Genin going on a B-class mission. Can't make it to death. Class B missions are usually extremely dangerous. Luhan raised his head to look in that direction, and couldn't help blinking his eyes twice, with a strange expression. Met an acquaintance. In front of the counter not far away, stood a young man in his early 20s. He was extremely tall and wore a green jumpsuit. The most obvious sign was that his eyebrows were thick and he looked a little funny. Luhan had never met this person before, but he knew the existence of this person through the original book, that is the legendary eternal genin, Might Dai. Might Dai is entangled with the reception ninja behind the counter. He looks very angry. His level is only genin. It is illegal to have to take on B-level tasks, but Luhan knows that Might Dai at this time must have the strength to perform B-level tasks. I don't know how many gates he can open in the 8 inner gates. Luhan thought, he must not be able to open 8 gates, otherwise he would not be prevented from doing B-level tasks. This guy, really? Da Gengenian also looked at the situation over there and couldn't help shaking his head. Senior, what's the situation? Luhan couldn't help asking. It seemed that Da Gengenian knew something. Alas. Da Gengenian sighed. A Dai is very powerful, but his performance is not stable, so he has always been genin. About half a month ago, we made an exception to let him take the B-level escort mission, but it messed up. Although the mission was completed, the employer who was escorted was seriously injured and then complained to a Dai. Because of this, we didn't even get a commission. So it is. Luhan nodded and looked over there again. At this moment, the ninja who received Might Dai seemed to be unable to bear Might Dai's entanglement, and said angrily, let's do it. I can let you take on the B-level mission, but you can't be alone. You must find it again. A reliable genin, or not. Chapter 43 Team up with Eternal Genin. Might Dai suddenly shut up and couldn't speak, and his face quickly turned to Yuhi, as if he had been humiliated. Can't you find it? If you can't find it, leave quickly, or take on the C-level and D-level tasks. The task of picking up garbage is very suitable for you. Your physical strength is so good. The way. Might Dai held back, and could only glared at the winter melon tree. He really is a ninja who can't find a mission together. There are too few taijutsu ninjas in Konoha, and Might Dai has practiced taijutsu since he was a child, and he is harder than any other peers. A person. Although he also has the experience of training in ninja school, he didn't make him have any friends, because he is too maverick, and he has no talent in other aspects except taijutsu, not good at ninjutsu, and does not understand demonic illusion. He had poor grades in school and was always the object of ridicule. After graduating from the ninja school with difficulty, he is still the same as before. He only knows how to work hard and does not know how to communicate. With more and more laughter and strange eyes, he has become more and more withdrawn and used to being alone. Come alone. I don't know if he regrets choosing to practice the 8 inner gates. Luhan saw Might Dai's embarrassment. The 8 inner gates would accomplish him in the future, and before that, it had always hurt him. It is stated in the original work that it took Might Dai 20 years to fully comprehend the 8 inner gates. Konoha's ninjas generally begin to practice at the age of 5 or 6, that is to say, Might Dai may be 25 or 6 years old. In order to become a complete master of the 8 inner gates, he has the ability to open all 8 gates. Might Dai now looks like he is about 20 years old. Don't look at it, sigh. Da Gengenian spoke again and sighed. A Dai is like this, he chose the wrong path and missed the best age to practice ninjutsu, now it's too late to regret it. Not really. Luhan looked at Da Gengenian, smiled and asked, why does he have to do B-level tasks? Because of money. Da Gengenian continued, he is an old man in the village, he naturally knows a little bit about the big things and small things in the village. The cost of practicing taijutsu is far more than practicing ninjutsu, and he needs to make himself stronger. And to bear the consumption when practicing physical art, he needs to eat a lot of things, including some precious herbs, and he is often injured in training, which also requires money. Quote. Understood. Luhan nodded and pushed back the notebook with the tasks written on it. Thank you. It had been a while since Luhan came to the mission hall, and the number of ninjas in the mission hall gradually increased. Might Dai left the counter in despair, as if he had been hit hard. He stumbled out and didn't even pay attention to the road ahead. His eyes were a little lost. Some ninjas who had just entered the door saw Might Dai, and some showed strange expressions. The expression, some ignored, but all walked around. Hello. Just when Might Dai walked to the door, Luhan appeared in front of Might Dai. Bang! Might Dai didn't seem to notice, and hit Luhan directly. Luhan felt like he was hit by a bull running wildly, and he fell backward uncontrollably. Might Dai finally reacted, and immediately he stretched out his hand before Luhan was about to fall to the ground, grabbed Luhan's arm, and pulled Luhan up. Sorry. Might Dai reluctantly smiled apologetically at Luhan. It's so strong. Luhan was a little surprised, and couldn't help looking at Might Dai a few more times. Might Dai is not that kind of muscular ninja, he looks thin, but just now, Luhan felt Might Dai's strength. Strong, huh? Might Dai showed a self-deprecating smile, shook his head, and walked out again, bypassing Luhan. Hey, wait a minute. Luhan called quickly, chasing 2 steps towards Might Dai. What? Might Dai tilted his head to look at Luhan. Me, Luhan. Luhan raised his finger and pointed at his forehead guard. I'm Genin. I saw you going on a mission just now. Do you need a Genin partner? If possible, do you think I can do it? You. Might Dai's gray eyes suddenly brightened, but then he hesitated and asked uncertainly, do you know who I am? I know, I've heard of it. Then you are still willing to carry out the mission with me. Is there any problem with this? I don't think so, you are an excellent ninja. Might Dai got excited all of a sudden, grabbed Luhan's hands suddenly, and asked in disbelief, are you really willing to go on a mission with me? Luhan nodded. Bang! Might Dai gave Luhan a big hug. He is much taller than Luhan and can completely hug Luhan in his arms. Fuck. Let me go, my ribs are about to break. Luhan called out directly, he couldn't stand Might Dai's passion, he was stronger than a gorilla. Sorry, ha ha ha, I'm so excited. Might Dai quickly let go of Luhan and smiled awkwardly. When Luhan and Might Dai came to the counter of Wintermelon Big Wood, together, the face of the disabled ninja with a strange name changed, and he looked at Luhan a few more times, as if he didn't believe that Might Dai could find a ninja to carry out the mission together. But he didn't ask much, and handed the task book directly to Might Dai. Luhan was wearing a ninja to protect his forehead. He didn't need to ask, at least he was also a genin, so Dongwa Damu didn't bother to talk nonsense. This mission, Might Dai seemed to have chosen it a long time ago. He opened the book and pointed, the escort mission. Well, Wintermelon Damu made a nasal sound, took back the book and looked at Luhan again. Name. What level? Ninja number 5999. My name is Han, Genin. Luhan said. Dongwa Damu directly buttoned up the grade book, frowning at Luhan. Han. Are you that Han? Yes. Luhan nodded, he understood what Wintermelon Damu meant. Are you famous? Might Dai, who usually practiced asceticism and didn't ask about world affairs, glanced at Luhan in a silly way. There are some. Luhan can only say this. There are not many people who have seen him in Konoha village, but not many people who don't know his name. No, you can't perform B-level tasks. Dongwa Damu looked at Might Dai again. Why? Might Dai panicked. He just became a genin. Dongwa Damu pointed to Luhan. You can't execute it together. Dongwa Damu's final voice was like a duck, because the excited Might Dai had already caught him, nearly pulling him out of the counter. Are you kidding me? You said you can find another genin. Are you kidding me? Isn't it? Might Dai growled, his face full of anger. His eyes seemed to be swallowing the winter melon tree alive. Winter melon Damu was frightened, cold sweat dripped from his temples, and he was speechless. What's this for? It's so lively. At this moment, a clear girl's voice sounded from behind the two of them, and Luhan immediately frowned. He was annoyed by the sound. Hyuga Luo Ning. Chapter 44 clustered together. Luhan ignored Hyuga Luo Ning, and he thought he didn't hear what Hyuga Luo Ning said. Hyuga Luo Ning walked up to Luhan very ignorantly. The proud little princess raised her chin slightly, and said to Luhan in a very high-spirited tone, "Tell you one thing, I have passed the Chunin exam and officially become a Chunin. Now." Oh, Luhan touched his nose and seemed unconcerned. Side, Might Dai's actions attracted the attention of many ninjas in the mission hall. The two Konoha police ninjas who were resident in the mission hall looked at each other and walked towards Might Dai at the same time. Okay, let it go. Luhan glanced back and patted Might Dai's arm. The angry Might Dai snorted coldly and let go of the hand that was holding the big wooden collar of the winter melon. Dongla Damu seemed to be really afraid, and he became a little timid and did not dare to face Might Dai. He was the type of person who bullied the soft and feared the hard. Do you want me to do the task? Might Dai asked again. This is your last chance. If you screw up this mission, don't come to take over the mission in the future. Dongla Damu said a few hard words, but in fact he was soft-spoken. In fact, he couldn't provoke Might Dai. With a disability, he couldn't beat Might Dai, and Might Dai was a particularly stubborn person. Two Konoha guard ninjas from the Uchiha tribe stopped halfway and looked in the direction of Might Dai. Seeing that everything seemed to be fine, one of them waved and the two walked back. Hey, Hyuga Luo Ning watched from the side, suddenly leaned into Luhan's ear and whispered, "Why did you mix with him? Do you know who he is?" Well, Luhan responded with a nasal sound. Are you doing missions together? Hyuga Luo Ning asked again. Yeah, Luhan said again with a nasal voice. Hyuga Luo Ning made fun of herself, glared at Luhan fiercely, and whispered, "Two wastes, really like similar things." Looking back at the gate, the clansmen who want to perform the mission together have not come yet. Hyuga Luo Ning looked bored, looked at Luhan again and asked, "What mission are you going to do?" "I just became a genin, I suggest you not to perform it. Tasks that require going out, many D-class tasks are suitable for you. You can ask me for advice, if you ask me, I can teach you." Quote. No, thank you. Luhan glanced at Hyuga Luo Ning. Cut. Hyuga Luo Ning finally couldn't stand Luhan's attitude and said contemptuously, "Do you think it's great to have Lord Tsunade as a backer?" Luhan pretended not to hear. The counter, Dongla Damu completed the registration, and quickly completed the formalities. He raised his head and said, "The task starts tomorrow morning. The employer is in the Yefu Inn. We will first notify him that someone has taken the task. This is the task. Official letter." Dongla Damu stamped the letter of assignment in envelope style and handed it to Might Dai. Hyuga Luo Ning, who was listening on the side, felt that something was wrong, and couldn't help but glance at the mission letter, which was stamped with a Yuhi-colored seal with a big B on it. B-level mission. Hyuga Luo Ning almost screamed, stared at Luhan with wide eyes, and shouted, "You want to do B-level mission? Do B-level mission with Might Dai? You are crazy. Do you want to die?" Luhan felt his head buzzing. Too suddenly. Sonic ninjutsu. Fuck. Luhan pursed his lips and endured the discomfort to Hyuga Luo Ning, raised his hand and licked his ears. Hyuga Luo Ning's scream attracted the attention of almost all the ninjas in the mission hall, and the girl's scream was so attractive. Dahi Genganian, who was behind the counter not far away, changed his face. He looked at Luhan with incomprehension. After watching for a while, he looked back and shook his head. Konoha guard ninjas near the door were stunned at the same time. All of them looked thoughtful, looked at each other, and one of them tilted his head and whispered, "I'll report." After that, he turned around. "Hurry out. Might Dai was also taken aback and looked at Hyuga Luo Ning in amazement. The genius lady of the Hyuga family, even if Might Dai doesn't ask about the world, she still knows it. Hyuga Luo Ning is famous for a day or two. Might Dai looked at Hyuga Luo Ning, then looked at Lu Han and asked, "Your friend? I don't allow you to let him perform tasks with you." Hyuga Luo Ning rushed to Might Dai fiercely, "Do you know that you will kill people? Why don't you allow it?" Might Dai asked back. He finally received the B-level mission, and naturally he couldn't give up because of the little girl's film that suddenly rushed out, no matter who she was. Might Dai is a person who doesn't know how to be smooth. He has a straight temper and a single tendon, which is why he has no friends. "Miss Luo Ning, aren't you too lenient?" Lu Han also said. Hyuga Luo was speechless, glanced back and forth at the two of them, and choked, "Then you all go to hell." He glared at Lu Han again, biting Kiba and gnashing his teeth. "Little devil, you better be if you die in a crowded place, you will help you collect the body. Don't worry about her, she's insane." Lu Han looked directly at Might Dai, "Let's talk somewhere else." "Okay." Might Dai nodded. The two walked out together. Call. At this moment, two whirlwinds rolled up around Hyuga Luo Ning. Two Hyuga ninjas appeared at the same time. Seeing that Hyuga Luo Ning was all right, they were relieved. One of them hurriedly stepped forward and asked, "Miss, what happened?" The two of them are the ninjas who are going to perform a mission with Hyuga Luo Ning today. When they were outside, they heard Hyuga Luo Ning's scream and hurried over. Hyuga Luo Ning took a deep breath and looked at the tall and short figures walking towards the door. After a while, she seemed to have lost her anger and her face returned to normal. She said lightly, "It's nothing, there is a nasty guy who seeks death by himself. Just die, what does it have to do with me, The next morning, Might Dai and Lu Han came to Yefu Inn, got in touch with the employer, and they both produced official letters to prove their identities. This morning, he and his employer left Konoha village. Lu Han's first mission after becoming a ninja officially began. Not long after Lu Han left Konoha, in the quaint house where the Uchiha people gather. Patriarch Uchiha Gumu suddenly appeared in front of the door, knelt down on one knee and said, "Han and Might Dai took the B-level escort mission and are about to escort their employer to the land of rain. I just got the news that they have already left village." Chapter 45 Swear to the death to complete the task. Whoa! The door suddenly opened, a figure sprang out of the room like a ghost, and a flickering figure stood in the courtyard, with his back to Uchiha Gumu, his hands behind his back. It was Uchiha Yokoyama, the contemporary head of the Uchiha clan. Uchiha Goki turned around, still keeping his kneeling posture facing Uchiha Yokoyama. "Cold," Uchiha Yokoyama muttered, looking up at the sky, as if thinking about something, but also wanting to suppress something. "Patriarch," Uchiha Gumu called out. "You still dare to mention him?" Uchiha Yokoyama suddenly turned around and said angrily, looking at Uchiha Gumu with a hideous expression, so angry that he was ultimate, "You have made us Uchiha the laughing stock of the entire Konoha. How dare you say it? My subordinate should be damned." Uchiha Gumu quickly lowered his head, cold sweat pouring down his forehead. "My subordinate is ineffective, I am willing to apologize to me with death. But the death of my subordinate is a trivial matter, and the black market transaction order has not been retrieved, so it is hard for my subordinate to die. Please give the subordinate another chance. The subordinate suspects that the black market trading order is on Han. Even if it is not on him, he must know who is in the hands of those things. This matter is inseparable from him. This opportunity is a rare opportunity. The subordinates hereby promise that if the task cannot be completed, come and see you." Uchiha Gumu finished speaking, his head drooping even lower. Silent. Uchiha Gumu was a little scared, and the more Yokoyama didn't speak, the more frightening he felt. Uchiha Yokoyama stared at Uchiha Gumu, before speaking after a long time. His voice was much calmer. "Get up." Uchiha Goki got up. "Remember, this is your last chance. Uchiha Yokoyama stared at Uchiha Gumu. If you fail this time. If Han returns to Konoha alive, if you don't get back the black market order. You know what it will be. Consequences. This subordinate understands. Swear to complete the mission. Uchiha Gumu patted his chest and assured, but he was relieved. The month before, he felt very sad because he lost the trust of Uchiha Yokoyama and began to be marginalized in the clan. Some clansmen who were usually respectful to him began to not care about him. It was better than killing him. Uncomfortable. Now, he has a chance to win back the trust of Uchiha Yokoyama. Mission must be done. A few days later, in the northwest of the Land of Fire. In the vast forest, tall trees stretch like waves, and insects and birds sing, all of which are green and vibrant. On the forest road, a middle-aged man of about 40 years old walked in front. He was not tall. He only had one eye. A little nervous. This is the employer of the task that Luhan and Might Dai took over, a wealthy businessman named Durando, who has been in and out of the country all the year round. The details of the mission stated that Durando had a conflict with a local big businessman when he was doing business in the Land of Water. After that, someone offered a reward for his head on the black market. A samurai guard. He didn't think he was in danger. And just 2 months ago, Durando was assassinated by a Chunin. All the servants and guards around him died. He was also blind in one eye. If the incident was not near Konoha village, Konoha patrolled ninjas. The fight was discovered and arrived just in time to save him, who had died 2 months earlier. In Konoha for 2 months. Because he missed his family and wanted to return to his hometown in the Land of Rain, he spent a lot of money and released an escort mission in Konoha. This time, Luhan and Might Dai escorted Durando to the Land of Rain. The commission is as high as 120,000 taels. The upper limit of commissions for general B-level tasks is only 150,000 taels. However, for B-level tasks with a commission of 150,000 taels, it is not necessarily a year. If you can get one, the commission of 120,000 taels is already the highest commission for Konoha SB-level tasks at this stage. Durando walked in front, Might Dai followed closely behind, not leaving an inch. For this mission, Might Dai attaches great importance to it. Luhan was much more casual than Might Dai. He kept jumping up and down the trees, looking around, looking at the scenery and the terrain. Wow! There was a sudden abnormal noise in the grass in front of him, and Durando stopped suddenly, as if he had encountered something extremely terrifying, and quickly turned around and ran to Might Dai in panic, and went around behind Might Dai to hide. Might Dai put on a stance, looked at the grass with full attention, and called out at the same time, "Cold. Come on." Luhan jumped down from the tree and landed in front of the two of them. The grass was dense, and Luhan couldn't see what was inside, but he could see a line of Yuhi-colored fonts, Gray Coyote. "It's a carnivore. Don't be nervous, it's just a little beast." Luhan turned his head and smiled. "Are you sure?" Might Dai asked cautiously. "Wow." The grass swayed, and a gray wolf more than 1 meter long came out from it. After glancing at Luhan and the others, it rushed into the grass on the other side with its tail tucked in, and ran away quickly. "It's really a little beast." Might Dai breathed a sigh of relief and smiled. "It looks scared of us." Animals are always the most vigilant, especially these small beasts. They hardly attack ninjas actively. They can sense the danger. Luhan also said, and then jumped up and returned to the tree. Durando was finally relieved, and only then did he dare to emerge from behind Might Dai. You must protect me, or I won't pay you," Durando said. This is not the first time he has said this. Since he knew that the 2 ninjas protecting him were only genin, he never worried. "Don't worry, there will be absolutely no problem," Might Dai patted his chest and assured. Road, Might Dai returned to Durando, still following him closely. Luhan jumped on the tree above, and when he saw Might Dai's appearance, he couldn't help shaking his head. This may be one of the reasons why Might Dai has always been a genin. When he was promoted to Chunin, there were written tests and survival trials. Might Dai could not pass those tests. Not a qualified ninja at all. Now Might Dai is closely following Durando, seemingly paying attention to Durando's safety at all times, but in fact losing the ninja's flexibility. Boom! The roar of the explosion suddenly sounded, and fire broke out in the north of the forest, and thick smoke shot into the sky. Don't kill me! Durando hugged his head and screamed where he wanted to hide, but there were big trees around and there was no suitable hiding place. Standing on the tree, Luhan glanced helplessly at Durando, then raised his eyes to the north. Cold. What happened? Might Dai had already stopped in front of Durando and asked hurriedly. It seems like a battle. There are ninjas with Konoha. Luhan replied, looking to the north. Chapter 46 Riverside at Night. A few hundred meters to the north, there is a forest clearing. Dozen Konoha ninjas and a group of black-clothed ninjas fought fiercely. It seemed to be a confrontation. Neither side was fully prepared, but the number of Konoha ninjas seemed to have an advantage. Luhan stood on the tree and looked into the distance. Because the distance was too far, it was difficult for him to see what the word Yuhi was on the head of the black-clothed ninja. Han, what did you see? Might Dai shouted again. Two groups of people, we have a large number of Konoha ninjas, and both sides are not strong, most of them are genin. Luhan responded, and looked down at Might Dai who was on guard and Durando who was shivering with fear. I'll go take a look. Quote. Don't go, Might Dai yelled hastily. What's wrong? It's none of our business, we're on a mission and shouldn't be involved in this kind of battle. I didn't expect you to be very pedantic. Luhan smiled, jumped out, and moved north quickly. I'll take a look. You protect a lot of Mr. Rondo here, I'll be right back. Han, don't go, dangerous. Might Dai shouted again, but Han had jumped quickly. Might Dai was very helpless. The two talked in detail yesterday. Luhan learned something about Might Dai, and Might Dai also learned who Luhan was. To be honest, Might Dai did not regard Luhan as a qualified person. A partner, but as a younger generation who needs to be taken care of, an object that needs to be protected. Originally, he planned to carry out the mission alone, and Luhan was able to join him because the mission required him to form a team with others. Might Dai didn't let Luhan participate in the battle over there, not only because of the mission rules, but he was also worried about Luhan's safety. Luhan kept getting closer to the incident, and after getting away from Might Dai, he used hand seal to perform the teleportation technique, and soon appeared 100 meters away from the incident. On a tree dozens of meters high, Luhan stood on a branch with dense branches and looked at the situation from a distance. A Megakure Expeditionary Force Scout. The prefix of the Yuhi name on the head of the group of black men, and the Konoha side is the scout of the northwestern frontier of Konoha. It was an encounter between two scout teams. There are 12 people on Konoha's side, and it can be seen that there are at least 2 Chunin, the rest are Genin, and there are 8 people on a Megakure's side, but there is only 1 Chunin. Boring. Luhan looked at it for a while, then turned around and moved back. He really didn't need to shoot. The enemy's level was too low to kill them, and Konoha had the advantage. After a while, Luhan returned to the tree near Might Dai. Han, are you all right? Might Dai asked anxiously. It's okay, I'm just going to have a look. Luhan responded, let's continue on our way. If you dare to leave at will, I will sue you. Knowing that there was no danger, Durando stood up and pointed to Luhan and exclaimed excitedly, your mission is to protect me. Oh, Luhan gave a nasal sound as if it didn't matter, then stopped looking down and jumped towards the tree in front. Doran stomped his feet angrily, then glared at Might Dai and shouted, do you care? This is the quality of your Konoha ninjas. Don't be angry, Mr. Durando. Might Dai quickly apologized and smiled. Han is still young, and he has just become a genin. It's his first time to perform a mission. I'm a little excited, please bear with me. He just became a genin. Durando's face changed drastically. Ah, Might Dai knew that he was wrong, and Han smiled and was speechless. It's over, I'm dead. Durando's face turned pale, and he muttered for a while, and then looked back. He really wanted to go back to Konoha right away and reissue the task, but he definitely couldn't. It's already out, it's been a few days, and it will take a few days to go back. Don't worry, Mr. Durando, there will be no problem with me, Might Dai assured again. Might Dai's words did not change Durando's face from worry to joy. He couldn't help sighing and shaking his head, looking like he was about to die. The three of them travel very fast. Although Durando is an ordinary person, he has been walking outside for many years and has excellent physical strength. He can walk for a long time every day. After another 3 days, the three were only a day away from the Uchiha border. In fact, as long as he enters the Land of Rain, Durando is almost safe. The Land of Rain is his hometown. Durando is a local super rich. Good relationship. As early as half a month ago, Durando hired someone to deliver a letter to his home. As long as he entered the country of rain, someone would come to receive him. At present, Konoha village and Omegakure village have not entered a hostile state. Although they are spying on each other's intelligence, and there are conflicts on the border between the two countries, those are trivial matters to the senior management of the two villages. If it is not necessary, or force majeure factors, no one is willing to take the lead in provoking a war. At present, this is the situation in the entire ninja world. There have been small conflicts in private in the ninja villages of various countries, but on the surface they are still peaceful, and the trade channels between countries have not been cut off. Night, by the river. The fire was burning, and a small piece of the river surface was illuminated by the reflective light of Yuhi. Rabbit meat was placed on the fire. Durando was sitting on the stone, very close to the fire, and the surroundings were dark, as if the light of the fire would give him more security. Tomorrow afternoon, we should be able to enter the Land of Rain. Mr. Durando, when will the commission for this mission be paid to us? Might Dai, who was on fire, asked with a smile. This mission went well, although it was a little unpleasant, but you won't deduct our money, will you? I don't have that much money on me. Durando was so hungry that he kept staring at the barbecue. Tomorrow someone should pick me up, and then the money will be given to you. If not, you need to send me home. Don't worry, as long as let me go back safely, the money will not be less for you. That's good. Might Dai nodded, calmed down, and looked in Lu Han's direction again. Lu Han is the kind of person who doesn't talk much. He hasn't walked well in the past few days. He has been jumping up and down the trees, and he rarely communicates with Might Dai. At this moment, Lu Han stood by the river, as if staring at something. Cold, back to eat meat, Might Dai called. Yeah, you scared the fish away, really. Lu Han seemed to be about to catch the fish, but Might Dai's shout scared the fish away. Lu Han complained, the Sharingan in his eyes quickly disappeared, turned around and walked over sit by the fire. Sorry, I don't know. Might Dai laughed. Someone's here. Lu Han looked normal, but his voice was so low that only Might Dai could hear it. What? Might Dai didn't respond. I said someone is coming. Lu Han repeated, glancing at Durando, in the forest across the river, come to kill him. What did you say? Might Dai screamed and jumped up. His eyes widened, and he quickly jumped to the opposite side of the fire, pulled Durando up behind him, and shouted, Mr. Durando, don't worry. Go, I'll protect you. Lu Han was stunned, looking at Might Dai with incredible eyes. Fuck, how about such a big reaction? I clearly told you quietly, okay. Can't you be on guard and prepare to fight back? Do you have to let the other party know that the enemy has been discovered? Chapter 47 Weird Yuhi Name. Might Dai, who practiced the 8 inner gates, is known as Eternal Genin. It's really not without reason. He really doesn't have the qualities of a qualified ninja. Even the most basic secret defense, surprise counterattacks do not understand, although Might Dai's overreaction may also be related to his special emphasis on this mission, but this is enough to show that he lacks the necessary qualities of ninja. Lu Han didn't have time to think too much. He pulled out the penultimate knife he was carrying with him. Might Dai had already exposed the situation, so Lu Han naturally couldn't pretend anymore. What the situation? Durando stammered while hiding behind Might Dai, still not knowing what was going on. Come out. Lu Hanya looked at the other side of the river and called indifferently, you guys who are escorted by Konoha dare to move, you are impatient. In the forest across the river. The black-robed figure hidden in the tree showed an incredible look. How could it be discovered? This is impossible. He has completed no less than 100 assassination missions in the past 10 years, and this has never happened before. The moon on this day is not round, and it emits very little light. In addition, the forest is dense, and the forest is completely dark. It should not be discovered. Could it be a ninja from the Hyuga clan? The Byakugan of the Hyuga clan is an artifact of reconnaissance and anti-reconnaissance. Or the Uchiha tribe. Although the Uchiha Sharingan also has the ability of seeing eye, in this regard, although the effect is not as good as Byakugan in this regard, short-range detection is still possible, but it is not right. Uchiha ninjas rarely leave Konoha. They serve as Konoha police officers, and their largest activity area is around Konoha. The black-robed figure fell into contemplation. He was always so careful, which was the reason why he assassinated so many people without being killed. Leader. There was an inquiring voice behind the black-robed figure. Show yourself, not a single one. Yes. A roaring voice came from behind the black-robed figure. Might Dai has already guarded Durando and retreated to a big tree. There is a big tree behind it as a barrier, which can better protect Durando. Luhan is still standing by the fire, holding a knife and staring at the river. Opposite. Wow wow wow. The water suddenly swayed violently on the river, the whirlwind rolled up, and 7 figures appeared at the same time. The 7 killers are headed by the tall and thin figure in the middle. Because of his special attire, the other 6 ninjas are all wearing black cloaks with pure black masks on their faces, while the man in the middle is wearing a black robe. With a cross-cracked tiger mask on the face, the cracks are not real cracks, but made of patterns. The other 6 ninjas stood a little behind, highlighting the crack mask ninja. Rain Country Missing Nin, Level 10 White Silver Boss, 1000 Grass Kiba. Rain Country Missing Nin 10 White Silver Boss, Tianhei. Fire Country Missing Nin, Level 10 Gold Boss, Shimurachi. Missing Nin of the Land of Wind, Level 10 Bronze Boss, Ajiu. Missing Nin of the Land of Wind, Level 10 White Silver Boss, Yumuzawa. Missing Nin in the Land of Water, Level 10 Gold Boss, Sukazan for a long time. Missing ninjanins from various countries, but they are all elites in Genin. Such ninjas may be close to Chunin in terms of strength, but they lack some ideas and some non-combat aspects. Skills. 6 elite Genins are united together. Even if an excellent Chunin encounters them, they may die in battle. Looking at the killer leader with a cracked mask, Luhan frowned slightly. This big Yuji name was a bit strange. Night Light, Level 20 Gold Boss, Kadi. What does Night Light mean? The attribution was not stated, the identity was not stated, and the prefix was only the word, Light of the Night. This made Luhan think of Yellow Eye Color Flash, which is the name of Namikaze Minato during the Third World War in the original book. Little Devil, how did you find me? Kadi, who is called Light of the Night, asked in a hoarse voice. This was a deliberately disguised voice. Luhan narrowed his eyes slightly, showing a half smile but not a smile, and sighed, the Light of the Night. It's you. Luhan didn't know what the Light of the Night meant, he was talking cliché. You. Cardi really made a very shocked voice, and couldn't believe it at all. No one knows his identity. Every time he makes a move, he changes his outfit. How is that possible? How is it possible to be identified? Guess what? Light of the Dark Night. Is it some kind of code name? Might Dai, who was standing behind, made a puzzled voice. He naturally did not know what the words, Light of the Dark Night, represented. But Durando knew. It's him. It's him. He's the Light of the Night. Durando, who was hiding behind Might Dai, let out a miserable cry of fear, and knelt on the ground with his head in his arms. God. Why is it him? Why? Quote. Do it. Cardi couldn't wait any longer, and shouted coldly. In an instant, the 7 ninjas set off at the same time, and while rushing forward, they all threw a kunai first. Whoosh whoosh whoosh, whoosh whoosh whoosh. Dozens of kunai were like a meteor shower under the moonlit night, and they shot up, and Lu Han, who was standing by the fire, was the first to bear the brunt. Back off. You protect Mr. Durando, I'll kill them. Just as Lu Han wanted to do something, he heard a loud shout. A figure had rushed from behind Lu Han to in front of Lu Han at an incredible speed. The long knife in his hand was dancing wildly. A sound of dang dang dang, and the kunai that came from the swift shot was not knocked into the air, but was cut off by Might Dai. As a ninja, although Might Dai has many shortcomings, at least one thing is reliable, that is his martial arts fighting ability. After all, he has practiced physical art for more than 10 years. Even if he is replaced by a mediocre waist, with the assiduous spirit of Might Dai, he can achieve good strength in the past 10 years. Besides, Might Dai is not a mediocrity. Battle was temporarily handed over to Might Dai, and Lu Han was relieved. Call. Lu Han swayed back to Durando, pulled Durando, who was limply on the ground, and hurriedly asked, "What does the light of the night mean?" "Tell me." "Yes, it's the name he used in the black market. He is," Durando stammered. Although he said it intermittently, it still made Lu Han understand. Chapter 48 Black Market Legend. Light of the Night. The top killer who has been active in the black market all the year round to accept quests. It is said that he is just an elite chunin, but the master has extraordinary secret techniques, which gives him the ability to assassinate jonin, and the price of his quests is usually more than 200,000 taels, enough to compete with real jonin killers. According to legend, in the past 10 years, the Light of the Night has assassinated hundreds of targets. Most of them are ordinary people, and among them there are also ninjas, and there is a jonin. He succeeded in assassinating jonin was also the battle in which he became famous. Since then, his employment price on the black market has only risen from 100,000 to 200,000. He is already a legend of the black market. Although some people have offered a bounty for the head of nightlight on the black market, none of these tasks have been proven to be completed. And the reason why he used the name of the Light of the Night is also related to his assassination habit. He would always do it in the dark night, come and go without a trace, like a ghost, and no one has ever seen him. True face. That is to say, his master has a secret technique that makes his assassination ability stronger, right? Lu Han asked while looking at the figure by the river. Yes, yes, Durando said in a trembling voice, in a low voice. He didn't understand why Lu Han asked this question, and he answered subconsciously, the legends are like this. I don't know if the scroll will fall. Lu Han muttered. The river, Might Dai fought hard against 6 ninjas by himself. The 6 genins did not master too much ninjutsu. They mainly attacked Might Dai with knives, and knives were within the scope of physical arts, and Might Dai was strong in the field. 6 on 1. Might Dai doesn't have any advantage without opening the 8 inner gates, but doesn't look like he's going to lose any time soon. Cardi only fought Might Dai at the beginning, and then stood by the river, watching Lu Han all the time. Might Dai obviously didn't know that Cardi was much stronger than those genins, otherwise it would be impossible for Lu Han to face Cardi alone. When Lu Han was talking to Durando, he was always paying attention to Cardi. Tell me, why do you know my identity? Who else knows? If you answer me, I will let you die without pain. Cardi looked for a long time, but didn't see the problem in Lu Han, so he spoke. Asked. Something's wrong. Lu Han ignored Cardi and asked Durando again, if a killer of this level came to kill you, then this mission is not a B level, right? It should be an A level. What do you mean? Durando asked. Lu Han didn't speak, and looked at Cardi. Me, I'll give you 200,000 taels. As long as I can survive, I'll give you 200,000. Durando shouted excitedly. He understood what Lu Han meant. Deal. Lu Han raised his brows. He just wanted money, but he wasn't greedy for money. He was just a little upset and felt that he should get some compensation. Originally this was a B-level mission, and the dangers that might be encountered should come from Chunin. With Might Dai's strength, killing a normal Chunin was absolutely no problem. Luhan didn't need to reveal too much strength to solve it. But now, here comes a famous killer in the black market. Luhan is likely to reveal his strength because of this. So he has to get some compensation. If his strength is really exposed, then Luhan has to have a good talk with Might Dai. Stay away. Luhan and Cardi looked at each other and said again. Okay, Durando responded quickly, rolling and crawling backwards, staggering up and running towards the forest. As a big businessman who has been traveling around for nearly 20 years, Durando, who is in his prime, still has the basic ability to survive, and ordinary people can't beat him. Let him hide away. Good work. Cardi didn't even look at Durando. This mission was no longer important to him. Even if Durando ran away now, the deadline for the mission had not yet come, and he still had other time to kill Durando. So it doesn't matter. The Luhan he cares about now. This young ninja who looks only 12 or 13 years old. Aren't you going to talk? Cardi tilted her head slightly, and her voice sounded gloomy again. This is so important to him. No one has known his identity for a long time, which is one of the reasons why he is still alive. In the past 10 years, he has made a lot of enemies. Once his identity is exposed, as a killer, he will be attacked by a more powerful killer. Assassination. So he had to figure out why this young ninja recognized himself at a glance. On what basis? Who else knows? Boom. A huge wave suddenly broke out on the river. It was the level 10 gold boss named Sukazan Jusha who used the Suiton, water-style, ninjutsu. Might Dai rushed out of the water and his clothes were cracked. One after another, it looked a little embarrassed. He still endured not to open the 8 inner gates, because once the 8 inner gates is opened, he must win. If he does not win, the consumption is too large, and he will be killed if he enters a weak state. Luhan tilted his head to look around Kadi and glanced at the river, then turned his eyes back to Kadi. I know your name is Cardi. Luhan smiled slightly. You know, Cardi cried out, shaking violently. I'll tell you if you win. Luhan suddenly suppressed his smile, and shot like cannonballs and fled down the river. You can't run away. Cardi turned around and chased after Luhan. He is going crazy, because he has encountered something unbelievable. Luhan knew that he was light of the night, and he couldn't understand it. He didn't know when he was exposed, but Luhan actually knew that his name was Kadi. This was a supernatural event. The name Cardi, since he became a killer, has not been used for more than 10 years. Only he knows his name is Cardi and has never mentioned it to anyone else. Chase and flee. Luhan ran for nearly a kilometer downstream, crossed the river again, rushed into the forest, moved the hand seal twice in a row, climbed over a hill, and finally stopped in the darkness. Katie followed, and Luhan felt it. He suddenly turned around with the knife in front of him, but did not see Katie. It's not because the forest at night is too dark. The ninja's eyesight is very strong. As long as the distance is close enough, there is a trace of light to see the blurred silhouette. Kadi was close enough to Luhan, but Luhan couldn't see his body. Kadi seemed to have merged with the darkness, and Luhan could only see the row of Yuhi characters above his head. Is this the secret technique of his master? Luhan guessed, his eyes twinkling. He hasn't killed a level 20 gold boss yet. If the first kill is successful, the explosion rate of any spell on Katie is amazing. Cardi moved suddenly. Chapter 49 Legend ends. Maybe it's a talent. Since he came to this world, Luhan has shown an amazing ability to disguise. He can become hysterical at any time and calm down at any time. He can pretend to find something and be suddenly extremely surprised, or he can clearly find out. But look as usual. Cardi squatted on a stone 8 or 9 meters away from Luhan's side. He melted into the darkness. Without the insight ability of Byakugan, Sharingan, or similar detection ability, it would be impossible to find him. Luhan doesn't use Sharingan, and Tomo's Sharingan's insight is not very good either. It's just that in the darkness, the row of Yuhi characters was too dazzling, and it was hard for him not to notice it, but Luhan didn't show any special expression because of it. Footsteps. Keep turning your head, moving your eyes, paying attention to your surroundings. Under the cracked mask, Cardi's eyes flashed a bit of icy light. He moved suddenly. Just as Luhan turned his back, Cardi jumped up from the rock and rushed towards Luhan. In his hand, there was a kunai without the slightest reflection. He was like a real ghost. When he rushed towards Luhan, he was in the air but did not seem to be affected by gravity, so he quickly approached Luhan in a floating state. No sound. No breath. There is no wind. This is exactly what he relies on to become a black market legend. In the dark night, as long as the conditions are right, he may even kill any ninja. However, such a situation is rare today. Very few people can find him before he launches the assassination. Most of them only know that they were assassinated at the moment of death, but they do not know who killed him. Cardi launched a fatal blow to Luhan. After today's incident, he must hide for a period of time and not take the task, for his own safety, because he does not know who else knows his identity. The ghost had reached Luhan's back, floated down, and before his feet touched the ground, the sharp Kulu had already stabbed Luhan's back neck. This blow was very fast. No sense of powerlessness at all. But still no sound, no breath, no wind. Right now, Luhan's chakra fluctuated violently. Shikatsumyaku, dead bone pulse, dance of the golden amber. In an instant, Luhan turned into a hedgehog. His elbows, shoulder blades, knees, spine, ribs, every important bone position on his body, all pierced sharp bone spurs the size of a baby's arm. Quick fight. Luhan rarely uses Shikatsumyaku, dead bone pulse, in battle, and practicing Shikatsumyaku, dead bone pulse, is not his growth direction. But this time is special. Luhan wants to win as soon as possible. The main thing is that I don't want to reveal my strength. If you use a powerful attack ninjutsu, even if you are far away from might die, the movement will be earth-shattering and will be detected. Katie was already alert at the moment when the chakra fluctuations appeared. As a top killer who had experienced countless life and death battles, his reaction was not unpleasant. Linkong suddenly turned over, and backhanded Kulu on the bone spur, and flew backwards with his strength. He found me. Unbelievable thoughts flashed through Cardi's mind. Secret technique, shadow flash technique. Luhan didn't give Cardi any more time to think. He turned around in an instant, caught up with Cardi in an instant, and slammed Cardi into the tree with a hedgehog-like body. At least 6 or 7 bone spurs pierced through Cardi. Dee's body completely penetrated the tree trunk behind him. In one breath, the battle is over. This is a combo that can only work wonders under certain circumstances. Cardi's eyes were startled, as if his body melted into the darkness, gradually emerged. He was stunned, slowly bowed his head, and looked at the bone spurs that pierced into his body. You think I can't see you if you're invisible? Luhan stared at Cardi's eyes and said indifferently. You die. No matter what Cardi had to say, Luhan slashed his back with a knife and cut off Cardi's head. It's that simple. The legend of the black market is over. Cardi might recall his life before dying, sigh about the killer's fate, and smile wryly, but Luhan didn't want to hear it. Ding! Congratulations to the subversive for killing the first level 20 golden boss. With the appearance of the first kill, the voice of the elf appeared in Luhan's ears. Dozens of items erupted from Cardi's body, scattered all over the place, and 3 seconds later turned into a streamer and penetrated into Luhan's body. Luhan retracted the bone spur and took a deep breath. Performing the dance of golden amber consumes a lot of chakra. Is there such a secret technique? Could it be? Is it a secret technique? Luhan was extremely looking forward to it, and immediately took out all the dropped items he had just obtained from his space backpack. At this time, boom boom. A strong aura suddenly rose from the southeast, and if there was a substantial and powerful aura, it swept through a large forest. Before Luhan could see anything, he put his hand away again, and suddenly got up and looked southeast. The 8 inner gates. A Dai can't take it anymore. That is the breath of the 8 inner gates. Might Dai is in a difficult situation to deal with, so he will use the 8 inner gates. He has no way back, either win or die. Call. Don't hold back. Luhan jumped up and moved rapidly to the southeast. The river, 4 corpses rose and fell with the river. Of the 6 ninjas, Might Dai had already killed 4, but the 2 strongest remained, missing Nin Shimura, who was born in the Konoha Shimura clan, and Tsukazan, who was born in the village of Kurigakure. Missing, Nin Tsukazan long-shaved. 2 level 10 gold bosses. Ninjas who are judged at this level usually have the fighting ability of General Chunin, but are lacking in other ninja abilities, so the overall quality is still genin. Dodge him. He can't use the 8 inner gates for long. Stop him with ninjutsu. Shimura exclaimed in surprise. There was only one person who died just now. Might Dai was about to be beheaded, but he suddenly exploded. The 8 inner gates opened 5 gates in a row, killing 3 people in a row at an incredible speed, and the whole person entered a state of rampage. Shimura and Tsukazan were both a little timid, looked at each other and hand seal at the same time. Futon, wind style, Datapa, great breakthrough. Quote. Sweden, water style, wild water wave. The 2 jointly launched ninjutsu. Tsukazan Kusao spit out a large amount of water shocks to Might Dai. Shimura blew a strong wind, increasing the power of wild water wave. On the river that belongs to the water environment, the joint ninjutsu of the 2, the power is close to that of B-rank ninjutsu. Chapter 50 Fire Rescue. Boom. Might Dai, whose body is madly flowing, collided with the water current, tore the water out with an extremely fierce attitude, and rushed out again. To both. Separate and retreat. Meet later. Tsukazan shouted for a long time, and catapulted to the north bank of the river. Shimura-chi rushed to the south bank. Leave me. Might Dai ignored Tsukazan for a long time and went straight to Shimura. He had already judged from the battle just now that this guy might be missing Nin from Konoha, otherwise he would not know the 8 inner gates so well. In 2 breaths, the moment Shimuraki had just fled into the woods by the river bank, Might Dai caught up with him, and a fierce blow directly knocked out Shimuraki's weapon and sent him into the sky. Might Dai also quickly rushed to the sky. Bang, 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 bang. Might Dai flickered continuously in the air, and his body burst into chakra shocks again and again, hitting Shimura back and forth, because he was too fast, as if he had turned into several people. Shimura had completely lost his ability to resist. Like a ball, it is constantly being kicked in the air, back and forth. The wind is getting stronger. The breath on Might Dai is even more violent. Finally, Might Dai grabbed Shimura once again, fell from the sky, and crashed to the ground. Lilianwa. Rumble boom. Might Dai grabbed Shimura and slammed into the forest floor with a bang. The terrifying impact directly hit the ground into a big crater. The soil surged around like a wave, smoke and dust were everywhere, and the dark night was even more hazy. It all sounds complicated, but it actually happened in a very short period of time. In the forest across the river bank, Tsukazan moved quickly for a while, making sure that Might Dai was not chasing him, and immediately turned around and jumped onto the big tree, continuing up until he reached the top of the tree dozens of meters high. Leon slapped Shimura to death on the ground. Night and smoke blocked Tsukazan's long-shaved vision, but he could feel that Might Dai's violent aura was quickly subduing. The 8 inner gates. Is this the forbidden technique? It makes him suddenly several times stronger. I'm afraid it will do a lot of damage to the body. Tsukazan thought for a long time. About the 8 inner gates, very few people in the whole ninja world know about it. The big figures from all countries and forces must have heard of it, and Tsukazan is a small person, naturally he doesn't know. If Shimura was born in Konoha, he has heard about the 8 inner gates. Some of the legends of the 8 inner gates, it is impossible to know what Might Dai casts. At present, in the entire Konoha, only Might Dai is the only one who practices the 8 inner gates. This is the profound meaning of Teishu that has been handed down from ancient times. Because Teishu has not been valued, no one is willing to practice. The breath has weakened to this extent, is he abolished? Sukazan squinted his eyes for a long time, and moved instantly. The edge of the forest on the south bank of the river, the dust quickly dissipated, and Might Dai slowly stood up from the deep pit, breathing heavily. Shimurachi had been beaten to death, and looked extremely miserable. His whole body was twisted and deformed, and his body was covered in blood. Might Dai also looked very bad, with slits all over his clothes and his face pale. Damn! Might Dai gasped for a while, kicked Shimurachi's body, and jumped out of the pit. Just when Might Dai landed on the edge of the big pit, a black shadow rushed out from the side bushes. Feng Han's knife light hit Might Dai directly. Sukazan shaved for a long time, he is here. Bastard! Take advantage of the danger! Might Dai shouted angrily, and jumped up in an instant. Although he had just performed the forbidden technique, he was just tired and did not reach the limit. However, it was also extremely dangerous. They are all dead. You die too. The chief will reward me. Sukazan made Morihan's voice, and there was a sense of pleasure in this voice. As a killer, killing is nothing more than money. Sukazan has no feelings with other killers, and naturally he will not feel sad because of their death. Sad. He is also very happy. Follow the light of the night to carry out the assassination mission. The light of the night will only give a small amount of money to other people. The money can be divided among 6 people, 3 people can also be divided, and it is not a problem for one person to take it. The light of the night will never deduct in this regard, but it will never give an extra point. The thought of being able to take that money alone made Suikazan's heart swell. Might Dai looked a little embarrassed, jumped to the tree, turned over to another ground, and finally picked up the long knife he had left behind. Sukazan came in pursuit after a long time, faster than Might Dai, and the knife was like a shadow, as if to shred Might Dai. Kai! The harsh sound of breaking the air suddenly sounded, and Sukazan Jorai felt the danger approaching at an extremely fast speed. Kai! Kai! Another 2 kunai shot at extreme speed. Incredibly fast. Sukazan hides after a long time, and at this time Might Dai also found an opportunity to fight back. The icy blade slashed towards Sukazan's head in anger, and Sukazan immediately fell back. Bang bang! Suikazan's long-shaved head burst into a cloud of yuhi white, and the 4th kunai shot out of the darkness finally shot through his head. Lu Han, who came back quickly, finally breathed a sigh of relief. It was too thrilling. If he came back a moment later, Might Dai would probably be killed. In the original book, Might Dai would not die at this time, but in the original book, he could not accept the arrival of Lu Han had a variety of butterfly effects. A Dai! Lu Han rushed out of the darkness. Are you all right? The 2 of them asked almost simultaneously. Might Dai looked a little miserable, and Lu Han was miserable too, because he used Shikatsunyaku dead bone pulse, his whole body was full of holes, plus some of Kadi's blood splashed on him. The whole person looked like he had just had a bad fight. I'm fine, I can't die. Might Dai said, biting Kiba and glancing at Suikazan's long-shaved body again. These bastards. I am really sorry. Lu Han said quickly, with a very apologetic look. I asked you to deal with 6, and I only killed 1, that genin is very powerful. Haha, it's fine. Might Dai laughed heartily. I wouldn't be able to take the B-level mission if it wasn't for you, and thanks to you, if you didn't come back just now, I would be miserable. I think you should thank Lord Tsunade more. If it wasn't for her teaching me the strange powers of taijutsu, I wouldn't be able to throw away the kunai so quickly. Lu Han followed Might Dai's words. By the way, what about Mr. Durando? Might Dai asked anxiously, as if he suddenly remembered. In the forest over there, it should be fine. Lu Han pointed to the other side of the river and said again. So, let's clean the battlefield first. You clean up this side, I'll go there, there's a corpse there, and then let's go find Mr. Durando together. Okay, Might Dai nodded happily. In the dark forest, Lu Han quickly approached the direction of Kadi's body, and soon he smelled the bloody smell, and Kadi's body was already in sight. Luhan stopped beside Cardi, but instead of searching for the body, he sat down and took out a lot of things. It's what Cardi just dropped. Chapter 51. Grade S Forbidden Technique Secret Technique Scroll. This is the drop from Luhan's first kill of a level 20 gold boss, and the reward is absolutely generous. 33 in total. Crude weapons times 5, fine weapons times 4, small Yuhi bottle times 3, small blue bottle times 6, a total of 18 pieces. Grade C Ninjutsu Scrolls. Futon Wind Style Datapa Great Breakthrough Futon Wind Style Gale Palm. Futon Wind Style Vacuum Sphere. Sweetened Water Style Wild Water Wave. Sweetened Water Style Takatsubo Technique. Kaden Fire Style Dragon Flame Jutsu. Kaden Fire Style Flame Bullet, a total of 8. Grade B Ninjutsu Scroll. Futon Wind Style Vacuum Datama. Secret Art, Hidden Art. 4 ingots. A golden potion. I didn't expect that there would be AB level ninjutsu scroll. Luhan was a little surprised. Generally speaking, only Jonin could drop AB level ninjutsu scroll, but this time it was the first kill of a level 20 gold boss, so that's another story. When other things should be put away, they should be put away, and the scrolls should be used up when they should be used up. In the end, there is only one scroll left on the ground. Good stuff for last look. Secret Art, Hidden Art. Luhan excitedly picked up the scroll and observed it carefully, because this was probably Kadi's trump card, and it was with this art that he became a legend in the black market. Opening the scroll, Luhan learned directly. And in this moment, his face changed greatly, showing a look of extreme shock. When he uses the scroll, he will get the information of the scroll, such as the hand seal method, the chakra mobilization method, and the ability to directly cast this technique, and another very important information, that is the difficulty level. Secret Art and Hidden Art, S grade. The ultimate mystery. In the Hokage world, the difficulty level of the technique is not directly related to whether it is a forbidden technique. For example, the multiple shadow clone of A level is a forbidden technique, but many other A level ninjutsu are not forbidden techniques. Whether it is or S. However, once the difficulty of a certain technique reaches the S level, the possibility of becoming a forbidden technique is very high. Forbidden technique generally means that it may cause some kind of damage to the caster during the casting process, or consume a large amount of chakra, because it may cause people to die. A technique that is dangerous when practicing or performing is considered a forbidden technique. It turned out to be S-class. This technique turned out to be S-class. Luhan couldn't believe that a killer who wasn't even Jonin could master an S-class secret art. Under normal circumstances, it is impossible for the first kill of a level 20 gold boss to drop a scroll of an S-level technique. There is only one exception, and that is the killed boss, which itself is a master technique. This has been confirmed before, killing Uchiha and calling the Alliance to drop the Kekkei Genkei scroll. The value of Sharingan Kekkei Genkei is absolutely no lower than any S-level spell. S-level. It's actually S-level. Luhan muttered a few words and turned to look at Cardi's corpse. Was it by chance, or he created it? The latter is more likely. Because there is no record of this technique in the original work, that is to say, the master is in the hands of very few people. The second reason is that the technique created by oneself is more likely to reach a high difficulty level. It means that if Katie is going to learn an S-level technique, because the S-level technique is created by other people, he needs to practice according to other people's ideas, and he may not be able to understand and cultivate. And if the technique is created by oneself, the ideas are all one's own, continuous in-depth research, continuous expansion of the power of the technique becomes more and more complex, and the difficulty level will continue to increase. It is not difficult to create a highly difficult technique, the difficulty lies in matching the power. If Luhan is asked to create S-rank ninjutsu, he can definitely create it, but the power is only equivalent to C-rank ninjutsu, so this technique will be useless. No value. And the reason why Luhan suspects that this technique was created by Kadi, there is another reason, that is, Kadi's talent of ninja is not good. Talent involves all aspects. In Konoha Genin, if you want to become a Chunin, you need to pass a very complicated test, not just force. Cardi's overall ninja talent is not high, otherwise he wouldn't even be Jonin, but he is very likely to be extremely talented in some aspects, and developed this kind of S-class secret that has made him the black market leader for more than 10 years. Technique. Hidden art. Luhan stood up suddenly and quickly hand seal. Very complex print. It took Luhan 3 seconds to complete the hand seal. After the last handprint was formed, his whole body became illusory, his whole body was down, including himself, as well as the clothes and weapons that came into contact with him, all at this moment. It became translucent, his breath completely disappeared, and his body completely merged with the darkness. Chakra is rapidly consumed. A maximum of 7 seconds will consume all the chakra. Luhan immediately made a judgment. Chakra consumption is so intense, it is definitely a forbidden technique. There was still time, and Luhan quickly made some attempts. Running, jumping, throwing a knife, turning around, his body was fast and slow. It is like falling goose feathers, no sound, no breath, no wind. In the 5th second, Luhan lifted the hidden state, and his face turned pale. Is it because I have too little chakra? Luhan pondered, his excited heart calmed down. This technique must be extremely valuable to him, but the consumption of chakra is so severe that it can only be used under certain circumstances. Luhan can't be a killer just because the master has this technique. Time was long enough. Luhan gathered his thoughts and quickly cleaned the battlefield. Cardi has an unimaginable wealth, but Luhan didn't find much money in him, which made Luhan a little disappointed. Cardi died, and no one knew where he hid his money. All the valuables were taken away, and Luhan finally took off the cracked mask from Cardi's head. Below it was the face of a man with a wide mouth and a big nose, about 40 or 50 years old. It looked a little ugly. When Luhan returned to the river where Might Dai was, Might Dai had completed the task and was burning the body. The two talked to each other about what they had achieved. Might Dai was a very honest person. He turned over a lot of money and was willing to share it with Luhan, but Luhan didn't want to. 5 of the 6 people were killed by Might Dai. Might Dai almost after all his life. Luhan naturally wouldn't take the harvest that should belong to Might Dai. Soon, the two left the river and walked into the forest. Chapter 52 The Uchiha 5. Vast forest was pitch dark, and Luhan and Might Dai couldn't see too far. The two walked towards the depths of the forest. Mr. Durando, it's safe, you come out. Might Dai shouted loudly with his hands on his lips. By the way, Adai, let me tell you something. Luhan said suddenly. What? Might Dai looked at Luhan. That's right, I may have identified the wrong person before, which scared Mr. Durando. Luhan continued, there is no light of the night among these guys. Hearing that light of the night is a killer comparable to Jonin, obviously it was a wrong guess. Wrong? Why don't you explain it to Mr. Durando? Might Dai said as a matter of course. He didn't think Luhan was wrong, because this group of people really didn't have the strength of Jonin. Who really had the ability to assassinate Jonin, was silently killed by Luhan. Now even if Luhan told Might Dai that Kadi had that kind of strength, Might Dai probably wouldn't believe it. Because the two fought against each other, there was not even a slightly larger movement. That's right, because Mr. Durando was frightened, he increased the commission. Luhan smiled, actually, I didn't mean to scare him, because I heard that the light of the night is used to working at night, and he is too famous. Well, I just guessed randomly. He raised the commission. Might Dai asked rhetorically. Yeah. Luhan raised his hand and gestured with 2 fingers at Might Dai. Raised to 200,000 taels. I mean, after we find Mr. Durando, no matter what he says, we will pay 20,000 taels. Wanliang, he promised at the time, understand. It's not good. Might Dai looked hesitant, he was an honest man. You almost died. The combined strength of those 6 genins has surpassed that of ordinary Chunin. The danger of this mission is already higher than that of ordinary B-level missions. Luhan patted Might Dai's arm. Also, you really need money, don't you? This well, Might Dai reluctantly agreed. The two did not find Durando that night. It was not until the next morning that they followed the traces in the grass and found Durando in a cave 1 kilometer away from the river bank. This guy can really run, and he doesn't know how scared he is. Goodbye Durando, he looked extremely embarrassed, and he didn't know how many times he fell on the way to escape yesterday. His elbows were all broken, his body was covered in mud, and there were a few straw sticks stuck in his messy hair. The first time Durando saw Might Dai, he fell directly at Might Dai's feet, hugged Might Dai's calf, and cried out in excitement. Durando, who had been frightened all night, could finally release his emotions. Might Dai looked very embarrassed. He scratched his head and looked at Lu Han, who smiled helplessly. Take a half day off. At noon, a few people went back on the road. Originally, according to the plan, they could enter the country of rain this afternoon, but because they did not hurry in the morning, the time to reach the country of rain may be delayed until evening. Afternoon. Just 2 hours after a few people crossed the river to continue to the country of rain, 5 black-robed ninjas appeared by the river under the bright sunshine. Blues. Could it be them? The black-robed ninja led by him made a low voice. If Lu Han was here, he would definitely hear this voice. Uchiha Goki. The battlefield by the river has been cleaned up. Only ninjas from major ninja villages have this habit. If they are missing nin, or some lone ninjas, they will not do this, it is very troublesome. Sir, it's still half a day away from the land of rain. A ninja on the right said, these traces were from last night. If they went straight to the road at night, they should have already entered the land of rain. We need to go to the country of rain. Uchiha Gumu pondered and entered the country of rain. It's not impossible, but there may be a problem. The country of rain is much more chaotic than the country of fire. Although the country of rain is small, there are many ninjas. The probability of encountering ninja in the land of rain is very high. Now is a special period. Once their identity is discovered in the land of rain, they will be considered lucky if they can escape from the land of rain alive, let alone carrying out missions. Uchiha Goki was thinking about whether to go in or not. This time, in order to kill Lu Han and retrieve the black market transaction order, he used 4 elite chunin and himself. He will be ashamed of himself. In the Konoha village, he had to obey the rules of Konoha, everything could only be done in secret, and now, he has no scruples. But if he really entered the country of rain, the situation would be different. I am not sure who left these traces. Search the area to see if there are any clues. Uchiha Gumu instructed. Yes. The 4 chunin agreed in unison and ran around. Soon, they found clues. It was some tattered fabric, like it was torn from clothes. Uchiha Gumu could tell that this was the common fabric in Konoha village. Different countries have different climates and environments, so the textile materials are naturally different. Sir, come and see. A ninja shouted suddenly from the upper reaches of the other side of the river. With a frown, Uchiha Gumu dodged across the river bank, then dodged again, and came to the ninja's side. In front of the black-robed ninja is a pit. The corpse in the pit has been removed and burned, and only some dried blood can be seen. Uchiha Gumu squatted and squinted, glanced for a while, and suddenly stood up again. This is a taiju attack. A very powerful taiju attack. The big pit created by hitting the ground abruptly. Uchiha Gumu said with a grinning smile, it's Might Dai. He practiced the 8 inner gates. Quote. Konoha village know what effect the lotus flower will have, and neither does Uchiha Gumu, but he is an experienced ninja and can be analyzed. The big hole on the ground is definitely not made by ninjutsu. Fire style, it will leave burn marks. If it is sweetened water style, it will leave water marks. And if it is futon wind style, you will see some smooth marks that have been sanded by the wind. None of these. Therefore, Uchiha Gumu was at least 90% sure that it was the trace left by the physical attack. Again of Might Dai's practice the 8 inner gates. It's them. Uchiha Gumu's eyes flashed, and he had already made a decision. Chapter 53 Rainy Night Murder. At night, in the land of rain. Under the high mountains, there is a cave in a rock forest covered by dense vegetation. The fire is lit at the entrance of the cave, exuding warm heat. It is pouring rain outside the cave, which is extremely cold. Damn the weather. Might Dai looked outside and muttered again, he didn't like the weather in the rain country. It is said that the reason why the country of rain is called the country of rain is because it rains day after day here, mostly continuous rain, and sometimes heavy rain. As a small country in the ninja world, the country of rain is very unique because of its special geographical location and strange climate. The country of rain borders the country of soil to the northwest, the country of wind to the southwest, and the country of fire to the southeast. There are 5 countries in the ninja world, and the country of rain is connected to 3. This is unique in the entire ninja world. The strategic importance of the country can be imagined. For the ninjas of other countries in the ninja world, the land of rain is mysterious. There are wars and divisions all year round here. Although Amegakure village is the only recognized ninja village in the land of rain, its leader Hanzo of the Salamander is even more the most famous person in the entire ninja world, known as the existence of a demigod. But the facts cannot be changed. Even Hanzo of the Salamander can't handle the perennial war in the land of rain. It is precisely because of the war that there are many missing nins in the land of rain. They are notorious ninja thugs in the ninja world. Most they are all from the country of rain. This is a heavily guarded country, which is on high alert all the year round. The assassination technique in Amegakure village is extremely developed. They accept commissions from various countries to conduct activities such as spying on intelligence and assassinating important people. This is also the reason why Luhan will see many ninjas from Amegakure in Konoha village. Many of them are entrusted by other countries to spy on Konoha. It looks like people come here often. Luhan was sitting in the cave. He looked at the environment in the cave and asked. He could see some traces. Because people came here often, there was no strange smell of beasts inhabiting here. A lot of places are rubbed smooth. This is the place where businessmen like us often come. Durando, who was sitting cross-legged on the other side of the fire, turned his head and said with a smile on his face. Since entering the country of rain, he has never frowned again. We businessmen, when you return to the land of rain, if it is light rain, it will not be a problem, but if you encounter heavy rain, you must find a place to shelter from the rain, and this place is used to shelter from the rain. Quote. Understood. Luhan nodded. Mr. Durando, Might Dai followed and asked, when will the person to meet you arrive? Durando said before, just wait here, and it was agreed that someone would come here to meet him. Just these 2 days. Durando smiled. The person who answered me should come here every day to check. They may or may not have come today. If you don't come, where do we need to take you? Might Dai asked again, looking worried. The land of rain is too dangerous. If you escort Durando into the hinterland of the rain country, you might encounter some kind of attack. There are spies everywhere, and killers on missions everywhere. Don't worry, someone will come. Durando felt Might Dai's worry and comforted. It's impossible for them not to come and pick me up. When I sent them a letter, the agreed time was 2 months, and now it's time. Haven't arrived yet, they'll definitely be checking here every day. That's good. Might Dai nodded, looking reassured. The night is getting darker. Luhan was sitting inside with his eyes closed. He was thinking about entering the subversive space. The day before yesterday, he had the opportunity to enter the subversive space, but because of the inconvenience, he did not enter. Enter the disruptor space only once. The entrance of the cave, Durando was already drowsy, and Might Dai was vigilant, but he was also dozing off a little. Whoa, 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 whoa. Chakra fluctuations suddenly appeared in the open space outside the cave. In the torrential rain, 5 figures appeared at the same time. All of them were wearing robes, hats, and knives around their waists. They looked more like samurai, but they were ninjas. Might Dai suddenly sobered up and looked outside alertly. Just as he was about to say something, the people outside spoke first. Is that Mr. Durando? Asked a voice from outside. Durando also woke up, stood up excitedly, and shouted, "Yes. It's me. You are finally here. It's him. Those two should be Konoha ninjas." Several ninjas outside communicated in low voices, approached the cave at the same time, and stopped at the entrance of the cave. In the cave, Lu Han, who opened his eyes, has quietly held the knife and stared out of the cave. The words above the heads of the 5 ninjas at the entrance of the cave are all prefixed with Omegakure guards. Of course, this is not the key. The key is all Yuhi name. The person in the lead was named Rain Cry. In Lu Han's eyes, it was a level 30 bronze boss, and the other 4 were level 20 white silver bosses, 1 Jonin, and 4 Chunins. They came with deep malice. "Mr. Durando, do you still remember me?" Yushi glanced at Might Dai and Lu Han, then looked at Durando, raised his hat and asked. "Remember, we've met." Durando was still very excited, and took 2 steps forward, ignoring the heavy rain pouring on his head, grabbing Yuxi's hand and shaking it vigorously. "We will escort you back." Yushi seemed very indifferent, but he respected Durando in his words. When he buckled his hat back, there were already ninjas behind him, holding a hood and hat for Durando to wear. "Superior." Standing by the fire, Might Dai hesitated before speaking. "Mr. Durando, our commission." "Oh, that's right." Durando remembered then, put on his cloak and hat, looked at Yushi. "Did you bring any money?" "Yeah." Rain Cry nodded. "Give them 180,000 taels." Durando was very cheerful. Originally, the commission for this mission was 120,000 taels. Durando had paid a deposit of 20,000 taels to Konoha village when the task was released. This 20,000 taels were also the income of Konoha village. The remaining 100,000 taels should be paid when the escort was successful. Giving mission ninjas is the benefit that ninjas can get. Halfway through, the price was raised to 200,000 taels, so Lu Han and Might Dai deserved 180,000 taels. "I'll give it," Rain cried, and tilted his head slightly to the ninja behind him. "You should escort Mr. Durando out of here first." "Yes." The 4 Chunins responded with a bang, surrounded Durando, giving Durando a sufficient sense of security, and walked towards the dark rain curtain with Durando wrapped around him. Rain Weeping was still blocked at the entrance of the cave. His eyes swept across Might Dai and Lu Han inside again, and seemingly unintentionally put his hand on the handle of the knife. Rainy Day, Killing Night. Chapter 54 Yuhi Name. Still the Yuhi name. No matter how stupid Might Dai was, he felt the killing intent in Yushi at this time. He took out his kunai with his backhand and said coldly, "What do you mean?" Lu Han on the inside of the cave also stood up, but he didn't expect Might Dai to be so alert. He just looked at the rain and wept. Yushi didn't speak, standing at the entrance of the cave with a knife in his hand, his eyes moving back and forth to scan the two. He seemed to be waiting for Durando to go away. In the pouring rain, Durando seemed to sense that something was wrong. He stopped and looked back, then frowned. It was raining heavily and he couldn't see clearly. "Mr. Durando, let's go first," the ninja urged. "I need him," Durando said, and turned around and walked towards Rain Cry. The 4 Chunin knew how important Durando was, and they didn't dare to stop him, so they could only follow Durando back to the entrance of the cave. "Has the money been given?" Durando asked as he approached Yushi. In the rushing rain, Durando's voice seemed small, but Yushi could hear it clearly. "I'll give it, you leave first." Yushi turned to look at Durando. Durando glanced into the cave. Might Dai had already taken out his weapon. He immediately looked at Yushi again and said loudly, "I won't allow you to kill them. Give them the money, let's get out of here." "You have no right to order me." Yushi was still indifferent. "I warn you," cried Durando angrily, staring at Rain Cry. "It was they who protected me to the land of rain. Without them, I would have died on the road. I repeat, I will not allow you do it to them. Otherwise, I will definitely tell this matter to Master Sanjiao. Don't blame me then." Speak like that to the killing machine bred in the Omegakure village. Durando at this time is simply daring. Lu Han looked at it with a thoughtful expression. Along the way, Durando seemed very timid and cowardly, and he could scream at the slightest disturbance, but after arriving in the land of rain, he seemed to be different, exuding a feeling of extreme safety throughout his body, and he was surrounded by wars and dangers all the year round. The land of rain, in Durando's view, does not seem to be in any danger. At this time, Durando showed his mighty and domineering side. Is he really just a businessman? He is a businessman, but may also have another layer of identity. Luhan can be sure that Durando is an ordinary person, not a ninja, but ninjas are not the whole of this world. Ninjas represent force, businessmen represent economy, and money. Few ninjas know how to do big business. Ninjas don't have that kind of energy, only ordinary people, they can put all their energy into business. No matter whether the arrogant ninja admit it or not, most of the time, they will work for the money and serve the rich ordinary people. Perhaps, when Durando was in other countries, he was just a shrewd wealthy businessman, but in the country of rain, he was a big man. Because he has money, he will make money. Money is too important for the country of rain, which has been chaotic for many years. I just don't know what kind of entanglement Durando and Omegakure have. Rain Cry looked at Durando, his expression still so indifferent. Durando glared at Rain Cry to see how he decided. After a while, Yushi took his hand away from the handle of the knife, reached into his arms again, took out a stack of papers, took out a few sheets from the stack, and threw them on the dry ground in the cave. Let's go. Yushi raised his hand and gestured, turned and dived into the dark rain curtain first. The moment he gave the order, the names displayed by the other 4 Chunin changed from Yuhi to orange. I'm really sorry, goodbye. Durando smiled contentedly, made an apologetic gesture to the 2 of them in the cave, and hurriedly got into the dark rain curtain under the escort of 4 Chunin, the rain weeping around Durando again behind him, like a very loyal guard. Luhan came to the fire at the entrance of the cave, frowning at the figures that were gradually receding. 4 Chunin have become harmless orange names, but Yushi is still Yuhi, which shows that he has not let go of his murderous intentions. Mr. Durando is such a good man. Might Dai laughed in relief. It seems that he is very satisfied with our mission. Maybe, Luhan said uncertainly, picked up the pieces of paper that had been thrown on the ground, and frowned again. What is this? These pieces of paper looked like some kind of money tickets. But Luhan didn't know it. In the ninja world, each country has its own money deposit and withdrawal system, which is equivalent to Luhan's previous life's silver bank, called the bank, and the bank of each country is relatively independent. The Bank of Fire country is the joint fire of Konoha village. The shogunate was established together, and the highest responsibility was Hokage and the daimyo of the country of fire. The money ticket was a kind of voucher for saving money. Luhan remembered that there was a passbook in the original book, but that was the 60th year of Konoha, and only now is Konoha. 30 years, only money tickets. At this time, the money ticket in Luhan's hand had a brief map of the entire ninja world on the back, and some mantra-like lines on the front. In the middle of the mantra was a word, forbearance, and below the word, forbearance, were numbers. A total of 5, the numbers are 50,000, 50,000, 50,000, 20,000, 10,000, a total of 180,000. The main color of the money ticket is dark gray. The material used seems to be paper, but it is not. It feels very textured, can't be burned. It's a black market money ticket. To Luhan's surprise, Might Dai knew what it was. You know. Luhan looked at Might Dai in surprise. Of course. Might Dai smiled. Anyway, I have performed some tasks in the past few years. 2 of them, the commission I got was this kind of black market money ticket. Need to go to the black market to exchange. Luhan frowned. The black market only opens a few times a year, and the location of each opening is uncertain, and it is difficult to find. Luhan also remembered that he had a black market transaction order, but I don't know what the black market order is for. No, you don't need to go to the black market. Might Dai is more familiar than Luhan in this respect. If you take it back, you can exchange it in the village. The ninjas in our Konoha village usually receive money tickets from other countries, or black market money tickets. If you give it to the village, you can exchange it, and there are channels in the village to exchange money in other countries or on the black market. Quote. That's good. Luhan nodded, thinking about it. No matter how mysterious the black market is, can the Konoha village, which is one of the top forces in the ninja world, still be found? I can finally sleep in peace. Might Dai looked at the heavy rain outside and seemed in a good mood. No, we have to leave here immediately. Luhan said. Why? Dangerous. Those ninjas have bad intentions. Although Durando is grateful to us, these ninjas may not be so obedient. You don't want to be cut off while you sleep in the middle of the night, right? Might Dai's face changed, and he subconsciously touched his neck. Chapter 55 Genius is Made to Kill. The vast forest under the rainy night. 5 ninjas from a Megakure village are escorting Durando on the road overnight. Although the rain is very heavy, in the leafy forest, the rain will be much less because of the shade of the branches and leaves of the trees, but it is also extremely cold. If you don't wear thicker clothes, you will feel a biting chill. Durando is an ordinary person, and it is inconvenient to travel on rainy nights, so the speed of the 6 is not fast. Mr. Durando, Rain Cry said suddenly. What? Durando wiped the rain off his face and looked at Rain weeping. Why do you care about the lives of those 2 ninjas? Yushi asked, after thinking about this question for a long time. You are not such a soft-hearted person, and there is no way for others to know who they were killed by Akatsuki. It won't affect your reputation. I don't want you to die. Durando's answer made Yuxi's face change slightly. Don't want me to die? Yushi asked, frowning slightly. Just the 2 of them. On the way back, I encountered the assassination of 7 ninjas. The leader of the assassins was Night Light. Durando continued, they protected me. Light of the Night. Yushi repeated the name once, with a heavy voice, although he himself was a Jonin, and the Light of the Night was just Chunin, but he dared not ignore the name. The Light of the Night was a black market that established dozens of the most successful killer of the year. Also the most mysterious one. Are you sure it's? Of course I'm sure. The killer has already admitted that he is, and he's still asking why he was discovered. Durando was very sure that the leader of the killer that day was the Light of the Night. Because he had no reason to doubt, Luhan recognized Yu Yizhiguang, and Yu Yizhiguang admitted that he Yu Yizhiguang when he pressed Luhan, so why did he doubt it? Luhan deceived Might Dai, but he didn't deceive Durando. At that time, Cardi pressed Luhan by the river, and Durando heard it. At that time, Might Dai was fighting 6 ninjas on the river and didn't pay attention. Arrive. Besides, Durando is not from Konoha. Luhan's hidden strength is only temporary. There is almost no need to lie to him. Of course, Luhan wouldn't tell Durando directly that he killed the Light of the Night, and what Durando thought was his own business. That is to say, they killed the Light of the Night. The legend of the black market is over. Yuxi's voice changed, and his heart was extremely shaken. To be precise, it's that boy. Durando squinted his eyes slightly. His eyes flashed with shrewd light. His name is Han. He is Genin from Konoha village. He is 12 years old this year. But I can't guess his true strength. Kill Nightlight, he wasn't even hurt. The man with him is called Might Dai. He is stupid, and he doesn't know who the Light of the Night is. I have seen him fight other killers before hiding. That kind of strength is definitely not enough to kill you. The Light of the Night, and the Light of the Night has been eyeing the boy. They are likely to fight alone. 12 years old kill the Light of the Night, Yushi murmured, and the expressions of the other Chunin walking around had become extremely exaggerated. They couldn't believe that the legend of the Light of the Night would be banned by the 12-year-old ninja ends. That's why I didn't let you do it. Are you sure you can beat him? Said Durando. I'm saving your life. Thank you, Mr. Durando. Rain Cry bowed his head and said solemnly. Well, let's hurry. Durando looked forward again and quickened his pace. Rain Cry followed behind Durando, and an inexplicable light flashed in his eyes. 12 years old, kill the Light of the Night. If those guys in the black market knew about this, how many people would thank him? Or, how many people will kill him? Genius. Genius is made to kill. Rain Cry suddenly stopped and grabbed a Chunin's shoulder, who was walking fast in the heavy rain, kept his footsteps. There were two Chunins to his left and right, and he didn't pay attention to his back, and he didn't notice that the two behind him stopped. You go, Yushi explained in detail in Chunin's ear for a while, then Chunin respectfully obeyed, and the hand seal disappeared in front of Yushi. Rain Cry quickly rushed behind Durando again. Just 2 hours after Luhan and Might Dai left the cave, dozens of ninjas in Mino robes and hats appeared near the cave. One of them, Jonin, went into the cave to check, looked at the fire, and immediately he turned back and said, "It's already gone. Let's chase." Yes, there was a roar of promise. It was another early morning, in the northwest of the Land of Fire. The speed of the ninja's journey is extremely fast. Without needing to take care of ordinary people, Luhan and Might Dai had already entered the country of fire at midnight, and they had gone through a hasty march for several hours. The location of the person is only a dozen miles away from the river where the battle with the light of the night took place. It's always safe now, isn't it? Yes, maybe. Then take a break. Good idea. Vast forest, Luhan and Might Dai parked in an open space. It seems that a battle broke out here a few years ago. The trees were destroyed and no new ones grew. The two rested in this open space for a while, and they were a little hungry, and the food they brought with them had already been eaten. You stay here, I'll find something to eat. Might Dai stood up again. He still felt that Luhan was someone who needed to be taken care of. Excuse me, Luhan smiled. Might Dai jumped up, jumped onto a nearby tree branch, and jumped out again. He jumped 3 times in a row, changing 3 tree branches, and was a little far away from Luhan. At this moment, he suddenly stopped. As if seeing something, he turned his head and shouted, "Chan, come and see." What? Luhan jumped up instantly and moved to Might Dai's side several times. On the tree next to the branch, a circular mark was carved, like it was drawn with kunai, and inside the circle was a complex pattern. It's the latest sign for help. Luhan frowned. He had studied with Tsunade and knew what it was. It was one of the signs that Konoha ninjas communicated with each other when they were out on a mission. This is a very special kind of sign for help. This marker is redesigned every month to inform every ninja who is eligible to go out on a mission to ensure that other ninjas will not be used by other ninjas to lure and kill Konoha ninjas. Look at this notch, it's still very new. Luhan reached out and touched the distress mark. We'll be looking for each other separately, Might Dai said immediately. There must be a sign like this nearby, maybe we'll be able to find our wounded ninja in Konoha. Okay, Luhan nodded. The two jumped out in different directions. Only 1 minute later, Luhan found another distress sign in the southeast of the first distress marker. 2 o'clock in one line, he seemed to have found the right direction. 5 minutes later, when Luhan found the 8th distress marker, he also saw something special in the distance. Great Yuhi name. Uchiha Ninja, Level 20 White Silver Boss, Uchiha Sakata. Trap. Luhan suddenly understood. Preheating on the shelves, important must-see. This book will be on the shelves on time in the early morning of December 5th. I hope readers will support it a lot. Readers who think this book can be read, please subscribe, thank you. Not too much fuss, just to show sincerity, this book will be updated with 20 chapters within 24 hours on the first day of the release, that is, on the 5th. Ask for flowers. Ask for a monthly pass. Ask for a reward, thank you. Chapter 56 Level 30 Gold Boss, please order first. On the towering tree with dense foliage, Uchiha Sakata hides in the canopy, biting cold and hard steamed buns, and looks out from time to time. According to Uchiha Gumu's instructions, the 4 of them, Chunin, were guarding 4 different positions in this forest. A day ago, the 4 of them started from the river and began to draw distress marks to the northwest. They had to draw one every few hundred meters. Within a radius of nearly 20 kilometers northwest of the river, they drew more than 300 signs. A distress sign. It can be said that any Konoha ninja who enters this forest will find a distress mark. As long as the ninja has completed the task, they will definitely follow the distress mark. The riverside. The location of Uchiha Sakata and the other 4 Chunin is the only way for the distress sign to extend to the river. The arrangement of the distress marks is also regular. If you draw them on the map, you will find that when you approach the river along the distress marks will gradually extend into a line. There are 4 such lines in total. Luhan saw Uchiha Sakata, but Uchiha Sakata didn't see Luhan. It's not Uchiha Banshin's fault. He has Sharingan and Luhan also has Sharingan, but even if Luhan can't see his person, he can see his Yuhi name, and Uchiha Banshin naturally can't see Luhan's name. Luhan can't see his name. There is no such thing on the top of the cold head. Therefore, Luhan's detection ability is stronger. He saw the other party first. Hundreds of meters to the northwest, Luhan was squatting on a tree, a pair of Sharingans in his eyes turned wildly. He wanted to see more clearly. After a while, the spinning Sharingan stopped and disappeared. The Uchiha clan actually chased me out. The first time I was out on a mission, they were going to kill me. How resentful is this? Luhan felt a little funny, and the Uchiha clan must have gone too far. There must be more than him. 3 Chunins were used to kill me. At that time, they didn't know that I was a ninja, but now they all know that I am a genin, and I was traveling with Might Dai come to Jonin. Luhan guessed. Might Dai lacks many of the necessary qualities of a ninja, except for lack of strength. It is impossible for the Uchiha tribe to ignore it. Interesting. Luhan smiled, and the hand seal disappeared from the tree. At the same time, another location in this forest, where Chunin named Uchiha Luka found the trail of Might Dai, remained hidden, and the hand seal disappeared into the tree. Soon after, by the river, Uchiha Luka appeared directly on the river, knelt down on one knee and said, "My lord, found Might Dai." Wow! A whirlwind rolled up in front of Uchiha Luka. Uchiha Go appeared out of thin air, and asked anxiously, "Where's the cold?" "Do Ents see the cold? Might Dai is moving towards the river," Uchiha Luka said. "Are they looking for distress signs separately?" Uchiha Gumu squinted slightly and guessed, "This is a normal behavior, and it's easy to guess. Let's hide and see if Han will come over." Yes. The 2 of them hand seal at the same time and disappeared into the river. Few minutes later, Might Dai came to the river, ran to the water, turned to look around with a serious expression, and said loudly, "I'm Konoha Genin Might Dai, is there anyone? Are you still there?" No respond. Might Dai frowned and shouted again, "If it's not convenient for you to speak, you can make some noises and let me know where you are hiding." Still no response. Did he leave? Or dead? Might Dai made an uncertain guess, flashed to the other side, and began to search. 10 minutes later, Might Dai appeared on the river again, touching his chin and looking puzzled. Nothing was found, there was no sign to the river, and no suspicious traces were found around, and no one was there. Did he really leave? Or is it dead? There must be a dead body, right? Go and see what Han finds. Might Dai thought for a while, and then he drilled into the forest again. He didn't notice that just as he started to move to the northwest, 2 figures began to follow him silently. Might Dai went back to the tree where the mark was originally found, and looked at the mark. He was stunned. "I'm sorry, I'm in a hurry to leave beforehand. Dai, you go back alone first. I'll be back to Konoha a few days later. Please delete after reading the message. Cold stay." Just below the sign for help, Luhan left a message to Might Dai, and went up with Kuwuke. After Might Dai read it, he reached out and wiped all the traces on the tree, and some bark powder scattered down. Quote. What the hell? Might Dai still looked blank. Why did he leave suddenly? He doesn't want to be greedy for my money, right? Might Dai's eyes widened again. Those black market money tickets were all on Luhan, but he immediately shook his head. Impossible. Han is a good boy. Although it's a little strange to suddenly find me to accompany him on a mission. Besides, he is a disciple of Tsunade-sama, so it's impossible to betray Konoha just because of this amount of money. If Luhan knew what Might Dai was thinking at this time, he would definitely vomit blood. Fuck, I separated for your safety, okay. Am I that kind of person? Can't blame Might Dai for thinking Luhan badly, he really needs money. Luhan left, and there was no one nearby, Wang Hao, who left a distress sign, so Might Dai could only go on the road again alone. He is really not a qualified ninja, because from the beginning to the end, he did not find anyone watching and following. Secret, the 5 ninjas of the Uchiha clan have quietly assembled. Uchiha Gumu led people to follow Might Dai all the time. His face became a little ugly. Did he die from the cold? Did you die while on a mission? This was the last result he didn't want to see, because the cold was dead, and the only clue was cut off, and he would have no chance of finding the black market trading order. They were stalking Might Dai without noticing that they were being followed too. It was the cold they were looking for. Luhan was a little excited at this time, because he finally saw the details of Uchiha Gumu. Konoha Guard Squad Leader, Level 30 Gold Boss, Uchiha Gumu. Chapter 57. Be sure to find him. For the First Order. As expected of the captain. There are many positions in the Konoha police force. The most powerful person is the captain, level figure, an absolute real power figure, who can directly mobilize the guard ninja. The first-ranked captain is naturally the chief captain, and the Uchiha Patriarch personally in the position. There are several squad leaders, that is to say, from the perspective of the guard force, Uchiha Goki's power is second only to Uchiha Yokoyama. Level 30 Gold Boss. So far, Luhan has not even killed a level 30 white silver boss, only a bronze enemy ninja who can be judged as a level 30 gold boss. His strength is comparable to that of an elite Jonin. Elite Jonin are rare animals throughout Konoha. Strength is not weak. And gold level bosses have a characteristic, that is, they can perform abilities beyond their own level. For example, level 10 gold bosses are only genin, but as long as they are ninjas with this rating, they can basically perform C-level ninjutsu that can only be performed by chunin. There is a little special Jonin 440 feeling in the original book. In particular, the strength of Jonin is between that of chunin and Jonin, and the comprehensive ability cannot meet the requirements of Jonin, but in some respects, it can be compared with Jonin. After Luhan came to this world, he had never seen a special Jonin level enemy, so he didn't know what the rating of this kind of ninja would be in his eyes. Uchiha Gumu must be equal to the elite Jonin in some aspects of ability, so he was rated as the golden boss. Luhan wanted to kill him. In the vast forest, towering trees are next to each other, rolling green. Bastard Han, I ran like this, and I'm not afraid of running into danger. Might Dai complained to Luhan as he walked. If there is an accident, how should I explain to the village? How can I take on B-level missions in the future? As a friend, what kind of friend? There is no loyalty at all. Behind Might Dai, 5 Uchiha ninjas followed quietly. Might Dai basically had no anti-reconnaissance ability, so they followed it very easily, but Uchiha Gumu was not happy. If he can't find Han, he's done. Before he came out, he had issued a military order to Uchiha Henshin. If he could not get the black market transaction order back, he would have to die. And the cold is the only clue. Uchiha Yokoyama is not a soft-hearted person, and even if he values Uchiha Gumu's strength and doesn't kill him in the end, Uchiha Gumu will definitely have a hard time after that. He has completely become a marginal person in the Uchiha clan, and then he has been competed with once. The kinship of Jon and Yin died. These are all possible. It can't go on like this. Uchiha Go suddenly raised his hand to signal, and everyone stopped. He felt like he was going crazy, but he had to control himself to calm down. After a pause, he said to Uchiha Sakata beside him, "You." Uchiha Sakata listened to Uchiha Goki's instructions, nodded again and again, and then turned to hand seal. White smoke rose from his body, and after the white smoke, he became another person, a public-face ninja wearing a Konoha standard ninja uniform. The very low-level transformation technique is easy to be seen by ninjas, but not necessarily seen by Might Dai. Uchiha Sakata no longer hides his tracks, jumps up the tree, and approaches Might Dai again and again. Might Dai immediately noticed that someone was approaching, stopped and looked back, his slightly wary expression suddenly relaxed. Uchiha Sakata was transformed into another person in Konoha. Might Dai did not know this person, but he vaguely remembered that he had met in the village. He has a good memory, but he rarely contacts people, BDFJ. Might Dai. Uchiha Banshin stopped on a tree 30 meters away from Might Dai, looked Might Dai up and down, and said with a smile, "You actually came out to perform a mission." "You know me?" Might Dai asked back. "Is there anyone in the village who doesn't know you?" Uchiha Sakata asked back with a strange look on his face. Might Dai understood what Uchiha Sakata meant and smiled wryly. He is indeed very famous in Konoha village, and he has been laughed at for more than 10 years for his delusional attempt to become the 8 inner gates. "Are you alone?" Uchiha Sakata asked again seemingly casually. "There's another bastard." Speaking of this Might Dai, he was unhappy, but he suddenly said that there was an urgent matter. "We separated, and he said that he would be back to the village a few days later." "Are you separated?" Uchiha Sakata's heart skipped a beat, and he hurriedly asked, "When did you break up?" No matter how stupid Might Dai was, he felt Uchiha Sakata's abnormality and couldn't help frowning. "Why are you asking this?" "Just ask." Uchiha Sakata's heart tensed, and he pretended to be relaxed and smiled. "I just didn't expect you to have friends." "Bastard, what did you say?" Might Dai stepped forward angrily. He didn't expect that any Konoha ninja would taunt him like this. "Ahaha, just kidding, I still have a mission, so let's go first." Uchiha Sakata looked scared, waved to Might Dai with a ha-ha, and ran to the bushes beside him. Might Dai glared at Uchiha Sakata and disappeared into the distance, then he withdrew his gaze, and went on the road again with a black face. When Uchiha Sakata detoured back to Uchiha Gomu, they stopped following Might Dai. Uchiha Gomu is mixed, happy that Han is still alive, and has a chance to find a black market trading order through him, and worrying is how can I find Han. Might Dai is gone, and the Uchiha people are no longer hiding and gather under a big tree. "Don't hide the trace anymore, expand the search scope." Uchiha Gomu gave an order with a grim expression, in a frenzied state, "Find it for me. Be sure to find him." At the same time, in Konoha village, the mission hall fell into a commotion. "What did you say? Say it to me again. Say it again." An angry Tsunade clutched the collar of the winter melon tree tightly with both hands, and had already pulled him out of the counter. He and Might Dai went on a mission together B-level. Dongwa Damu was so frightened that he was shaking like a sieve, his forehead was covered in cold sweat, and he said with a sad face, "Ms. Tsunade, Sama, this is not me fault." Chapter 58 Crazy Tsunade, please order first. Tsunade was going mad. She just completed the mission with Jiraiya and Orochimaru and returned to Konoha village. She went to find Luhan at the first time, but she couldn't find it. Then she heard that the legendary super waste material was carefully adjusted by Master Tsunade. "After I finally became a genin, I went out with Might Dai, known as Eternal Genin, to perform a mission. It was still a B-level mission. This matter does not need special inquiry, it has already spread in Konoha village. After all, Luhan is in the stage of attracting attention because he provoked Uchiha in the previous section." Tsunade strangled Han's heart. She hurriedly ran to the mission hall to ask for evidence, and Dongwa Damu, who issued the mission letter to Luhan and Might Dai, could only explain with snot and tears. Once or twice, Dongwa Damu was very worried that he would be disabled again. "Ms. Tsunade, Sama, I swear, what I said is true. It's Might Dai, he forced me. As soon as I was scared I just..." Tsunade grabbed the winter melon by the collar. "The feet do not touch the ground, that appearance is miserable enough. There are many ninjas in the mission hall who are handing over the inquiry tasks. They are all gathered around to watch and chat with each other. 2 Konoha guard ninjas are also in the crowd watching the lively crowd. It is their duty to maintain the law and order of the mission hall. Do not dare to take care of Tsunade." Tsunade stared, Kiba was about to bite into pieces. If it weren't for the fact that the winter melon tree was disabled, he would have sent the winter melon tree to the medical center long ago. It's so lively. Jiraiya, who came after the news, clasped her hands behind her head, walked out of the crowd slowly, looked at the extremely poor winter melon tree, and persuaded. Forget it, what kind of temper a guy is. You two, it's not that I don't know, that guy is a stubborn one, and this task is estimated to be the next one for him. Tsunade, Jiraiya and Might Dai are of the same age, so naturally they all know each other. Even if they are not familiar with each other, their identity is also a gap between heaven and earth. Humph! Tsunade snorted coldly, dropped the winter melon tree in a low voice, turned and walked out quickly. Crowd of onlookers automatically branched out, and they all hide from Tsunade. Angry Tsunade can't be provoked. You bastard, if you come back alive, I'll rip your skin off. Tsunade still gnashed Kiba's teeth when she left the mission hall. She always thought that Lu Han was very smart, even cunning and treacherous, but she didn't expect to be able to do it. Such a no-brainer thing. Maybe it'll be fine, even if it's a B-level mission, it's possible to encounter danger, not necessarily. Jiraiya said, and took 2 steps to catch up with Tsunade. Lu Han studied with Tsunade for a month before, and naturally he would often see Jiraiya. Jiraiya is the kind of person who is very easy to get along with and has a very funny side. Han can also be regarded as a close friend. Just not close. Tsunade was walking briskly down the street, and she didn't reply when Jiraiya spoke, her fists clenched all the time. After walking through a street and reaching another alley, a figure suddenly came out, leaning against the corner with his arms folded over his chest, and asked coldly, "Are you going to find him?" This person's skin is white and scary, his temperament is cold and scary, and his long black hair is also very strange, but it is Orochimaru. Tsunade, Jiraiya, and Orochimaru were born in the same year. They grew up together, practiced together, and did tasks together. They were almost inseparable, although the three often have conflicts on some issues. For example, Tsunade is too violent and will be ridiculed by Jiraiya. Jiraiya's arrogant character has always been despised by Orochimaru, and Orochimaru is too murderous and scolded by Tsunade, and even hits Sarutobi Hiruzen small report. But I have to admit that the three are best friends. When something happens, no one will back down. Han is Tsunade's only disciple. Although it didn't take long, Han and Tsunade were in good tune. Tsunade was also working hard to teach Han, and she already cared about this apprentice. The three gathered at the entrance of the alley. Tsunade looked at Jiraiya. Jiraiya had an, as you like, expression, then looked at Orochimaru. Orochimaru just waited for Tsunade's answer, no expression on his face. We can't leave, there may be a mission at any time. Tsunade bit Kiba, just let that bastard kid die outside, huh? He's going to die sooner after so long. I'm going back. Orochimaru turned and walked away. Knife-mouthed tofu heart. Jiraiya sighed as if to himself. Tsunade glared at Jiraiya, made a fist at Jiraiya, turned around and left, saying, "Don't follow me." Say something. Jiraiya yelled at Tsunade's leaving back, then yawned, turned around and walked towards his residence, sighing again as if very melancholy. Don't let people worry Tilda. 10 minutes later, somewhere in Konoha village, in a dimly lit room. Lord Tsunade, a ninja wearing a black robe and a mask appeared out of nowhere, knelt down on one knee and said, "Look for me." It's Anbu Ninja. Have the Uchiha clan dispatched ninjas to leave Konoha recently? Tsunade asked directly. This was a question she was very worried about. Will the Uchiha clan, who must be reported by Jiaji, carry out assassinations during the Han mission? There is no official record. Anbu Ninja said. What about the unofficial? Tsunade asked again. Lord Tsunade, this is not legal. Anbu Ninja raised his head slightly. You can ask Lord Hokage about this. I have no right to tell you. Tsunade was silent. Anbu directly belongs to Hokage. In addition to performing tasks such as spying, assassination, and guarding, They also monitor all the tribes in Konoha village, and the Uchiha tribe is the focus of their surveillance. So if Uchiha secretly sends ninjas, Anbu will definitely this is something you can't hide, and it's impossible for people to disappear for many days for no reason. However, although Tsunade is a disciple of Hokage 3 and holds a very high level of power in Konoha, he has no right to ask Anbu for classified information. Is your captain here? Tsunade finally said. I want to see him. Captain Anbu, the first of the youth generation in Konoha village today. Even Tsunade, Jiraiya, and Orochimaru have to bow down to the inferior characters. Chapter 59 Captain Anbu, please order first. In terms of level, Tsunade's level is the same as Captain Anbu, so it is impossible for her to summon Captain Anbu. She can summon Anbu ninja to serve her. It is the authority given to her by Hokage. In the whole Konoha can summon Captain Anbu, only Hokage. Of course, in terms of position rights. In fact, Tsunade also maintains a good friendship with Captain Anbu in private, and respects him very much, and it is easy to meet him. From the mouth of the Anbu ninja that Captain Anbu was not out on the mission, Tsunade hurried to the Anbu station. Reason why she didn't go to the third-generation Hokage Sarutobi Hiruzen to ask about it was because she didn't want to trouble the teacher. She reported Han's situation to Hokage. That was her duty, and because Han and Might Dai went out with Might Dai to perform B-level tasks, running to the teacher to ask 767 questions, this can only show her incompetence. Besides, Hokage doesn't care about the life and death of individual ninjas. His eyes are always on the bigger picture. Even if he finds out that Uchiha sent someone to hunt down Han, if he is angry, he will temporarily suppress it, and even give Tsunade an order. It is forbidden for Tsunade to go out of the village to look for it, so as not to delay other important tasks. Tsunade thought of this and didn't go to Hokage. Anbu Station in Konoha village, Tsunade met Captain Anbu in a fire-filled grotto. Because he was at the station, Captain Anbu didn't wear a mask. Tsunade knew his true identity, and there was no need to hide it. Young, handsome. When everyone sees Captain Anbu's face, they will have this thought for the first time. What's the matter? On the stone chair, Captain Anbu rested his chin on the back of his hand and looked at Tsunade calmly. I wonder if Uchiha is secretly sending ninjas out recently, Tsunade said directly. Why don't you ask Lord Hokage? You should understand, teacher, Tsunade didn't say any more and added, you can tell me, right? Ha, Captain Anbu smiled. He was Konoha's top scout, the most brilliant assassin, but his temperament was not cold. On the contrary, he was gentle without a mask. He got up with a smile, and Captain Anbu walked over. In front of Tsunade, are you worried about that little guy named Han? He knows everything, and is the leader of Anbu, his abilities are beyond doubt. Then I also tell you that on the day Han and Adai left the village, Uchiha Gumu of the Uchiha tribe was on sick leave, and after our verification, he left Konoha. Gomu. Tsunade's face changed greatly. She knew very well what kind of strength Uchiha Gomu had. Although it was not as good as her, and the gap was bigger compared to Jiraiya and Orochimaru, it was definitely the backbone of Konoha village, the absolute elite among Jonin. Tsunade didn't have time to think, turned around and walked out. Tsunade, Lord Hokage has ordered me that if you leave Konoha without authorization, our Anbu will restrict your movement. Captain Anbu said quickly. Tsunade stopped abruptly, turned to look at Captain Anbu and said, Teacher knows about this. What do you think? Captain Anbu's meaning is self-evident. He has already gathered and analyzed the information and obtained the results. Hokage must know. After a pause, Captain Anbu said, Actually, I understand your feelings very well, but you also it should be understood that this is an eventful time, and there are often urgent tasks. You must understand the painstaking efforts of Lord Hokage and focus on the overall situation. Quote. Tsunade clenched his fist subconsciously, then let it go weakly, his face a bit ugly. Captain Anbu took a few more steps forward, stopped in front of Tsunade, and said in a low voice, I've already sent someone to look for it. Whether it can be found or not depends on luck. What do you mean, teacher? Tsunade's eyes widened. Yeah, Captain Anbu nodded, and added, that little guy is your first disciple after all. Lord Hokage won't let you mess up, but he will not care about anything and take care of it as much as possible. Tsunade felt relieved, and asked again, what kind of strength did the person sent out? Uchiha Go Myuhi. Strength doesn't matter, Captain Anbu smiled. Unless Uchiha wants to break with Konoha, they won't dare to do anything to Anbu's people. Dusk, in the northwest of the Fire Country, in the vast forest. On a towering tree with dense branches and leaves, Luhan hid in the dense branches and leaves, looking out through the gaps between the leaves. To the south, far away from Luhan could vaguely see a line of Yuhi characters shaking. For a whole day, Luhan has been following the 5 Uchiha people. Because the Uchiha clan's detection ability is very strong, and they scout all around in the way of spreading, Luhan has to keep a very far distance from them in order not to be discovered. At this time, Sharingan is useless, and neither side can rely on them. Sharingan comes to detect each other. The main ability of Sharingan is not detection itself, but demonic illusion. In terms of investigation, it can be said that Byakugan is the strongest, and Sharingan is far behind. However, Luhan's bug can generally see the opponent's name, allowing Luhan to track and monitor the opponent even at a great distance. For a whole day, Luhan had the opportunity to assassinate those Chunin, maybe even instantly. But Luhan didn't do that, because it was not safe. Once exposed, Luhan would have to face the siege of several Chunins and a level 30 gold boss. To tell the truth, Luhan was not sure that he would win, even if he used Shikatsumiku. The ability of Bone Pulse is not necessarily the opponent of the level 30 gold boss. Uchiha Goki is too strong. Solu 0.6 Han wants to wait until it gets dark. Only when it is dark can the S-level secret technique, the hidden technique, have the greatest effect. Luhan has already made a plan. All the small blue bottles are organized in the space backpack so that they can be easily taken out and used at any time. Loss. Kill Uchiha Goki. Time flies. 5 Uchiha ninjas scattered and searched, then converged after a certain period of time, changed areas, scattered and searched again, and then converged. Before you know it, night falls silently. In a mountain and forest basin, the 5 Uchiha people met again and lit the fire. They didn't look for it, they couldn't find it during the day, let alone at night, and they rested. It stands to reason that Han would also rest, so it didn't delay anything. Chapter 60. You are the first. For the First Order. The rich barbecued meat was rippling in the wind. Beside the fire, 5 people from the Uchiha tribe were sitting together. There was a deer on the fire. Many places were already roasted. They were eating and chatting. He's just a genin, and his speed is definitely not as fast as us. Uchiha Gomyu even said, tomorrow we will march in the direction of Konoha for half a day, and then conduct a large-scale search. Several ninjas nodded. Lord Goki, if we can't find him, Uchiha Sakata asked. Then go back to the outside of the village. Uchiha Gumu's voice was heavy. As long as he is not in the village, we have the opportunity to intercept him outside the village. Although it may be discovered by the ninjas in the Konoha village, he took it at all costs. Something very important in our clan must be retrieved. Yes, the 4 Chunin promised. Few people stopped talking. Uchiha Gomyu had a dark face and squinted at the fire, obviously eating delicious barbecue, but it tasted like chewing wax. What if I can't find the cold? Uchiha Gumu didn't dare to think about it anymore. It would be a very, very bad consequence. As far as he knew, the entire Konoha village held no more than 5 black market trading orders, 1 in the hands of Hokage, and 1 in the hands of Hokage's assistant. 1. The Hyuga clan has 1, the Senju clan, which is said to have fallen, also has 1, and the last one has been held by the Uchiha clan until now. But now it was lost by Uchiha Gumu. Uchiha Gumu is important, but in comparison, he is not among the top 10 in the Uchiha clan. He is not an indispensable figure, so he is afraid, even afraid. What if I can't get my black market order back? After eating, Uchiha Gumu took out the map again. Several people gathered around the map to study together. Uchiha Gumu arranged some tactics and delineated the search range for tomorrow. The night is getting darker, and the night in the country of fire is not too cold, so the fire is not often added to the fire. Uchiha Gumu found a tree at random, leaned on it and closed his eyes to rest. The other 3 ninjas scattered among the trees around him to rest. Uchiha Sakata was in charge of the night vigil. It was far from Konoha village, so it was not completely safe. Midnight. The open flame on the fire was extinguished, and only a little spark and wisps of blue smoke remained. Wow wow wow. A sound of grass and trees, and Uchiha Sakata ran to the fire to take a look, then stepped up and stomped on the fire completely. They are all resting, and there is no need for the fire to exist, because this fire is likely to become a guiding light for the hostile ninjas, telling the possible hostile ninjas that there is someone here. Kiba glowed faintly in the sky, and the forest was dark. Uchiha Sakata randomly found a tree nearby and sat on a higher branch, playing with kunai in his hands, not so vigilant. A vigil is just something ninjas have to do outside, and it's not necessarily really dangerous. Uchiha Sakata was very at ease, and followed Uchiha Gumu on the mission. Even if there were little thieves, they would only come to provoke them if they were impatient. It's time. Luhan squatted on a tree, staring at Yuhi's name in the dark night. Sharingan frantically turned in his eyes. After thinking about it, he turned back and left, opened the distance from Uchiha Banshin, counted minutes later, go back to the tree again. Luhan changed his clothes. There were a lot of clothes and trousers in his space backpack. At this time, he was wearing a black cloak, a non-standard ninja uniform, and a mask with a tiger crack on his face, which was the mask that Light of the Night wore when he assassinated Durando. Luhan originally thought it was an ordinary mask, but at dusk he sorted out his space backpack and discovered the specialness of this mask. This is a ninja tool. Although the effect is not strong, it can only slightly weaken the ninja's breath, but the quality is very good, and generally kunai cannot cut and stab marks on it. You are the first. Uchiha Sakata. Luhan suddenly moved. He jumped directly from the tree, leaned over the bushes and quickly approached Uchiha Sakata's position. Because he knows Uchiha Sakata's position, he can also use it to determine Uchiha Sakata's line of sight. Through calculations, Luhan only needs to hide behind obstacles when he passes the position of Uchiha Sakata's line of sight, and it is impossible for Uchiha Sakata to see him. Sharingan does not have the ability to see through, only Byakugan has the ability to see through. Hyuga Ninja who was on alert, but he could quickly approach the Uchiha Ninja. What's more, Uchiha Sakata was not as strong as Luhan. The dark night has provided Luhan with great convenience. Luhan is like a civet cat in the dark night, with light movements and silent passing through the grass. In fact, there is a sound, but the sound is very small and will be covered by the rustling of leaves. Soon, Luhan entered within 100 meters of Uchiha Banshin. He began to slow down his approach speed, move more carefully, hide behind the trees again and again, dodge out again and again. The word Yuhi above Uchiha Sakata's head is stable, and the position has not changed, indicating that Uchiha Sakata is not doing anything. He just sitting on the branch of the tree. Nothing happened. 60 meters. 40 meters. 30 meters. Luhan stopped and hid behind a big tree. He tried his best to restrain his breath, and his breathing slowed down a lot. Uchiha Sakata was behind the big tree 30 meters away from him, and there were 2 trees between them. That is to say, it is impossible for Uchiha Sakata to see Luhan, but he can hear the sound and feel the breath. This person is very important. Luhan must kill him silently to make his plan go smoothly. Careful, be careful. Luhan waited for a while, but did not hear any abnormal noise in the direction of Uchiha Sakata, so he slowly probed out. Naturally he couldn't see Uchiha Sakata. Sakata was behind the tree, but he could see Uchiha Sakata's name. The string of words on top of Uchiha Sakata's head was wider than the tree. From Luhan's point of view, he could see that two Yuhi characters are stretched out behind the big tree. This can be used to determine the position of Uchiha Sakata's head. Come on. Luhan decided to make a move, raised his hand to quickly hand seal. There was no breath fluctuation during hand seal, and after 3 seconds, Luhan entered a dark state. He moved. With a hard kick with both feet, the whole person flew out. Chapter 61. The game officially starts. Please order first. Luhan was in a dark state, and he himself would not produce any sound or breath. His body became lighter, as if to get rid of gravity, which made his speed extremely fast. Originally 30 meters was a long distance, and it was not suitable for assassination, but Luhan in a hidden state could easily 30 meters away. Luhan controlled his speed and did not let the speed reach the limit, so no sound, no breath, no wind. Uchiha Sakata was sitting on the branch of the tree, still fiddling with kunai in his hands. He seemed very bored, but he didn't look around, because he didn't think it was necessary. This is the territory of the country of fire, and he is a Konoha ninja. It may be very low, and besides, if someone really approaches, there will be some noise. Ninja vigils mainly rely on hearing. It can't be vision, because not all ninjas have pupil techniques, and no one can afford the consumption of continuous use of pupil techniques. In one breath, Luhan leapt a distance of 30 meters and passed by the side of the big tree. Just when his front half reached behind the big tree, he took out his knife. The sharp penultimate short knife, under the blessing of strange power, has reached the limit of the speed of slashing. There is a hint of wind. Uchiha Sakata seemed to sense something and just raised his head. Brush. The short knife flashed across his neck, and at the same time, Luhan twisted his waist and forcibly stopped in the air, falling to the front of the tree branch where Uchiha Sakata was, and crouched down, immediately releasing the hidden state. In less than 2 seconds in total, Luhan had consumed 30% of his chakra. Uchiha Sakata's neck had been completely severed, but Luhan's knife was too fast, so his head didn't fall off, and Uchiha Sakata had lost consciousness, but his nerves were still active. So Luhan could see that Uchiha Sakata opened his mouth, as if he was about to make a sound, and raised his arms, as if he wanted to cover his throat, but he couldn't do it. This strange situation lasted for only 2 seconds. His arms fell weakly, and the flesh on his face stopped moving. He still kept his posture leaning against the tree, and there was a blood stain on his neck. In the night, he was almost the same as he was a few seconds ago. But he is dead. Dead silently. After the drop exploded, it was automatically taken back into Luhan's space backpack. Luhan took out a small blue bottle, opened it and drank it, barely filling up the chakra, then slowly stood up and walked to Uchiha on the tree branch. In front of Sakata. Game, officially started, tilde. Luhansen smiled coldly, reached out his hand, and picked up Uchiha Sakata's head. Kai tilde tilde tilde. Blood spurted out from Uchiha Sakata's severed neck like Izumi, and the rich bloody smell was scattered with the wind. Meters south of where Uchiha Sakata died. Uchiha Gumu, who seemed to have fallen asleep, made a nasal sound, frowned and slowly opened his eyes, turned his head and looked back, and sniffed hard again. He smelled the bloody smell. Sakata, Uchiha Goki called out. Other 3 Chunin woke up all of a sudden, glanced at Uchiha Gumu, and followed Uchiha Gumu's gaze. No respond. Something happened. Uchiha Gomu suddenly got up. Other Uchiha ninjas all got up with their faces changed. The 4 ninjas jumped from one branch to another, and quickly approached the most bloody location. Uchiha Gomu arrived first and stood on the branch where Uchiha Sakata died. Eyes widened in horror. Luhan had lost his head, so Uchiha Sakata, who was sitting on a tree, was a headless corpse. It's like a horror story. Uchiha Sakata died quietly. He, an elite Chunin with rich experience, died just like that. Other 3 Uchiha Chunin went to a nearby tree and saw the situation on the tree. Sakata he, Uchiha Luka exclaimed, and when he returned, he took out his kunai and entered a state of high alert. The other 2 Chunins did the same, looked at each other, and they both saw it from each other's faces. 4 words, can't believe it. Assassin. Uchiha Gumu bit Kiba and made a low voice. His body trembled with anger. He originally came out to find Han. He didn't want to hurt anyone else, but his own people were silently assassinated. Who will it be? Who would do this? Find it for me. Uchiha Gumu suddenly turned around and shouted with tears in his eyes. The murderer must be nearby, find him for me. For those who dare to touch our Uchiha tribe, I will make his life worse than death. Quote. Yes. 3 Chunin responded with a bang, and ejected in different directions. Kaden, fire style, great fireball jutsu. During the jump, Uchiha Luka hand seal spit out a hot fireball. After the roar, a fire broke out in the forest. They needed light so that they could search easily. 200 meters away, Luhan squatted on a tree and touched his nose. Some are difficult to handle because there is light. But it doesn't matter, kill Chunin. Luhan doesn't have to use the hidden technique at all he needs is to kill the first person silently, so that he will not be found, and he took the initiative to let the bloody aura spread out to expose the Uchiha ninja. Spread out. Just now, Uchiha Gumu and the other 4 resting ninjas were too close, and any one of Luhandong might wake up Uchiha Gumu and be besieged. So they must be separated. Apparently the plan was a success. In Luhan's line of sight, the 4 Yuhi names are moving around, and the distance is getting farther and farther. Luhan observed for a while, determined the target, and set off again. 3 minutes later. Uchiha Luka was searching northwest, nearly 300 meters from where the flames were burning. Because the fire is very big, there is some light in his position. Have you found anything? Behind Luka, a figure approached quickly and asked in a hoarse voice. No, Uchiha Luka replied subconsciously, suddenly stunned. Who is this voice? Secret technique, shadow flash technique. Uchiha Luka turned around suddenly. At the same moment, with a kai sound, the short knife pierced Uchiha Luka's heart. Chapter 62 The Beginning of Fear. Please order first. At the same time as Uchiha Luka turned around, Luhan activated the shadow flash technique, which was as fast as lightning. Luka turned around. Luhan also stopped in front of him and stabbed the sharp knife into Uchiha Luka's heart. All this happened too fast. Uchiha Luka heard the question, subconsciously thought it was a companion, although he reacted immediately, but he was no faster than the technique of shadow flash. The secret assassination technique of the Master Jonin is by no means something that a Chunin like Uchiha Luka can easily escape. Luhan is very close to Uchiha Luka. His face is indifferent, but Uchiha Luka can't see Luhan's face, he only sees a more icy crack mask. The heart was fatally attacked. Uchiha Luka seemed to lose all strength in an instant, and it was difficult to breathe in pain. Luhan twisted the handle of the knife sharply again, and the short knife turned around in Uchiha Luka. Ah! The unimaginable pain caused Uchiha Luka to let out a shrill cry, which was particularly clear in the silent night. The sound was heard almost simultaneously by other Uchiha ninjas scattered throughout the forest who were searching. Die! Luhan grabbed Uchiha Luka's neck with one hand and twisted it hard. The second. Luka's body fell to the ground, and the dropped objects were automatically recovered by 790. Luhan fled into the darkness of the forest again. Not long after Luhan left, Uchiha Gumu, exuding a huge breath, suddenly appeared in Uchiha Luka's body. Beside him, looking at his dead subordinates on the ground, Uchiha Gumu's breath became violent again. Furious is no longer enough to describe his state. Who are you? Since you have the strength to kill Chunin, you dare to come out and fight with me. Uchiha Gumu turned around and shouted. 4 Chunin, 2 have died, and Uchiha Gomu doesn't even know who the murderer is. Our 2 Chunin left, namely Uchiha Chinkiba and Uchiha Bindu. When the 2 died in Uchiha Luka, One was 400 meters southeast of Uchiha Luka, and the other was 500 meters southwest of Uchiha Luka. At the same time, they vaguely heard the shrill cry, stopped searching, and began to approach Uchiha Luka's location. After Luhan killed Luka, he moved to the southwest, and he soon saw the name Yuhi. Uchiha Bindu was approaching Luhan almost in a straight line, because Luhan came from the direction of Luka BDBA, and he was approaching Luka's position. It was Luhan who discovered him first. Luhan dodged and hid behind the big tree, restraining his breath. The rustling sound of the ninja's rapid movement gradually appeared, getting closer and closer to Luhan. Luhan, who was leaning against the tree, quickly hand-sealed. In the third second, he entered a hidden state, and in the fifth second, Uchiha Yokohama moved from the place that Luhan was leaning on. Passed by the tree. Luhan flew out, and it was a knife when he went up. No sound, no breath, no wind. Uchiha Bindu didn't pay attention to the sight at all, and was in a hurry to hurry. It was impossible for him to spot Luhan. Even if he was really alert, he didn't have time to react. He is a person with many thoughts, some angry and a little frightened, but at the moment when Luhan cut the knife, everything was gone. End. Luhan directly chopped off half of his head. Immediately, he quickly lifted the hidden state, took out the small blue bottle and drank it. Chakra consumption is really too much. There is one Chunin left, and Uchiha Gumu. Chunin is easy to kill, but Uchiha Gumu he is judged to be a level 30 gold boss, has 3 Tomo Sharingan, and has more combat experience than anyone here, including me, if it is a sneak attack on him if. Luhan hesitated. He didn't inflate himself because he killed a few Chunins successfully. He was not sure that he could successfully assassinate Uchiha Gumu. How alert was Uchiha Gumu? How fast can Uchiha Gumu react? He is an existence comparable to the elite Jonin. If the assassination of Uchiha Gumu is unsuccessful, Luhan will be exposed in front of Uchiha Gumu. He didn't get rid of Uchiha Go Mokuden's wood-style ability to escape. At that point, there is only one battle. Deal with that Chunin first. Luhan thought for a while beside the corpse, without looking at the corpse, suddenly got up and ran into the forest. Near the body of Uchiha Luka. Uchiha Gomu hides in a nearby tree and waits. He is waiting for the assassin, because other Uchiha ninjas will come here to check. Will the assassin come back here again to assassinate? It is possible. Soon, Uchiha Kiba arrived. He checked the situation of Uchiha Luka, and there was a hint of fear on his face. First, Uchiha Sakata was beheaded, and now it was Uchiha Luka. His heart was destroyed and his neck was twisted. No trace of battle. This shows that this assassin has the ability to kill Chunin in an instant. Uchiha Kiba cannot be afraid. He is not Uchiha Gumu, and he does not have the kind of invincible self-confidence. Kiba was already in place, but the assassin never appeared. Uchiha Gumu was watching secretly, until Uchiha Kiba was about to turn to leave, then he appeared and shouted, Kiba. Uchiha Kiba suddenly stopped and turned around quickly. Seeing Uchiha Gumu standing on the tree, he respectfully called out, Sir. Uchiha Gomu jumped down from the tree. Kiba walked a few steps to Uchiha Gomu's side. Any clues? Uchiha Go asked. No. Uchiha Kiba shook his head, glanced at the corpse, blinked at Uchiha Gomu and said, Sir, do you think it could be a Megakure? A Megakure village ninja. They master the most brilliant assassination technique in the ninja world. At least a Jonin. Uchiha Gomu did not deny what Kiba said. Because the possibility of being a Megakure is great. Perhaps only their assassination technique can be so clever. If it's really Jonin, then, Uchiha Kiba hesitated, looking at Uchiha Gumu carefully. Well, don't act alone anymore. Uchiha Gumu was blunt, then turned his head and shouted loudly, Hamdo, come here. His voice spread far and wide under the blessing of chakra. However, no response. For a while, there was no sound. He's dead. Uchiha Gumu's face changed and his voice was slow. There was a tinge of fear in him. Chapter 63 Kill Gomyu. For the First Order. Luhan felt that something was wrong when he heard Uchiha Gumu calling Bindu. He crouched on the tree. He continued to watch Uchiha Gumu and Uchiha Chinkiba for a while. Seeing that the two were moving together and there was no sign of separation, he could not help but let out a secret cry. Unlucky. The strength of the ninjas will increase exponentially when they cooperate. For example, Tsunade, Jiraiya, and Orochimaru in the original play against Hanzo of the Salamander. Hanzo of the Salamander is known as a demigod. Any one of the three of them will shoot alone. He was quickly beheaded by Hanzo of the Salamander, but the three of them joined forces to resist. In the same way, if Uchiha ninjas from the same family join forces, their strength will be doubled. This is also the reason why Luhan formulated and implemented the assassination plan. 1 Jonin and 4 Chunin, Luhan really has no confidence that he can win. And now, 3 of the 4 Chunins have died, and there is one left. Luhan originally wanted to kill him first, and then fight Uchiha Gumu one-on-one. Unfortunately, the development of the matter exceeded his expectations, and Luhan had no chance to fight against that one. Chunin, named Chinkiba, is assassinated. A level 30 gold boss, plus a level 20 white silver boss. If I retire now, I won't lose anything. I've gained some assassination experience, and I've also gotten some reward items, but I'm not reconciled. Luhan thought about it, and suddenly asked in his heart, Elf, can you answer a question for me? Excuse me, said the elf. I'm the 3664th subversive. I have had 3663 subversives before. How did they all die in the Hokage world? Say what you want. Tilda. I can't answer. I'm just the service wizard of Subversive 3664, and I haven't been in contact with other subversives before. This way, Luhan was helpless. He didn't know if the elves were lying to him, but he knew that as long as the elves said they couldn't answer, they would definitely not answer. Luhan has never underestimated this Hokage world. He is a subversive, and the master has many abilities that can be called bugs, but the Hokage world is never short of geniuses, and never lacks the strong. Luhan's predecessor, a total of 3663 subversives, all died in this world, which means that, the chances of this world being turned upside down are extremely low. Step by step sinister. The deaths of those subversives in the past may have been because of their arrogance and provoked stronger people to be killed. It may be because they took the wrong path and died in war before they grew up, or because they did something wrong. A decision. Now is the time for Luhan to make a decision. He admitted that he was very greedy, and the reward for killing a level 30 gold boss for the first time made him extremely excited. But this is dangerous. Or go back. Either fight. Uchiha Gumu Gomyu. Luhan kept chanting the name, and the hand holding the dagger couldn't help but strain a little, his knuckles turning white. Woo. He moved, jumped into the grass, and quickly approached Uchiha Hamado's body. War. The night was dark, the leaves rustled in the wind, and the chilling atmosphere was suffocating. Uchiha Gumu moved quickly with Uchiha Chinkiba, jumping and shuttling in the forest. After a while, Uchiha Gumu suddenly stopped and waved his hand. Uchiha Chinkiba's face suddenly changed, and he was extremely alert. It's bloody smell. Uchiha Gumu looked in one direction and waved his hand, go. Bloody aura was naturally emitted by Uchiha Hamado's corpse. Getting closer and closer to the bloody smell, Uchiha Gomyu suddenly leaned against the tree. Uchiha Chinkiba stopped, looked at Gomyu and asked, Sir. You go over. Remember, you are fighting for the glory of the Uchiha clan. Uchiha Gumu said in a low voice. Uchiha Chinkiba's face froze, watching Uchiha Gumu take a deep breath, forcibly suppressing the fear in his heart, nodding heavily to Uchiha Gumu, and then quickly approaching Uchiha Hamado's body again. He understood what Uchiha Gumu meant. The assassin might be ambushing near Uchiha Hamado's corpse, so he was already on ultimate alert. He seemed to be approaching the corpse, but he was actually ready to fight back or escape at any time. Luhan hid in the nearby tree canopy and saw Uchiha Go-Emu's Yuhi name stop, showing a thoughtful look. He has another chance. Kill Chunin first. But Luhan guessed that at this time, this Chunin named Uchiha Chinkiba must be more alert than the Chunin he killed before, and Luhan has the opportunity to assassinate Uchiha Gumu. Luhan's eyes moved after Uchiha Chinkiba, stared for a while, and then looked in the direction of Uchiha Go-Mu. Come on, let me see the abilities of the elite Jonin. Kill Go-Mu. Uchiha Aokiba in a mobile state is not so easy to assassinate. On the contrary, Uchiha Goki, who is in a still state, was a better target to assassinate. Very quickly, Luhan quietly approached Uchiha Gumu. Ellipsis. 40 meters away, Luhan stopped. Luhan walked around behind Uchiha Gumu, and could see Uchiha Gumu squatting on a tree branch, his whole body still like a sculpture. 40 meters is still too far. Luhan waited and watched for a while, and quickly Hand Seal entered a dark state, then jumped up, and fell lightly on the tree, jumped again, and fell lightly on the branch again, moving twice. Luhan, there are still 20 meters left from Uchiha Go. Luhan spent 2 seconds, and he could only last for 7 seconds at most. Can't be wasted. The second time he landed on a tree branch, Luhan jumped out again, this time with a sharp increase in speed. He directly pounced on the back of Uchiha Gumu. There were no eyes behind Uchiha Gumu. Even if Luhan did not melt into the darkness, he can't see what's behind. 20 meters. 15 meters. 10 meters. Just when Luhan was 10 meters away from Uchiha Gumu, a crisp sound of boom suddenly appeared. Luhan's face changed suddenly. He felt that he had hit something. It seemed to be some kind of extremely thin silk thread, and it broke directly. It's chakras. Uchiha Gumu did not know when it was quietly placed. The night was too dark, and Luhan's vision was also affected, so he didn't notice it. Have you come? At the first moment of the sound of boom, Uchiha Gumu grinned, jumping up in an instant, and in one return, he was a dozen kunai, directly attacking Luhan. A terrifying sense of danger instantly enveloped Luhan. Chapter 64 Exposed. For the First Order. Kai, 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 Kai. S speed is extremely fast. Luhan is only 10 meters away from Uchiha Gumu. If he changed to a normal Chunin, he would even be killed instantly. Luhan felt wrong the first moment he hit chakras, and he was in the dark. In the hidden state, he fell instantly, and escaped all the attacks of kunai in a thrilling manner. Luhan twisted his waist in the air, forcibly turned over to hide behind the nearest tree, and fell silently, releasing the hidden state. Most of the chakra had been consumed, so Luhan had to take out a few small baskets to replenish. Uchiha Gumu had already jumped to the branch of another big tree, holding a long sword in his backhand, and his body was violently rising. His eyes widened and he turned his head slowly, scanning. A pair of 3 Tomo Sharingan turned wildly. Uchiha Gumu wanted to see 373 more clearly in the dark night, but he didn't see Luhan. Luhan didn't make a sound just now, and his breath subsided after he was released from the hidden state. Uchiha Gumu couldn't see through after hiding behind a tree. Silence. Only the leaves were rustling. Luhan didn't move, and Uchiha Gumu didn't move either. The two were separated by a few trees and couldn't see each other. I know you're here. Uchiha Gumu spoke slowly and made a very deep voice. Who are you? If you can identify yourself, I would like to fight with you alone to decide your life and death. Call. Uchiha Chinkiba, who felt the change in Uchiha Gumu's breath, came quickly and stopped under the tree where Uchiha Gumu was. He looked very vigilant, looked at Uchiha Gumu, and followed Uchiha Gumu's gaze. Luhan hid behind the tree silently, waiting for his chance. You are really bold. We Uchiha tribe dare to provoke. Are you a Megakure? Or a black market killer? Uchiha Go-Mu said again. Luhan remained silent. He was waiting for Uchiha Gumu to move. As long as Gumu moved, he could find the best shot. Are you afraid? Are you sorry? If you don't show up, then I can only. Uchiha Gomu suddenly jumped up and went straight to the sky like a cannonball, and at the same time quickly hand seal. Kaden, fire style, fire and phoenix. Call. Boom. Ferocious flames spewed out of Uchiha Gomu's mouth, rapidly expanded to a diameter of more than 10 meters, and crashed into the forest. B-rank Kaden, fire style, ninjutsu. The terrifying power erupted from the forest in an instant, as if endless flames rushed to the surroundings, and some tall trees were directly destroyed. Uchiha Gomu knew the assassin was there, but couldn't pinpoint the exact location, so he chose to destroy the forest. Secret technique, shadow flash technique. Luhan also moved when the flames descended. Every time he casts the shadow flash, he will put a new ninjutsu mark on his arm again, but take a small blue bottle to refill the chakra. Luhan's speed is as fast as lightning. However, the burst of flames provided sufficient light, and Uchiha Goki, who was in the air, instantly caught the figure of the fast-moving cloak, with a hideous smile full of anger on his face. I found you. Luhan is exposed. He rushed out tens of meters in a very short time, escaping the attack range of Kaden, fire style. Uchiha Gomu quickly approached Luhan, kicked back and forth like a flexible ape in the forest trees. The speed was fast ultimate. Luhan knew that he couldn't escape. In terms of movement speed, he couldn't compare to Uchiha Gomu, and he didn't want to escape. Turning around quickly, Luhan rushed towards Uchiha Gomu. Susu. The two were moving fast, approaching each other, getting closer and closer, and when there were 15 meters left between the two, they suddenly stopped at the same time. The forest behind Uchiha Gomu was blazing brightly. He stared at the figure in front of him. He was not tall, maybe only 1.6 meters. This kind of height made it impossible to judge his age. There were many adults with a height of 1.6 meters, non-standard ninja uniforms, black cloaks, and crack masks. Killer, Uchiha Gomu asked. Yeah, Luhan made a deep nasal sound and stared at Gomu. Wow. Uchiha Chinkiba hand seal came, and suddenly appeared beside Uchiha Gomu, shaking his hand was a kunai. Several streaks of cold light shot towards Luhan. Luhan quickly took out the knife, and there was a sound of dang dang dang. All the kuwu that hit him were knocked away, and he didn't even shake his body. Uchiha Chinkiba stared at Luhan with an extremely alert expression. Nervous. Stay away. Uchiha Gomu looked at Luhan and said, but he said this to Uchiha Chinkiba. Maybe it was because of conceit, maybe because he didn't want the weak Uchiha Chinkiba to die like this. Uchiha Gomu chose to fight Luhan alone. Compared with Uchiha Gomu, Uchiha Chinkiba's strength was too far behind. Distracting Uchiha Gomu is a bit of a hindrance. Yes, Uchiha Chinkiba responded quickly, but he was deeply relieved. Uchiha Chinkiba quickly moved away and reached a high tree hundreds of meters away, watching the situation from afar. Why did you attack us? Uchiha Go asked again. Is this important? Luhan replied in a low voice. Ha, Uchiha Gomu grinned, yes. It doesn't matter. It's either you or I die today. Wrong. It must be you who died. HMPH, the benefit of the tongue. Bang tilde Uchiha Gomu's feet suddenly burst into a dirt pit, which was caused by the force of his feet on the ground, and he went straight to Luhan. Knife light up. Luhan had no intention of being timid, and set off to run forward. Hand-to-hand combat. 3.8. Jonin's hand-to-hand combat is very different from low-level ninjas. Genin Chunin relies more on cold weapons to kill opponents, while Jonin relies on ninjutsu. Jonin's hand-to-hand combat is mostly created for the purpose of using ninjutsu to win. The two are close, and they are all powerful. 30 bronze boss. More than a month ago, Luhan's swordsmanship has naturally improved. The Uchiha tribe is not a tribe that is good at swordsmanship, but Uchiha Gomu is also very strong at swordsmanship. Go-Emu's knife is even more clever. Luhan's knife is faster. The two of them flickered and fought against sword fighting for a few minutes, only to see the airflow generated by the collision swept all around, but no one was injured. Kaden, Fire Style, Great Fireball Jutsu. Gomyu first found an opportunity. Chapter 65 Luhan vs Uchiha Gumu, for the First Order. Luhan had just turned around to the big tree and escaped Uchiha Gumu's slashing. Uchiha jumped up and spat out a grand fireball with a diameter of nearly 2 meters at Luhan. The grand fireball's attack is extremely fast. Kaden, Fire Style, Dragon Flame Jutsu. Luhan ejected to the side, and while dodging the grand fireball's attack, he spat out a line of fire. Uchiha Gumu also chose to dodge AC level Kaden, Fire Style Ninjutsu. He was too easy to dodge. In fact, it was the same for Luhan. They were all tentative attacks, but such attacks were indispensable in battle. As long as it is a ninja, there will be flaws in the battle. Both sides are looking for the other's flaws, and they will expand the flaws through various attacks in order to pursue opportunities to kill each other. The two rushed together again. The two knives collided. A huge airflow swept all around. Press the knife. The two were very close, and Uchiha Gumu stared at Luhan's mask, trying to see something from the top 13. Luhan's eyes were cold. The fast-paced ninja battle seemed to come to a sudden stop, but just 3 seconds later, the sword light resumed. Dang 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 dang, the two people's sword skills confrontation is more intense. Under the blessing of strange power, Luhan's sword is fast and fierce, while Uchiha Gumu's sword is more agile, with complicated skills, and knows how to use force to unload. If Luhan didn't have physical skills and strange power, he would probably lose to Uchiha Gumu in the swordsmanship duel. But no if. Kai. Uchiha Gumu suddenly withdrew, throwing out a kunai and a shuriken. This is a very difficult hidden weapon technique. Kunai is straight, while shuriken is round. One is a straight attack, and the other is an arc attack. It is generally difficult for Jonin to throw this effect with one hand. This caused a lot of trouble for Luhan. The road ahead was blocked, and there were arc shuriken attacks on the left and right, but it was impossible to avoid kunai if he retreated. Luhan hurried backwards like an arrow from Zanzan. Kuei's speed was even faster, and he was getting closer and closer to Luhan. Doden, Earth Style, Earth Flow Wall. Boom tilde tilde. The earth wall suddenly rose in front of Luhan, and more than 10 Kuwu shurikens were nailed to the earth wall, all of which were not penetrated, but they were not penetrated. Kaden, Fire Style, Third-Rate Bitterness. Uchiha Gumu took advantage of the victory to pursue, jumped onto the tree and spewed out 3 lines of fire. The 3 lines of fire quickly expanded and lengthened, rapidly extending for more than 10 meters, directly smashing the earth wall, and the surging flames swallowed Luhan away. Luhan hides again. He jumped up in an instant and jumped to the big tree on the side. What he didn't expect was that the third-rate bitter technique would turn around. The 3 lines of fire were like 3 fire snakes, and they immediately turned their direction and went straight to Luhan. Fuck. Luhan couldn't help scolding. This technique is not in the original book, he doesn't understand it at all. Hide again. Throwing hands is a pain. Straight shot Uchiha Goki. Uchiha Gumu didn't expect Luhan to have such a quick reaction, so he had to break the control of ninjutsu and dodge away. It's my turn. Luhan shouted angrily and quickly raised his hand-to-hand seal. Kaden, Fire Style, Phoenix Sage Fire Technique. Huhu tilde tilde. The fireball the size of the grinding plate was continuously spit out by Luhan. Boom. The roar continued. Uchiha Gumu fled frantically, and the whole person was stunned. Is this Feng Xianwo? In fact, Luhan didn't say Feng Xianwo, he just recited it in his heart, but what Luhan tied was Feng Xianwo's seal. Uchiha Gumu naturally saw it. The quickly completed hand seal couldn't escape his eyes, as Uchiha the clansman naturally know Feng Xianwo very well. Luhan jumped from the tree, and as he approached Uchiha Gumu, he kept spitting out powerful fireballs. You must know that no matter what kind of ninja, it is difficult to use the flesh to resist ninjutsu, and the human body cannot withstand the fire of ninjutsu. So Uchiha Gumu could only hide. He didn't even have time for Hand Seal to fight back. Fireballs continued to be shot out. Uchiha Goki jumped on the ground. It hit the ground, he leapt up the tree, and the next fireball hit it immediately. The flames were roaring and the roar was constant. Wherever Uchiha Gumu fled, he suffered. The sturdy trees were interrupted, and the ground was blasted out one after another. Uchiha Gomu was a little embarrassed. Run away like crazy. He no longer dared to think that this was the Phoenix Sage Fire technique, and even began to suspect that he had misread the Hand Seal. After all, it was a continuous fireball attack similar to the Phoenix Fire, and it was understandable that the Hand Seal was similar. Cadent Fire Style, Dragon Fire Bullet. Uchiha Gumu finally found the opportunity, quickly Hand Seal while fleeing, suddenly turned around and jumped up. Boom! The Fire Dragon Fire Bullet spewed out, a magnificent fire burst, and several fireballs the size of grinding discs all slammed into the Fire Dragon Fire Bullet, causing the flames of the two kinds of ninjutsu to explode at the same time. Mine shines like the day. Luhan backed away, avoiding the burst of flames. Boom tilde tilde. The thunder-like roar resounded through the sky, and the shock waves swept all around. Soon, ninjutsu flames lost their chakra supply and disappeared, but the forest was still full of flames, and the surroundings were in a mess. Temporary calm. Haha, Luhan squatted on the stone for a moment, holding the short knife in his backhand, looking up at Uchiha Gumu in the distance. Uchiha Gumu stood on a branch high on the unfallen tree, looking at Luhan with a solemn face. Both were breathing heavily. Before the firelight dissipated, Luhan quickly took out a few small blue bottles and drank it. His chakra was full, and Uchiha Gumu looked slightly pale. He had used the powerful attack type several times. B-level ninjutsu, chakra consumption is not small. Uchiha Aokiba, who had been watching the battle from afar, looked shocked. The fierce battle before was beyond his imagination, and he was a little fortunate. Fortunately, Lord Gumu asked him not to interfere, otherwise, in this level of battle, the aftermath of a ninjutsu confrontation might kill him. Who the hell are you? Uchiha Go asked suddenly and loudly. The one who killed you. Luhan's voice was hoarse. Damn it! Uchiha Gumu jumped down from the tree, turning into a shadow and approaching Luhan again. Luhan was unequivocal and rushed to meet him. Shikatsumyaku, Dead Bone Pulse, 10-finger piercing bullet. Luhan suddenly raised his hand. Chapter 66. This guy is simply shameless. 11/20. Luhan never used Shikatsumyaku, Dead Bone Pulse, easily, because it was not conducive to his growth, nor was his growth direction. But in the face of a real fierce battle, there are no means that can't be used. Luhan has already seen the strength of Uchiha Gumu. It is extremely dangerous to fight with him. If he fails to react in time, he will be killed. Luhan didn't want to drag on any longer. Chakra's excessive consumption again and again had begun to damage his meridians. The two ran towards each other, and the distance was less than 10 meters. Luhan, who suddenly raised his hand, fired 10 black lights, and his chakra was half empty in an instant. 10-finger piercing. Shoot the phalanx of 10 fingers with great power and speed like a bullet. Luhan's master Shikatsumyaku, Dead Bone Pulse, is not worried about what will be lost after the phalanx is shot. The bones can grow back, but the chakra consumption is too much. What? Uchiha Goki exclaimed, the Kagaya clan. His reaction could not be described as unpleasant. While screaming, he held the knife in one hand and kunai in the other, swung wildly, and tried to dodge as much as possible. Bang 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 bang. 7 in a row. Uji 730 Bogomu dodged 3 phalanx bullets, and all the other 7 were hit. But the huge impact made him retreat nearly 30 meters. His arms were in great pain, and even a little trembling. This kind of attack could not be resisted at all. He didn't have time to dodge. Ka tilde tilde ka tilde tilde bang tilde tilde. There was an ear-piercing cracking sound, and after Uchiha Gumu blocked all the attacks, his sword and kunai simultaneously cracked and shattered. Doden Earth Style Cage Rock Sand Cover. Luhan started the hand seal as soon as he shot the bone finger bullet, and the hand seal was completed. In an instant, a high wall of rocks sprang up around Uchiha Gumu, who had just stopped, and the quicksand on the ground under his feet surged up. He has time to hand seal, but the space-based telekinesis must have a stable space to perform. The environment he is in at this time, the space has been disturbed by the violent Zoden, Earth-style chakra. Can't escape. Kaden, Fire-style, Molten Blast. Magma Jinchuriki column sprang out from the foot of Uchiha Go, and immediately stuck to a rock wall, burning and corroding at an extreme speed. Just before the quicksand was about to submerge Uchiha Go, the rock wall collapsed, and Uchiha Go was extremely arrogant, rushed out of the quicksand that was about to close, and a thrust was out of the range of ninjutsu. Luhan, whose chakra had bottomed out, widened his eyes. It's not dead. Uchiha Gumu looked too miserable. The black robe on his body had been torn apart by the gravity of the quicksand, and the skin was pulled out in a series of holes. His whole body was bloody, covered with dust, and his face was pale. Not only did he consume too much chakra, but he was already injured. The two looked at each other, their eyes slanted in disbelief. How is he so strong? Why isn't he dead? Luhan suddenly raised his hand, quickly took out 4 small blue bottles from the space backpack, and quickly drank it in front of Uchiha Gumu. Uchiha Gumu couldn't see the small blue bottles, only Luhan doing the act of drinking. He doesn't care about that at all. Finally, he took a deep look at Luhan, he turned around abruptly, and fled quickly. Run! Hey, wait! Luhan almost cried out subconsciously, and was a little stunned, so he got up and chased. Fuck! Uchiha Gumu, he doesn't play cards according to the routine. How can you run? Do you have the dignity of a ninja? I killed 3 of you. You actually ran. I'm on drugs and you're going to be hard on you. How dare you run? Luhan wanted to go crazy. Uchiha Gumu stopped fighting, he was going to run. Luhan really has no confidence that he can catch up. In terms of speed, he is not as good as Uchiha Gumu. This guy is shameless. Luhan didn't think in a different position, he couldn't understand Uchiha Gumu's BDCC fear. After fighting for so long, Uchiha Gumu didn't take advantage of it, but was forced into extreme embarrassment by Luhan several times, and was almost killed. He has consumed most of his chakra, and Luhan looks as if chakra is endless. He couldn't be afraid. Why bother? Inexplicably, his subordinates were assassinated, and inexplicably fought with this assassin, and I still don't know who this assassin is. Uchiha Gumu didn't know the meaning of fighting Luhan to the death. Uchiha Gomu fled frantically, moved a few hundred meters, reached Uchiha Chinkiba's side, grabbed Uchiha Chinkiba, and continued to escape with him. Luhan is chasing after him. Soon he was lost. Uchiha Gumu, who is comparable to the elite Jonin, is much stronger than Luhan. Luhan relies on the small blue bottle to constantly replenish chakra, so that he can keep fighting with Uchiha Gumu, otherwise Luhan is not Uchiha Go at all. Wooden opponent. The night was dark, and Luhan had chased to a place far away from the forest flames, and the surroundings were dark. Uchiha Gomu, Luhan wanted to scold his mother angrily. Wasted most of the night, spent 10 or 20 small blue bottles, and used almost every means in order to get the first kill of the level 30 gold boss, but he failed. Only killed 3 level 20 white silver bosses. Uchiha Gumu, I will definitely kill you. Luhan roared in the sky. Depressed. Luhan waited on the tree for a while, making sure that Uchiha Gumu really escaped, instead of resorting to roundabout assassination tactics, so he took off his mask, jumped off the branch and sat cross-legged in front of the big tree. Uchiha clan, this is not over. Uchiha Gumu, don't let me see you where no one else is, or you'll be dead. No ninja dignity at all. Shame on the Uchiha clan. Humph. Luhan thought for a while and was angry. At the same time, he took out all the dropped items that killed the 3 Chunin, and counted them one by one. Because they were not the first kills, these items together were only more than 50 pieces. Humph. By the way, this time you should have come out to kill me, right? It didn't work out, and 3 more Chunins died. I'll see how you go back and explain. Luhan counted them one by one, and the level 20 white silver boss will still drop some good things, such as repeated C-level ninjutsu scrolls, which can continuously upgrade Luhan's C-level ninjutsu. Although Uchiha Henshin is not a good thing, but Luhan suddenly stopped thinking. He counted one thing he could not have obtained. Kekkei Genkai Sharingan Scrolls. Elf, what's the situation? How could there be? Luhan asked subconsciously. Chapter 67 Hidden Achievements, 12/20. The elves have said that the probability of Kekkei Genkai's scrolls falling for the first time is not bad. If it is the first boss kill, it is likely to drop directly, but if it is the second drop, the probability is extremely low. There's a reason for this. Such as Sharingan Kekkei Genkai Reels, Single Tomo, Double Tomo, Triple Tomo. There are only 3 levels in total, and the Mangekyo Sharingan that can be upgraded cannot be upgraded with ordinary Sharingan Kekkei Genkai scrolls. Ninjutsu has 9 levels. Sharingan Kekkei Genkai for the second time, which is equivalent to obtaining 5 identical ninjutsu scrolls at one time, which can increase the level of ninjutsu from LV1 to LV6. This drop probability, naturally is low terrible. Luhan originally hoped to kill the first level 30 gold boss, that is, kill Uchiha Gumu to get the second Kekkei Genkai scroll. Any first kill explosion rate will increase linearly, so it is possible. He let Uchiha go escape. But he got the Kekkei Genkai scroll again. Turn around. Subversive 3665, what do you want to ask? Luhan asked too vaguely, and the elves didn't understand. Who made this scroll? Who? Luhan asked quickly, raising the Sharingan Kekkei Genkai scroll in his hand. Uchiha Banshin. The elf said directly. He was Luhan's service elf and would record Luhan's killing information. First. Was the first Uchiha ninja that Luhan killed after falling into the night, the guy who was sitting on a tree to watch the night. Why? Luhan asked again, why does killing a level 20 white silver boss drop this scroll? Isn't the explosion rate extremely low? It's not the first kill. The disruptor completes the hidden achievement. Hidden achievements. Yes, hidden achievements refer to some extraordinary events. When the subversive completes some extraordinary events, they will get rewards through the drops of the enemy characters they killed at that time. Most of them are rewards for increasing the explosion rate, and there are a few drops. Special item rewards, and if subversive completes an extraordinary event other than a kill, the reward will be awarded the next time subversive kills an enemy character. Quote. The subversive assassinated Uchiha Sakata, completed the extraordinary assassination achievement, and received a 30x bonus for Sharingan Kekkei Genkai explosion rate. There is such a thing, hidden achievements. Luhan was stunned, and asked again after a turn of his thoughts, what other hidden achievements can I accomplish? Can't answer, Elf said. Since it is a hidden achievement, it is hidden. In fact, Luhan just understood it, and just asked with the thought of trying it out. Okay. The depression in Luhan's heart was finally swept away, and he looked down at the Sharingan Kekkei Genkai scroll again. Although I didn't kill Uchiha Gumu, I got this one. Not bad. Maybe wait until I have a chance to kill him next time. Maybe another Kekkei Genkai scroll will drop. Thinking about it, Luhan opened the scroll to get the ability directly. Double Tomo Sharingan. Opening the single Tomo Sharingan, Luhan upgraded the Sharingan to Double Tomo. This is much faster than practice. In fact, Sharingan's effect on Luhan is not very big now, that is, it is used to see farther and clearer, and to capture the other party's movements. You can only cast some powerful demonic illusion when you reach at least 3 Tomo. After Mangekyo is turned on, you can cast the cool Susanoo. Luhan looked forward to that day. A day later, the country of fire is south-northwest. Morie Town is a commercial town in the Land of Fire with a population of nearly 10,000 and is extremely prosperous. There are many small towns in the Country of Fire, all of which are ruled and managed by ordinary people, and there are few ninjas. Businessmen who do business in such small towns need to pay taxes to the daimyo of the Country of Fire. Morie Noodle Restaurant, with many diners, is noisy and lively. On the table by the window, there were 7 large plates and 8 bowls, and a large table full of food. Lu Han was gobbling it down. He hadn't eaten like this for a long time. He has already changed into a clean, non-standard ninja suit with a weapon on his body, and anyone can tell that he is a ninja. 12-year-old ninjas are all too common. In Konoha, normally gifted children usually graduate from ninja schools in their teens, worship 25 or 6-year-old ninjas as teachers, follow the practice, become genin, and go out to perform tasks. There is such a process. So Lu Han doesn't look dazzling. This town is also a place where ninjas often come and go. Most of them pass by here to supply supplies, or eat to heal their injuries. Man, check out. Lu Han waved to the man after finishing his meal. The guy trotted over with the bill, nodded and smiled at Lu Han, and asked, "Are you a ninja from Konoha?" "Yeah, what's wrong?" Lu Han nodded, looking at the guy named Da Lu, strangely. "A total of 110 yuan. Da Lu laughed. "Since you are a Konoha ninja, I will charge you 100 yuan, which is 10 taels. Thanks to you, the Country of Fire can be so prosperous and stable. Konoha's ninjas come here to eat less of. That's it." Lu Han smiled. After giving the money, Lu Han left the Senye Noodle Restaurant, and then left Senye Town directly. It's time to go back to Konoha, although it's a day's delay, maybe I can catch up with Might Dai. Just 3 hours after Lu Han left Morie Town, a white-faced ninja wearing a Konoha-style ninja uniform entered Morie Noodle Shop. The guy Dalu greeted him with a smile. Before he could speak, the white-faced ninja spoke anxiously. Said, "Have you seen this person? My apprentice, I got separated from him." He took out a portrait, which was a brief portrait of Lu Han. "I've seen it." Dalu nodded without thinking. "When did you see it?" the white-faced ninja asked again. "About 3 hours ago, Dalu Dao." "Thank you," the white-faced ninja said quickly, turned around and walked outside the noodle shop, and when he reached the street, Hand Seal disappeared. In the forest outside Morie village, dozens of ninjas gathered under the trees and waited. Among them were 5 Jonin, the least powerful being Chunin, a Megakure ninja. They chased into the Country of Fire. Report. The white-faced ninja suddenly knelt down on one knee. His expression and voice became extremely cold. "I found the trace of Konoha Han, who had eaten at the noodle shop in the town 3 hours ago." Chapter 68 Unlucky, 13/20. Another day later, Lu Han was still on his way back to Konoha. He doesn't travel fast, mainly because he likes to look around, look at the terrain, and look at the scenery. In fact, if there is a chance, Lu Han will walk through the whole Country of Fire, look at this country, and look at this world. Although he has been in the Hokage world for a while, the novelty in Lu Han's heart is still there. "It's so boring, I'm the only one." In the vast forest, Lu Han stood on a very tall tree, muttering while looking around. Suddenly, Lu Han moved his nose and then wrinkled brow. Bloody smell. Lu Han squatted down vigilantly for a moment, and ejected and jumped out, moving in the direction of the bloody aura in a sneaking posture. Lu Han has always hoped that he could meet other people's 9-50 battles, so that he might participate in it, as long as it is Yuhi's name, Kilwush. But to Lu Han's disappointment, there was no fighting nearby. Only one corpse. In the dense forest, in the grass behind a big tree, flies gathered and flew around, the disgusting smell of the corpse about to rot and the bloody smell mixed together, giving off a nauseating smell. Is a dead man. But this dead man seemed very abnormal to Lu Han. Even when someone died, Lu Han could see the name, but the display was a little different. Lu Han saw it when he was far away. The Konoha House Ninja, Uchiha Aokiba, as dead. Was Uchiha Chunin who was led away by Uchiha Gumu 2 nights ago. The whirlwind rolled up, and Luhan appeared in front of the grass out of thin air. The unpleasant smell made him subconsciously frown. It was really Uchiha Chinkiba, still wearing that black robe. The fatal wound was at the heart. He was stabbed to death by a sharp object pierced through the heart. He turned his back to the sky. His eyes were open. Rotten green Madara had appeared on his skin. A large piece of blood has coagulated, but it still smells. Why did this guy die here? Luhan couldn't figure it out. Uchiha Gumu took him to escape. Although Gumu was injured, it was not serious. It was just that the chakra was consumed too much and needed time to recover. With Uchiha Gumu there, who could hurt Uchiha Chinkiba? The two of them should return directly to Konoha. Is it really so unlucky to meet a real powerful assassin? Luhan looked back and looked up again. There were no signs of battle around, and the situation was a bit strange. Uchiha Chinkiba was the enemy, so Luhan naturally wouldn't care about his life or death, but Luhan wanted to know, how did he die? At the same time, 200 meters to the north, it was still in the forest. 3 ninjas, 2 tall and 1 short, jumped and moved forward continuously on the branches of the tree. 2 tall adult ninjas were in the front and back, and a girl about 13 or 4 years old was in the middle. Ninja protection. Hyuga Teike, Hyuga Fungi, Hyuga Luoning. The 3 of them had just finished the mission they had received some time ago and were on their way back to Konoha. What's the smell? It smells bad. The wind came, bringing a smell that Hyuga Luoning almost spit out. The eldest lady stopped on the tree and covered her mouth and nose with a frown. It's a corpse. Hyuga Teiki quickly jumped to Hyuga Luoning's side and looked in the direction where the wind was blowing. Miss, do you want to take a look? Asked Hyuga Fungi on the tree branch next to him. Knowing that it was a corpse, he should have gone to see it, because it might be the corpse of the Konoha ninja, but Hyuga Fungi and Hyuga 2, the mission of the two of them is to protect her safety while performing the mission with Hyuga Luoning. Hyuga Luoning has the final say, because there may be danger there. A corpse. Hyuga Luoning wrinkled her nose, hesitated for a moment, and suddenly smiled. Just look here. Stare. Hand seal. Hyuga Luo stared in the direction of the smell, maintaining the state of hand seal, and creases quickly appeared around his eyes. Hyuga Teiki and Hyuga Fungi immediately looked at each other and smiled, a little helpless. Recently, the eldest Hyuga family has raised Byakugan's ability to a new level, and she always uses Byakugan like a showstopper. Normal Hyuga ninja will not use Byakugan's ability at will, because it consumes a lot of chakra, but Hyuga Luoning is Miss. The position in the branch is second only to Hyuga Hazashi, the young patriarch of the branch. Hyuga Teiki and Hyuga Fungi, who are in charge of protection, can't say anything, but can only help. Although the two of them are only Chunin, they are the most elite Chunin in the Hyuga family. Byakugan's ability has been cultivated to a very high level. It is definitely not comparable to a rookie, like Hyuga Luoning who has just been promoted from Genin to Chunin. So even if Hyuga Luoning has no chakra and is in a coma, under normal circumstances, they are enough to protect Hyuga Luoning. If she likes to play, let her play. Using Byakugan's ability, the world in Hyuga Luoning's eyes turned gray and white, and everything was blurred in perspective. Keep going. As if the camera was moving forward, the picture that was originally far away from Hyuga Luoning quickly drew closer. After a few breaths, the zoomed-in picture suddenly stopped. Hyuga Luoning's face suddenly became weird. She saw a very familiar bad guy. It seemed that he was him. Because people are blurred, they look different from normal eyes. This guy really didn't die. HMPH, good people don't live long, and disasters live for thousands of years. Hyuga Luoning muttered. And the corpse in the grass, Hyuga Luoning also saw it. Unlocks Byakugan ability. Let's go. 4.8 Hyuga Luoning waved his hand and pointed. Luhan stood in front of the grass, holding his chin to analyze. Hoo tilde tilde. A special wind approached, accompanied by the squeaking and shaking of the branches when they were trampled on. The three of Hyuga's family did not hide their traces, but just jumped over. Luhan naturally noticed it, and looked back suddenly alertly. Then relax again. Unfortunately, how did I meet her? Luhan scratched his head and muttered. Yo, isn't this Jenin, a genius who went to perform a B-level mission? It's lucky to be still alive. Hyuga Luoning stopped on a nearby tree, and when he came up, he was teasing, his proud little chin was slightly raised, he looked at Luhan with contempt. Luhan rubbed his temples, feeling a little headache. Chapter 69. Did he kill him? 14/20. What do you mean by rubbing your head? Has your head been beaten? Why do I remember that I had a problem with my head before, otherwise why would I take on a B-level mission? Speaking of this Hyuga, Luoning couldn't help but get angry. I have never seen a ninja with such a sick head. Hyuga Luoning is now Chunin, and she will always be accompanied by two elite Chunin when she is out of the mission. Even in this configuration, she will only be able to do low-risk B-level tasks, or high-risk C-level tasks. Luhanan might die. He even dared to accept the highest-risk B-level mission with a commission of 120,000 taels. These are two genins. Luhan only glanced at Hyuga Luoning, and chose to ignore it silently. He doesn't like to quarrel with orange ninjas with malicious names, and quarrels with such NPCs who are neither killing nor killing or really sick. Luhan turned his eyes to the corpse again and frowned again. Can't figure it out. How did Uchiha Kiba die here? Although this has nothing to do with Lu 13 Han, it doesn't matter whether Luhan knows the answer or not, but he still wants to know. Everyone is curious, not to mention, Luhan wanted to kill Uchiha Kiba before. You killed someone. Hyuga Luoning's voice came from behind. Luhan pretended not to hear. Hyuga Luoning immediately turned a small face, wrinkled her nose and muttered something vicious, then jumped off the tree and walked slowly towards Luhan. She was curious why this guy kept watching. Hyuga Taiki always followed Hyuga Luoning's side, while Hyuga Fungi walked a few steps to Luhan's side after landing, and glanced at Luhan, then at the corpse. This is, at first glance, Hyuga Taiki felt that the face of the corpse was familiar, but he couldn't remember it all at once. He quickly waved behind him and said, "Come and see." Hyuga Luoning and Hyuga Taikai rushed up at the same time and stopped in front of the bushes one after another. Uchiha Aokiba, Hyuga Taiki blurted out with a shocked expression on his face. Uchiha, s. Hyuga Luoning was stunned for a moment, then looked at Luhan and said, "It wasn't really you who killed it, right? You are too bold to offend the Uchiha clan." Miss, Uchiha Kiba is Chunin. Hyuga Taiki glanced at Hyuga Luoning quickly. Oh, then this guy definitely didn't kill him. He just became a genin, and it was the result of Lord Tsunade's painstaking teaching. Hyuga Luoning glanced at Luhan with contempt, and curled the corners of his mouth in disdain. Luhan raised his hand and rubbed his temple again, ignoring Hyuga Luoning. Uchiha Kiba, Uchiha's internal affairs ninja, is mainly responsible for the internal law enforcement affairs of the Uchiha tribe, and rarely shows up in the village. I was still studying at the ninja school more than 10 years ago, and he was a classmate, Hyuga Taiki said repeatedly. He crouched down and began to examine the corpse. There is only one fatal wound, in the heart. He was stabbed with one blow. There is no trace of struggle, no trace of battle, and there is already rotten green Madara on his body. Judging from the climate in the forest at this time, he died for at least 16 hours. Judging by the dried blood, he died here, not dragged here. He doesn't have a knife in his hand. The knife is in the sheath, and the kunai closest to his hands is still pinned, which means that he may not have even realized the danger before he died. The person who killed him was either incredibly powerful or he is an assassin ninja with a very high level of assassination skills, so it's hard to tell who killed him, but judging from the shape of the wound, he was stabbed in the heart by Kuei and died. Hyuga Taiki has been graduating from the ninja school for more than 10 years. At the age of 27 or 8, he is a ninja with rich experience in tasks. He is well-mannered in analysis. When he speaks, Hyuga Luo-ning is also listening very carefully. It's Chunin, she doesn't know much about this. Hyuga Luo-ning is a genius. Chunin at the age of 13, the talent is far more than that of Hyuga Teikei, but experience is such a thing. Only talent is useless, it takes time, and it needs to accumulate over time. In fact, Hyuga Teikei and Hyuga Luo-ning went on a mission together, not only acting as a protector, but also a teacher, who taught Hyuga Luo-ning to be a ninja in all aspects, so he said so much. Luhan also listened to Hyuga Teikei's analysis conclusion, his brows furrowed more and more deeply. How does it sound so strange? Because he knew that Uchiha Chinkiba should be with Uchiha Gumu. With Uchiha Gumu around, who could kill Uchiha Chinkiba so simply? Oh, no, Hyuga Teikei suddenly said again. He took out his gloves and put it on when he was talking, and at this time he had moved Uchiha Chinkiba's body a little, and he saw Uchiha Chinkiba's back, at the back of his heart. There are also wounds. There are wounds in the front and back of the heart, penetrating wounds. The wound in the back is wider, the kunai was stabbed from the back. Hyuga Teikei immediately made another judgment. The difficulty of a frontal attack is completely different from that of a back attack, and the back is obviously easier. If the opportunity is right, an ordinary Jonin, you can also use the assassination technique 383 to kill the unsuspecting Chunin from behind. It also includes the possibility of assassination by acquaintances, and he is naturally defenseless against acquaintances. Quote. It was Uchiha Gumu who killed him. A flash of lightning flashed in Luhan's mind, and he was stunned. It's not that he's guessing, it's that he can only think so. What Luhan can't figure out the most is, how could Uchiha Chinkiba, who was with Uchiha Gumu, be killed like this? Luhan had already seen the strength of Uchiha Gumu, and it couldn't be clearer. Even Luhan himself did not have the slightest confidence that he could instantly kill Uchiha Chinkiba without being noticed when Uchiha Gumu was on the side. However, if it was Uchiha Gumu's own hands, it would be easy to explain all the problems. Why did Uchiha Gumu kill his own people? Little devil, is might die dead. Hyuga Luo-ning said suddenly. Luhan turned around and left. Regardless of whether Uchiha Chinkiba was killed, stay away from this girl first. Hey, stop, Hyuga Luo-ning called back. Luhan naturally didn't listen. Bastard. Hyuga Luo-ning rushed out in an instant, grabbing Luhan's shoulder with one hand. Chapter 70 Stay away from her. 15/20. Luhan directly judged Hyuga Luo-ning's movements from the sound of the wind behind him. He stopped directly, and almost at the same moment, Hyuga Luo-ning grabbed Luhan's shoulder. The whole process looked like Hyuga Luo-ning. Ning immediately grabbed Luhan. Hyuga Luo-ning also thinks so. In fact, Luhan just stopped at the right moment, and he shook his shoulders at the time, removing the strength of Hyuga Luo-ning's grip on his shoulders, preventing him from being pulled down. HMPH. I was caught all of a sudden. With this kind of strength, you still dare to take on AB-level mission. Hyuga Luo-ning smiled with satisfaction, and walked over to Luhan triumphantly, her chin slightly raised and snorted coldly, you are with me. Speaking, let you go. Luhan rolled his dead fish eyes to look at Hyuga Luo-ning, really too lazy to talk to her. There is no way, I can't fight, let alone revealing my strength. What should I do if my subordinates are heavy and cry again? Luhan was the most annoying girl crying. Scold her. Luhan really wasn't in that mood. What's your expression? Hyuga Luo-ning was extremely upset, waving a small fist at Luhan, isn't it worth beating? Believe it or not, I'll beat you. Don't think I dare, although you are now Master Tsunade's disciple. But you have to figure out where this place is. Hyuga Luo-ning showed a sinister smile and threatened, even if I kill you here, no one will know. Hyuga Apocalypse and Hyuga Fungi's expressions changed at the same time. They glanced at each other, and both saw each other's embarrassment. If Hyuga Luo-ning really dared to kill Luhan, they would definitely stop it. Just as a joke, they dared to touch Lord Tsunade's disciples, and they were also protecting Hyuga Luoning. The Hyuga family is the clan most closely related to the third generation of Hokage, and the chief of main clan is one of the high-level executives with management rights in Konoha. In this case, if Hyuga Luoning killed Tsunade's disciple, and this matter was known by main clan must immediately tie up Hyuga Luoning and send it to Tsunade for disposal. Hyuga Apocalypse and Hyuga Fungi are obliged to prevent this kind of thing from happening, otherwise no one will protect Hyuga Luoning. Luhan has always looked at Hyuga Luoning with dead fish eyes. Hyuga Luoning has always been a stable orange name, and it is estimated that it is impossible for him to become Yuhi. In this situation, he threatened to kill himself. Luhan felt that she was so naive. Is it interesting to scare people? When Hyuga Luoning saw that Luhan still looked at herself like this, she was so angry that she reached out and grabbed Luhan's neck collar, and said fiercely, "Little devil, are you impatient?" "Let go," Luhan said lightly. "I won't let go, what can you do?" Hyuga Luoning asked rhetorically. Hyuga Taiki and Hyuga Fungi hurried over and seemed to be in a hurry, but they could only surround themselves on both sides, not knowing what to do. The teenage Hyuga ninja around Hyuga Luoning when Luhan came to this world and saw Hyuga Luoning for the first time. Those teenage ninjas were just when they were young and energetic, maybe they would go to fight with Hyuga Luoning. Luhan, and Hyuga Taiki and Hyuga Fungi, they are all adult ninjas, and it is impossible to watch that child make a fool of themselves, nor can they follow along. In fact, they were quite sympathetic to Luhan, and it was unlucky enough to know this unruly young lady from their own family. Wow! A strange noise suddenly sounded in the grass not far away, and a black shadow came out. Hyuga Taiki and Hyuga Fung jumped out in an instant, and set up a formation to protect Hyuga Luoning, all on guard. Hyuga Luoning, who is known as a genius, also reacted very quickly, and immediately let go of Luhan, turned around and blocked in front of Luhan, guarded with a horizontal knife, and reminded in a crisp voice, "Be careful." Not far from the grass under the tree, a porcupine jumped out, then stopped vigilantly, glanced at the Hyuga family and Luhan, immediately took a few steps back, howled, turned and ran into the bush again, running away quickly. "It's a little beast, it's okay." Hyuga Taiki, who was standing at the front, sighed in relief. This season, there are quite a lot of animals in this forest. Hyuga smiled and put away the long knife. "Scare me," Hyuga Luoning muttered in dissatisfaction, put away her weapon, turned around slowly and looked at Luhan again. Luhan had a strange expression, frowning, curling his lips, squinting his eyes. He looked at Hyuga Luoning with a half-smile. This girl reacted quite quickly. Hyuga Luoning's expression froze suddenly. She understood the meaning of Luhan's expression. Her face turned Yuhi close, and she said loudly, "I tell you. Don't think about it. I only protect you because of Master Tsunade's face. You are nothing but an untalented trash genin, and as Chunin of Konoha, it is my duty to keep genin safe too." Quote. Luhan's face twitched. "You can't speak human language." Luhan just had a little affection for Hyuga Luoning, and immediately disappeared with Hyuga Luoning's evaluation of waste genin. "Thank you," Luhan said politely, then turned around and left. "Stay away from her. Stay away from her. Stay away from her. Otherwise, you might get mad at some point. Bastard, you haven't answered me yet. Where is Might Dai? Is he dead?" Hyuga Luoning called to Luhan's back. "We completed the task and left separately. He's fine," Luhan replied without turning his head. It was necessary to answer this question, otherwise it would be bad for Hyuga Luoning to misunderstand. "What a lucky guy," Hyuga Luoning murmured, and shouted again, "Hey! You stop for me, Lee, S." Luhan suddenly stopped, turned around and asked helplessly, "What do you want to do? Are you going back to Konoha?" Hyuga Luoning asked angrily. "Yeah," Luhan nodded. "It just so happened that we also went back to Konoha. Hyuga Luoning said, folded his arms and put on a proud face stronger than Luhan. Oh, Luhan walked towards Hyuga Luoning. It would be good to go on the road together, just because Hyuga Luoning would be too annoying. After burning the body, the four of them left together. Just an hour after the four of them left, a ninja with a hat of dozens of meters appeared near the charred corpse, and followed the group of smellers to the charred and carbonized corpse. These footprints, the white-faced ninja frowned and looked at the ground where the grass used to be. On the ground where the grass used to be, there were several messy footprints of different sizes. Chapter 71 Omegakure Lore Order, 16/20. The main reason why ninjas like to jump on trees is to leave as few footprints as possible. However, no ninjas will keep jumping on trees. They have to walk when they are tired of jumping, and they always fall to the ground because of things. Dozens of Omegakures have tracked Luhan for 3 days and are about to enter the hinterland of the Fire Country, getting closer and closer to Konoha village. Normally, they would never do this. Once discovered by the Konoha ninja forces and engaged in a battle, Konoha would probably regard this as a provocation of war and an act that might provoke a war. Hokage, the talented third generation is not a weak man. But this time is different. They got a lore order, and the information was passed to the senior management of Omegakure village by Yuki, and the senior management of Omegakure village immediately issued an order to get rid of the boy named Han. Light's assassination not only did not die, but killed the light of the Dark Knight. This thing is too scary. The young man named Han has an extremely terrifying talent. Naturally, the sooner such people are killed, the better. Otherwise, who knows if he will be the next 517 Uchiha Madara. Or Senju Hashirama. Uchiha Madara's whole life has been tragic, and has been suppressed by Senju Hashirama. It's not his fault, but that the era was too brilliant, and at the same time, there were two characters who penetrated the sky. If there is only one, only Uchiha Madara and no Senju Hashirama, then Uchiha Madara is bound to rule the ninja world. In this world, personal force must not be underestimated. Hanzo of the Salamander, the leader of the Omegakure village, known as the demigod, is an extremely cautious and scheming character. He never underestimates any opponent. Once he thinks someone will pose a threat to him, he will immediately ruthlessly obliterate him. The will of Hanzo of the Salamander has long been carried out throughout the village of Omegakure. So for these Omegakure ninjas, the boy named Han must die. No hesitation. This kind of opportunity is rare in a lifetime. There are also several super geniuses in Konoha, but they are all famous in the ninja world after they have extremely strong strength, and they are not easy to kill. And Han, he was only 12 years old and still growing. BDAC. Can be strangled in the cradle. In the bushes, Uchiha Chinkiba's body has become coke, so that it will not cause pollution, and will not cause plague or infectious diseases to appear. He is a Uchiha ninja, and the Hyuga family will definitely not collect his body. At most, he will go back and report the situation to the village. The scorched corpse was still smoking wisps of green smoke. The corpse was burnt an hour ago, the white-faced ninja said after looking at the corpse, and then squatted down to analyze the footprints. He is only an elite chunin, but he is very talented in intelligence investigation and analysis. Among the ninjas, there are 5 jonin, who are not as good as him in this respect. The footprints of 4 people, 2 grown men, the footprints are very shallow, with small feet. It should be a teenage girl. The white-faced ninja glanced back and forth on the ground and analyzed. There is a 4th person. His footprints are very shallow, not because he is very light, but because he is controlling the strength of his feet, and he should have received extremely professional training. Is that him? Said the short ninja standing in front of the ninja dozens of meters tall. This guy may only be 1 meter 5 in height, and he is extremely sturdy. He wears a hat to cover half of his face, which can be vaguely seen. Stubble on the chin. Yes, it's him. The white-faced ninja thought for a while and said with certainty, although it is rare to trace his footprints, I can be sure. So, he should have reunited with the other Konoha ninjas. They just left for an hour, and they returned to Konoha together. The short and stout ninja hugged his shoulders and said in a thick voice, looking up to the southeast. From here to the southeast, 2 days away, to Konoha. Let's chase. We must catch up before night falls, said the stocky ninja. Yes. There was a roar of promise. It was still a vast forest that seemed to stretch endlessly. Luhan walked on the thick grass that would not leave footprints. Hyuga Take and Hyuga were sealed on the trees on both sides and kept jumping, while looking around, paying attention to vigilance. I tell you, don't think about it. I asked you to meet Konoha with us all the way to protect you, mainly to see the face of Tsunade-sama. Tsunade-sama has a good relationship with our Hyuga family. Since you are my disciple, the strength is so poor, we can only reluctantly protect you. You say that you are really worrying. You just became a genin and ran around and separated from might die. If there is an accident, how sad Mr. Tsunade would be. Hyuga Luoning is like a chatterbox, walking beside Luhan, chatting non-stop in Luhan's ear. Luhan is about to be bored to death. It is an extreme mistake to go back to Konoha with Hyuga Luoning decide. Luhan regretted it, but it's not good to separate immediately. Hyuga Luoning was also kind, but it seemed a bit inhumane for Luhan to leave like this. Miss, wait a minute. Hyuga Take suddenly called out. Okay. Hyuga Luoning then responded, pulling Luhan, but Luhan could only stop. Senior, is there any situation? Luhan asked with a frown, looking at Hyuga Take. It's just a necessary investigation. Hyuga Take gave Luhan a reassuring smile, immediately put his hands together, and looked around. Byakugan ability. Can see through, can see very far. In order to protect me. Hyuga Luoning explained. She was used to it, but she couldn't help but spit bitterness. I'm obviously very strong. Not that fragile at all, but these two guys are always careful. Every mission is like this, and it has to be stopped every once in a while. Quote. Miss, be safe. Hyuga Take's voice came from the tree again. Chirp. A bird chirping suddenly sounded in the sky. Hyuga Take raised his head abruptly, put his hands together to turn on Byakugan again, and the screen quickly zoomed in. Hyuga Take saw a black bird at an altitude of nearly 1,000 meters. The black bird was flying fast, but it was looking down. Shine with wisdom. Miss, there is a situation. There is a bird ninja in the sky. Taichi immediately said. Chapter 72 Black Bird Ninja, 17/20. Ninja Beast, a unique species in the ninja world. In fact, any animal in the ninja world can act as a ninja beast. As long as a contract is concluded, it can be summoned and used by psychics. However, ordinary animals are not really ninja beasts. The real ninja beasts are generally called high-level ninja beasts, and their most notable feature is that they have wisdom. Possesses intelligence that is close to, or even equal to, a human being. High-level ninja beasts are rare in the entire ninja world. Some have signed contracts with ninjas and are willing to serve ninjas. Some are called wild ninja beasts. They exist in nature and are free and do not participate in disputes. However, such ninja beasts are also very rare. Hard to get stronger. Ninja beast. Hyuga Luoning was stunned for a moment, looked at Hyuga Take, then looked at the sky, and asked a question that surprised everyone. Can you catch it? Hyuga Take was choked all of a sudden, and he didn't know how to answer. He told Hyuga Luoning that the existence of this ninja beast might bring danger. If it was a ninja beast with a master, it was probably in the reconnaissance forest. Case. What does it mean to be caught? Luhan also looked at Hyuga Luoning with a look of, are you an idiot? Miss, this may be a wild ninja beast, or it may be a ninja beast that has signed a contract with a ninja. If it is the latter, it has seen us and may bring us danger. Hyuga on the other side of the tree Fengyi explained. Also, bird ninja beasts are extremely rare. Although they are small in size and low in combat power, they can fly, and there is almost no possibility of being caught alive unless they are willing to actively enter into contracts with people. Quote. That's it. Hyuga Luoning was a little disappointed, glanced at Luhan unintentionally, and immediately shouted, "Hey! What kind of eyes are you?" Luhan silently turned his head away and did not speak. Hyuga clenched Kiba's teeth furiously. "Miss, it is more likely to be a wild ninja. This place is not far from Konoha village. If it is a ninja controlled by foreign ninjas, it will not dare to approach Konoha village, and it will be shot down. There are so many bird ninjas. Precious, they dare not do this." Hyuga Taiki observed for a while, looked at Hyuga Luoning and said, "Let's go on the road first. If this ninja beast comes again, there may be a problem." 4 of them went on the road again. The closer they were to Konoha, the safer it was. The reason was this, but it was not absolute. "By the way, what have you learned from Master Tsunade?" Hyuga Luoning started chattering in Luhan's ear again. "Master Tsunade is a medical ninja. If you are starting to practice medical ninjutsu, you should not go out even more. After the mission, even Tsunade-sama went out to carry out the mission, but also with the 2 adults Jiraiya and Orochimaru, you actually chose to carry out the B-level mission with Might Dai. Damn girl, can you stop talking?" Luhan finally couldn't take it anymore and looked at Hyuga Luoning with a stern face. "What did you call me?" Hyuga Luoning screamed out, staring at Luhan. "You dare to call me a dead girl? You bastard! How dare you talk to me like that? True sonic ninjutsu." Luhan's head buzzed again. "I'll go back by myself." Luhan turned around and walked into the bushes beside him. He couldn't bear it anymore. "Stop for me! Stop him! Don't let him go!" Hyuga Luoning yelled. "Call! Call!" 2 figures appeared before and after Luhan at the same time, stopping Luhan. "Master Han, don't make it difficult for us, we miss her." Hyuga Taiki was very polite, with a wry smile on his face, and called Master Han, but because Luhan was Tsunade's disciple, he lowered his voice. "It's difficult for us too. Yes, in fact, you should also feel that our young lady has a knife mouth and a tofu heart." Just as Hyuga Taiki persuaded Luhan, Hyuga Fungi also flashed over to Hyuga Luoning's side. Hyuga Luoning wanted to rush to Luhan's side, but was stopped by Hyuga Fungi. "Miss, I beg you, can you think about it for us too? Tsunade-sama has always been on good terms with our Hyuga family. It can't be better. It's all my own. If you really hit him, you may be fine. You will definitely be punished when you go back. We have worked hard to protect you. There is no credit or hard work, you are considerate." Hyuga Luoning was originally very angry, but after hearing Hyuga Fungi's words, she immediately put down the pressure. Although she is very proud, she was like a big sister in the ninja school, but she is never mean to her own people, and it can even be said that she is only mean to Luhan. How this guy can make people uncomfortable. "Okay, I see." Hyuga Luoning finally agreed in a low voice. Luhan also returned to Hyuga Luoning's side under the persuasion of Hyuga Taiki. He didn't need to make it difficult for these 2 loyal ninjas who had no malice towards him. Hyuga Luoning finally became honest, with a stinky face, and stopped talking to Luhan. Luhan was finally quiet, and naturally he would not take the initiative to talk to Hyuga Luoning. On the road again. Hyuga Taiki and Hyuga Fungi looked at each other before jumping up the tree, and both revealed a subtle, victory, smile. They are ninjas with rich experience. They have brought many genius masters and young ladies from the Hyuga family, and they have a lot of experience in dealing with them. Time passed, and the sky quickly darkened. At dusk, the sky is full of euhexia, and the forest is getting dark. 10 kilometers further ahead, there is a low mountain. Hyuga Taiki said with the map in hand. "There is a lake under the mountain, there is a water source, and there is wind. I will rest there tonight." "Miss, let me investigate." Hyuga Fungi continued. Hyuga Luoning, who never said a word, stopped with a small face and didn't look at Luhan. Luhan stopped and looked at the surrounding scenery at will. "Put your hands together. Open." Hyuga Fungi stared at a pair of Byakugan, looked back first. All objects were blurred. The picture quickly zoomed in. Hyuga Fungi's eyes suddenly widened a bit, and suddenly screamed in a low voice, "There is a situation. At least 40 ninjas are approaching us. Less than 3 kilometers away." Chirp. At this moment, birdsong came from the sky. It was the blackbird ninja beast again. It came again, flew past in the sky, and circled. Hyuga Take's face changed drastically. Chapter 73 Hidden Strength is so tiring, 18/20. Hyuga Take also used the Byakugan ability, looked up to the sky, and confirmed that it was the blackbird that had come before. In Hyuga's eyes, in the gray-white world, more than 40 ninjas moved quickly in the forest. Some jumped on the trees, some ran wild in the grass, all of them wore hats and sackcloth ninja clothes, and some ninjas still had equipped with 2 long and short knives. They are by no means Konoha ninjas. Because Hyuga Fungi doesn't know all of them, it's impossible for Hyuga Fungi to know all the ninjas in Konoha, but there are more than 40 people in the other party, at least there must be some familiar ones, right? Not at all. Miss, it's dangerous, let's get out. Hyuga Fungi made a decision, released Byakugan's ability, and turned around and shouted, "It's a foreign ninja, mainly Chunin, there must be Jonim leading the 073 team. Go." Hyuga Luo Ning looked a little flustered, grabbed Luhan and ran up. Hyuga Take and Hyuga Fungi quickly dodged to Hyuga Luo Ning's side. The 4 left quickly, and the speed of their journey was several times faster than before. Luhan frowned deeply. More than 40 ninjas. Mostly Chunin. Jonin led the team. Where would this ninja be? I can't think of it at all. It's definitely not Missing Nin. Missing Nin can't gather so many at one time, it's already a big team of ninjas. It's a pity that the distance is still far away, and Luhan can't see their names. Konoha extremely fast. These Omegakers are also Chunin with the worst strength, so they move very fast. Instead, the short and stout ninja-headed needs to slow down so that the entire team can follow him. The previous investigation result has already found cold, so they are already catch up as much as possible. Chirp, chirp, chirp. The blackbird ninja flew back, hovered in the sky above the team, and made a tweet after another. In fact, it can speak human language, but it can't be too loud, and the crisp tweet can spread very far. The owner of the blackbird ninja understood the meaning of the call, that is, the white-faced ninja who has been following the short and stout ninja. "Sir, they found us and are speeding to escape," the white-faced ninja said anxiously. "Found us?" The stocky ninja frowned suddenly. It is speculated that there are people from the Hyuga clan, the Byakugan ability, and can even see the situation 10 kilometers away. The white-faced ninja said immediately. "Damn it." The short and stout ninja's voice sank, and he accelerated suddenly, throwing away the team and dropping his voice. "I'll stop them, you guys can catch up." Yes. There was a roar of promise. The sky is getting darker and the visibility in the forest is shrinking. The 4 continued to run wildly. Hyuga Take suddenly raised his hand seal, turned on the Byakugan, and looked back suddenly. After about 3 seconds, he exclaimed, "They accelerated. We already knew that we were fleeing, and another Jonin. He's after him, twice as fast as us. Twice the speed now." Luhan thought about it, calculating the strength to chase Jonin. Luhan didn't run at full speed, his running speed was comparable to that of the 3 Chunin's. Chunin's speed was twice that of Jonin's, but not as fast as Uchiha Gumu. "Bastard, why are they chasing us? What are they doing here?" Hyuga Luo Ning scolded with an ugly face. "Fear. Natural fear. She is called a genius, and she has a bright future. She even fantasized about the day when she would marry and have children, but all of this may only be fantasies, and her life is likely to end today." That, Luhan just opened his mouth. "Master Han, we are separated, you are more likely to escape alone, and most of us are the main target," Hyuga Take said in a deep voice. Luhan was stunned for a moment. In fact, what he wanted to say was whether they could be separated, but Hyuga Take said it first. "If we die today, Master Han must report today's incident to the village." Hyuga Taikilian said, and immediately looked at Hyuga Luo Ning. Miss, you are also separated from us. Feng Yi and I are responsible for attracting the enemy. You must live, you must return to the village alive. Quote. Hyuga was too decisive. Hyuga Luo Ning was stunned. Once, she felt that death was far away from her. She grew up under the care of the tribe and became stronger and stronger, but she did not experience too many dangers. Now, for the first time, she felt that death was so close to her. Hyuga Taiki glanced at Hyuga Fengyi. Both of them were ninjas who had experienced countless lives and deaths, and both could see the determination in each other's eyes. Miss, hurry up, Hyuga Taiki urged. No, Hyuga Luo Ning shouted, her eyes widened and emotional. I'm not going, I'm Chunin. I can fight. There are no cowards in the Hyuga family. Miss. Hyuga Taiki and Hyuga Fengyi screamed at the same time. I'm not going, Hyuga Luo Ning said twice in a row. Her eyes were full of Yuhi but her expression was determined. She suddenly looked at Lu Han again and said, you go. This matter has nothing to do with you, you go quickly. Go back alive, you must be alive, go back. Oh okay, Lu Han nodded, and immediately separated from the three of Hyuga's family, dashing forward and into the bushes. Hyuga Luo Ning turned her head to look at the back of Lu Han's departure, showing a complicated expression. She said in her heart, she wanted Lu Han to leave, no matter from which aspect. She hoped that Lu Han would be alive, but she was also a little disappointed. Lu Han, it was too dry and brittle. In her heart, she always hoped that Lu Han was not a coward and could fight side by side with her at this moment. In fact, this is a very naive idea, including Hyuga Luo Ning's behavior of refusing to give up her family and leaving. But she was not a mature ninja, she was only 13 years old. Lu Han quickly moved away from the three of Hyuga's family and entered a forest basin before stopping. Damn, where are the more than 40 ninjas from? Lu Han quickly changed his clothes, high boots, ninja suits, masks, cloaks. It was really tiring to hide his strength. Knowing that the situation was urgent, Lu Han quickly changed everything. Finally can let go. When Lu Han rushed out of the basin again, his speed increased sharply. He did not leave, but headed towards the ninja team. Chapter 74 Boss Feast 19/20. The distance is not far, only a few kilometers. Lu Han ran in the direction of the ninja team, and the ninja team chased in the direction of the three of Hyuga. Soon, Lu Han saw an indistinct Yuhi name approaching, because the distance was too great. Too far away, Lu Han could only see a little Yuhi color, but couldn't read the words on it. Lu Han suddenly stopped moving forward, constantly jumping up on the towering tree dozens of meters high, covering his figure with the tree body, and soon reached the highest point. Lu Han squatted and hid behind the dense branches and leaves. Looking around, the vast forest can be seen. The Yuhi name who approached first quickly approached. This should be the Jonin that Hyuga Taiki observed. Lu Han turned on Sharingan, pushed with all his strength, and quickly saw what Yuhi's name was written on. A Megakure Assassination Squad Leader, Level 30 White Silver Boss, Honor. A Megakure. Lu Han blinked, showing a thoughtful look. It's not surprising that a Megakure entered the country of fire, but most of the people who can get here are spies, and the Megakure who form a team are at most active at the border. What's happening here? Lu Han didn't think that 13. These people were here to hunt him down, because as long as a Megakure entered the country of fire, the vast majority of Konoha ninjas would be hostile to Yuhi, and there were few letter delivery ninjas who communicated with each other at the top of the two sides. Possibly an orange name. With all his strength to restrain his breath, Lu Han hid behind the dense branches and leaves and continued to watch. The short-statured ninja Honor quickly entered within 500 meters of Lu Han. Because Lu Han once ran south for a while, it is accurate to say that Honor was in the northwest of Lu Han at this time. It will pass 300 meters north of Lu Han. He would never find Lu Han. Level 30 White Silver Boss. His strength is far worse than Uchiha Agumu. I can definitely kill him, but, Lu Han watched Honor approach, turned his head to the left, and looked at the approaching ninja team. Little bit of Yuhi color, a large piece, can't see the text clearly. The distance is getting closer. More than 40 chunin. Even if they are all chunin, and there are no other jonin, this, Luhan has a big head, and a large number of wild monsters. Drop rewards from the carrier are in front of him, but he really has no confidence to be able to win. But not necessarily lose. Even in the duel with Uchiha Gumu, Luhan still has many more powerful abilities that are useless, such as Shikatsumyaku Dead Bone Pulse's strongest stunt, such as LV9 Ultimate Kaden Fire Style Fire Dragon Flame Bullet. Once these abilities are used, chunin without the strength to fight back, Luhan could even kill in groups. However, the consumption of chakra is too high. If the other party finds the correct coping strategy and completely spreads out the action, Luhan cannot kill the group, and he needs to replenish the chakra once he uses it. It still depends on the situation during the battle, but Luhan knows that the possibility of losing is much higher than winning. Just as Luhan was thinking about it, Honor had already passed through the bushes 300 meters north of Luhan, and the team of ninjas that Luhan couldn't see clearly became clear as they approached. All Lamegakure. 2 level 30 bronze bosses. 2 level 30 elites. Just a normal jonin. 9 level 20 gold bosses. 16 level 20 white silver boss. 14 level 20 bronze bosses. 43 Omegakure ninjas. The worst is also a level 20 bronze boss. The strongest are 2 level 30 bronze bosses, plus the Una, the level 30 white silver boss that I saw before. This configuration. 44 Omegakure in total. 42 of them are boss. Was a boss feast, which reminded Luhan of the legendary online game in his previous life. Only in this kind of game, there will be copies with a large number of boss. Fuck, Luhan couldn't help scolding. This configuration is too fierce. What on earth did Omegakure village think to match ninjas like this? Don't they have low-level ninjas? If Uchiha Gumu fights alone, they will definitely die. At least they have to be a true elite jonin with all-round abilities to defeat them. After all, that kind of elite jonin usually masters more than one powerful attack. Type a ninjutsu, chunin is powerless in front of them. Quote. Luhan didn't have much time to think. Honor would soon catch up with the 3 of Hyuga. Even if he couldn't kill him directly, he would definitely stop him. Hyuga Apocalypse and Hyuga Seal 1 are 2 people. Because they are orange names, Luhan can't see their grades, but Luhan speculates that these 2 should be 20-level gold bosses. After all, Hyuga Luoning is the eldest lady of the Hyuga branch. If you go out on a mission, you must consider the safety of Hyuga Luoning, but it should not be too strong, so that Hyuga Luoning cannot play. Therefore, the division did not send jonin to protect it, and the experienced elite chunin was the most reasonable. With the strength of these 2 people, it is estimated that they can deal with Una for a while. Hyuga ninjas are different from other clan ninjas. They are good at physical defense and gentle fist acupoints. They may even be weak in attack ability, but in defense ability 210, which is excellent. But even if these 2 can deal with Una for a while, the ninja army will arrive immediately. This will be a one-sided slaughter. Hyuga Luoning, how did I know you? What a sin. Luhan was struggling with intense thoughts. Normally, in such a situation, he would definitely retreat, and the risk of death would be too great. But Luhan remembered the look in Hyuga Luoning's eyes when he let him go. He remembered the loyalty and determination of the 2 Hyuga chunin. And that sentence, the Hyuga family has no cowards. Luhan has the ability. If he wins, he will get rich rewards, and he will get the first kill of the level 30 white silver boss, but he may also lose and become the 3665th subversive to die in the world of Hokage. Suddenly reaching out, Luhan tore off a branch from the tree and began to pluck the leaves on it quickly, while muttering, "Save. No save. Save. No save. Save. No save." He left the decision to God, and soon picked the last leaf. No help. Luhan was stunned, looked at the bald branch, and snapped the branch off. Save. Chapter 75 Passionate, 2020. I can have a few fights in my life, and this battle is a dead end, but if I win, the rewards from ingots and the level 30 white silver boss will definitely increase my strength. Lu Han, are not cowards. Lu Han is not a perfect person. Before coming to this world, he was just an ordinary person who could play games. The thing that excites him most when playing games is killing bosses. The difference is that in this game, he has only one life. But Lu Han, passionate. This is not a rational decision, and there are not many people in this world who are completely rational. They are always impulsive because of something, a sentence, or someone. Lu Han admits that he is impulsive, but it is not because of these. For himself, the real powerhouse, which one has not experienced countless lives and deaths. This is a game of survival of the fittest. Those who cherish their lives will live longer, but they will never be stronger than those who dare to work hard, and they will never grow faster than those who dare to work hard. Of course, in all likelihood, those who dare to work hard will die in the process of growth, but there will always be one person who will live to the end and have the last laugh. Lu Han is going to be the one who survives to the end and has the last laugh. Be the strongest and subvert the world. He took off the mask, combed his hair, changed his hairstyle, tied it with a rope, put two small pieces of cloth into his mouth, changed the arrangement of the weapons on his body, and put on the mask again. Lu Han straightened his waist and slowly got up from the tree. Looking to the northeast, Honor is already far away, and he can't see his name clearly. Looking to the southwest, the ninja team is getting closer and closer, and Lu Han can even see their faces clearly. Come on, boss, feast. Lu Han glanced at the ninja team for the last time, then stepped forward and fell directly from the branch of the tree, falling down quickly. In just 1 second, when Lu Han was 3 meters off the ground, he kicked the tree with both feet, and the cushioning force landed smoothly. Sneak, go straight to Una. Run wild, run away. The three of Hyuga's family have increased their speed to ultimate, but they still can't change the fate of being overtaken. Honor's speed is twice as fast as them. Before, the two sides were several kilometers apart. Distance of 100 meters. Hyuga Apocalypse could even hear the sound of chi, wind coming from behind, because Honor ran too fast, and his body and clothes were violently rubbing against the air. Honor didn't hide his approach. He didn't think he needed it. What about the young man who could kill the light of the night? No matter how capable the light of the night is, Podation is just a chunin with a master's superb assassination skills. Although assassination is daunting, and being able to fight back is a skill, Honor does not feel that he is weaker than Han. Why hide? The sky is getting darker and darker, and the forest gradually has a dark feeling. Hyuga Luo Ning's face is a little pale. Her chakra volume can't be compared with Hyuga Teiki and the two of them. Such a high-intensity speed run, she can't at all. Can't last too long. Hyuga Teiki and Hyuga Fungi always guarded Hyuga Luo Ning. They could not persuade Hyuga Luo Ning. Hyuga Luo Ning insisted on not leaving. What they can do now is to protect Hyuga Luo Ning as much as possible and die before her. The Hyuga family pays attention to loyalty education, and this level of attention is the highest in Konoha. The branch is loyal to the main clan, the low-level ninja is loyal to the high-level ninja, the low status is loyal to the high status, and the word loyalty has been integrated into the Hyuga ninja. In the bone marrow. Plus the main clan's spell control over the split Hyuga's house, there has never been a traitor. Whoa, tilde. Got windy. Not the natural wind, but the wind brought by a powerful ninja rushing in. Honor, here he is. Turn around. Form a formation. Hyuga shouted angrily in an instant. Call. Hyuga Teiki, Hyuga Luoning, and Hyuga Fungi turned around at the same time, and their movements were extremely neat, forming a slash formation. Hyuga Teiki was at the front, Hyuga Luoning was behind Hyuga Teiki to the right, and Hyuga Fungi was in Hyuga Luoning. Right rear. A straight diagonal formation. Hyuga Luoning was still being protected from the front and back. The three of them also squatted across and raised their hands to open the posture. Hyuga Luo Ning's heart was racing. She couldn't imagine what kind of powerful attack was coming. She was terrified, but didn't flinch. No attack. Honor, who had turned into a glimpse, stopped abruptly when he was still 50 meters away from the three of them. He held the edge of the hat and raised his hand slightly. He frowned and looked at the three Hyuga family who were on guard, and his eyes immediately turned to other positions. Glance around. What about people? What he was looking for was Han, not someone unrelated. Could it be that the previous information was wrong? This idea flashed in Honor's mind, and he immediately denied it. Impossible. Despite the tracking in the previous few days, Honor did not see Han, but pursued all the way through various clues, and has never confirmed whether the pursuit is correct. But the previous important information, that is, the clues of the footprints in front of Ching Kiba's scorched corpse, proved that there were 4 people. 2 adults, a little girl, and Han. In front of Una now, there are 2 adult ninjas, a little girl, and no Han. Hyuga's Sanin was on guard, not daring to relax in the slightest, but he didn't know why the short and stout Jonin who came running stopped and what he was thinking. Just the 3 of you? Honor asked, his voice low and hoarse. Hyuga frowned. What did he mean? Yes, just the 3 of us. What do you want to do? Hyuga Luo Ning's voice suddenly sounded. Why are you chasing us? 3. Honor looked at Hyuga Luo Ning. His deep eyes made Hyuga Luo Ning feel guilty. Isn't there another boy with you? Where did he go? When did he separate from you? Hyuga Luo Ning's face changed slightly, and this change did not escape Una's eyes. You lied to me. Honor's voice was heavy, and he immediately swept Hyuga Taiki and Hyuga Seal again, and said, make a deal, tell me where that boy went and when he left, and I won't kill you. Not long after we separated, he ran to the northeast. Hyuga Taiki immediately said. You. Hyuga Luo Ning called out, looking at Hyuga Taiki in disbelief, and then she felt that something was wrong. Don't you run to the southeast. Chapter 76 Anbu's work. Idlers stay out of the way. Hyuga Taiki wanted to protect Hyuga Luo Ning, so he simply betrayed Lu Han, but this information was wrong. In Hyuga Taiki's heart, Hyuga Luo Ning's safety will always be the first, including his own safety, and he must be ranked behind, not to mention others. However, unless he was in a situation where he had to tell the truth, he wouldn't really hurt his fellow villagers to protect Hyuga Luo Ning. Hyuga Luo Ning was too anxious to think that Hyuga Taiki had really betrayed Lu Han, but she immediately reacted. No betrayal. This is a misunderstanding. It was because of a misunderstanding that Honor believed it to be true. Young ninjas usually can't hide their hearts. If they don't pay attention, they will write their emotions on their faces. Hyuga Luo Ning's urgency is true. Northeast, Honor muttered. Can you let us go? We don't know where you are ninjas, so it won't cause disputes because we found you, right? Hyuga Taiki said again. Well, it makes sense. Honor nodded and said hoarsely, you guys go. Withdraw, Hyuga Taiki said simply. 3 of them patted the formation and stepped back neatly until they reached the edge of the bushes. Hyuga Luo Ning turned first, followed by the remaining 2. And at the moment when Hyuga Taiki and Hyuga Feng turned around, Una moved instantly. How can you let go? He hadn't found Han yet, so this time he let Han escape, and it might take a long time to find it again, which means that the more than 40 Omegakers will still be active in the Country of Fire for at least a few days. If the 3 of Hyuga's family are allowed to leave, they will be able to return to Konoha in just 1 day's rapid march, and the matter must be reported to the top of Konoha by then. Course, the 3 Hyuga family did not know who these ninjas were. But Konoha will definitely send ninja troops to look for them, and they will still threaten these Omegakers at that time. Honor will never allow this to happen. They must die. Jump up quickly. Honor went straight to the 3 of Hyuga's house, hand seal at extreme speed. Sweden water style Jiaolong water bomb. Honor opened his mouth and spewed out a huge amount of water. These hydrations were shaped like dragons and charged forward with terrifying power. The first hand was AB level powerful attack type Suiden, water style, ninjutsu. If an ordinary person is hit by this technique, the body will be directly smashed into pieces. Miss, be careful, Hyuga Fungi exclaimed, grabbed Hyuga Luo Ning and flew up. H trigrams palms revolving heaven. Quote. At the same moment, Hyuga Teiki displayed the Hyuga family's gentle fist defense stunt. He was just a chunin. In the face of Jonin's B-level ninjutsu attack, he had to immediately use the strongest ability to deal with it, in order to deal with the enemy behind him. More opportunities for people to escape. Woohoo hoo tilde. Hyuga Teiki's acupoints released a large amount of chakra at the same time, spinning like a spinning top. A spherical protective cover formed by chakra appeared around him, and the violent wind radiated around, and even the ground was torn apart. Dirt and gravel continued to splash around. Rumble. The Jiaolong water bomb hit revolving heaven the moment it appeared, and the terrifying power instantly enveloped revolving heaven. The biggest feature of Suiden water style is not that the impact is strong, but that the impact can last. The violent water flow continued to hit revolving heaven, and it was constantly bounced off by revolving heaven. Hyuga Teiki was spinning faster and faster, and the pressure was getting bigger and bigger. He couldn't help but let out a long howl full of anger. Ah, damn. Boom. The dragon water bomb that continued to attack finally disintegrated, the ninjutsu was released, and the huge chakra shield suddenly disappeared. Hyuga stopped and looked at Honor with a sharp breath. His clothes were torn out. One after another, his face turned pale. H trigrams palms revolving heaven, known as absolute defense. It can completely defend against physical attacks, but for ninjutsu attacks, although it has excellent defensive ability, it is not completely blocked, especially the H trigrams palms revolving heaven from the branch. This trick needs to be used with Byakugan, because the split the main ninja has a spell on the forehead of main clan. Byakugan's abilities are not comprehensive. The real Byakugan has a 360-degree line of sight without dead ends, while the branch Byakugan has only 359 degrees. This bad degree is a flaw. Therefore, Hyuga was too wounded. Some violent water seeped into his revolving heaven, hitting him and tearing his clothes. Although the injury is not serious, coupled with the fact that Hyuga Teiki has consumed most of his chakra, the situation can be said to be extremely bad. This is already a very brilliant result. Hyuga Teiki is just a chunin, but he resisted Jonin's SV-level ninjutsu attack, and replaced the ninjas of other tribes. If you don't dodge, you will die. Haha, Hyuga Teiki gasped violently, his shoulders drooped slightly, staring at Honor in front of him. Hyuga's defense is really good, Honor said in surprise. He decisively performed B-rank ninjutsu, just to kill the three of Hyuga's family immediately, but he was unexpectedly blocked. Can you defend again? Honor said again, raising his hand again to hand seal. Take the young lady away. Hyuga Teiki screamed at the same time. Hyuga Fungi had already jumped to the tree behind with Hyuga Luoning, and when she heard Hyuga Teiki's voice, Hyuga Fungi decisively pulled Hyuga Luoning and jumped out. Hyuga Luoning cried out sadly, Uncle Teiki. Quote. Seniority is uncle, this is the first time Hyuga Luoning has called him that, and it may be the last time. At this time. Kaden, fire style, great fireball jutsu. Behind Honor, a black shadow rushed out of the bushes, completing the hand seal and spewing out a huge grand fireball with a diameter of nearly 3 meters. Before Honor could attack Hyuga Taichi, he ejected and jumped out. Rincon suddenly turned around and stared at the person who came. Boom! The grand fireball bombarded Honor's previous position and burst into the sky. This blow did not hurt Honor, but helped the three Hyuga family to temporarily relieve the crisis. The black cloak figure with the cracked mask rolled over and landed, making a hoarse voice. Anbu works, idlers stay out of the way. Chapter 77 Anbu Uchiha Ninja. Anbu. Hyuga Taiki, who had already done his best to stop him, was stunned. He had just stepped into the gate of hell, but was pulled back by his life. The figure in front of him was over 1.6 meters tall, on the thin side, wearing a cape and wearing a mask. Anbu. Wasn't that Hyuga Taiki suspected anything, but he couldn't believe that he was so lucky. Hyuga Fungi and Hyuga Luo Ning, who had jumped to the tree farther away, also looked at the figure that had just appeared. Hyuga Fung consciously muttered, Uchiha. Honor looked at Luhan vigilantly. Was Konoha the one who assassinated the troops? This place is not far from Konoha. It is already the hinterland of the country of fire. It is not surprising to encounter Anbu ninja passing by. He naturally couldn't recognize that Luhan was the one he was looking for, not to mention that he couldn't see the face, 330s, and even the height was different. Luhan wore thick-soled boots, which made him a lot taller. Thank you, sir. Hyuga, who was beside the bushes, was so stunned, he reacted, and with a grateful voice, he leapt to the back, and when they reached Hyuga Fungi, the two took Hyuga Luo Ning away quickly. Want to run? Honor shouted and shot up. He didn't want to let anyone go. Stay with me. Luhan jumped up in an instant, and he stepped forward with a knife. A harsh sound of breaking through the air suddenly rang out, and a terrifying sense of crisis instantly enveloped Honor. Honor wanted to chase the three of the Hyuga family. As long as he was given a very short time, he would be able to kill all the three of the Hyuga family, but Luhan didn't give him a chance. The sky is getting darker and darker, and it will be night. The three of Hyuga's family can run as fast as they can, running across the grass and through the bushes. Suddenly, Hyuga Taiki stumbled and rolled over and fell out. Taiki! Hyuga exclaimed in surprise, and immediately came to Hyuga Taiki's side, and hurriedly went to help him. Let's go first, I can do it alone. Hyuga's face turned pale again, his forehead was full of cold sweat, he had never used 8 trigrams palms revolving heaven like that, not to mention the consumption of chakra. His meridians also had injury, although this kind of injury is not difficult to heal, it is not too serious, but now, Hyuga Taiki will have severe pain all over his body as long as he uses his chakra. He has endured for a long time. It should be safe here. Hyuga Luo Ning squatted beside Hyuga Taiki and helped Hyuga Taiki up with Hyuga Fungi. Her eyes were still Yuhi's. We can find a place to hide first and take a rest. Her face was also a little pale. Her chakra amount was too low. Hyuga Taiki used Hyuga's defensive stunt to consume a lot of chakra, and Hyuga Luo Ning just ran wildly, running continuously, and already consumed a lot of chakra carrot. It's going to get dark. Hyuga Fungi looked up at the sky. As long as it's dark, the blackbird ninja can't be tracked anymore. As long as we hide somewhere, we'll be safe and need a rest. Hyuga Taiki could only nod his head. He could no longer drive fast, so he turned around and looked in the direction he was running from. I don't know how many people there are in Anbu. Not long after, 500 meters away from the place where Luhan and Honor fought, on the high tree on the hillside, the three of Hyuga's family gathered on the sturdy branch, hiding under the shade of dense foliage. The three of Hyuga's family stared and looked out, because they didn't use Byakugan's ability at all, they could already see the fighting situation 500 meters away. Byakugan Kekkei Genkei. Even if chakra is not used to trigger, the normal vision is much better than other tribes' ninjas, but it can't see through. Why is he still alone? They look about the same strength. It's not over. The expressions of the three Hyuga family changed. At this time, Luhan was in a hand-to-hand battle with Honor. There were occasional low-level ninjutsu confrontations, which were also tentative attacks. The three of the Hyuga family could see clearly. A person. Luhan has used Grand Fireball several times. It's the Uchiha ninja in Anbu, said Hyuga Taiki, whose face was pale, because the upper level of Konoha has always been guarded by the Uchiha clan. Ordinary Uchiha ninjas cannot enter Anbu, only those with extremely high talent, and he showed his talent at a young age. and was immediately absorbed and cultivated by Anbu, on the one hand for use, on the other hand for surveillance. There are Uchiha ninjas in Anbu, but no one knows who they are. Anbu's ninjas are basically double identities. On the surface, there is a well-known person with a well-known name and a surname. He's strong, Hyuga said too. But he still doesn't know the situation. Hyuga Fungi answered immediately, this Jonin just came first, and there are more than 40 Chunin Jonin behind. Once they arrive, can he win no matter how strong he is? Anbu is so powerful, people. Captain Anbu can do it. Hyuga said, but he shouldn't be Captain Anbu, his height is wrong, he should be able to run away. Hyuga Luo Ning, whose face was a little excited, had already calmed down. After listening to the two of them talking, she suddenly raised her hand and closed it. Miss. Hyuga Teiki held Hyuga Luo Ning's hand all of a sudden, don't look. He belongs to Anbu, we shouldn't know his identity. Hyuga Luo Ning glanced at Hyuga Teiki and slowly put down her hand, she was much more obedient. Today's incident is enough to affect her life. Her psychology, thoughts, and cognition of ninjas have undergone earth-shaking changes. People will eventually grow. Kai, 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 Kai. Luhan threw out a fireball again, forcing Una to retreat, and then quickly hand-seal, Kaden fire-style firebomb. 1.4 inches. The big fireball hits Una quickly. The fireball is AC level ninjutsu, but its power is not as good as that of the Grand Fireball, but its attack speed is faster, which is suitable for a sudden attack in a fast-paced battle. Honor, who was already extremely annoyed, reacted extremely quickly, and jumped out the moment before being hit by the fire bullet. At this time, call. A few dozen meters away from the four directions of Luhan, southeast, northwest, and 4 Megakure Jonin appeared at the same time. Immediately afterwards, more ninjas appeared, some came running, and some were hand-seal instantly appearing in other directions of Luhan. In Luhan's eyes, he saw a piece of Yuhi's name. Here they come. Hyuga family, who had been watching the situation from afar, changed dramatically. Chapter 78 Mass Killing Technique. A dignified atmosphere enveloped the entire forest. Luhan held a fine-grade long sword and slowly turned around. Under the cracked mask, 2 Tomo Sharingan appeared in his indifferent eyes. Since he planned to disguise himself as an Anbu Uchiha ninja, he didn't need to cover up the Uchiha he owned. Ability. 44 Megakures had arrived, all in all directions, and Luhan was surrounded by them. This will be a battle of 9 deaths and 1 death. If Luhan can win, he will definitely get rich rewards, at least dozens of ingots, and the first kill of the 30-level white-silver boss. Be careful, he's very strong. Honor, who had been fighting with Luhan for a while, said in a low voice. In fact, he was worried just now. Could he be the opponent of this Konoha Anbu ninja? You know, the Anbu adult ninjas in Konoha are almost all Jonin. They are Konoha's absolute ace. Now he is relieved, his own people have arrived, and even if Captain Anbu is here, he is confident to kill him. Treat each opponent with caution. This was the will of Hanzo of the Salamander, and now the will of Honor. Where far or near, every Omegakure's expression was icy cold. They were killing machines cultivated by the Omegakure village, with the same talent. Konoha only if you can cultivate into Chunin, Omegakure village can cultivate into elite Chunin. Ninja in Omegakure village, the talent potential has been squeezed to ultimate. This makes them stronger, but psychologically more or less twisted. Luhan also saw a white-faced ninja wearing a hat. This was just a level 20 white-silver boss. The reason why Luhan paid attention to him was because the black bird ninja was standing on his shoulders. The surrounding trees were lit a little by the previous battle, and the fire was heavy. Under the dim sky, the cracked tiger mask on Luhan's face flickered with the jumping of the fire. A sense of chill rose in everyone's heart. The air gradually stagnates, and it even makes it difficult to breathe. Do it! Honor shouted suddenly. Chirp! The black bird ninja chirped, spreading its wings into the sky, and at the same moment, all the Omegakers moved. In an instant, the sky was full of misery, and all directions hit Luhan at the same time, and Luhan had no way to escape. Sweden, water style, water array wall. Luhan's extremely fast hand seal. This B-rank ninjutsu was obtained when he killed the root killer Asada Jua. It has been more than a month, and the hand seal has been practiced many times. Boom. Whoa. The large amount of water that Luhan spit out surrounded his body, forming a defense without dead ends, resisting all the suffering. Kill. Die. Kunai attacked, and some ninjas even planned to perform ninjutsu. The protection of the water formation wall. Luhan has completed his ninjutsu. Time seems to be slowing down. Luhan's thinking has never been so clear and fast. Using B-level Sweden water style ninjutsu, he has consumed nearly 50% of his chakra. Too little chakra has always been his shortcoming. The only one who was quick was the Phantom, and took out a bottle from the space backpack. This was a potion he had never used before, and it was the reward for killing Jua Asada. The big blue bottle is enough to refill Johnon's total chakra at one time. Luhan drank it in an instant. Not only did the chakra fill up at that moment, it also exceeded his normal total amount. His body felt a bloated feeling, as if he was about to burst. What he wanted was this feeling, because with his current normal chakra total, it is simply not enough to release the group killing technique he will use. Everything is complicated, but it actually happened in a very short period of time. Here they come. In all directions, it seems overwhelming. The dazzling knife, the indifferent face, and the frightening killing intent. Bang Wu __ water formation wall shattered. The next moment, Omegaker, who was closest to Luhan, had already rushed to Luhan's side. The sharp sound of the blade cutting through the air almost pierced Luhan's eardrum. Maybe the next second, Luhan would be caught hack and slash. Right now. Dance of Grass Jew. Kai, 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 boom. Watch out. Honor screamed horribly. A terrifying sense of crisis enveloped all Omegakers in an instant, a roar that caught everyone by surprise, and bone spurs several meters in length and the thickness of a human arm sprang out from the ground at the same time, staggered and obliquely inserted, as many as hundreds, covering a radius of dozens of meters. Whoa! Luhan saw a golden light, like a burst of fireworks. In the golden light, hundreds of falling objects exploded from the bodies of Omegaker, who had been pierced by bone stabs, and scattered around. Shikatsumyaku Dead Bone Pulse Ultimate Skill, Dance of Grass Jew. Luhan stood in the middle, waiting for them to kill together, just for this moment. For a while, it was difficult for him to judge how many ninjas he had killed. It is certain that more than half of them were definitely killed. For this, Luhan used a precious big blue bottle, and Chakra 133 bottomed out again. Everyone, all attacks, were obliterated by the Dance of Grass Jew, and there was no living thing within the envelope of the Dance of Grass Jew around Luhan. Luhan hid in the jungle of bone spurs, and quickly took out a few small blue bottles and drank them at the same time. Wow wow ___. The forest-like bone spurs began to converge, and they quickly retracted to the ground and disappeared. Luhan was completely empty. Hundreds of dropped objects had been automatically collected into the space backpack. On the surrounding ground, there were only corpses one after another. The smell of blood is thick. More than 30 corpses. The group kill was successful. 60 meters away from Luhan, there was a very tall tree, and Honor, who was covered in cold sweat behind him, stood on the branch, looking at Luhan in disbelief. At that moment, it was like a life and death experience for him. He didn't jump up in time, and he almost died. Let him have all kinds of means, let him be strong in ninjutsu, he can't hand seal at all, he can only hide. The hardness of the bone spurs of Shikatsumyaku Dead Bone Pulse is not inferior to the hardness of the metal weapons used by ninjas. Shikatsumyaku Dead Bone Pulse. Honor looked at Luhan from a distance and asked in a trembling voice. How can the Uchiha tribe have Shikatsumyaku Dead Bone Pulse? The battle has just begun, are you afraid? Luhan said sensibly. Chapter 79. Are you Captain Anbu? Honor stared at Luhan, breathing a little faster. Are you afraid? Do not. He is angry. The reason why his voice trembled was because of his emotional excitement, and he was actually overcast. Luhan suddenly launched a dance of grass Ju and killed most of his men. If he had long waited until Luhan had Shikatsumiku, dead bone pulse, he would definitely have made an attack plan instead of directly ordering a rush. Can Uchiha ninja have Shikatsumiku, dead bone pulse? Incomprehensible. Luhan still stood in the original position, always driving a pair of Tomo Sharingan. The attack of the grass Ju dance turned the ground around him all over again. The corpses were lying in a twisted and crooked manner. With good luck, there was only a hole the size of a bowl. With bad luck, their heads were all broken. Luhan killed 31 ninjas in one group. Among them is a Jonin, not a boss, who appears to be a level 30 elite in Luhan's eyes, the most common Jonin. It can only be said that he was unlucky and his reaction was a little slower. All the other Jonins avoided him, but he didn't. 13 Omegakure ninjas remain. A level 30 white silver boss. 2 level 30 bronze bosses. 1 level 30 elite ninja. 7 level 20 gold bosses. Level 20 white silver boss 3. There were actually 3 elite Chunins who avoided Luhan's dance of grass, but 1 Jonin didn't. In fact, this was not surprising, the main reason was that they were in different positions. At that time, the 3 elite Chunins were almost 100 meters away from Luhan. 30 meters, at the edge of the attack range of the grass Ju dance, the reaction was timely and naturally avoided. Jonin, who was killed, was too close to Luhan, and he was attacked by bone spurs in all directions, and his reaction was slow and he died naturally. There are also 13 enemies, including 3 Jonin. Strength not to be underestimated. Even if Uchiha Goki faced these people, there was no chance of winning. Luhan is still under a lot of pressure. As he said, this battle has just begun. Slowly scanning the surroundings, Luhan looked at the still alive Omegakures one by one. He was looking for wounded ninjas, and there were indeed. 2 elite Chunin and 1 elite Jonin were injured, that is, 2 level 20 gold bosses and 1 level 30 bronze boss. These 3 people were either pierced and their arms were disabled, or they had cuts on their bodies, and they were bleeding heavily. Take advantage of your illness to kill you. Luhan slowly moved his footsteps, looking for the best time to shoot. A tall tree hundreds of meters away, the 3 of Hyuga's family were still hiding on it. At this time, their expressions were astonishingly the same, stay. Totally stunned. At the moment when the dance of grass Ju group killed Omegakure, from the perspective of the 3 Hyuga family, it was an extremely spectacular scene, as if a forest of bones suddenly appeared on the ground. Without warning, the situation was suddenly reversed. In fact, Luhan was still very weak. He used a bug-like supplementary chakra method to complete the attack of the dance of grass Ju, so he only killed 30 Chunins and 1 Jonin. A real superpower, such as Uchiha Madara, can kill with 1 ninjutsu, not to mention 30 Chunin, that is, 30 Jonin. It is a godlike existence. Luhan was still a long way off. But for the 3 of the Hyuga family, it was an unimaginable shock. After all, they were all Chunin. This lord, why does he have Shikatsumiku, dead bone pulse tilde? Hyuga closed his eyes wide, before stammering for a while, two kinds of Kekkei Genkei. Uchiha clan, Keigaya clan. This question is difficult to answer. There is such a character in Anbu. Hyuga Teiki exclaimed. He knew that this person was definitely not Captain Anbu, so he couldn't imagine that, besides Captain Anbu, there were ninjas with such terrifying strength in Anbu. There was a long silence, as if speechless. Could it be that one of his parents is Uchiha and the other is Keigaya? Hyuga Luo Ning said, she thought very simply and directly. This may be the only explanation. Hyuga Teiki continued, but you must know that the Uchiha tribe does not allow intermarriage with foreigners. In order to maintain the purity of their blood, they only allow intermarriage within the tribe, unless Uchiha missing nin. Quote. How could Uchiha missing nin be Anbu's ninja? Hyuga Taiki immediately asked himself, unable to figure it out. Betrayal of Uchiha is bound to be sentenced to Konoha. Uchiha will not allow missing nin of his own tribe to work for Konoha, and the third generation Hokage will not allow it. This is a dead end. Quote. Will he win? Hyuga Luoningyao looked at and murmured, although more than 30 enemies have died, the ones who died were mostly weak, and those who survived were strong. The sky was dark and night was about to fall, and the fire in the forest seemed brighter. Luhan moved his steps slowly, the fine long knife in his hand reflected the cold light. He didn't use the penultimate level short blade, because the knife he carried with him before, the three of the Hyuga family had seen. It didn't matter, it was pitch black as ink. The penultimate short blade is more suitable for assassination, but the long blade is better in frontal combat, 1 inch long and 1 inch stronger. Are you Captain Anbu? Honor said again. Luhan turned his eyes back to Anbu. His voice was hoarse and strange. If our adults are here, you are already dead. Luhan doesn't know who Captain Anbu is, but he can guess that it must be extremely Jiao's for strong. This era is different from the 60 years of Konoha in the original book. At this time, the third generation of Hokage is in his prime and full of energy. He has not delegated power to the outside world, and Anbu, as the ace of Konoha, is the biggest guarantee to maintain his Hokage status. Captain Anbu, naturally it cannot be just elite Jonin. At least it has to be at the level of Tsunade, Jiraiya, and Orochimaru. I didn't expect that a Konoha Anbu ninja would have such strength. Although the loss is huge, Ono said with a sullen expression, but as long as I kill you, it's worth it. You guys better kill me. Lu Leng smiled, because I know you're a ninja with a megakure. Honor's face changed again, and then he exclaimed, do it. Kill him. Secret technique, shadow flash technique. Luhan was as fast as lightning and went straight to the injured Jonin. Chapter 80 The Runaway Luhan. Luhan was too fast. After all, it was the secret technique of Jonin's master at the root. Chunin had no chance of defending, and Jonin, if he wasn't injured, he might be able to react, but the injured have already reacted in their minds, but not so much in their bodies. Soon. Knife light up. Front of the injured Jonin almost instantly. This level 30 bronze boss is also a ruthless character. With his arm disabled, he leaned his shoulders and raised the knife to fight with Luhan. He was unable to hand seal and could only use the knife. He may have been determined to die, and even if he died, he would have to hold back Luhan. Boom! With a heavy blow, the knife collided with the knife, and the injured Jonin, who was leaning on his shoulder, stumbled directly. Without an arm, he could not maintain his balance. He almost didn't hold his own knife. In a posture of falling backwards. Die! Pucci __ the light of the knife flickered, bringing a smear of blood, and with just the second knife, Luhan cut off the head of the injured Jonin, neatly. But Luhan also paused in front of this Jonin for a while, and the sound of breaking air struck behind him, and the danger enveloped Luhan's hairs. Luhan quickly turned around and threw the knife at the same time. Clang clang! It was Honor who rushed behind Luhan, and the two fought several knives against each other. Kai, Kai, 847 Kai. Kai, Kai. Several Kuuji shot at Luhan. Luhan didn't know who lost it, only sensed the danger, but Honor entangled him. He couldn't dodge in time, and he was about to be shot by Kuwu. Luhan's face froze. Shikatsumiku, Dead Bone Pulse, Dance of the Golden Amber. Luhan suddenly turned into a hedgehog covered with bone spurs. Due to the oblique angle of the bone spurs, they formed an oblique block. He only shook his body slightly, and the bone spur swept away all the kunai that came at him. When Luhan was about to use Shikatsumiku, Dead Bone Pulse, Honor felt the violent fluctuation of chakra and retreated away. He already knew that Luhan had Shikatsumiku, Dead Bone Pulse, so he would naturally pay attention to this aspect. Shikatsumiku, Dead Bone Pulse, 10-finger piercing. Luhan immediately used his Shikatsumiku, Dead Bone Pulse, ability again. His hands suddenly raised. One hand was aimed at Honor, the other was aimed at the direction where Kunai was shooting, and 10 bone finger bullets burst out. Hide! At the same time Una exclaimed, he continued to retreat and waved his knife. Because he had been alert for a long time, he chopped off all 5 bone finger bullets, but the shock BDFE's hands were numb, and cracks appeared on the knife. In the other direction, Jonan, who threw kunai at Luhan, was not so lucky. Level 30 Elite Ninja. Wasn't the boss, it was a matter of strength. He also tried to dodge and swung his sword to protect him, but was shot through his leg by a bone finger that was as fast as a bullet. He knelt down on one knee and cried out in pain, and his thigh was shot through. I'll kill you first. Luhan ignored honor and went straight to the injured Jonan. At this time, Sweden Water Style Water Bomb. Sweden Water Style Ambergris Jinchuriki Column. Futon Wind Style Datapa Great Breakthrough. Quote. Behind Luhan, the 3 Chunins rushed towards Luhan in a formation. At the same time, Hand Seal launched ninjutsu. The huge water bomb, the sturdy tap water Jinchuriki column, and the gust of wind are only sea-level ninjutsu, but due to Futon Wind Style has blessed Sweden Water Style, and its power has been increased several times, which is equivalent to ordinary B-level attack ninjutsu. Kaden Fire Style Phoenix Sage Fire Technique. Hand Seal in the blink of an eye, and continuously spewed out fireballs the size of a grinding disc. Boom! This is the LV9 Ultimate Kaden Fire Style ninjutsu that even Uchiha Gumu will run away in embarrassment when he encounters it. The attack ninjutsu performed jointly by the 3 Chunin is powerful, but its power is far worse than that of the LV9 Ultimate Function Fire. Futon Wind Style Sweden Water Style's joint attack collapsed, and a burst of water vapor erupted, followed by a grinding disc-sized fireball that quickly hit the 3 Omegakure Chunin in an arc. Get out of the way. Damn. Boom tilde tilde. 2 Chunin didn't escape, they were hit by the fireball and burned to ashes. The third one was lucky. The fireball just hit the ground beside his feet, and the burst of fire and dirt blasted him out. But also dying. Luhan didn't have time to spit out all the 21 fireballs. At the 9th time, honor struck again, interrupting Luhan's ninjutsu. Luhan had to turn around and fight with him in a reckless swordsmanship. At that time, Luhan's chakra was again less than 10% due to the continuous use of Jinhu Dance, 10-finger piercing, and LV9 Ultimate Phoenix Fire. He's out of chakra and doesn't even have a chance to drink medicine. Run away. Luhan was a little crazy, and he entered a rampant state where he only wanted to kill the enemy. Can't kill without chakra, can't kill you. Can't kill you. Crazy against honor, Luhan no matter how much chakra still has, under the blessing of strange power, each knife is heavier than the other, slashing honor, he doesn't even care about being injured, he takes the initiative to reveal some flaws, anyway, he will not die from injury. Clang, clang, bang bang tilde tilde. But only 3 knives. Honor's cracked knife shattered, he exclaimed, damn, and retreated again. Luhan got a chance to breathe, turned around and shot at the injured Jonan. Or kill him first. At the same time as the ejection, Luhan reached into the space backpack with one hand, took out a few small blue bottles, bit off the caps and drank them quickly. He was moving at a high speed, and the falling objects could not be seen by others, so even Una, who had the best eyesight, only saw Luhan wipe it on his mouth, but did not understand what Luhan was doing. At the same time when the chakra was full, Luhan rushed to the injured Jonan. The injured Jonan, who did not even reach the boss rating, had no power to fight back, because the injured leg had lost the ability to move with his body. He had been screaming just now. Come, see Luhan approaching, and want to leave in an instant through the hand seal. But Lu Handao is too fast. Injured Jonan's body was even illusory, and he was about to turn around when Luhan's knife fell, cutting him back abruptly, and a huge head soared into the sky. Boom! At this moment, the soil under Luhan's feet erupted, a figure rushed out, and the light of the knife seemed to cut Luhan off. It was the level 30 bronze boss who had never been close to Luhan. He seemed to have used some kind of ninjutsu to enter the ground and attacked Luhan. Too fast. Luhan smelled the breath of death.